Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. It is a Friday. It is a post-schedule drop Friday. One of the best days to be on the radio. The day after the NFL schedule comes out. The day after the Astros lose to the Mariners 3 out of 4, 8-3 yesterday at Minute Maid. Welcome in, everybody. I am Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne on vacation today. B. Scott was supposed to be in, but B. Scott got hit with some nasty kind of stomach bug or something overnight. So for now, it's just me flying solo. Old school CBS radio style. So I am no stranger to solo radio, so I can hold up my end of the bargain here today, especially today when it's the day after the schedule release. If you can't sit here and chop up the schedule 8 ways to Sunday the day after the schedule release, then why are you even in this business? All right. So if you want to weigh in on it, text line 713-572-4610. But great to be with you guys here on a Friday, on a day after which I did an event last night. Shout out. Because I think we picked up some new listeners yesterday. Shout out to the Greater Houston Dental Society last night. I was the keynote speaker for their big annual event where my good friend Dr. Katie Stuklik was made president of the Greater Houston Dental Society. And I didn't know I was the keynote speaker. I thought I was emceeing the event, and I found out on Wednesday that I was actually the keynote speaker. And I killed. I had a great speech last night. A lot of dental jokes. Had the top 5 sports stories of all time involving teeth. That's how you crush it in front of a crowd, kids. Cater to the audience. So any of the new listeners in today from the event last night, shout out to you. I appreciate you tuning into the show today. So for now, it's me flying solo. There may be somebody else coming in here at some point. If there is, great. If not, it's just us hanging out for today. And we got a ton to get to. And let's start with the schedule that was dropped yesterday. I say it was dropped. I was going to say that starts with the schedule that was dropped last night at 7 o'clock. Truth be told, if you don't even need to sleuth that hard anymore. If you just jump on social media, I wonder if the NFL is going to find who this @nerding on NFL is on Twitter and shut this person down, because by the time the schedule dropped, they had the entire Texans schedule by like 4:30 in the afternoon yesterday. They have this grid, this Twitter account that fills in all the different games and things like that for around the league. And by like 4:30, they had the Texans' entire schedule. And the only nugget they got wrong, at least by like 5 o'clock yesterday, was the Green Bay game being a Monday night game. Other than that, they had all the opponents all the weeks correct. It's incredible. So anyways, I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of like the unveil. I'm somebody who watches the NFL draft and tries to stay off Twitter because I like to hear Roger Goodell tell me who just got picked. All right? But yeah, so we knew it all by late afternoon yesterday. That's neither here nor there. I know a lot of you are going, Sean, get into the schedule. All right? So I'm going to get into the schedule here. Let's take a journey. Week 1, I'm going to rapid fire this and give you my thoughts on this schedule, good and bad, because there is one huge component to this schedule that I think is going to make or break the Texans this year. And at 7 o'clock, I'll do the annual, hey, let's go through the schedule, try to figure out what this final record is going to be. I've not yet found a website that has the spreads on all the games yet, because you know that's what I'm into. Appreciate everybody checking in on the text page as well. Happy Solo Sean Friday to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You do great solo. Miss your Sunday show. Thank you, Scott and Katie. Let's do the schedule here, and then I'll read the text to tell me how awesome I am. All right, here we go. Week 1 opener, Buffalo Bills. Yes. Let's get it started right away, man. Let's eat the steak before we eat all the little vegetables and fruits and everything else, all right? No Titan cantaloupe. No Cleveland brown asparagus. We're skipping right to the 24-ounce ribeye that is the Buffalo Bills, who, by the way, Josh Allen never won at NRG Stadium. I do think that is one of a few games the Texans might be an underdog in, though. And I have not seen – well, actually, I have seen. Do I have the spread on do I have the spread on that? They've got to have week 1 spreads out here. Did I get the spread on the Buffalo game? Yeah, Buffalo favored by 1.5. I predicted that yesterday. I predicted that the two home games the Texans would be underdogs in would be the Buffalo game and the Baltimore game, wherever they were. So I got that right. I was hoping for the Titans in week 1 in a way because I would like to get things started off easy. But we get the Buffalo Bills, and the other reason that's significant, kids, is that the Texans are trying to extend their franchise record 9-game winning streak in the regular season, tied for the best with the Bill O'Brien 2018 Texans. So in some respects, they gave them a hard hand because they gave them the Bills and they're underdogs. On the other hand, the Bills they haven't won jack at Reliant Stadium since Josh Allen got there. Josh Allen has never won in that stadium. That's week 1. Week 2, Bengals home. That is a sporty quarterback. You're talking 2 of the consensus top 4 quarterbacks coming into last year, at least. Coming into last year, you guys remember, it was who are the best quarterbacks, and it was the top 4. There was this glass floor/ceiling right below these 4 guys, and it was Josh, in some order, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Burrow. Texans are getting 2 of those guys right out of the chute. And they're Sunday noon games. The first 5 games of the season are Sunday noon games till they go to London in week 6. So Bills, Bengals to start the year, that is fun. That is a fun first 2 games. That is a great test for the Texans defense. Then it's off to Indianapolis to face the Colts on the road. Then the Cowboys back here at home. So you got Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, your first three home games of the season. So you start out with 3 of the first 4 games at home, but they're against good quarterbacks. Then you travel to the Titans, who stink. Then you go to London to face the Jags. So you get 3 division games in the first 6 games as well. And then you get the Giants in week 7. I think that's interesting, too, and I'll talk about that a little later in the show. I believe that when you are traveling overseas for games, then the league gives the team some say as to whether or not they get their bye week coming back from, say, London to face the Jags at Wembley Stadium. If that is the case, then the Texans chose not to because they faced the Giants in week 7, and then the bye week is week 8. So maybe the Texans are like, you know what? We'd rather have the bye a little closer to the middle of the season. Just give us an easy opponent at home instead of the bye in week 7, because undoubtedly week 8 is just, in a vacuum, week 8 is a better place to put the bye than week 7. Anything close to the middle of the season, 8, 9, 10, those are the best weeks to have a bye week. So bye week in week 8, talk about that a little bit later. Then they come back, and then 2 road games, week 9 at the Chargers, week 10 at the Browns. So, and then week 11 is a Colts Thursday night game. So it feels like every year the schedule has a stretch like this where the Texans are like, hey, we're playing the Giants in week 7 at home, and then we're not back home for a month, which is the case because they get a bye and then 2 road games, Chargers and Browns. So they're going to go about a month without playing a home game, the Texans, which is fine. Here's the thing. No schedule is going to be perfect. I'm on a couple of group texts with Texan fans, and I think it's really funny. I feel like, especially when you're playing the Texans are playing harder schedules now that they're not last place in the division. It's been a while since they've been last place. So their schedule is always going to be somewhat difficult. It does feel like on the multiple group texts I'm on with Texan fans, and I'm curious if this is how you feel. If you want to text in, 713-572-4610. Every single Texan group text I have feels like the league is out to get the Houston Texans. Now, there is a stretch of schedule that I'll get to here shortly that I think could fortify that feeling. I'll get to that. But the league is not out to get the Texans. I just want everybody to know that, okay? There's always going to be weird patches of schedule. There's no such thing as a 17-game easy schedule. Unless you're a college football team that schedules a lot of FCS teams. I'm not going to name names. All right, so you get the bye week, week 8, Chargers, Browns, road, week 9 and 10. Colts back here for Thursday Night Football. So that's the first primetime game of the year, is Colts on Thursday night at home. I think that's some serious belief in the Colts more so than the Texans. I think people know the Texans are going to be good this year. Colts in week 11 is kind of a bet on Daniel Jones. But, look, the heavyweights aren't all going to be playing in primetime in the second half of the season. Following week, you get 10 days off before you play the Ravens. I like that. I like that a lot. Ravens at home in week 12. And now here we go. The calendar flips to December. If any of you are planning on traveling to Texans games this year, I would recommend getting a couple of parkas, one of those hats with the flappy, fluffy, furry ears that can flop down over your ears, or just a really good ski cap just to pull down over your head. Maybe even a ski mask to pull down over your face. A scarf, some mittens, because here we go. This is the coldest schedule chunk that I've ever seen for any team ever outside of teams that actually play in cold weather cities. This is a cold part of the schedule, both literally and figuratively, what the league handed the Texans. Again, the league's not out to get the Texans, but I understand somewhat why you would feel that way after this patch of schedule. If you recall, one of the wishes that I had earlier this week was, hey, keep the cold weather games to a minimum in December and January. To a minimum. The Texans have 6 road games in what I would call colder or frigid or Arctic environments on the schedule, depending if you were to play them in November, December, and January. And they are Green Bay, Philly, Washington, Steelers, Cleveland, and I'll throw Nashville in there. If you play Nashville December, January, it'll be a little chilly. It'll be cold. You could get some elements. But even just those 5, put Tennessee aside. It's a division game. Green Bay, Philly, Washington, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. The only one I've named out of those so far, right? We're at week 13, is Cleveland. And that's in November, which is no picnic. The other 4 games start now in December. Week 13, Steelers, Sunday Night Football. So a night game in Pittsburgh. Now, I'm not too worried about that one. The Texans have played at night on primetime in Pittsburgh, in cold, fairly recently, to much critical acclaim, except for C.J. Stroud's hands. It was a playoff game last year. That's what I'm referring to. At Steelers, Week 13, Sunday Night Football. Okay. Then they turn right back around at Commanders, Week 14. Now, that's a noon game, so you're going to get whatever the average high is in Washington in December, because that game, I think, is December 13th. You'll get that. And then they come back home and face the Jags, their most important divisional home game, in Week 15. And then they go back on the road, Week 16. And boy, now that I'm talking this through, I can't even get mad at the people that texted me that think the league is out to get the Texans. They turn back around and fly back up to the Northeast to face the Eagles. Okay, that's a little. That seems like a little much to go at Pittsburgh in December, at Pittsburgh, at Commanders. Then you're back home for your one of, if not your hardest home games of the year in the Jags, at least by record. And then you're back out on the road to face the Eagles back up in the Northeast. But wait, there's more. I'm going infomercial on you guys now. But wait, there's more. They're playing the Eagles on Christmas Eve, on Thursday night, on a short week, on Christmas Eve. So it's not just a trip back up north. It's a trip on a short week on a holiday at night at one of the toughest, meanest, angriest places to play in the league. And then they come back, the Texans do, and they celebrate Christmas. All the Texans will be probably walking into their house right around the time Santa Claus is walking in. Probably bump into Santa Claus in the living room. Hey, Santa. Hey, Chris. What up, Kringle? And then they get 10 days off to travel to Green Bay. Hey, as if it's not enough to go to Pittsburgh, to Washington, back home for the Jags, to the Eagles on a short week. We are now going to send you to the coldest place out of all of these places for Monday Night Football. So not only 4 cold weather games starting in December, 3 of them are at night in prime time. And then they come back home. They'll face the Titans at home in Week 18. So the cupcake that I wanted in Week 1 so that they could continue their winning streak, they got in Week 18. I'll go through. If some of you may have missed this segment where I did my my wishes for the schedule. I don't think the schedule makers like me. They did the exact opposite. When I say they did the exact opposite, they did the exact opposite of everything that I requested. But there's your schedule right there. So my general thoughts on this go as follows. Love the marquee value of the opening 2 games. Love Josh Allen and Joe Burrow putting the NRG Stadium home field against good quarterbacks theory to the test again. We know that, right? For the most part. Other than like Lamar on Christmas, Will Levis 2 years ago, the big name quarterbacks. For the most part, this swarmy defense the last 2 years has played really well against good quarterbacks at home. I love putting that to the test right away, so that's pretty cool. The primetime games, I'll call them the big stage games because I think, the London game is not in primetime, but they have the stage to themselves. Jags in London, Colts at home, Steelers, Eagles, Packers, all in cold weather primetime on the road. Let's go. That's fun. Hey, if you're worried about the Texans playing in cold weather in the playoffs, just know that at least they're going to get plenty of practice at doing so in the regular season down the stretch. So I think all in all, I would call the degree of difficulty on this schedule because I think the opening portion, I think pre-bye week is a chance to get off to a pretty good start. I think the Bills, they've sort of got their number at home, and I'll go through it game by game a little later in the show at 7 o'clock, tell you what I think the final record is going to be. But they play the Bills well at home. The Bengals' defense stinks. They're just better than the Colts, I think, and the Cowboys and the Titans, and they're favored against the Jags in London, and then they're better than the Giants. I think there's 5-2 feels like a very realistic thing going into the bye week. Now, they started 0-3 last year, and we didn't think that was going to happen. So it's the NFL, so we'll see. But I think all in all, that last month is really going to be an awesome test for the Houston Texans. And we're going to go into the playoffs. And look, hopefully they're the 1 or 2 seed, and you're guaranteed a couple home games, and you don't have to really worry about it till the AFC title game. And I think they're capable of doing that. But if they are, again, a 4 seed or like last year, a 5 seed where you're going to be going on the road and you look at the other teams that are out there and they're, you look at the good teams in the AFC, they're mostly cold weather teams. The Ravens, cold weather team. Bills, cold weather team. Patriots, cold weather team. Denver, cold weather team. Chances are Kansas City, cold weather. We'll know what it looks like going into the playoffs. I would say degree of difficulty. Text in. What do you think? Scale of 1 to 10. How hard is that schedule? I think it's about I would say between a 7.5, 8, maybe 8.5 if you really, really are nervous about the cold weather stuff. I love it, though. Love the schedule, man. Love it. There's rarely been a schedule I've hated. It's football. All right. Sean Pendergast with you today. As you could tell, I don't have Seth duct tape his mouth closed or anything like that. He's on vacation today. And B. Scott is sick. So you're rolling with me, 713-572-4610. Getting the predictions already on the text page. I'll read some of those. But coming up next, we didn't hit the Astros in the Open. Let's hit them. Is Joe Espada giving you any confidence with any of these press conferences that all the things he's trying to talk into existence are going to happen with this football team, or this baseball team, I should say? And do we agree with J.J. Watt's assessment of the international schedule? J.J. Watt had some interesting things to say about the international schedule that we'll get to as well. We'll do the game by game at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Stay there. It's a post-schedule release Friday here on Payne and Pendergast. But before we get to the break, I want to tell you about Houston Powder Coaters.
888-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
That's going to be a called third to end the game. Zach Cole goes down looking, and the Mariners have taken 3 out of 4 in this series and win it today by the score of 8-3.
Blah! 8-3. I just want to make sure we got that Astros game in. We're getting a ton of thoughts on the text page about the schedule, so I'm going to veer back over there pretty quickly here. But this Astros season is sinking into the toilet right now. They had a great win in extra innings on Wednesday, and as they've done most of this year, when they give us something to root for and hope about and make us feel good, they come back the next day and say, nope, sorry. Like, we just got a really nice gift one day, and then they come in the next day like, no, we didn't mean to give that to you. Sorry about that. We're back to being one of the worst teams in baseball. Sorry for that one day where we were actually playing decent baseball. Here was Joe Espada following yesterday's 8-3 loss. Is time running out on your team?
You talked about how long the season is, but that length is kind of running out. I mean, you guys are getting into mid.
No, it's still a lot of baseball left. This is not the way we wanted to start it, but there's still a lot of baseball left. You know, we just got to create consistency and quality of play every single day, and then that's when you get rolling as a team.
That's when you get rolling. Joe Espada's getting good at the speeches and the press conferences in May with a crappy team because his team's gotten off to slow starts both seasons prior to this when he's been the manager. Here's one more. Let's skip down to 3, Byron. Here's Joe Espada on needing to find consistency.
I just, would like to, put some consistency in back-to-back games where we get rolling and we could create like a winning streak, right? But we know the length of this season, right? We know how long it is. We just got to continue to do the little things better. Like, we cannot continue to play from behind every single day, right? It makes it tough to chase every single day. We just got to be better at keeping games close and giving the offense an opportunity. And because we when we do that, we see our pitching comes along and we hand the ball to the back of the bullpen and we can win some games. We just got to create some consistency on that aspect.
Yeah, they fall behind early in games a lot. And get behind the 8 ball. And this is not a team, even though it felt like the first 2 weeks of the season, this is going to be one of those teams like, hey, they're never out of a game. The offense is back. They're back to being what they've been the last couple of years, which is they've got a few talented guys. They're injured, and I know people will point, well, they're going to get Hunter Brown back. They're going to get Jeremy Pena back. Jeremy Pena, it feels like it was supposed to be back pretty soon, and now that collision he had at second base, he's missed the last 2 rehab games with a sore neck. Can we count on Jeremy Pena being healthy? He's been injured. He's had like 5 different injuries since June of last year. So anyway, super frustrating with the Astros right now. And you know what? So frustrating that I want to read these texts about the schedule. I was all amped up in the open. And by the way, if you're wondering, hey, is Seth going to talk at some point? Seth's on vacation today. So I'm flying solo today. B. Scott, get well. B. Scott was supposed to be in, but so I'm here flying solo. Now, John Harris, it's funny. We were talking about the schedule in the open. And there was a funny text about the goal of the schedule makers. The goal of the schedule makers seems to be to kill John Harris. And I'm assuming that means because Johnny is the sideline reporter for the Texans. Johnny's going to join me at 7:15. So at 7:15, I'll ask the question that everybody's wondering the answer to. Is John Harris concerned that he's going to catch pneumonia in 2026 with this schedule in December and January? Because he's got to be outside at all these games. So Johnny and I will go through the schedule at 7:15. Mark Vandermeer is going to join me some point in the 8 o'clock hour as well. I think 8:20. So we'll find out from the voices of the Texans, actual voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer, and then Johnny, whose voice is on the broadcast. Vandermeer, capital V voice, Johnny, lowercase v. So they'll join us, but somebody has a funny text. Someone's like, yeah, I think they're trying to kill John Harris by sticking him outside. And Johnny will be fine. Johnny actually grew up in Wisconsin before he moved to Texas. He's still got that cold blood in him somewhere. Text message, this looks like a tough schedule. If they come out of the first 7 games 5-2 or better, we'll know we have a Super Bowl contender. That's what I'm thinking. I would take 5-2 in the first. I think 6-1 is a real possibility. Look, I think the Texans can win, week to week. They can win any game on their schedule, 17-game schedule, so you're going to lose a few. The Texans took a bye week, this is another text, in the form of the Giants. I honestly think that's how the conversation went. I think the league said, hey, you're playing London week 6. Most teams like to take the bye coming back from overseas. Do you want to do that? And I think somebody from the Texans said, nah, you know what? We'd rather have the bye week in week 8. It's a little close to the middle of the season. Just pick out the crappiest team on our schedule and give them to us. And the league said, well, we've already got the Titans playing you in weeks 5 and 18. How do the Giants sound? And the Texans said, we'll take it. I don't know that to be true. That's pure speculation on my part. Text message, do we know that the Titans stink? Saleh may make that team more competitive than Sean thinks. Okay, yeah. Also, Texans lost to Will Levis. No, look, hey, here's the thing about the Titans. And look, this is the day after the schedule release. This is the day to talk crap about your opponents, okay? The bad ones. Go look at all the videos that people put out there. A lot of them talking crap about the teams they're facing. But I think that's a fair point about the Titans. I think Robert Saleh is obviously a better coach than Brian Callahan. And the Titans played the Texans hard last year. They played them tough last year. I know the final score of the game here at NRG Stadium was 26-0. But that game was 6-0 going into the fourth quarter. And then the Texans scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. So the Titans played the Texans tough. Look, man, they're divisional games. That's why I'm saying I think like the Giants game at home, if I had to pick one, you know, like as a pseudo bye week replacement, give me Jackson Dart, who may not even be playing by week 7. I don't even know who their backup is in New York anymore now that Russell Wilson is gone. J.J. Watt tweeted a couple days ago, international game slate is nearing the realm of traveling circus as opposed to occasional showcase. That was all he tweeted. He's not wrong. There's 9 international games in 7 different cities. London gets 3 games, and then the 6 other international games are literally all over the globe. I mean, they're scattered throughout Europe. You've got Madrid and Paris, Munich, but you've got Australia, you've got Brazil, you've got Mexico City. I personally think it's pretty badass, and it's one of those things like, I don't know if JJ is just being observational here or if this is some sort of complaint. He's a former player, so he would know better than I would what the toll is physically for traveling overseas. Although I'm trying to think, the two international games the Texans have played to this point in their history were when J.J. Watt was a member of the Houston Texans, but he was not healthy, I don't think, for either of those. One was in late 2016. He was already done for the season. And then if I'm not mistaken, the London game in 2019 was week 9, and he got hurt in week 8 against the Raiders. He tore his pec. So I'm guessing he didn't travel over to England. And I don't know if he ever did as an Arizona Cardinal either. So I don't know if he's got any firsthand experience on doing this. So I don't know if this is a complaint, if it's an observation. I can tell you right now, it's why everybody's making so much damn money in the sport. It's why everybody's getting paid so well, including the announcers, including J.J. Watt. So, yeah. Traveling circus, I guess. Is it detracting from the quality of play? Probably. You're physically, it's probably better for the guys to be playing all their games in the United States instead of jumping on transatlantic or transhemispheric flights. So I like it. That'll be another thing to look forward to. They're working towards every team having an international game. And I love the schedule release. And if I have one more present to look forward to on Christmas Day, which is the schedule release and Christmas, then I'm cool with that. I love that the Texans are going to London this year. I think it's going to be great. All right, we got a ton of stuff to get to. A lot of it schedule related. A ton of your texts here weighing in. A lot of stop whining about the cold weather games text. CJ needs the reps to get better. Do not disagree with that. And mostly people just worried about John Harris being out in the cold. So we'll get Johnny's thoughts on that in about 38 minutes or so. All right. Payne and Pendergast, Seth Payne out today. I'm flying solo right now. Headlines coming up next. We will circle back to the Astros. Whatever meat is left on the Astros bones from my disgust 5 minutes ago, we will hit in headlines, and we'll circle back to not just the Texans, but some of the other schedule stories from around the league as well. We'll do that in headlines, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic, coming up next. I just talked about
222-2222. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Seth Payne out today. I am flying solo right now. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate the text messages. Sean, you're never alone. You have all of us. Thank you, text page. I appreciate that. Let's get to headlines. Oh, I stepped on the final call there. We were supposed to bump in with that. Byron Matthews producing for Ben Gary today. Let's hear the final call of yesterday's loss to the Mariners, Byron.
That's going to be a called third to end the game. Zach Cole goes down looking, and the Mariners have taken 3 out of 4 in this series and win it today by the score of 8-3.
Man, why did I just do that to everybody? Why did I make them listen to that final call? Todd Callis on the call. Todd's great, but I just hate the content of it. They lost to the Mariners again yesterday. I hate Brussels sprouts too. I just went to the audience. I said, "Here, eat these Brussels sprouts." Astros lose. They lose 3 out of 4 to the Mariners. They've got the Rangers coming to town this weekend. This week that I called at the beginning of the week, maybe the most important week in Joe Espada's tenure as manager. He's gotten off to slow starts before, but I don't think his job has ever been in danger. His job's got to be in danger right now. With Jim Crane as the owner, Jim Crane is not looking at this as a rebuild or a reset year. You know, you don't go spend $20 million a year on a guy from Japan to come over here to be part of a reset or a rebuild. And they're running out of things that can spark this team. Sometimes firing the manager is the only way to do that. Here was Joe Espada being asked, is time running out?
You talked about how long the season is, but that length is kind of running out. I mean, you guys are getting into mid.
No, there's still a lot of baseball left. This is not the way we wanted to start it, but there's still a lot of baseball left. You know, we just got to create consistency and quality of play every single day, and then that's when you get rolling as a team.
That's when you get rolling. I don't know how much time is left for Joe Espada. You know, there's 117 games left in the season, something like that. Is time running out on Joe Espada is the bigger question. I admire Joe Espada's ability to stay positive in the midst of what is an extremely negative situation right now. That's not easy to do, but the clock's ticking, man. The clock is ticking because this team is not very good. Mike Burrows was not very good yesterday after a great start in his previous outing when he went 7 innings last weekend on Friday. Mike Burrows gets shelled yesterday, gives up a couple home runs, although Joe Espada said he was a couple pitches away from getting out of the whole thing.
He was 1 or 2 pitches away from having a really good outing. That's what frustrates me because his stuff is really good. He attacks, right? Misses once or twice, and that cost him a couple of runs. But his stuff is really good, he's better than that. And I believe that this is not going to be something that we're not going to see these outings often from him because he's just really good stuff. We just gotta continue to help him and navigate some of these lineups and stuff like that. But again, 1 or 2 pitches away from another quality start for Mike.
Yeah, 1 or 2 pitches. They got hit over the fence. So is what it is. They got no offense yesterday. Literally, Yordan Alvarez and Braden Shoemake. They're 2 offensive catalysts, those 2 guys. Shoemake's doing a nice job. Those are the only 2 guys that get hits yesterday. All right, let's shift gears over to a more pleasant topic, the NFL and the Texans' schedule. Schedule release out at 7 o'clock or shortly after 7 o'clock today. I'm going to do my run through the schedule from a wins and losses perspective. I haven't done this yet, so I'm going to do this organically with you on the air. This will be my first time going through the schedule game by game, saying win, loss, and we'll come up with a final record for the Houston Texans. And I'm sure nobody will blame me for biasness or favoritism of the Texans over. I guarantee it. But the schedule is out. The Texans open the season in Week 1 with the Buffalo Bills coming to town. I like it. Let's good. Let's get to the steak first, man. Especially the steak that can't win at Reliant Stadium. Josh Allen's never won a game there. So the Buffalo Bills to open the season. Trip to London is in Week 6. The bye week is going to be in Week 8, not the week after the London game. Instead, the Texans have a soft bye in Week 7 called the New York Giants at home. So that's how the schedule unfolds from a bye week perspective. The biggest story with this schedule to me is the football gods just whipping their trousers down and pooping all over my wishes of not having a bunch of cold weather games. They said, whoa. You asked for very few cold weather games? Here's all the cold weather games. They, starting in December, play at Pittsburgh, at Washington, home for Jacksonville, at Philly on Christmas Eve, a Thursday night game, and then 10 days after that, at Green Bay. 4 out of 5 weeks, they are traveling to the Arctic Circle, compared to Houston at least, to play football games. Text message, Sean, your wish for no road games in cold cities late in the season could not have been more denied by the football gods. Could not have been denied more harshly by the football gods. I know! They took all my wishes and just said, nope, Sean, we're going to do the exact opposite of that. I literally wished for the Titans in Week 1 at home, and they put them in Week 18. The exact opposite. I love this schedule, man. It's going to be fun. Even those cold weather games are going to be fun. We'll talk about it with John Harris at 7:15 on the show today. He's the one that's got to stand out in the cold and do his sideline reporting. So we'll talk to him about that. The other thing that I really like about the NFL schedule at large, how about the Thanksgiving weekend? Check this out. I mean, this is awesome. If you're somebody who likes to get home on Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve, from whatever your job is, whatever it is, you're either probably taking that day off or you're leaving early that day. And then you just want to sit down and just eat and watch football for the next 3 days. Wednesday night, Packers at Rams, Netflix. So we get our first Thanksgiving Eve game that I can remember. I know it's new to the modern era here. And then we get our 3 games on Thanksgiving. We get the Lions game at noon. They're playing the Bears. So that's a good one. I would say possibly the two best teams in that division. Packers will have something to say about that, I would imagine. The Vikings will not. But you get Bears-Lions in the noon game on Thanksgiving. You get Eagles-Cowboys, another divisional matchup with, I would say, the two best teams in that division on Fox. And then you get the Chiefs and the Bills, which has typically been one of the best regular season and at times postseason games over the last decade or so. Chiefs-Bills is one of the biggest rivalries that we've had going the last several years. That's the night game on Thanksgiving. And then the Black Friday game, which is at 2 o'clock Houston time, Broncos at Steelers is at least 2 playoff teams from last year. You know, I don't know if the Broncos are going to be 14-3 again this year, and I don't know if the Steelers are going to be a playoff team again this year. But those are 2 helmets that pop on the graphic for sure, right? And at that point, you're on football overload and tryptophan OD. You OD'd on tryptophan the night before. So Broncos Steelers is probably a nice chill one to have. It's in Pittsburgh, too. That's on Amazon. Netflix, CBS, Fox, NBC, Amazon. 5 games, 5 outlets, 2 of which are streaming. 2026 in the NFL. All right, those are your headlines for today. All right, up next, let's do it. Let's go through game by game. I've not done this exercise yet. I'm not going to do it during the break. I'm going to do it organically with you. Let's go game by game and figure out a final record for the Houston Texans. John Harris joins me in about 20 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the schedule and the likelihood of him getting pneumonia in 4 outdoor games in December and January. We will do all of that coming up next.
Hey, we're almost to summer, so if
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm going to do the game-by-game schedule thing here in just a moment. Sean Pendergast with you. Seth on vacation today. I'm flying solo. John Harris is going to join me in about 12 minutes or so. And we'll get his thoughts on the schedule and probably some off-season stuff, right? You know, what are we most looking forward to now that the schedule release has been gone? Johnny, like a lot of folks, got to look at the rookies last week, too. So we'll get his thoughts on that. Looking forward to talking to my good friend and brother, John Harris. Quick text message. Hey, Sean, no Rossini-Vrabel talk this morning. What's going on? It's died down a little bit this week. The last newsworthy thing we have is Diana Rossini kissing her husband on Mother's Day, which was captured by TMZ, I believe. But the big question with the schedule release was, will the Los Angeles Chargers troll Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini? And much to my delight, they did in their schedule release video. I've not had a chance to watch the whole thing yet, but the snippet where they kind of take jabs at the two of them, the snippets are out on social media if you want to go find them. They did a Halo-themed schedule release, the Chargers did. And the Chargers are the most vicious out of all the 32 teams. And they did a Halo-themed one where there's this car kind of driving through this netherworld, and there's a sign, a billboard that says "Next photo dump 1 mile," which is obviously a tip of the hat to the continuous tabloid photos coming out about Rossini and Vrabel. And then they pause the game and a pop-up message pops up that says, New York Post sent you a message. So it's a pop-up notification, of course, referencing the outlet that broke the original story. They even had a jab at Rossini's Spotify playlist that she made for Vrabel. The Chargers are vicious, man. They are vicious. I hope for their sake that none of their coaches get caught in some sort of Sedona, Arizona, adults-only resort affair. All right? I mean, you then are almost required to make fun of your own coach. Sorry. You can dish it out, but you got to be able to take it, too. Good job, Chargers. Way to go. All right, you can text the show, 713-572-4610. Real quick schedule note as well. We had a person saying, hey, maybe the Titans aren't going to be as bad. They got Saleh as the coach now. Whoever texted that about Saleh, this is a text message to me, must have missed that game where Caley ate his lunch last season against the Niners. LOL. That's right. That's right. Nick Caley showed him what's up last year. No Nico Collins, no problem. That might have been C.J. Stroud's best game as a pro, that game. All right, let's do what you've all been waiting for. Sean Pendergast going through the schedule, game by game, wins and losses here. All right, so here we go. Week 1 Bills win. Why? Because the Bills never win at NRG Stadium since Josh Allen became the quarterback. Why would they start now? And in fact, somebody texted earlier, apparently there's Bills fans out there that are already kind of preemptively making excuses because they know they're going to lose to the Texans. They're already saying, well, it's going to be a fluke. It's week 1. You know, we won't have our legs under us yet. Good. Make all your excuses. Jump off all your Winnebagos onto tables with flaming thumbtacks and whatever. Win week 1. Week 2 Bengals win. Why? Because the Bengals defense stinks. We'll find out pretty early, if some of the moves the Texans have made on the offensive side of the ball are working out. If you get to week 2 and the Texans, we'll see what happens week 1. The Bills are a good team. But the Bengals, Dexter Lawrence notwithstanding, that's not a good defense. And you're at home. And you got a chance to start out 2-0, at least in the eyes of me. Win over the Bengals. At Colts, week 3, win. They're winning in Indianapolis. I don't think that much of Indianapolis. I don't think that much of Daniel Jones. I didn't think that much of Daniel Jones, even when he was going through his stretch last year that duped the Colts into giving him $88 million. I think the Texans defense, I don't think Daniel Jones scares the Texans defense, and they've had recent success in Indianapolis. Not sure if you've noticed, but since DeMeco Ryans got here, that's all they do is win in Indianapolis. Won last year. They won the year before in week 1. They won the year before that in week 18. Hell, they won even when we weren't rooting for them to win in 2022. That's how they got the number 2 pick in the draft. Cowboys home, noon Sunday, week 4, win. I got them starting 4-0, the Texans. In fact, I got them starting 5-0. At Titans, week 5. Sorry, Titan texter. Robert Saleh doesn't scare me as far as beating the Titans goes. So I got a 5-0 start. Now, and I warned all of you of this, and the schedule does get harder on the back end. So this is not going to stay as homerish as it sounds. I'm going to have them losing in London to the Jags. I don't think the Jags are as good a team as their record was last year, 13-4. Trevor Lawrence had an outstanding season, particularly the second half of the season. He was top 5 in the MVP voting. We've seen Trevor Lawrence have spurts of really good football before, and then the league figure him out. This is now with, new coaches with Liam Cohen. Before it was with Doug Peterson. I'm not all in on Trevor Lawrence being what he looked like last year. I don't think that all of a sudden Trevor Lawrence has figured it out. But I do think there's something to the Jags being over in London already for a week. Even though it's not sleeping in your own bed for 10 days overseas in Europe. Blech. But I got the Jags. I'll have the Jags winning that one. And then the Texans come back home. I've talked enough crap about the Giants being a quasi-bye week after that game. I better not have that as a loss, so I've got that as a win. So I already tweeted this last night. I just looked at those 7 games, so I kind of lied a little bit earlier when I said I haven't even done this yet. I did do it for the pre-bye week games. I said 6-1. I've got them 6-1 going into the bye week, which they would be one of the stories of the league if they were 6-1 going into the bye week. And also, it would be a stark contrast from last year when they started out 0-3. All right, so then the bye in week 8. We're going through game by game. John Harris is joining me in 5 minutes, and we'll get his thoughts on the schedule. All right, post-bye week, 6-1. At Chargers, I'm going to go loss there. I think the Chargers, man, you guys know, if you listen to this show, I think Justin Herbert's a little overrated. I talk about the Charger curse. I think very highly of Jim Harbaugh as a head coach. And I do think Justin Herbert is talented. The biggest thing for me with the Chargers is Harbaugh was able to drag that team to the playoffs last year. He was able to drag that team to the postseason playing like basically longshoreman at offensive tackle. Basically picking up people from the docks down in San Diego. I know they're in L.A. now. And saying, hey, can you punch a defensive lineman in his chest plate? Can you set your feet shoulder width and get leverage? Cool. You can play tackle for us. That's how bad it was. It's almost like they're getting 2 elite free agent tackles back, assuming Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt stay healthy. So I've got Chargers loss, so that's 6-2. There's no way in hell I'm picking the Browns in Cleveland to beat the Texans. No chance. So I'm going win there. So we've got 7-2. And I hope and pray that Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback. I'll say this. If Deshaun is starting still, and I think Deshaun Watson is going to start in week 1. I thought that before the reports came out from Mary Kay Cabot that Deshaun had the lead in the race with Shedeur Sanders to be the starting quarterback. I predicted that back in February or March, that Deshaun would be the starting quarterback in week 1. I will say this. If Deshaun is still starting for the Browns in week 10, it means he's had more positive health going on over the course of this season than he's had in the last 3 seasons combined, because he's been banged up. He's only played 19 games as a Brown. And number 2, it means he's probably playing pretty well. I mean, you get to week 10, and if the Browns are 2-7 or something like that, then you should be putting Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel or somebody other than Deshaun in there. There's no reason to start him anymore. But I've got the Texans winning that game, and I hope it's Deshaun starting that game. Colts, Thursday Night Football. Okay. This is where I got to have the Texans losing a game somewhere along the way that we don't expect them to lose. So short week, coming back. Browns do have a pretty physical defense, so they might be kind of banged up. Man, do I pick the Colts in Thursday Night Football over the Texans? I can't do it. Mark Vandermeer's coming on later, and he hates the Colts. I don't want him to cancel on me. So I'm going to pick the Texans to win that game. So I've got them 6-1, 8-2 through 10 games. Ravens at home. If Lamar's healthy, I cannot pick the Texans there. There's your home game that they lose. Noon, Sunday, week 12. So I've got 8-3 now. All right, now we get to the gauntlet. We get to the cold weather, Arctic stretch that the schedule makers feel like they're trolling the Texans, trolling John Harris, who has to stand out in this ungodly cold. I don't think they're going to lose to the Steelers on Sunday Night Football, though. I just don't. They're either going to have old man Aaron Rodgers starting or Mason Rudolph. Who knows? Maybe at that point, maybe this is the first season in a long time that the Steelers are actually not that great a football team. They're actually a bad football team. People don't realize the Steelers have not been an out-and-out bad football team since, like, the early 70s. And so maybe this is the year. Maybe Drew Aller is starting by week 13. Either way, whatever the case, the Texans' defense is too much for the Steelers. I think they win that game. So we got them 9-3. We got 5 games left. All right. Going to the Commanders at noon on noon Sunday game. Boy, this is all like, what is Jaden Daniels in week 14? Is he healthy? I got the Texans 9-3 with 5 games left. I'm going win in Washington against the Commanders. So as scared as I am about this cold weather, I don't have them losing any of these games yet. So that's 10-3. I'm going to go Jaguars at home win because I don't think they get swept by the Jags. I have them losing the London game and then winning the home game in week 15. Now it's coming down to it. We've got them 11-3 with 3 games left. Eagles Thursday Night Football. I cannot pick the Texans on a short week in Philadelphia on a holiday. This group of Texans has not played well on holidays that have the word Christmas in it. Christmas Eve has the word Christmas in it. So does Christmas. They lost 31-2 to the Ravens a couple of years ago. So I'm going loss in Philly. So that's 11-4. At Packers, Monday Night Football. Because I've got them beating the Titans in week 18, assuming that, they're playing, even if they're not playing their guys, whatever. So that's 12-4. Yes, I'm tabling this Packers game. You know what I'm going to do? Is John Harris there? Byron, let's bring Johnny on here. I'm going to have Johnny workshop this with me. We welcome in the great John Harris, Texan sideline reporter, joining me here on Payne and Pendergast. No Payne today. Seth's on vacation. He's at a graduation of a relative. It's starting right now, actually. He said it starts 8:15 in the morning, so that's 8:15 Eastern time. Johnny, how you doing, man?
I'm well, man. How you doing?
I'm doing awesome, dude. So if you've been listening over the back channel there, then you've probably heard that I've got 16 of the 17 games I've made a prediction on.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring you in to be a guest picker on this, kind of like college game day.
Yeah.
The only game I haven't made a prediction on is one that you will be standing out in what, for a young John Harris, would have been very familiar weather. People may not know you have Wisconsin roots.
I do.
So I've got this thing at what do I have it at right now? I guess 12-4. 12-4 minus the Packers game. So workshop this thing with me, Johnny. What are you thinking about this Packers Monday Night Football game?
It's funny. I was listening to you yesterday. I'm moving down the road, basically like 2 miles, and so I flipped you guys on for a little bit, and I heard you guys talking about things that had already been not announced, but Nerding on NFL had put out there, and it's like, holy crap, Pittsburgh, Washington, Philly, oh my God. And I'm sitting in my mind going, already knowing the schedule, going, well, wait till he gets to Green Bay.
Oh!
Wait till he gets to Green Bay.
Oh.
and you kept saying, man, my wish list. I'm like, man, the NFL went Lou Brown on Corbin Burnson's contract in Major League, just unzipped and went bang. Just didn't give a damn about your wish list.
Not at all. Johnny, I wish for the Titans in week 1 at home. They put them in week 18.
I know. Every single thing that you wished for.
Total opposite.
All right, give me a Patsy week 1. No, Bills. Like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, give me all the northern games, or as many as you can. Give it to me early in the year.
None.
Nope. December and January.
All of them. Johnny, even Cleveland is in mid-November. What the hell?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I did remind Mark last night. I said the coldest I've been on a sideline. I did remind him of this. The coldest I've been on a sideline since I've been down there in 2014 is 2022 at Tennessee. That was the coldest.
Oh, did we lose Johnny? We lost Johnny on the Comrex. Johnny, reconnect. Reconnect, because we got to get your pick on the Packers game. My prediction is still sitting out there, twisting in the wind right now. So, Johnny, yeah, either get back on that Comrex or just call. Just call the hotline, Johnny, one or the other. All right? Johnny might still be talking. Johnny might not even know that he's dropped. He's back? Okay.
Yeah.
Johnny, we got you back.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's too early for my access unit to be working.
Your access unit is like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, it's like, dude, stop.
Yeah.
It could take the heat. But yeah, Tennessee. So luckily we get Tennessee early on. I figured this out last night. If you look at it, and then we need to take the bye after the trip to London, and that is,
Johnny, and I've heard we haven't played the Texans haven't played an overseas game in 7 years,
right.
So I admittedly have not been very dialed into that process. You, I'm sure, are way more dialed in than I am. Do the teams have some sort of say in that when they're playing overseas about whether or not they want the bye after that, or does the league have a total say-so in that?
So I'll go back a couple years. I don't know totally, but I think slightly.
Okay.
We went to the Combine in 24, and our table was right next to Paul Allen and the Vikings. And we got to be really friendly with Paul. I mean, we're good friends with him, and so they brought a crew. Obviously, they're closer to Indianapolis. They got a crew. They got like 20 people, and they're like, "Hey, man, we'll see you guys in London. And we're like, "Oh, cool. I guess we're playing the Vikings in London," which meant going to Tottenham. So we were kind of on the sly telling people like, "Hey, man, start planning for London, start getting your passports together and all that." And all of a sudden, it kind of went quiet, and we're like, "Man, what's going on?" And then come to find out, we're not going to London, but we are playing in the Hall of Fame game to start the preseason.
Okay.
So I'll let you do the math on that.
Okay.
But rumor had it that it's like, all right, quid pro quo here. All right, we don't want to go to London, but we'll play in your Hall of Fame preseason game. So, okay, so I don't know how much is involved there. Now I do think with the bye situation, I do think that is left up to the teams. Now, Mark and I were talking about this last night. The one thing we don't know is if you don't. Okay, you're going to get the bye after the trip to London. You have a choice. Do you want the bye then or you want it some other time? If you say some other time, are you then open up to, okay, we're going to give you the bye in week 14 now? So I don't know if it's like, well, no, give us the bye a week later. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But I think the teams have a choice, bye after London or bye after International or bye some other time.
Oh, as Vandy would say, bye after London or whatever's behind door number 2.
Right.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Yeah, and door number 2 is not exactly the week you want to pick. I don't know. That part we don't know, and we're not sure. Now, I did, and I don't know, man, I don't know if I heard this on the internet or if I heard this somewhere in a building. I don't know. Everything with the whole London thing is all blurred because I heard so many things. I heard we were going.
Yeah.
I heard we weren't.
Yep.
I heard we were going. Then I heard we were playing 2.
Yeah.
Then I heard, nope, just 1.
Yep.
Oh, wait, what? Maybe? Okay. So it was all over the place.
Yeah.
And it makes me think that's part of the reason it wasn't just the Texans game, but that was part of the reason why the NFL was taking a while. Mike North was like, hey, we might need the 18th to get this schedule out there. So, those international games, are pretty interesting. You got to, take site visits, and I know the NFL – ironically, it was my wife last night who texted me, and she's out to dinner with one of her work colleagues. They're down in Miami, and he's from London. And he was talking about all that Tottenham has going on with the NFL. And I was like, well, we got Wembley.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, sorry, I don't know. I was like, thanks. Thanks. So,
pal.
We wanted to go to Tottenham just because, newer facility. We hadn't been there.
Yep.
Maybe Tottenham's got a match, who knows. But we were kind of excited to go to Tottenham. But look, we go to Wembley, we'll beat the Jags, and we'll be fine.
Absolutely. Well, if you were listening, I actually had the Texans losing that game just because I had them 5-0 going into that game. And Jags, their experience over there, whatever. I want the Texans to go 17-0. But, Johnny, this Packers game, Monday Night Football, what are we doing with this one here?
It's funny because I kind of wanted the Packers early First of all, because we went there at 24, we went there, week 7?
Yes, week 7. Yep.
We didn't block anybody, and we looked like trash, but we had an opportunity to win that game. If we just pick off a pass at the end, we would have stolen that one. And it's the most gorgeous day in Lambeau ever.
I remember it, yeah.
The Packers have experienced, and this is one of the things the last few years, just kind of following them as kind of my second favorite team. My parents live up there now. They've been really banged up at the end of years. I mean, Parsons last year, obviously, and look, ACLs are kind of fluky, but, Jordan Love was banged up at times. They had a receiver core that was banged up. You never know when Christian Watson is going to play because he's in and out of the lineup with injury. And Devontae Wyatt, they lost late last year. I don't know when he's going to come back. But later in the year, you think, okay, they're going to have all those guys back. But they've experienced, a lot of loss. I think, to me, that's a really kind of bellwether game of what this team is going to end up being.
Yes.
Because you're going to go to Philly and expectation. Now, I am going to yell. I am going to but actually you on something.
Okay.
Well, actually you on something.
Yeah.
It's not Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve has actually been okay. 2006 beat the Colts.
Okay.
For the first time ever.
Yep.
2016, 10 years later.
Yeah.
Beat the Bengals.
Oh, to go to the playoffs.
On Christmas Eve. Yeah, to go to the playoffs.
Okay.
Randy Bullock pushed one right over my head outside the uprights. And the game I mentioned in 2022, we got delayed an hour and beat Tennessee. Now, you could look at that win in 2022 as a loss.
Yeah.
With all that was going on.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Depending on how you look at it.
Right.
I think this is going to be, if Green Bay is healthy, it's going to be a really tough game. I do like that you have the rest. I do hope that in your scenario, if you are, so you say you're 12 and, so you'd be 11-4 going into that game, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, going into that game, if you win one of the last two, you're 12-5.
Yeah.
Look, 12-5 most years wins the AFC South. I think Jacksonville comes back to the pack.
Yep.
I'm not totally convinced that you're going to need this game in Green Bay.
Oh.
But if you do need it, I feel like this is a game that.
Pick 'em, Johnny. Do it.
Yeah, I'm going to pick them. I'm going to do it. I mean, when's the last? Hey, the last time we were that we won in Green Bay.
Yeah.
You were in the stands.
I was.
You were there in 2008.
2008. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to go. So when I told my mom yesterday, because she's been asking, she's like, when's the game? And I said, January 4th, 2027. She laughed. She goes, oh, you guys are screwed. I was like, yeah, in a sense, yeah. But I think if that is we come off a rough performance against Philly, if we're relatively healthy, I think we're better than the Packers just on paper.
Yep.
And that's going to make it close. But I feel like, hey, let's get to 12-5. Let's see if we can't rest that last week against the Titans and beat them with a JV team if we have to, and go 13-4 and roar this thing into the playoffs.
Johnny, my finger is on Shift W right now. Am I hitting the W?
Yes.
Did the
Hit
W.
It.
Byron, hit my music. That would be a 13-4 record, ladies and gentlemen, for the Houston Texans. And last I checked, that would be the greatest record in franchise freaking history right there. Oh, yeah.
And that's what this team should be.
Yes. Yeah, they should.
Shawnee, we talked about this. The additions they made in the offensive line. Look, I know Braden and Wyatt. And y'all were talking about Braden the other day. I got to tell you this. So I listened to some things. I'm like, oh, man, I wish I could hop on and just say, just kind of following the conversation.
Oh, the Max Crosby cut about him? Yeah.
Dude. Okay, a couple of things. Number one, we've had a few players that have come from the Indianapolis Colts. And I'm telling you right now, Chris Ballard has a type.
Yes.
He's got a type. And it is full-on, rocked up, athletic, and fast. And I remember meeting EJ Speed for the first time. I was like, God dang.
Yep.
Like, walks in, he looks like a small forward.
Yep.
So I'm walking the hallways, and I see this guy in beard, kind of orangish hair, and just rocked up. And I'm like, who in the oh my God, that's Braden Smith.
Oh, it's the first time you've run into him, huh?
He is all dude.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen big guys. I've seen the best athletes. I mean, Clowney was one of the most impressive physical specimens I've ever met. Braden Smith just took my breath, like, holy crap. Like, I mean, shoulders that fit through a doorway that they're scraping each side. And so, actually, yesterday or the day before, he was popping out of the locker room. And, for the new guys, I just, trying, hey, I don't expect them to remember me. I just like to say hey and glad you're there. And so I introduced myself, and then I said, hey, I'm John Harris, and I stuck my hand out, and he shook it, and I was just like, I'm the sideline reporter. And he kind of held on to it, and I was just like, hey, you can let go, Adrian Peterson. And if you've ever shaken the hand of Adrian Peterson, you know.
Yes.
And then I heard, after I met him, the stuff Max Crosby was saying about him, and I was like, dude, that tracks. That absolutely tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Wyatt Teller, same thing.
Yeah.
These guys, they just, not saying how well they're going to play, but, Sean, they look different from anybody that we've had in that building. Now, Laramie was a total specimen, but Wyatt and Braden look even different from him. So I just, you get excited. And then, of course, Keelan walks in, and he's if he's walking with Wyatt, you're not going to be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Johnny.
They look like twins.
Yeah, where do you feel like early on here Keelan fits into that whole thing?
Well, I think center, I said it to you guys a day before the draft. I thought center is the way to go. Teams have done that before. No, you can't take a guard and put him at center. Look, the Bucks took Grant Barton from tackle at Duke and put him at center day one.
Yeah.
They drafted him at number 22 in the first round. Like, this has happened before. It's not all that unusual for that to happen. So I would think that's going to be the spot. There will be some cross-training. I think there will be more cross-training in OTAs and minicamp, but by the time we get to training camp, I think it'll be locked in like, okay, there'll be some. I think there'll be some, but I think it's, okay, if they think he's the guy, then they got to go with it. And you guys have mentioned this a little bit. Kamari Lassiter is a perfect example of this. When they drafted Kamari, I remember that night, I was excited about him because one of the tapes that I saw was him against Missouri. And Kamari played in the slot against Missouri. It was the only 29 reps he played in the slot all year, but he was tracking Luther Burden. And Luther Burden got nothing the rest of the game. And I was like, okay, this Lassiter kid can play. So when they drafted him, it was like, well, he can play the nickel. He can play the nickel because there was C.J. Henderson and there was Jeff Okudah. Looking back, it's like that discussion was foolhardy because those two guys couldn't hold a candle to Kamari.
Right.
But I remember first week of OTAs, and we can see one of the three practices, and we see Kamari. He's in the slot. He's with the second group. We come back out there the second week of OTAs, and Kamari's starting on the outside, and we're like, okay, this is interesting. And then we watched him in that practice, and when it was done, we went, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's the guy. Yep. There's no doubt. So, maybe the same thing happens with Keelan. They stick him in at center, and that's what they want. And it turns out he's the guy, kind of like Kamari was. And there's been no looking back with Kamari. He's one of the top 5 corners in the league, one of the top 3. He and Sting, 2 in the top 5. So maybe Keelan, that's what he does. Look, you're just going in the center. That's the plan. We're going with it. And it's just a matter of time before you take over and become the guy full time. But I think it's center for Keelan. That's what I would do. I think that's what they want to do. I think they want to move people around up front. And if Ed and Keelan and Wyatt stay healthy, then they got an opportunity to run the ball, whether it's duo, zone, some of the things they want to do, they can do it with what they've got there. So I think that's what they're going to end up doing. And then if something were to happen, Wyatt goes down, Ed gets hurt, whatever, then I think there's always this thought of, hey, Keelan can move over to one of the guard spots. Maybe that's his quote-unquote natural position. Who knows? And then you stick one of the other guys back in center, and away you go. I know this. There are 5 guys in the building, and I wouldn't rule out Fabechi in this. Fabechi played some center. He played some center in the playoff against Alabama. It was Alabama. And did a good job against Alabama. And Alabama had a couple of dudes inside. So I wouldn't rule Fabechi out of this, but I just have a feeling that Keelan has been the guy they've been thinking about at center for a while.
You brought up Keelan before the Texans drafted him with me and Seth. Mm-hmm. I think when we had on the day before the draft, we had you on. And Seth asked about centers, and you said Keelan Rutledge, which I kind of quasi-confused both of us for a second.
I know.
Because we weren't watching everything at the Senior Bowl like you were. But that's, this is, for you, I'm just pointing this out to the audience. Like, for you personally, this is something you've thought Keelan Rutledge could do before the Texans even drafted him. This isn't you trying to pigeonhole somebody the Texans drafted into a spot that works for the Texans. You've thought before he became a Texan that he's got the skill set to do this sort of thing.
Yeah, it was that, Shawnee, that I did think he has. I do think he's got the skill set to be able to do it. Mm-hmm. But there was also that if they're looking for somebody that fits that swarm ethos that they've talked about, that we've talked about, then this is the guy. And I'm not saying you shoehorn him in because he eats glass and doesn't have a suit in his closet. I just think he is a guy that is a finisher in the run game. Yeah. I think he is a guy that is strong. I think he's very athletic. I think Seth posted his basketball highlights and it's like, man, that drop step's pretty sweet. So you see the athleticism, you see the movement skills, you see the finishing, and it's like, man, I would really love to have this on the offensive line. Hey, center is going to be that spot. And then I just remembered, it was funny because it literally was like a day or two before I went on with you guys. I just kind of had this epiphany, like, Keelan Rutledge. Oh, yeah, he played center at the Combine.
Yep.
Or at the Senior Bowl. Like, yeah, I think that's going to be the ticket. Let's go with that. He seems to kind of fit. He said he had a really good relationship with James Lipfert, who I wish would have gotten the Atlanta Falcons job for him.
Yeah.
Because I love him. I think he's great, but I'm glad that James Lipfert, Georgia Tech graduate, is still with us because he had that connection with Keelan. That helped a little bit and all this. And you just never know when you click with somebody and for what and why. And I think there was a little bit of a understanding there to get it done. And then if you watched, and some people did, the Buffalo Bills draft special, they're in the draft room and you hear Brandon Beane talk about Cesario. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Yeah, come on, show some respect, Blaine. Anyhow, he talked about, looks like Houston really wants their guy. They're up in the offer or whatever it might have been. You really got the sense that, okay, this is a guy they really like. And my guess is you don't sign Wyatt Teller, you don't re-sign Ed Ingram for 2 and 3 years, respectively, without thinking, okay, Keelan Rutledge, we're just going to sit him for a year or two.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
we're going to play this dude. We're going to play him at center.
That was my feeling, Johnny. Like, I know everything's a competition and everything's competitive, and I feel strongly they'll play the best 5 guys in whatever permutation. But if Keelan Rutledge is starting over Wyatt Teller or Ed Ingram, then that means you really missed on a not a crippling amount of money or anything, especially if it's Ed Ingram that he's in there at right guard. I mean, you gave Ed 3 years, $37 million, and you had him in the building for a year.
That's right.
So I'm with you on that. That would be the ideal kind of permutation there if Rutledge is the center. So Johnny, last night before I get you out of here, last night I did an event for the Greater Houston Dental Society. I was the keynote speaker.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was cool. And of course, so I was being very self-deprecating. Like, I got a bunch of medical professionals in here looking to are you all looking for motivational stuff from a guy who's on the air making jokes every day, that kind of thing. So I had them submit questions to me before, like the day before, sports-related questions, but with a dental slant to the questions.
Oh boy!
Yeah, okay. And they were good. I got a bunch of them, but I used 7 of them, and I put them on note cards. I brought them all in. I'm not going to bounce all of them off of you here.
Okay.
There was just one. I'm bouncing the one off of you that I feel like the answer is the most obvious one. Which Houston athlete? And obviously, it's a Texan. That was my answer here because I'm asking you this question. Which Houston athlete would ask, "Do I really need an X-ray?"
Oh, it's Kamari.
Yes, it is Kamari.
No, it's Kamari.
Give him a ding. Yeah. Give him a ding. Yes.
So he was funny when I asked him that question about getting ready for the Kansas City game. He gave us kind of. I mean, he didn't go into every single detail.
Yeah.
But he was like, I wasn't supposed to play in that game. He goes, but when they told me it was basically pain threshold, whether you could withstand the pain, he's like, I'm good. I'm playing. Like, you can forget about it. And I just got chills. I wanted to reach over and hug him. I was like, you are everything that this whole thing is all about.
Yes.
And it's funny because we have senior assistant athletic trainer Megan O'Hanlon, who's going to be on the show this evening. And so I asked her a question kind of related to that. Like, how do you stop guys that want to play and hey, they're injured. They're not just hurt. They're injured. And she was like, man, with some of these guys, it is really, really tough.
Yeah.
And that, again, kind of the same thing. That kind of warmed the cockles of my heart. Like, okay, there's some dudes that are like, I play football. I'm going to be on that field on Sunday or Thursday or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm playing ball because that hasn't always, been the case. When, there was a hangnail on a Pro Bowl left tackle, he decided to sit for 17 weeks. But that's a different story altogether.
Sure, yeah.
But I do think, you could make a case for Sting.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I heard the hit that Henry put on Nakua that hurt Sting in week 1.
I remember.
And I saw Sting just get bent back. I'm like, oh, man,
Yes.
And Sting played the rest of the year. I don't think Sting missed a game.
He did not.
So, these two corners are absolute friggin' they're dudes.
Yeah.
And I just think the attitude from guys like Wyatt Teller and Ed Ingram and Trent Brown, I think, I say this about Trent. I know Trent missed that game against the Patriots. Trent could barely walk, and he is working out before the game, trying to show that he can play in that game. And I'm watching the whole thing, and I'm like, they're not going to let him play.
Yeah.
And he was distraught. And I was just like, that's where NFL teams, I think, go to a different level when you got competitors like that. And I think there are plenty of them. But Kamari stands out. Maybe that's just recency bias. Because he was sitting next to me.
Yep.
There's no way he should have played in that Kansas City game.
Well, Johnny,
not at all.
The Charger game, he left the game.
Oh, yeah.
And whispered to his mom, and we're all wondering, did he whisper I tore my knee? No, he whispered basically, I'll be back in 5 snaps.
Yeah. It's funny. I was watching that game the other day, real quick, Shawnee. I was watching that game 2 days ago, and it was on the far side, so I couldn't see it from my vantage point.
Yeah.
But the TV cameras are right there. Petrie clipped him horribly. I just see Kamari's leg just get underneath and then boop. And I'm like, oh, God.
Yep.
How did he play the rest of that game?
Crazy.
And then here's the other thing. And I said this to Kamari. I said, look, it's one thing to go out there and gut it out and just be a body out on the field. But then to play the way that he did at Kansas City.
Yeah.
That's what's amazing to me.
He's
to
something
be
else.
hurt and then just suck it up and then play like that.
Yep.
Is pretty amazing. You would have never known if people didn't, nationally didn't know he was hurt. They would have been like, "Wait, he's got a broken foot or whatever the hell he had."
Yep.
Yeah, and did that to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Man, that tells you how good that dude is.
Johnny, you're the man. I appreciate you jumping on with me, brother.
Of course, dude. I'm gonna hang up and listen. Love you as always, man.
Love you too. Love you too, Johnny. Appreciate you. That's the great John Harris, Texans sideline reporter. Catch him on Texans All Access tonight. He just mentioned one of the guests. I'm sure that he and Vandy are going to be breaking down the schedule. Mark Vandermeer is going to join me in about 45 minutes or so, about 8:20, 8:25. Vandy will jump on with me. We'll get his thoughts on the schedule. By the way, the correct answer to that question about not wanting an x-ray was Kamari for current Texans. I wrote down on the back of the note card, Emeritus Brian Cushing. Cushing was the central focal point of the Texans schedule release video. We'll have the audio. You can take a listen to it. We'll play that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you, today's Friday. It's Men's Tea Clinic.
2. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a few texts, and then we will get to the Texans schedule release video, because the first text I'm looking at here, and big thanks to John Harris for joining me on the show for a nice solid 20 minutes of good football talk. Sean Pendergast with you. Seth on vacation today, flying solo. A few of you are asking... Someone said, Seth is a vet for taking the day off. Seth has a relative who's graduating today. Sorry, SUNY Binghamton can't move their graduation ceremony for Seth in the schedule release. So no, Seth, why is Seth taking a day off on such a busy day? Because he has a relative graduating. All right, that's why. He's not doing it just to take a day off. No, let me be very clear. Nobody takes fewer days off than Seth Payne. Seth works, man. So, no, he's got a family commitment that he's got today. It's all good, man. I got the text page. I got the schedule release. I got Joe Espada saying silly things. I got plenty of meat on the bone. I got Mark Vandermeer, who's going to join me in about a half hour or so, get his thoughts on the Texans schedule and the offseason so far. John Harris just joined me. We're about to play Brian Cushing in a minute or two here, because that's one text I'm looking at. Good morning, Sean. What are your thoughts on the Brian Cushing schedule release video? We're going to play the audio here in a second. The thing that I'll set it up in a minute, but there are other people on here that are very upset about the schedule, particularly all the cold weather games at the end of the year, a specific thing that I requested not happen. And people are saying, Sean, thanks for jinxing us with the promo that's running. Philly, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, all in December. Plus your week 1 cupcake is the Buffalo Bills. Sir or ma'am, I would say you also left out Washington in December as well. So you're selling me short, actually, as a jinx. I actually jinxed even worse than you're laying out in this text message. All right. So the Texans put out their schedule release. By the way, keep texting, 713-572-4610. We'll go back through my wish list at 8 o'clock. How did I do? I had 4 wishes for the Texans schedule, and the football gods and the schedule makers could not have taken a dump on my head and asked me how I like the hat that I'm wearing more than they did yesterday with the schedule they put out. But the Texans, like the other 31 teams, put out a video to announce the release of their schedule. And they call it the Super Bowl of social media, the schedule release day. And the Chargers crushed it again. The Chargers are like the Patriots of the 21st century with the schedule release. They crushed it again. Everybody's asking, are they going to take a swipe at Rossini and Vrabel? They did, 3 of them in their video. I like the Texans video. They don't take swipes at any of their opponents. The video is largely Brian Cushing acting like a complete psychopath as he announces all the games. I want you guys to picture this. If you haven't seen the video yet, you're going to hear Cushing banging his head with a helmet multiple times in this video. As the video progresses, he starts out in a suit and tie. As the video progresses, he gets more and more blood streaming down his face. He's ripping the sleeves off his coat. By the end of this video, he looks like somebody who got hit by a car and the car lost. Okay? He's got blood streaming down his face. He's got blood all over his body. He's yelling like a psychopath. He's being Brian Cushing, basically. Here's what it sounds like.
I'm Brian Cushing. You may remember me from absolutely losing it on Sundays. I'm here to humbly and calmly audition for the 2026 Houston Texans schedule release. Let's begin. Week 1, Buffalo Bills.
Hey, Brian, how about just a little bit more intensity?
Oh, okay, sure. Week 2, Cincinnati Bengals. Week 3, Indianapolis Colts. Week 4. Wait, what's my motivation here?
To release the schedule.
Right. Dallas Cowboys. Week 5, Tennessee Titans. Week 6, Jacksonville Jaguars. Week 7, New York Giants.
Why did you whisper?
I feel like less is more here. Week 8, unfortunately, no Texans football this week. My character would never say that. Week 9, Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay, pause it for a second, Byron. Pause it for a second. That's him slamming a helmet into his head 3 times. At this point in the video, he's got some serious crimson mask going here. He's got some blood streaming down his face. Continue. What are we at, about week 9, week 10? Continue.
Week 11, Indianapolis Colts.
He's ripping
Week
his
12,
clothes off.
Baltimore Ravens. Week 13, Pittsburgh Steelers. Week 14, Washington Commanders. Week 15, Jacksonville Jaguars. I'd like to explore an alternate line here where I just don't say anything.
Let's get one for safety.
16, Eagles. 17, Packers. 18, Titans. I look like a psycho. How was that?
We gotta do it one more time because we did not hit record.
What? No.
All right, we're good. And the rest is too hard to explain on there. I didn't hear that last part. My wife and I watched it in a bar last night. We got done with the event that we went to, and you know, still a little wired from being the keynote speaker last night. I said, you know what? Let's tamp this thing down and go get a drink. And we did, and we watched the video. So I couldn't hear the part. I heard fine the parts where Cushing's yelling and screaming. I didn't realize he was so angry at the end of it because they, quote, didn't hit record. And if you watch the video, you know that's a pretty funny ending to the whole thing. So good job, Texans. I don't know where the reviews are on that video, like where it's falling, because I haven't watched any. I haven't had a chance yet. I haven't watched any of the release videos other than the Chargers taking multiple swings at Vrabel and Rossini. I was not going to miss that. So I don't know where it's stacking up. I love that Brian Cushing's involved in it. I love this era of Texans football, that the guys back from that era are very involved in things here. I think that's very symbolic of where the organization is right now, that everybody's on board with what's going on with the current product, including the Texans, who were part of what I would say was the best era of Texans football up to this point, which was 2011 and 2012. You know, JJ and Andre and Cushing, and, you know, they're all around the team doing things again, so that's good. Good job, Cush. Now, unblock me on Twitter if you could, all right, if you're listening. If you could unblock me on Twitter, that would be great. I don't know that it was anything specific with me. I think Brian Cushing was going through something as a player where he was just blocking a bunch of media members, and I probably said something that got him sideways. I've since had many interactions with him, and it's gone fine. I just haven't told him that I haven't requested to his face that he unblock me on Twitter, because I don't want it to trigger what might have set him to do that, and then it was something really bad that I did, and then that version of Cushing that we just heard comes out, and then I look like he looks with blood streaming down my face. All right. Sean Pendergast with you. The show is Payne and Pendergast. Seth on vacation today. Up next, okay, so there's a bunch of you texting in blaming me for various elements of the Houston Texans schedule. Let's go through my wish list and see if indeed I am the jinx in all this. And what do we have to look forward to most with the Texans now that the schedule release has happened? What are the next few things? We'll talk about that, and I'll talk about that too with Mark Vandermeer, who's going to join me at about 8:25 or so on the show. We'll do all that coming up next in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay there.
If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, you, my friend, deserve compensation. You got a whole lot going on right now. The last thing you have to worry about is paying for bills that you shouldn't be responsible for. You call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Simple as that. They've been here in Houston for over 30 years, proud partner of the Houston Rockets, and they take care of Houstonians. They've helped out thousands of people who are in situations just like yours. And not only are they going to fight you to get you the compensation you deserve, but they're going to
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast in. Seth Payne on vacation today. He has a graduation of a family member. So this text that just got sent to me is not true. I'm in Cancun, this pick of that Green Bay game. I think the Texans are going to be a really, really good football team this year. Someone said if they're 13-4, is that good enough for a bye in the first round? Last year would not have been. Hell, last year 14-3 wasn't good enough for a bye in the first round. The Broncos went 14-3, and the Patriots went 14-3, and the Patriots lost the tiebreaker. Now they were able to get to the Super Bowl out of the 2 seed. For me, the Texans, I think the reasonable goal this year for the Texans is to get one of the top 2 seeds in the AFC. I think they have a team that if the moves they made on the offensive side of the football come to fruition and they work out the way we hope they do, I think this can be one of the 2 best teams in the AFC. And then at that point, you're guaranteed 2 home games in the playoffs. And I think if the Texans are playing 2 home games in the playoffs, I think they're going to be in the AFC title game. So if they're the 2 seed I'm talking about. So, yeah, I think that's a reasonable goal. But 13-4, Jags were 13-4 last year. They were the 3 seed and got knocked off in the first round by Buffalo. So it's we'll see what happens. We'll do the game-by-game thing again. If you missed it earlier, I'll go through them again at 9 o'clock. Don't worry. No, actually, we're doing Take a Mania at 9 o'clock. I'll go through them again later in the show, game by game. But the other thing I'm catching a lot of heat for right now from texters is the wish list that I put out on Tuesday or Wednesday. No, I think it was Wednesday this week. It was the day before the schedule release. Because I figure I got to get it out there before everything starts leaking with the schedule. Like if we get multiple leaks during the show on Wednesday, then, some of my wish list gets kind of scuttled. So I put this out there on Wednesday. And I want you guys to, if you didn't get to hear these earlier, let's see how the gods did in satisfying me. Byron, have the ding and the buzz ready here. Do you know where those are on the hotkeys? Okay, have them ready here, and we'll see how the football gods and really Mike North and the schedule makers answered the wishes of Sean T. Pendergast. Number 1, I wanted a cupcake in week 1, preferably the Tennessee Titans, mainly because I want the Texans to start out 1-0, obviously. Started 0-3 last year. That sucked. And B, I want them to break the record for longest winning streak in the regular season in franchise history. They're sitting on 9 consecutive regular season wins right now, which ties the Bill O'Brien 2018 Texans. So obviously these records can continue. They win in week 1, they'll set the franchise record. So did I get that wish? I did not. In fact, I got the complete opposite. Literally, I wrote in the rundown, cupcake in week 1, preferably the Titans. Not only did they give the Texans the Buffalo Bills, granted a team that can't seem to win here in Houston, but still, the Bills are favored in that game. The Bills are viewed as the better football team. They are one of the hardest teams on the schedule. They are the opposite of a cupcake. They're a big plate of Brussels sprouts or cauliflower or asparagus or something terrible that you don't want to eat when it comes to just the delectability of it. Now, in terms of the sizzle of it, it's pure porterhouse steak. It's going to be a fun week 1. But as far as the gods placating me, Sean Pendergast, they did a terrible job of that. And not only did they give the Texans the Buffalo Bills, they stuck the Titans all the way in week 18. They did the opposite of putting them in week 1. They put them in week 18. All right, so that's number 1. Number 2, the Bills in prime time. So I guess I'll tie these two together. I wanted the Buffalo Bills game to be in prime time because I wanted the world to once again, like Thursday Night Football last year, see the Texans squash Josh Allen like a bug and then really put their defense back on the map again this year like they did last year. The Texans' defense was good all season last year. They just didn't really start to get the recognition for it until they were above 500, until they did some things in front of a nationwide audience. You know, they climbed back to 500. If I'm not mistaken, with the win over the Titans, I believe, got them back to 5-5 in Week 11. The one where Matthew Wright kicked the field goal got them back to 5-5. That Bills game on Thursday night got them to 6-5. So now they're over 500. Oh, wow, it's Thursday Night Football. Oh, my God, they squashed Josh Allen again. I wanted them to play the Bills in primetime again this year so that they could do the same thing. They could, announce their presence with authority. Bills game, Week 1 noon. Week 1 noon, like the complete opposite of primetime. Not deep into the season where you got storylines. Not 7:15 at night, actual prime time. Week 1, noon. Complete opposite of what I requested. Number 3, no holiday gauntlet. Do not do that thing again that you did in 2024, schedule makers, when you gave the Texans a Week 14 bye week. Thanks a lot. And then you're playing Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore back to back to back in 11 days, 12 days, whatever it was. Don't do that again. Not at Christmas time. Don't do it again. There's going to be a Thursday night game or 2. Texans ended up getting 2. They play the Colts on a Thursday in Week 11. And then this stretch, I said no holiday gauntlet. What did they do? At Washington, home Jacksonville, your hardest division game. And then Christmas Eve in Philadelphia on Thursday Night Football. No holiday gauntlet. I asked for it. Did I get it? No. Here's your holiday gauntlet, Sean. What did you say? No holiday gauntlet? Yes, that's what I requested. Oh, good. Here's your holiday gauntlet. Last one, and I think this is the one that has the most people angry at me because it's running on a promo right now on the station, or at least it was. They probably pulled it now, unless they want people throwing dog poop at my balcony and whatnot. I asked the gods politely. I'm not an animal. I asked them politely, no cold weather. I was reasonable. Just keep the cold weather games to a minimum. Look, we know there's road games. There's going to be road games on the schedule. In Green Bay, cold. Philadelphia, cold. And I'm talking, like once winter rolls around. Washington, D.C., cold. Pittsburgh, cold. Cleveland, cold. Tennessee, John Harris said earlier, about an hour ago on this show, that the road Tennessee game a couple of years ago was the coldest game he's ever been at. So Tennessee, maybe not in the same realm as the Northeast cities or a place like Green Bay, which feels like it gets cold starting in, October. But Tennessee's got that club in its bag. So that's 6 games. So I was reasonable. I said, look, there's 6 road games that could wind up cold weather. Just don't bury us with cold weather games. 1, maybe 2. 2 I can deal with. They, starting in middle of November, where the Texans travel to Cleveland, other than Tennessee, all of those cities, the games in those cities take place after the middle of November. Cleveland is in mid-November. It's going to be chilly, at the very least, in Cleveland in the middle of November. And I know this. I used to live in Chicago. I went to school in Indiana. I've dealt with the Midwest before. It's going to be cold. But that's not the half of it. The other half is this. Starting in December, starting in Week 13, this is the stretch of football for the Texans. At Pittsburgh, Sunday Night Football. At Washington in Week 14, noon kick. Back home for Jacksonville. Again, your most important divisional game. The game against the next best team on your home turf. And then you turn right back around, and 4 days after that, you're playing in Philly on Christmas Eve. The meanest, nastiest people. Got a text from my aunt who lives in Philly, my Aunt Barb, my mom's sister. And she texted me yesterday. She's like, Birds are playing the Texans on Christmas Eve. I read it in her Philly accent. She's not mean. She's delightful. But pretty much everybody around her is mean. And then the Texans do get 10 days off before playing the Packers in Green Bay, the coldest of all those places in Green Bay. So they play literally a stretch of 4 out of 5 weeks where they are traveling to frigid temperatures in December and January. The only home game in that stretch is right in the middle, where it's the most important home game of the year against your division rival, against the next best team in your division. And 3 of the games are at night. So when you're looking at the temperatures for these cities and you're like, well, average high in Green Bay in January is 23 degrees. Average low is -9. I don't know if those numbers are right, but I've been to Green Bay in the winter. It feels that way. Just know that there's a better chance you're getting the -9 than the 23. I think Seth looked it up yesterday for D.C. Like the average high in D.C. and this is one of the warmer venues of the ones we just named, was like 42. Average low, I don't know, 20. Now, D.C., you're going to get the 42 because that's a noon game. But the other 3 games, all primetime games. People weighing in on the text page. Just take what seems like a negative and turn it into a... Oh, by the way, give me the buzz on that one. That was the worst. Give me 2 buzzes for that one. So I got none of my wishes. I got the exact opposite of all of my wishes. Text message. Just take what seems like a negative and turn it into a positive. So many late cold weather games sets up for potential cold weather playoff game. Just saying. I did say that earlier in the show. And I do feel that way. And I do feel like, aside from C.J. Stroud, who has not thrived in conditions like we're talking about, I think this team is built to be successful in these cold weather venues. Certainly on the defensive side of the ball, they're built to be successful in cold weather. On defense, you just need to be good at defense and have a bunch of maniacs on there. Check and check. I think offensively, they're building something. They're attempting to build something that works in cold weather. The way they're building the offense makes a ton of sense given the landscape of the AFC. The fact of the matter is you're building a team to win a Super Bowl. And if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, short of finishing 14-3 and everybody's got to come through NRG Stadium, which would just be the most delightful scenario ever, but I'm not going to say it's not realistic, but the odds are that's not going to happen. That's football. Again, the Patriots were 14-3 last year. They were the 2 seed. So you can be a great team and still not get the luxury of that. If you look around the AFC, that's what you're going to have to go through to get to the Super Bowl in all likelihood. There's probably going to be a road game in New England. There's probably going to be a road game in Buffalo, or there's a road game in Kansas City or Denver. All roads have not led through Jacksonville and Los Angeles to get to the Super Bowl in recent years. They go through places like Baltimore. So, even Cincinnati. I don't know if Cincinnati's going to be that good this year, but if they figure some things out on defense, they've certainly got plenty of offense to get the job done. So, I'm with you, Texter. I'm with you. That you got to look at this, especially if the Texans at that point in the season are a good team. You got to look at this as sort of a trial period to get you ready for traveling to cold weather. I think it's a good way to look at it. Text message: how are you crying about a schedule where we shouldn't lose more than 4 games? I'm not, Texter. If you listened earlier. I picked the Texans to win 13 games. I picked them to go 13-4. I'm crying about the fact that the football gods don't seem to like me. That's all I'm crying about. I like to be liked. I like being liked by football gods, by coworkers, family members, random people on the street, certainly people that own restaurants. I love being liked by them. Usually results in free appetizers and a free dessert from time to time. So that's all I'm crying about. And last I checked, there's no salty discharge coming from my tear ducts. I'm not crying. I'm complaining about the fact that the football gods just took their godlike hands and stuck a big middle finger in my face. That's all. All right. Payne and Pendergast. No Seth today. He's on vacation. I'm flying solo. Good day to fly solo. Day after the schedule comes out. We had someone asking me earlier, did you and Amy figure out where you're going for your bye week trip? I'll do that at 8:45. Maybe help you guys pick one out. There is one game that sticks out for me that we absolutely, I think, want to go to. My biggest fear is ticket prices for that game. But we'll talk about that at 8:45. We'll do Take a Mania at 9 o'clock. We'll run through the schedule game by game again in the 9 o'clock hour as well. If you missed it earlier, I'll give you my game by game take on the schedule. And if you're sitting in your office, your cubicle, in your car, people really like being able to play along in the car with that exercise. So we'll do that again a little bit later as well. But up next, Mark Vandermeer joins me on the show. We'll go through, we'll get Vandy's general thoughts on the Texans schedule, the Texans offseason. I'll ask Vandy the question we didn't get to in this segment, but now that the schedule's out, what are the things that he's most looking forward to in this upcoming several weeks here before we get to the long month of June and July before training camp gets here? We'll talk about that with the voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer, coming up next.
Ready. and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth on vacation today. I'm flying solo. Sean Pendergast, good to be with you here on a Friday. Hope you got a nice weekend planned coming up. Boy, people are chippy at me on the text page about all these cold weather games. 346 area code. It's all people with 346 area codes, too. Different people. You need to shut your yap about the cold. It's cold for both teams. It is true. It is cold for both teams. It's not cold for the Texans, though, over the course of 17 games, except in that last month. I've been looking forward to this conversation, and I can't wait to hear this man's thoughts on the schedule. Joining me right now here on a Friday, he is the voice of the Texans. He is Mark Vandermeer. Vandy, how we doing? How we feeling about this schedule, my friend?
Big games galore, Sean. I mean, this is loaded with real great marquee matchups from start to finish. The fact that you open up with Buffalo and the Bengals back-to-back at home, that is one kind of way to get out of the gate with some high-value, great entertainment. Now, these are tough quarterbacks. We all know it. I think you're going to get the best version of the Bengals probably in week 2. You'll probably get healthy Burrow. It won't be some backup. It won't be they exhumed the body of Joe Flacco again. It'll be Burrow. Josh Allen week 1, my goodness. Now, the thing I don't like, one of the things, and look, when we say we don't like things about the schedule, every team has things they don't like about the schedule. Yes. I want to be clear on that. Johnny and I were talking about it last night. If you complain about the Texans' schedule, start looking at your neighbors' schedules, and you'll say, oh, wow, okay, maybe we don't have it as bad as I thought.
Yeah.
Because I don't like opening back-to-back at home, and then all of a sudden you have 6 home games left and 9 road games, and one of them's London. But it is the way it is. When you only have 8 home games in this 17-game schedule, it's not always going to lay out the way you want. But the cold weather games do stand out, Sean. I heard you talking about that.
Yeah, no doubt about that, and we'll get to that in just a second. Boy, Vandy, I've gone through the schedule a couple times this morning already, but Bills-Bengals definitely stands out, as you said, and the fact that you get two of the quarterbacks there was a consensus 4 best quarterbacks in football going into last season, and 2 of them are on those teams, Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. But then, Vandy, how about the stretch of rivalry that we get the 4 games after that? You get the hated Colts in Indy, back here for the Cowboys. That doesn't happen every year. And then at Titans, London Jags. That is you get the 2 marquee quarterbacks followed by just a month of hated rivals.
Yeah, and as you and Johnny talked about, you burn up 4 division road games early in the season, which is really weird. But you talked about quarterbacks. Dak Prescott can kill you. I mean, say what you want about the guy, but we've all seen him when he's at his best. And the best version of Dak Prescott is a terror. Now, luckily you have one of the top 2 defenses in the league, wherever you want to put them right now, and they should be able to deal with things pretty well. But look, they could spring a leak here or there. You better be on your best behavior offensively early on so you can go toe-to-toe with these high-octane offenses with Allen, Burrow, Dak Prescott. Yeah. And look, I don't know how the Colts are going to be week 3. I don't know. Daniel Jones, is he playing? Is he not playing? But they still got Jonathan Taylor. I still think they could be very dangerous if they're anywhere close to where they were in the first 7-8 games last year. So it could be tough.
Yeah, no doubt. Mark Vandermeer, the voice of the Texans, joining me here on Payne and Pendergast, going through the schedule. Vandy, I'm just going to keep going kind of chronologically through here with the schedule. What are your thoughts on the bye week coming in week 8, not the week that you guys all get back from London?
I heard what you said earlier where, all right, you guys don't want the bye, but, we'll give you the Giants, or you have the choice to get the Giants, or the lightest opponent on your schedule at that point. I likened it to this, Sean. I thought maybe they said, all right, we don't want the bye. But at that point, are you getting in bye roulette where they could put the bye wherever they want on your schedule, and they just said, all right, it's a week later. And you're thinking, well, wait a minute. If it was going to be that, I might as well just have taken it. But maybe they do like it week 8. I think week 8 in general, without looking at London, is a pretty good time to have your bye because it was really early last year. It was really late the year before. It is what it is. But again, I'll take it. the Giants, one of those teams. They could be a lot better than you think. Who knows? You talked about Jackson Dart. He can't stop butting his head against the wall, so maybe he'll be out by then. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. And then, Vandy, we're in the midst of one of those patches of schedule it feels like we have every year where, like last year, I think it was I might have been, I don't remember when it was last year, but it feels like there's a patch of schedule every year where you're like, well, I know when it was. It was in between one of the home games and then the Niners game in Week 8 where the bye week was in there, and it's like, well, we won't be back at NRG Stadium or Reliance Stadium now for 5 weeks because there's a bye and there's 2 road games. And that's what that stretch is. After that Giants game in Week 7, it goes bye, at Chargers, at Browns, and then back home for Thursday night against the Colts. What are your thoughts on that stretch right there, being away from home for so long?
Yeah, and look, the Chargers, this is a really tough team. And I know you beat them in the playoffs a couple of years ago. You beat them last year. That turned into a much closer game than you wanted it to be last year, despite the 14-0 lead. Mm-hmm. This is a tough team, man. I don't know what Mike McDaniel's going to do with this offense. So you got to go out there and play them again, and they want it so bad. They want to beat you so bad. Then you go to Cleveland. Now, Cleveland can play defense. You know, they held Pittsburgh to 6 points late in the season. They beat the Packers at home last year. They can play defense. They've got the Defensive Player of the Year, all of that. I don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be, but it could be an interesting matchup, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
It could be a lot of fun to talk about going into that week. And, you know, then you come home for the Colts, the dreaded, hated, despised, deplorable horseshoe on a Thursday night at home. And we've played them many times in Thursday nighters at home. Hasselbeck in a diaper in 2015. That was at home. 24-0 run by Andrew Luck and company in 2014. You look at the 2019 game when the Texans had to have it after the Ravens blowout, and they got it. We've seen them a lot. Dan Orlovsky was a Thursday night in 2011. We got to get this one, Sean. It's big.
Oh, this is why I love talking to Mark Vandermeer. The historical context of everything is so good. And then the Ravens at home in Week 12. You know, we'll see. You know, when Lamar Jackson's been on the field, it hadn't been great against the Ravens. But Vandy, I want to make sure we get to this stretch. And these games kept coming out one by one yesterday with all these schedule leaks. And we reached a point, you know, Steelers, Week 13, Sunday Night Football, that leaked. And I said, okay, early December. But they played a cold weather game in prime time to much critical acclaim last year against the Steelers. And then the Washington game drops a week later. I'm like, all right, well, that feels like a little much going back and forth, maybe, or stay up there. I have no idea. And then that Eagles game drops. Thursday night, Christmas Eve. Philadelphia, 4 days after you're playing the Jacksonville Jaguars at home, your most important home game of the year. And I'm like, oh, my God, this is – and then Green Bay in Week 17. I have – can you remember anything remotely close to something – a schedule oddity like this, Mark, where you got 4 of your coldest weather games in a 5-game stretch, including a holiday game, over the course of essentially the final 5 weeks of the season before you play the Titans?
I don't have to look. There's never been anything like this.
Crazy.
And Green Bay on January 4th, it has no chance to be warmer than 10 degrees. I mean, come on, right? Philadelphia, Christmas Eve, blow out the breathalyzers on Broad Street, right? You can imagine the amount of alcohol consumed on a Christmas Eve in the city of Philadelphia for a primetime game. Nobody has to work the next day. My goodness. Yeah. This is going to be an absolute war. Now, good thing you have the mini bye after the Philly game, but it's a short week. I don't like short week travel for Thursday nighters. Now, they did it in 2017 when they went to Cincinnati, Week 2. They won that game. They didn't do it in 2016 at New England. These are tough situations, and that's a kind of long trip for the Texans. Yeah. I really want the league to look at Thursday night travel and keep it within the division as close as possible, because I think that's a fair way to do it. But look, they don't listen to me about these things. I think that's a really brutal stretch. All those cold weather games. And look, Cleveland is mid-November. That could not be so pleasant either.
100%.
But, Sean, if the Texans were Buffalo, Chicago, one of these, New England, and you saw the same schedule and say, all right, whatever. You know, it's just because we live in Houston, we have this cold weather lens on things. And I like that they played well in the cold weather last year at Kansas City. Yeah. They played well at Pittsburgh. They're kind of, I'm not going to say used to it, but they're more accustomed to it than you might think, at least most of this bunch, and I think they'll be ready for this.
Well, and Vandy, I think, if we're just looking at this through a positive lens, because at the end of the day, this is just football and it's fun as hell, that is going to provide, that stretch is going to be an amazing referendum on how they have tried to build this football team on the offensive side of the ball this offseason.
Yep.
They are building a team right now. They are attempting to build an offense that is supposed to go into those places and impose its will. And that stretch of football, and I think you're right, even starting with the Browns in Week 10, but especially those 4 games come December and January, is going to be the ultimate referendum on what Nick Caserio and that front office have tried to build this offseason.
It's a great point. We'll see what the offensive line looks like. I love the depth that they've gotten because we were excited about what they got in free agency along the offensive line. And then you look at the draft, and then I was even looking at OU playing Alabama in my office. I felt like John Harris because it was just on. But I was looking at Babechi Weewu playing center in that game and knocking big Bama guys back. And I thought, oh, you might have more options than you ever thought, And, of course, they know this, but that dawned on me as well. So I just think that they got a lot of depth up front. They should be able to run the football a lot better. They need to be able to run the football a lot better, in addition to the surgical passing game they're trying to install and really flourish with. Look, it's a process. We all know it. You have a lot of the same questions and concerns you did going into last year, but a different set of personnel members to work with, or at least new additions, and I think the result could be a whole lot better, and it needs to be with these cold weather games.
It absolutely needs to be, because the chances are you're going through cold weather at some point in the postseason as well, no question. Mark Vandermeer, the voice of the Texans, joining me. Hey, Vandy, before I get you out of here, question that Seth and I actually hit this yesterday, and I've been meaning to hit it today as well. Now that the schedule is officially out and that's in the rear view, we know what the schedule is going to look like, and that's always such a milestone date on the calendar. What, through a Texans lens, over these next several weeks, are you most looking forward to right now?
Well, as far as what goes on in the next few weeks, OTAs. We're going to get a look next week in all likelihood at the guys out on the field and just see them run around and throw the football and, how some of the new guys mix in. But we're not going to get a good look at this offensive line until training camp, know. And you remember, Sean, you were out there every day. You remember what it was like when Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter are just feasting in the backfield because they do it against all NFL teams, but really it was tough to get anything going. I encourage D'Amico Ryans to take those guys off the field more often. Heck, you do it in games. I've seen it. I've seen those guys off the field on first and second down. Take them off the field every once in a while, or at least more often than you did last year. Let the offense kind of get a little success here.
Yeah.
You're a sales manager. What do you do with a young salesperson? You give them a simple thing to sell, a simple package. Go on out there, get a little success, close some deals, and then we can ramp it up, amp it up, and build from there. Maybe they can do it that way.
Maybe. If you have just as far as like specific players go, Vandy, how excited are you, or just intrigued by Tank Dell and seeing what he's capable, or what what they have him doing out there?
I really want to see that. I want to see the rookies too, though, Sean. I was able to do a presentation on the history of the team to the rookies.
Yeah.
They asked me to do that, and you can imagine how much fun I had with this. At one point, I just put up a picture of a horseshoe, and I said, "This is the enemy." And I was just having fun. I said, "A lot of this is editorializing on my part." And they understood that. But even a guy like Lewis Bond. I put up a picture of Bill O'Brien, by the way, because he was coach here for a long time,
sure.
won a lot of games. I said, "Where's Lewis?" I said, "You probably have some good Bill O'Brien stories." But in any case, I want to see how these young guys assimilate. But I also, I want to see Tank. I want to see Jalen Noel year 2. Higgins was really coming on strong late. When you go back and look at some of the highlights the team puts out in their social media platforms, it is really interesting to see some of the amazing catches that Higgins was able to make. Some of the great plays Stroud made. We tend to, we're looking at the playoff game loss. Of course we are. But we got to look at some of the good, and they got to be able to get to that good when it matters most, not just throughout the season, because clearly you need it to get a good seed or whatever to make the playoffs, but when you get to that stage again. So let's see how they do.
Mark Vandermeer, the voice of the Texans. Vandy, what's going on Texans All Access tonight?
We're going to talk more about the schedule, Sean. We got a lot of things to discuss, and more on the wellness part of this football team with Megan O'Hanlon, one of the athletic trainers, because we're going to have her on to talk more about how they recover It's a real serious thing. We had Lad Harris on a few weeks ago. They have an amazing sort of wing of the building where they focus on that. And I think you've seen dividends already, no question about it, with their performance these last 3 years. This is the greatest era of Texans history.
Yeah.
You've never had 3 years in a row in the playoffs. Obviously never had 3 years in a row winning playoff games each of those years. So let's build on that. But they're really working hard to make it happen. So another guest talking about that kind of stuff to get the bodies back quickly, and they're going to need that this year with this schedule.
It's a huge storyline, especially as healthy as they were defensively last year. They're going to need that again. So that'll be good stuff. I'm looking forward to that. Hey, Vandy, you're the best. I appreciate you jumping on, man. Have a great weekend.
You are, Sean. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks. That's Mark Vandermeer, and check them out tonight. Mark and John, they do an awesome job on Texans All Access. 6 o'clock every weeknight here on Sports Radio 610. All right, I've had a few people ask the question, where are you and Amy going for the bye week? I'm going to let you guys help me choose this thing. We've identified a few different games. I think there's one that stands out that's obvious for Week 8 for us to go on, and we'll do Take a Mania at the top of the hour. That's all coming up next.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a few texts, and then I'll let you guys help me on what Amy and I should do for the bye week. For those who don't know, my wife and I go on a trip to a different football city, a different football stadium every year during the Texans bye week. It was basically written into our marital vows. She's a season ticket holder for the Texans. I am working every game day, so we don't ever get to go to games together. We both love going to football games. Find a woman who loves going to football games. If you listen to this show and you're a sports fan and you're not married, kids out there, find someone who likes going to football games. So we go to a different city every year. We've gone to some great places. We've been to Green Bay in November. We went to a Kansas City Buffalo game. One year we went to Tampa Bay for a game. Last year we did a double dip where we went to a Baltimore game on Sunday and then a Washington Monday night game against the Bears. That was pretty cool. So I'll get to our possibilities here in a second, but let me mix a few of you in here. I think we need to remind some of the listeners that CJ played college ball for 4 years in Ohio, for bleep's sake. He can definitely handle the cold. Here's a couple things. It wasn't 4 years. It was 3. He left early. And do we know he can handle the cold? I mean, he played in some cold weather games up in Ohio. The level of competition wasn't really to the level that the weather mattered in a lot of those games. The evidence at the NFL level is C.J. Stroud struggles a little bit with the elements. He threw 4 interceptions in New England last year in cold weather, and he put the ball on the ground literally 5 times against Pittsburgh in a game that they won the week before that. And they've gotten knocked out in the playoffs in cold weather the other 2 seasons as well, in Baltimore and in Kansas City. So just because you're saying he can handle the cold doesn't mean necessarily he can handle the cold. I think it's still a big question mark. Text message to me, dude, quit complaining on air. You sound like such a wuss. If the Texans are going to win the Super Bowl, they've got to prove they can win the tough games. Otherwise, they'll be the same old Texans. I'm looking forward to that Cowboy game. We should kill them. That's from Chris and Katie. Chris, I at least admire you putting your name on it if you're going to call me a wussy and a crybaby. Now all I need to do is go to Katie and find all the Chris's and pick out which one you are. But no, I am complaining that the football gods were so dismissive of me. That's a big thing I'm complaining about. If I sound like a wuss, that's through your prism. I think I'm just being a rational person here, saying, hey, man, 4 cold weather games in 5 games is a little suspect. That's all. Little suspect. As far as the bye week goes, so the bye week is week 8 for the Texans, not week 7. When the London news came out about week 6, my wife and I started just assuming that the bye week was going to be week 7, and that would be the week we would take our trip. So when the schedule leaks started to come out over the last 48 hours, we were looking at all the matchups in week 7. We're like, ooh, okay, this one's in L.A., and this one's in Seattle, blah, blah, blah. And then week 8, the bye in week 8 ends up being the reality of the whole thing, which has me very, very excited. Because the places we've been on these trips so far, Green Bay, Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Washington. And we've been to other places back before I got to 6'10", when we were boyfriend-girlfriend. We went to Chicago and Denver and New England. We've probably been to roughly a dozen or so football stadiums around the NFL. But we've got a few that we've been wanting to go to. And the biggest one that we've been wanting to go to, and granted now it's not the same stadium as it would have been the last few years because they're moving into a new stadium. But, man, at the tippy top of the list for us has been a Buffalo Bills game. I haven't opened up the ticket apps to see how much the tickets are costing, but the Ravens play the Bills in a noon game, by the way, because that matters, too, because the travel, I got to get back here, I can't be a primetime game or a Monday game, although we did a Monday game last year. Ravens at Bills is the crown jewel of Week 8. Sunday, November 1st is the date. So wherever we go, we're going to be there for Halloween, where I will be dressed up as a Texans fan. And then the next day at the game, I will dress up again as a Texans fan because I wear my Texans gear to these games. I'm not scared of the Bills Mafia. I'm going to wear my gear, and I'm going to proudly flaunt the fact that in Week 1, we whooped their ass. That's what I did last year when we went to Baltimore. because the Texans actually did whoop the Ravens' ass the week before in week 5, and then we went to the Ravens game in week 6, and I wore my Texans gear, chest puffed out and everything. But the choices are, for us, are Ravens, Bills, Colts, Jags, do a little AFC South scouting, and warm weather. It'll be probably pretty cold November 1st up in Buffalo. Maybe not like frigid, like Arctic, but it's going to be cold. So Colts at Jaguars, we're thinking about that one. Raiders at Jets, I mean, it's 2 crappy teams, but we love going to New York. So that's the only reason we're thinking about that one. We haven't been to New York probably since Lopez's son's wedding, a few years. So we thought about that one. Chargers at Rams, the battle for Los Angeles. That would be fun because there's a lot of stuff to do in L.A. SoFi is also on our short list of stadiums as well. And then Falcons-Bucks, that was an exact game we went to in Tampa Bay a few years ago. The only reason my wife's pining for that one is so she can go to Disney World. So I think it's going to boil down to either Ravens-Bills, Colts-Jags, which I would imagine the tickets won't be too unreasonable for that. And then I have no idea what ticket prices are like in L.A., and especially for Chargers-Rams. I don't know if that's a rivalry or not. It's the 2 L.A. teams. I don't even know if the Chargers have any fans. That's the thing. That's the one road game I'm not worried about at all is the Chargers. The Texans went and won there last year. The Chargers fans are all still in San Diego for the most part, whoever's left. But those are I'll probably put up a Pender poll with 4, with those 3 games. Ravens at Bills, Colts at Jags, Chargers at Rams. The easy one from a football and a stadium and an atmosphere perspective is Ravens at Bills. I'm just terrified that I'm going to open up the ticket apps on my phone because I like to go to multiple just to see what's out there, and I'm going to open it up, and to sit like in the nosebleeds is going to be $500 a ticket because I'm not doing that. I ain't doing that. All right, so help me out with that. What would you guys do? Text in 713-572-4610. Ravens, Bills, pay through the nose. Chargers, Rams, chill in L.A. for a weekend and watch the Chargers and Rams beat up on each other. Or go scout Texan opponents. Colts at the Jags in Jacksonville. Jacksonville's an underrated city, man. Jacksonville's underrated. They got a nice beach there. It's good. I've been to Jacksonville a couple times. You can text in 713-572-4610. Man, I'm not too happy about how damn expensive the Texans Cowboys tickets are. I haven't looked at that yet either. Maybe I'll do that during a break. For the Texans home schedule, I would imagine, as I'm just going through it in my head, the most expensive tickets on the they have a nice home schedule this year. It's only 8 games, but you got the Ravens on there. I'm talking for marquee value. Not necessarily likelihood of winning value, although the Texans should be able to beat any of these teams on their schedule. If I had to guess, purely a guess, I would guess Cowboy game most expensive just because proximity to Dallas, and not even proximity to Dallas. There's a ton of Cowboy fans that live in Houston. I would say Buffalo probably number 2 because it's week 1 and the Bills Mafia, they travel. Those tickets are going to be pricey. And I would say then probably Ravens. Ravens would be the 3rd most. Like, I don't know, maybe Jacksonville. I don't know that any of the division games pop, even with Jacksonville being a much better football team. So, yeah, I don't know that any of those. And then Giants, I guess, do the Giants have a lot of fans everywhere? I know they're kind of a blue blood team. Cowboys, you're going to pay through the nose. Bills, you're going to pay through the nose if you want to go to the game. And then, the Ravens game is in week 12. So that's the big thing with that one. If the Ravens game were like in week 3, I'd say, it'll be pricey, but not too bad. But who knows? By week 12, that could be one of those games that the announcers are saying, this could be a preview of the AFC title game. Those are 2 teams that are in the mix to do that sort of thing, the Texans and the Ravens. Typically has not worked out well for the Texans when Lamar Jackson's been on the field, so we'll see what happens. All right. Payne and Pendergast, no Payne today. Seth on vacation today. I'm flying solo today. Take a Mania. We do it every Friday at 9 o'clock. We will do it. We've got the champion, Dabo Sweeney, who will we've got several challengers that are going to try to take him down. Normally, Seth is judge and jury for Take a Mania. We're not going to cancel Take a Mania because Seth's on vacation. So I will assume the role of judge and jury for Take a Mania. And we will do that coming up next.
of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is time for Take a Mania. Bad takes try to take down the worst take from the previous week. We treat it like a wrestling belt, and we've been doing this for the better part of a year and a half now. I've got the title lineage at the bottom of our rundown here. I keep track of who wins the championship. We've had probably 50 champions along the way, something like that. It's rare that somebody holds the belt for longer than a week or two. We've had some long tenure champions. Angelo Cataldi, formerly of WIP in Philadelphia, saying Andy Reid is the biggest fraud in sports. That take held up mostly because Cataldi's so entertaining delivering it. We've had several others along the way. Andrew Perloff saying that Steph Curry's hamstring pull didn't matter, that all he has to do is shoot. He doesn't need a hamstring. I don't know that our current champ, who is, do you have Dabo Swinney ready, Byron? I don't know that this is one that's going to hold up for a long, long time, but it was good enough to win last week. This is Dabo Swinney, Clemson coach, doing what he does best, which is complaining about how poverty at a university is Clemson, Clemson is in this current NIL transfer portal environment.
We always got to, have a chip on our shoulder. Because it just is what it is. We don't have the alumni base that some places have. We don't have some of the things that some of the schools that we've played and had to compete with over the years have. It's just the way it is. But I've always we're 3-1 against Ohio State. We're 4-2 against Notre Dame. Notre Dame has their own TV station. They make their own rules. They print their own money. They got like a money machine in the backyard or something.
Okay, this was a bad take on many levels. And again, Seth was the one who chose this as the champion. So before any of you come at me, especially those of you who think that I'm being a big crybaby about cold weather games today, before some of you come at me and say, Sean, you just made that the champion because he was trashing Notre Dame at the end there. No, I didn't. Seth made him the champ. In fact, it's my duty today to, if appropriate, to find a take worse than that one, to unseat Dabo as the champion for the bad take, the Take-A-Mania belt. It was a bad take on Notre Dame because Notre Dame prints their own money. They write their own rules. What are you talking about? They didn't make the playoff last year. They were in the playoff all season long, and at the last minute, they decided to flip Miami and Notre Dame. So what the hell? I'm guessing if Notre Dame made their own rules, they would have made a rule to put them in the playoff last year. So that's a bad take. Also, to sit here and cry poverty, because Dabo hates the transfer portal and he hates NIL and players getting paid. Clemson's got a top 10 NIL collective. All right, they have money. It's not a poor university. There's a lot of very successful people, many of whom play in the NFL, that went to Clemson. Dabo's just a big crybaby, and in the end, that is enough to make him the champion. But let's see if he gets taken down by any of these contenders. We've got 4 contenders. This is Breece Hall, New York Jets running back, when he was asked at a press conference this week, hey, is there anything, you just got your new contract, 3 years, $45 million. Anything new you're looking to show off this year?
For you personally, what haven't you shown that you would like to show?
I think it's a lot. I feel like for me, I was having this conversation a few days. I feel like I'm the only running back that's consistently a top 10 back in the league that's not in that hasn't in the past been always in the most ideal situation. So I feel like now, AG and Mooj, I feel like they really put me in position with all the guys we brought in and the team we're building around us to really flourish and for me to really be myself. So, God willing, we stay healthy and everything goes as planned. I feel like this could be my best season for sure.
Nope, you're still on a bad team, Breece Hall. That's why it's a bad take. I've been in a bad situation the last several years, but now this is an amazing situation. Nope. Same coach, picked up a few guys. Geno Smith is your quarterback. It is not a good situation. Nice of you to put a good face on it for the sake of your team, but it's a bad take. However, it is not as bad a take as Dabo Swinney's take. So, Breece Hall, you are not the champ. Dabo Swinney remains the champ.
Did he do it? Cover!
Dabo kicks out. Dabo remains the champ. He kicks out. All right, this next one, The first one I'm going to play here, I don't know why I sounded Italian right there. The first one I'm going to play is Nick Wright. This is not the bad take. This is the setup to the bad take. This is Nick Wright with a take I completely agree with. I think this is one of Nick's best takes, saying that they should ban players from bringing kids to their kids to press conferences after they lose games.
Bringing children to press conferences after losses should not be allowed. And when we first saw it with, I think it was Steph's daughter, Riley,
right.
It was, not only was it adorable, here's the other thing, it was in the midst of them always winning, and all the press conference stuff was just celebratory. And so it was cute, and there was never oh man, I kind of need to ask him an awkward question, but he has this adorable child with him. Whether intentional or not, the ultimate effect is your kid is shielding you from what could be tough or uncomfortable questions. That is the point of those press conferences. I don't think after season-ending losses, when you're talking about your future with a team, that you should have your kid on your lap.
Okay, good enough. So we get the gist of Nick's take there. So this was Paul Pierce on his own stream on his YouTube channel, talking about Nick Wright's take on kids at press conferences.
First off, Nick Wright says the most ridiculous things, period.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not a fan. He knows
I like Nick Wright.
I know he knows it. But
he's a nice guy in real life.
Whatever. He says some of the most ridiculous things because he's pissed off. Suddenly, this is something that the players have been doing this for decades. Like decades. Now it's a problem. When somebody lose and have their kids up there, it's okay when you win now.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, he called a kid a clown. like, come on, though. Is this sports reporting? What is this? Like, what really is he talking about? Like, seriously, bro, I can't stand this dude.
Okay, so I think what we learned there is that Paul Pierce just doesn't like Nick Wright, and that's why he's got an issue with his take. I think that's the biggest reason. The things I disagreed with that Paul Pierce just said, Nick Wright says the most ridiculous things. Nick, like a lot of people on debate TV, say some things at times that are attention-grabbing, but having worked with Nick and knowing Nick, everything he says on his show, there is some basis or backup for it. He's pretty well-researched, very well-researched. And now this is not a take that requires any research. Nick just doesn't like, as do I, Nick just doesn't like players bringing kids to press conferences. I don't like it win or lose. Nick was specifically talking about it he was talking about Joel Embiid after a loss. Paul Pierce saying that they've been doing this for decades. I would say that doesn't make it right. Doesn't mean that they should be able to do it. Paul Pierce saying that Nick Wright called a kid a clown. He called LaMelo Ball a clown. LaMelo Ball's an adult. He called LaMelo Ball a clown. That's what you're talking about. However, Paul Pierce, as horrible as your take is right here, and I'm not a big fan of you either, the same way you're not a fan of Nick Wright, you weren't nearly entertaining enough with that bad take to take down Dabo Swinney, so you are not the champ.
Did he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out!
Okay. Next one. You got two more. Next one. Mad Dog Russo. This is Mad Dog Russo going off at the end of First Take a couple days ago when he was on Wednesdays. He's typically on Wednesdays, Mad Dog. He does not like former Rockets GM and now former Sixers president of basketball operations, because he got let go this week from that job, Daryl Morey.
Daryl Morey is the most overrated general manager, basketball aficionado in the history of the National Basketball Association.
I agree 1,000%.
Excuse my French. His ass from his elbow. He gave a fortune to freaking Harden, which is a disaster. He is disastrous. Daryl Morey, give me a freaking break. And everybody knows that Harden, forever he put his money in him. That was ridiculous.
Okay, so look, I'm a huge Mad Dog fan. People know that. I was giddy to interview Mad Dog Russo at the Super Bowl this year. We got fed Hall of Famers and different players and stuff. I was most excited to talk to Mad Dog Russo because I grew up listening to him. I idolized him. I also like Daryl Morey a lot, and I don't think, Mad Dog Russo makes Daryl Morey sound like he's Isaiah Thomas or something. just some horrible GM. Daryl Morey did a really good job here in Houston. Is Daryl Morey maybe a little overrated out there? Because I don't know why. I think a big reason why Daryl, especially here in Houston, why he got such latitude and grace is he was very good with the media. He was very accommodating to the media, and which is smart. Never obviously been a GM for a championship team, but I think we can all look at the Rockets teams he was the GM of, especially during the James Harden era, and say those are some pretty good teams he put together. So I disagree with the take that Daryl Morey doesn't know his ass from his elbow. Mad Dog Russo is entertaining, but I think it's just Mad Dog being Mad Dog. You can have that opinion. So I'm going to keep Dabo Swinney as the champion for now.
Did he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable.
Okay, last one here, and this is one we played earlier this week. This is Stephen A. Smith. This was the day before Game 5 of the Spurs-Timberwolves series. Game 6 is tonight. Game 6 of the Cavaliers and the Pistons is tonight as well. Good night of basketball tonight. 2 Game 6s. So this was after Game 4 where Wemby got kicked out, and we learned that he wasn't going to be punished. He wasn't going to get a suspension. There wouldn't be a fine. The NBA is, to zero surprise, was going to do nothing to punish Victor Wembanyama for what was clearly an intentional elbow at another player's chin. They said, he doesn't have any priors. If they're being honest, they're like, he's why people are tuning in to watch on TV. That's probably what they're thinking. But this was Stephen A. Smith saying that maybe the Wolves want Wemby out there in Game 5.
How do you know he don't have a problem with it? How do you know they don't want Wemby on the basketball court tonight? They might want it. Even though he's 7'5", you keep saying 7'7", he's 7'5". But they might want him. They might want him out there. You understand? And Big Perk, especially because, again, this is not the Diesel. If there's somebody like Shaquille O'Neal walking around 330, 340, you understand, and dunking on your mug, that would be different. But because of how skinny he is, you might have some cats that might want him out there. As great as he is, they might want him out there just so they can make sure he feels them a little bit tonight. You never know.
Okay, this is how bad that take was, is that Kendrick Perkins completely disagrees with it. If Kendrick Perkins is completely disagreeing with sometimes that can mean it's a good thing. But if Kendrick Perkins is looking at your take, like if he thinks it's a really, really bad take, then it's got to be a really bad take. Perk thinks that Stephen A. Smith is out of his mind here.
I'm willing to bet everything that I have that if you took a poll, a survey in that Minnesota locker room, whether they want Wemby on the floor tonight or him not on the floor, I guarantee you they will say they don't want him on the floor.
Okay. Yeah, like what the hell are you talking about? Like he's a finalist for the MVP. He's been skinny his whole career. It's not like he just became skinny. It's not like this is an injury. I think they might, if like this were a hamstring, I think they might want Wemby out there, damaged goods. He's got a hamstring or he's got a rib injury. He's got whatever. He's been skinny his whole life. So just a terrible, terrible take by Stephen A. Smith. I know Seth would argue that, Seth started to argue yesterday when we played this. By the way, the Spurs won by 29 points. In that game that Stephen A. Smith said that the Wolves might want Wembanyama out there when he was out there for that game, Wembanyama had 27 points and 17 rebounds and 4 block shots. So it ended up being not only a bad take, but proven to be just a completely ill-advised take based on how Wembanyama played. Seth would argue that we're getting into a range with Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins when Perk has bad takes, where do we reward people for almost trying to be bad with their takes? Because nobody could possibly think that the Wolves would want an MVP finalist who routinely blocks 5 to 10 shots a game on the floor. I'm not ready to give Stephen A. Smith immunity or to make him ineligible for Take-A-Mania. I am ready for him to hold the belt once again. Dabo, you're off the hook. Stephen A. Smith, winner. All right, so there you go. New champ. New champ in the house. Stephen A. Smith is the champion of Take-A-Mania. He's been the champ before. If I look down at the title lineage here on our rundown, He was on the previous times where Stephen A. Smith was the champion. April of 2025, before the NBA playoffs, where he predicted Russell Westbrook would be the reason that Denver gets to the NBA Finals. That did not happen. Stephen A. Smith blaming Kevin Stefanski for Shedeur sucking. There's that one. And then Stephen A. Smith talking about how Eric DeCosta should have handled the Max Crosby situation. So he's a 4-time champ now, Stephen A. Smith. Might be the most decorated Take-A-Mania participant of all time. A lot of you weighing in on where Amy and I should go to the or for the bye week. Texans bye week, week 8. Ravens, Bills. The 3 choices are Ravens, Bills, Colts at Jags, and the Bills game is in Buffalo. Ravens at Bills, Colts at Jags, Chargers and Rams in L.A. to go to SoFi. Someone's asking, would you go to an international game during the Texans bye week? I would not. I just don't feel like traveling internationally. It would take that'd be too many days off during football season, so I would not travel internationally during the Texans bye week. Ravens, Bills. This is from Carew Cali. Oh, no, that should be Screw Cali, I think. This person is saying, go to Ravens, Bills, F the Colts and the Jags, screw Cali. Okay, so Ravens, Bills getting some love. Colts, Jags is getting a little bit of love, too. Jacksonville's a fine city, and it's an AFC South game, and the tickets probably aren't super expensive. That matters. So, yeah, keep weighing in. Keep weighing in. Sean, you're saying the football gods were not good to you. One, and if you missed earlier in the show, I'm saying that because every wish that I had for the Texans season got not just ignored, but ignored with great prejudice. Sean, you're saying the football gods were not good to you. One, everything happens for a reason. Two, it's all part of God's plan. 3, God never gives you more than you can handle. 4, this too shall pass. I mean, the football gods aren't the same as the biblical God, but I appreciate the perspective that you're providing on this particular situation. 0373 on the text page. All right, if you missed it earlier, I did my game-by-game prediction for the Houston Texans. I also have another question about road trips getting asked. Not about me and Amy, but another question about road trips getting asked on here for the Texans that I will get to as well. But the game-by-game, if you're in your cubicle, your car, your office, your kitchen, and you missed it earlier today, I will give you my game-by-game journey through the Texans season coming up next.
Ready? The Texans schedule is out. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. No Seth, just me flying solo today. And lots of schedule talk here on the show today. Texans schedule dropped yesterday. A lot of you weighing in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the feedback. Let's do this. If you missed it earlier, this is my game-by-game journey through the schedule here for the Texans. All right, let's start. Week 1, Bills, noon kick. The Texans have really had the Bills' number over the last few years. And Josh Allen's never won at Reliant Stadium when it was named NRG Stadium. I like that they're opening the season with the Bills. Look, I know my wish was open the season with a cupcake like the Tennessee Titans in Week 1 so you can extend that regular season winning streak. But it is kind of fun having a marquee matchup to look forward to throughout the entire offseason into training camp. Like the training camp is going to be a build-up to a game between two teams that definitely have Super Bowl aspirations, two teams that definitely feel like they can be the team coming out of the AFC. That'll be really cool. And I have the Texans winning that game because that's what they do. They beat the Bills. And then the Bengals come to town next week. And you're going to get Josh Allen and Joe Burrow back-to-back weeks. That's kind of fun because we'll get to find out what this defense is all about early in the season here. Two of the best 5 or 6 quarterbacks in the NFL, I think, right? With the Bills and the Bengals, Texans winning that one too. They go 2-0 to start the season. You know I'm not having them lose to the Colts in Indianapolis because they've been beating the Colts in Indianapolis predating DeMeco Ryans. They beat the Colts in Indianapolis to get the number 2 pick in the draft, not the number 1 pick in the draft. And DeMeco, that's what he does. He beats the Colts in Indianapolis. Win 3-0. I'm definitely not having them lose to the Cowboys at home in Week 4, although there have been folks on the text page saying, man, the Cowboys could be a little sneaky this year. I do like some of the things they've done this offseason. They ain't beating the Texans, nor are the Titans in Week 5. Texans are starting 5-0 to begin this season. Yeah, I'm going to have them lose a game at some point here. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to have them lose in London to the Jags. I'll give the Jags the benefit of the doubt that they'll have been there a week already. They'll have acclimated. They know the drill in London. Texans are going to eventually lose a game here. And I'll have them losing. In London seems like a logical one at least. So they lose to the Jaguars in London, 5-1 to start the season. No way they're losing to the Giants in their soft bye week that they're getting after the London game. So they're 6-1 going into the bye in the world according to Sean. I have them losing to the Chargers coming out of the bye week. One, DeMeco Ryans has not been great coming out of the bye week as a head coach here. That's number one. Number two, the Chargers are getting their 2 tackles back. I'm assuming both Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater are going to be healthy in Week 9 for this team. That is a huge, huge thing for the Chargers. And I just think really highly of Jim Harbaugh. Goofy as he is, I think he's a really good coach. Getting that team to the postseason last year with the injuries they had on the offensive line was pretty impressive. So the Texans start the season 6-2, losing to the Chargers. Ain't losing to the Browns in Cleveland. Ain't losing to the Colts on Thursday Night Football. So they are 8-2 to start the season. They will lose to Lamar Jackson at home because until I see the Texans defend Lamar Jackson, this predates DeMeco Ryans, I have a hard time picking. I know they beat the Ravens last year, but the Ravens were missing like 30 guys from that game. So that would make them, 8-3? 8-3. 8-3 with 6 games to go. And now the fun begins. This is where the Arctic Gauntlet begins for the Houston Texans. At Steelers, Sunday Night Football, Week 13. That's December. It's December 6th, I believe. Win. They beat the Steelers there last year. Why wouldn't I pick them in a playoff game? Why wouldn't I pick them this year to beat the Steelers in prime time, at night, in the cold? Win 9-3. Commanders the following week. Noon game, so it's not going to be bitter cold, we hope, in Washington. So I'm going to take the Texans there, too, with a win over the Commanders. I think the Commanders are more like last year's Commanders team than the one 2 years ago that made it to the NFC title game. All right, so that makes them 10-3 with 4 games to go. I don't think the Jags sweep the Texans this year. I've got them losing in London and winning at home so that they beat the Jags to go 11-3, if I have my numbers right. Yeah. I have a hard time picking the Texans on Christmas Eve against the Philadelphia Eagles. I just can't believe they got handed another holiday gauntlet. And this one, it is wild. And people are, I know some of you are going to construe this as me complaining about it. I'm not complaining about it. I'm complaining that the gods didn't honor my request, but I find this schedule to be highly intriguing. So Eagles Thursday Night Football, 4 days after you just played your toughest division opponent on Christmas Eve. That's a loss. So that's 11-4. Packers Monday Night Football 10 days after that. So that's 4 cold weather games among 5 games. 3 of them are at night. And they're all against playoff teams from last year. The night games, that is. Not the Commanders. They stunk. But the Packers Monday night game, John Harris gave them a win earlier. I'm going to keep Johnny's dub in there. So we're going to keep that dub, and then there's no way, if the Titans game means anything, like if the Texans have a reason to play, and with this record that I've given them, which is 12-4 going into the final week, they could very well be playing for seeding in this thing. They could be playing for the 2 seed, could be playing for the 1 seed at 12-4, possibly. So if they have to play their guys in Week 18, which I think with a 12-4 record you might have to for seeding purposes, they'll beat the Titans in Week 18. So I got 13-4. Let me go to the phones now. And people weighing in on the schedule on the text line, but I'm going to go to the actual phones right now and talk to my guy Larry in Stafford, who among Texan fans might even have a more optimistic view than 13-4. But let's find out. Larry, what's going on, dude? How are you?
You know I'm good, Sean, man. And, it's always good when you fly solo, man, because you get to show the world that skill set you got, man, on being able to handle your business the way you do. You damn right I got them better than 13-4. I got them at 15-2 or 16-1. Look, the NFL knows what they're doing. They are trying to justify to see if we are for real. And it's about time for these boys to show them that we for real. So I don't give a damn about the fact that they back in that schedule with all them cold games, because I saw Jalen Petrie almost kill Kansas City receiver in Kansas City in the cold, and then I didn't see them boys wearing no sleeves, no Under Armour, no nothing. Daniil Hunter went out there like he didn't give a damn if it was 0 degrees out there. Look, you have to play who you going to play. And so the NFL loads up the schedule, and they do what they do. But if you are going to be taken serious, you have to play these kind of teams. I wish they would have loaded up the whole schedule with all these so-called top 10, top 15 quarterbacks that everybody swear that C.J. Stroud is not, so that we can really go out there and show them what this offense is going to be like now that we ain't got Tank back and we ain't added a center, and then, that boy Wyatt Taylor and then Braden Smith, we know them some old mean-ass dudes. So I'm looking forward to the schedule. I'm looking forward to traveling. I'm going to go ahead and buy me some cold weather gear, because Green Bay, y'all know it's going to be cold as hell up there. And I don't give a damn about Philly throwing batteries at nobody, because if you're going to throw batteries, that just means that we ain't kicked y'all ass in Philadelphia. Son, look, it's a fun time for me, because I think I'm going to try to go over the pond, too, because anytime I can go to London and have me some fish and chips, I'm all good with that. But here's the thing. The only miss that I have with the NFL is the fact that they didn't put them sorry-ass Cowboys on Sunday night or Monday night with us so we can ruin their damn season. They put us at noon at 4 o'clock or noon at game number 4 in H-Town. The last time they ass came here, I think they ruined tailgating. This time, we're going to send their ass back to Dallas with nothing to do but frown, because Jerry Jones know his ass got a squad that can't mess with us in our hall.
I appreciate the phone call, Larry. Appreciate you weighing in. I knew it. Larry, 15-2, 16-1, planning his trips already overseas. Yeah, the schedule from an opponent standpoint before the bye week, it's got some good sizzle, because it's Bills-Bengals to start out. You get Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, 2 of the, I think, consensus best half dozen or so quarterbacks in football. So the Texans defense gets tested early, and I love, too, that this is a chance for C.J. Stroud to go heads up against these quarterbacks. I know it's not all the quarterbacks, but it's the only position that has a win-loss record attached to it on Pro Football Reference. If C.J. can go 2-0 to start the season against Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, that's a great start to a contract year for a young guy. So there's that. So you got Bills-Bengals to start, and then you got 4 rivalry games right in a row. You got all 3 division road games with the Cowboys game at home embedded in there. You know, if I had to guess, and you ask Texan fans to fill out a ballot of who do you feel the biggest rivals are for the Houston Texans, and you had to fill it out like an MVP ballot where you rated them 1 through 5, it'd actually be a fun exercise to go through. I think all 3 divisional opponents are in there. And keep in mind, the Texans don't have a long history. You know, they've only been around. This is the 25th season. I think all 3 division opponents would be in there. I would think the Cowboys would be in there just based on geography and everybody hating Dallas. I don't even know who the 5th team would be. I just know that 4 of the 5 teams would be those 4 teams that they're playing in weeks 3, 4, 5, and 6. And 3 of those are the divisional road games, which is really weird that all the divisional road games get pushed to the side that early in the season. So I like that, but it's not too sexy. It's just noon, London, noon, and then the bye week. And then the schedule just goes off the rails after the bye week. The schedule is hammered and drunk after the bye week, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And Larry already said he's planning his trips. He's planning a trip over the pond because anytime he can go get fish and chips in London, he's got to go do that. Don't anybody tell Larry that you can get fish and chips here in the United States. Let's let him think he has to go to London to get his fish and chips. So, yeah, I've got the London trip. I did a post or an article for the Houston Press next week where I rate the road trips for Texan fans for this thing. And London's at the top just because it never happens. Honestly, Packers would be number 2 for me. Packers would be number 2. Week 17, Monday Night Football, Green Bay Packers is I've been to Green Bay a couple of times. It's amazing, and it's Week 17. And while those 2 teams are in different conferences, that game is probably going to be meaningful for both teams. Not heads up against each other, but meaningful in terms of the standings, divisions, seeding, whatever the case may be. Appreciate the phone call, Larry. All right, so I gave my game-by-game predictions. The fellas on In the Loop are going to jump in a little bit early with me here as I've been flying solo all day today. Seth Payne out on vacation. Appreciate everybody tuning in and participating and listening. We'll get the early thoughts from the guys on In the Loop on what they're vibing with the schedule here. We'll do that coming up next. And final segment, we'll find out what the question of the day is, too, from the fellas as well. But I want to tell all of you out there that are planning for the World
Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, is this, should we be coming back here? We're just doing a show off the air between myself and the fellas on In the Loop, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig in studio on this side of the glass.
Yeah. We clearly haven't done enough radio, so we made you do some more radio on the break.
I appreciate that, man. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, Seth on vacation today. I've been flying solo, so the fellas jumping in a little bit early here. And we'll get some audio in a little bit about a non-scheduled topic that sets up the question of the day. But how you fellas living? Everybody doing good? Feeling
fantastic. Good? It's Friday. It's scheduled day. And man, there's so many things to talk about.
Gut reaction from each of you. Just gut reaction to the Texans' schedule.
Toughest that I can remember. Tougher than any of us could have possibly imagined.
So you think one of the things I had in the rundown was just scale of 1 to 10 degree of difficulty. It sounds like you're like a 9 or a 10.
9 plus.
9 plus.
Yeah.
Because of the winter?
Because of everything.
Because winter is coming?
Because of everything. and yeah, winter is coming. Could you have had – you would have wanted an easy opener. Nope. You would have wanted a soft opening to the schedule.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I wished for.
You would have wanted a bye week after traveling to London.
Yeah.
Nope.
Didn't get that.
You would have wanted home cooking. Nope.
Yeah.
You have two separate parts of the schedule where you play 4 or 5 on the road.
Yeah.
You would have wanted cold weather games earlier in the season.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Everything.
All right. Yeah. I'm going to go around the horn here. Figgy.
Yeah, I wonder who pissed off the Texans at this point, man,
Yeah.
because on top of what Lopez said, I think I heard Johnny Harris saying this last night on Texas All Access. They got 4 back-to-back road games throughout the season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So 4 times where they go back to back on the road. God, I even thought about that.
Yeah, and then we all thought the bye week was going to happen after the London game, but
Yeah.
nope. I mean, at least it's a home game
Against the Giants.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the home game against the Bills or
But that
the
makes
Jags.
it harder.
Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, that's a game that I just checked.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's a game that I just checked.
That now they're playing the Giants with some degree of distress on them.
I feel like if I was the Giants, I'd be coming in a little more prepared. Like, okay, this is a team that just came across the pond.
Yeah, we might win this one.
We might have a chance to face a tired team.
Yeah. What about you, Reggie?
I'm a little less up in arms about it. This feels like some of the difficulty was just inherent with the schedule that you were going to get. There's a lot of difficult teams on it.
Yeah, there's very few patsies on this.
No, and I think that's the nature of just unfortunately the way that this lands scheduling wise. For me, I think that there's honestly there's as many kind of positives that are not really seen as there are kind of the negatives that we'll bring up.
Okay.
It just feels like, hey, man, this is a schedule and ultimately no excuses for this particular Houston Texans team.
Yeah, I feel like all 32 teams have some sort of beef with their schedule.
Sure.
It's just the way it's not going to land perfect for every team. I just in going through the pre-bye week stuff, I love the juice that the games had before the bye week.
As a fan, yeah.
As a fan, I loved like the opening two. Now, Vandy pointed. I had Vandy on earlier, and he pointed this out. He's like, yeah, it's really cool to have Josh Allen and Joe Burrow coming to Reliant Stadium for the first 2 games. Mm-hmm. These are 2 of the best 5 quarterbacks in the league. That's really cool. And depending, regardless of the outcome, even if you win those 2 games, you just burn through 2 home games.
Yeah.
In a season where the AFC is on the wrong side of the home, the 8-9 home game thing. So you've only got 6 home games the rest of the way. I can't believe. I mean, obviously the winter thing. That was just a continual kick in the junk to me throughout the day yesterday, because it was like, okay, Steelers, Commanders, haha, that's pretty funny, schedule makers. That's pretty good. And then when Christmas Eve with the Eagles came out, I'm like, okay, now what did we do here?
Yeah.
I remember texting somebody or saying to somebody, I'm like, yeah, okay, because we're looking at that grid that Nerding on NFL puts out, and there were still the 18th game was going to be the Titans at that point because the other division games were all spoken for. But there was that Week 17 and a few other empty spots still. I'm like, if they had a real sense of humor, they'd put the Packers game in Week 17. They put it on Monday Night Football in Week 17.
It's January. It's not even December.
3 of the games, right? Three of those 4 games are at nighttime, and I just think it's wow. But I said this to Vandy earlier, and I'm curious what you guys think about this. That stretch of football where they're playing at Pittsburgh, at Commanders, and then obviously they come back home, but then they go at Eagles, at Packers. Those 5 games, but really those 4 road games, that will be the referendum on their offseason this year.
Yeah.
Their offseason primary goal, stated goal, really. I mean, Nick has said it in press conferences, we've wanted to get more physical this year.
Yeah.
And they're doing that because they have said, we want to run the football. Nick and D'Amico have both said the words literally, we will run the football this year.
Yeah.
And so that, you don't go win those games if you can't run the football. We saw when they ran the football in the playoffs, we saw it.
Yeah.
Against the Steelers, 166 yards on 30 carries or whatever it was. They won the game going away. Even with bad quarterback play, they won that football game. The next week, Woody Marks had 17 yards on 14 carries, and not only could they not get out of their own way, but the quarterback felt like, I got to put this all on myself. And what did he do? He threw 4 picks in the first half. That stretch of football will be the referendum on what Nick Caserio has done this year to try to create the same culture on offense that they have on defense.
No, I absolutely agree, and throw in the cold weather, potentially bad weather. It's going to be cold, we know that, but potentially bad weather, and that's even more so run the ball. But it's even, and let me ask you what I asked Reggie and Figgy yesterday. What are your feelings? What are your thoughts on the Texans' defense in December and January in these games versus C.J. Stroud in December and January in these games?
The biggest
you talk about a referendum.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, because that's that. Right, because defense is supposed to travel to these places, right? Like the cold weather isn't supposed to affect the defense. My biggest concern for the defense that late in the season is, are they as healthy as they were late in the season last year?
Yeah.
That's been my biggest concern with the defense is they just got unprecedented. I say unprecedented luck with health, and then I'm thinking, boy, if there's anybody on that defense who I'm talking about right now who's listening, like Kamari Lassiter could be listening right now. He's like, I played 16 games last year, but half of them were with a foot injury.
Yeah.
A lot of it, the reason that those guys played as many games as they did is because they're tough as nails.
Correct.
Derek Stingley was playing through stuff all last year. But that's my biggest...
But then my point is, with our latest 2 examples of C.J. Stroud in bad weather games...
Yes.
Was the worst. So, yes, the defense I don't have a worry about.
I don't either.
But then there's the referendum on C.J. in those games 4 times.
No doubt. And to that end, I think he needs a running game to go with him in order to succeed in that referendum.
Now, one of the things, because we have mentioned it a lot, right, going on the road late in the season against, pretty admirable matchups, I think that if we're talking about the offense, would that not be the circumstance where they are best situated for it? There's not just one full year under Nick Haley's belt, then pretty much the majority of the next year figuring things out, hopefully. And so if they are, capable of putting their best foot forward at that point in those type of adverse situations, this would be the place. And if they can, I think that would, as you mentioned, be quite the litmus test as to what you're doing here offensively.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, at that point, we'll have a really good idea of what Nick Haley is at that point in the season, right? Week 13 of this coming year.
Well, that's another factor.
Well, what's your optimism level on Haley right now? I mean, Seth and I were talking about that earlier this week. Just what do we have blind spots right now, right, with the Texans because we're so close to it and they're excited about the offseason and the draft and this and that. And is Haley's progress in year 2? Are we just? I feel like we haven't talked about Haley enough this offseason because C.J. Stroud has taken so much of the attention away from that. But is that a blind spot for us right now?
I mean, to some degree, but I think also some of this is just how do you supposed to evaluate it because they did improve, like that was very clear.
They got better as the year went.
However, where they started from was somewhere where if they did not improve, it would have been catastrophe.
The start was fire Nick Haley after 3 weeks,
right? And so. Yeah, I think that there's still capability for this to get better. I think we acknowledge a number of times how they lost tight ends before we even got here. And it feels like he's a dude who spiritually wants to use tight ends in what they want to do. Right? Did not have Joe Mixon.
Spiritually, yes.
Did not have Joe Mixon. Did not have an effective offensive line. These are things that you kind of need. However, the thing that I was talking about with these fellas yesterday was the good offense coordinators, especially in the modern iteration of the NFL, you usually have an inkling of it pretty early.
Yeah.
That's the thing that scares me about Nick Haley is that I don't have that inkling early on. I'm like leaving room for the possibility for development.
Yes.
But we don't have that. I don't have that feeling where I go, oh no, there's good in there and it'll come out. I'm like, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
And that scares me.
I'm in the same
My
spot.
thing is passing game, 100% passing game. What is he going to do? How is CJ going to embrace it? I mean, let's just be honest. It's the story of the season. It's the story of the offseason. And is he capable of dialing it up?
Yeah.
Because they're and it ties in with the schedule. They're going to be in situations where they're behind, and they have to throw the ball.
Yep.
And CJ has to be able to do that.
Yeah. What did you guys think of the schedule release video by the Texans?
They had one.
Honestly, I think the primary one wasn't my favorite of them. I love
the Cushing.
Yeah, I love
the Cushing video.
Yeah. It felt very niche, obviously, to Texans audiences, which maybe that's not the worst way to go about things. But also, it was cool. It was fine. I think that, honestly, the thing I enjoyed a lot more was Toro's video of him doing, acting as if he is the hydraulic press, crushing different things that represent the various different opponents for the Texans.
Did he do one like that this year, too?
Yes, it did.
So they did 2 videos.
Yes.
Okay. I hadn't seen the
Texans
Toro
did
one.
and Toro did one.
Oh, okay. I got you. Look at Toro.
I feel like Toro looked over their shoulder and was like, I'm going to need to put one extra one in.
Feel like Toro's been learning how to use AI this offseason.
He went into the meeting room and said, hey, who's the Hall of Famer here?
Yes.
You got to use the Texans and you got Toro.
Toro's like, I learned how to use Splice and CapCut.
Yes.
It really did look like he commandeered a camera real quick and was like in the back room before someone called him.
I haven't seen it. I gotta go check out the Toro video.
I would implore you to check it out. Obviously, Toro's account, which I'm sure you're following, John.
I do follow. Yeah, Toro's a listener to the show.
Yeah, go ahead and check in.
He sign languaged that to me when I saw him at the stadium. He never talks. Yeah. Did you like the videos, Figgy?
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
I kind of ranked the AFC South videos. So I feel like
I haven't seen the only other video. Sorry to interrupt you. The only other video I've seen is this snippet because I was busy last night.
Yeah, sure.
The snippet of the Chargers.
Oh God,
clowning Rossini and Vrabel. I had to go see that.
Sure.
Yeah,
Continue,
you gotta watch that one.
The chart. Yeah. The Halo thing. Yeah.
But the AFC South, I actually ranked their videos.
Okay.
I got the Titans #1.
Okay.
I thought they was pretty fun.
That was Amy and I did watch that one when we were at the bar. That was the one where they found lookalikes, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was pretty funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, that was pretty. Some of the lookalikes were horrible.
Yeah.
It was great. It was really funny. Yeah.
Yeah, the Colts, they did the Simpsons.
I had them very, very high.
One of the best.
That was really good.
Honestly, I think that as much as the Chargers still the cream of the crop, I think because of the subject matter of Halo versus the Simpsons with the Colts, I think for you, and maybe I'm judging a little more, I feel like it lands better with you.
Definitely. I've never played Halo.
Yeah, because a lot of people probably didn't even know what Halo was.
Right.
Including me, I wasn't that familiar with Halo.
Yes.
And honestly, if you're going to try and find something in the cultural zeitgeist that hits most people, The Simpsons is it.
Oh, that literally the longest running anything going on right now is The Simpsons. Okay, and the Colts are right there with the Chargers in terms of the reputation of the social team with these videos. Like they're the ones that had to get their video taken down a couple years ago because they clowned Tyreek Hill getting arrested.
Yeah.
So you've got Titans first, Colts second.
I got the Texans third. And
you're going to enjoy the Jags.
The Jags is probably bad.
Am I going to enjoy
how bad it is?
Okay. Will the Jags be the answer to that question from the other day? The hate watching. Am I going to hate watch the Jags one?
I think you're going to hate yourself for watching.
Okay.
Honestly,
I'll hate something.
You might roll your eyes watching this.
Yeah. Okay, good.
At the end of it.
I read about this. Is this the haircut?
Yes. Yes. If you have not seen it, it is just Trevor Lawrence getting a haircut. That's it.
Yeah. So by the end of it, you probably gonna throw your hands up.
Like what was that?
What did I just watch? Okay, yeah.
That's all?
It's for those who haven't seen the Texans video. You can obviously go to their social media and see it. But NFL.com has an article there where all it is all 32 videos in alphabetical order embedded there. Which is great. So you don't have to go searching for them or anything. They've got all 32 teams. You go to NFL.com. It's one of their headlines. Like, watch the schedule release videos.
Yeah. The thing about the Texans one is it's almost as if they're still trying to find their voice or something. Like what they are, how they do this. It's different every year. Yeah. It's like we're trying to be creative. They tried. And I know that's a backhanded compliment. They tried a couple things at the end, which those things at the end of the video probably should have been more toward the beginning or interspersed.
Those were Cushing auditioning for
It wasn't directed right, and they're just kind of trying to find their voice. Like if you go back and look at the last 2 or 3 years, they're just kind of all over. Whereas the Chargers, you know what you're getting.
They've got it down.
And all that. And I, by the way, we'll talk about it today, but I ranked the top 5
videos
in the NFL. Yeah.
Okay. And speaking of ranking, I forgot that the Athletic actually had this had to be the great assignment to get ranking literally all 32.
Yeah.
You want to guess where the Texans land?
Oh, boy. Without having seen any of the videos and just basing it on the quality of the video that we saw, I'm going to say 22nd.
Fig?
I'm going to say 16th.
I'm going to go with Sean, about 22, 23.
I'm learning something. Figgy's really good at these guessing games. They came in 17th.
We should have,
Real middle of the pack.
We should have guessed 17th or 16th because it feels like that's where the Texans historically have been in every metric of everything ever.
That's exactly
right
why
in the
I
middle of
picked
the pack.
That's exactly why I picked middle
That's
of the pack
so
every
smart.
single time.
Figgy, you're the best.
Texas Stadium, 16.
Yeah.
Texas Video, 17.
Oh, all those emails that we get from PR people that are like, we went to Twitter and curated all the tweets that had these phrases in it. See where your NFL team is. I don't even look. I'm like 16. 16.
By definition, they are mid.
Yeah, that is mid. So it was 17th, you said?
17th, and they went as far as even noting what we were talking about. One of the most iconic players in Texans history. Picture the bloody face, which is obviously the impetus for what they did here. And they noted that this one might hit home more for Texans fans than the wider NFL.
No doubt, and especially older Texan fans.
Yeah.
It feels like I said this.
That 25th anniversary thing too.
They're leaning into that a lot.
Yeah, I thought honestly because they lean into anime a lot too lately. I thought they was gonna go somewhere with that, but it seemed like they leaning into the OG fan.
Well, if you're going into 25th anniversary, and obviously easy to say afterwards, would it not be better to just go, here's the greatest Texans highlight for every one of your opponents week by week?
Oh, that's a good one.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, that's a fun exercise to go through anyways.
Yeah.
That's a fun audio exercise.
I think that would have been better.
Yeah. Oh, man,
so
you got me thinking.
Now let's see if we can put this together for 1 o'clock. Or maybe we'll just leave this to Sean. I feel like Sean will do the work.
I love stuff like that. You know that. All right, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So let's set up the question of the day. Dusty Baker was doing an interview with Matt Barnes, right?
Yes. I love the All the Smoke baseball.
I do too.
Yeah, because All the Smoke, obviously, Captain Jack, Steven Jackson, and Matt Barnes, they do a great job of. A lot of times it's been basketball.
Yeah.
But Matt Barnes was a huge baseball dude. In fact, I think he went to the same school as Dusty Baker, same high school, obviously a lot later.
Yeah.
And broke a lot of those records.
No kidding.
And so he was a big baseball guy, so he's ventured out, and they've had great interviews.
Also, he's loving that conversation.
Yes.
Matt Barnes is loving talking to Dusty Baker. All right, so the clip that was making the rounds yesterday, though, was Dusty. Obviously, Dusty came in on the back end of the sign-stealing scandal, on the back end of the punishment for the sign-stealing scandal. That obviously is what got A.J. Hinch fired. So Dusty Baker comes in afterwards. He talked on the podcast about getting hired by the Astros, what that felt like and whatnot. Biggest thing I saw Astro fans reacting to was Dusty Baker talking about Jose Altuve.
And we didn't have to deal with the fans and the booing and the jeers and
just get back to baseball.
Yeah, and then the guy that took the brunt of it was really Jose Altuve, and he was the most innocent dude there. And that really affected me how he was
treated.
Yeah, I mean all over everywhere, and he didn't deserve it.
Yeah, he was the most innocent guy there. So it led to the question of the day.
I'm sure that'll stop all the abuse.
No, not one bit.
I don't mind it. He lives and breathes off of the abuse.
He thrives.
Yeah.
But the question of the day: who has a bad rap?
Who has
sports, otherwise, just has a bad rap, like Jose Altuve.
Like Jose Altuve does. Okay, where he's obviously a way better person than what he's made out to be. You know who I think has a bad... People are not going to like this one at all, Rocket fans especially. Who I've always liked, who I think has a bad rap with Rocket fans, Steph Curry.
I agree.
I like Steph Curry.
I totally
agree. Rocket fans hate...
Nope.
See? Rocket fans hate Steph Curry. I've always liked Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking pop and sports. Pop culture and sports. Miley Cyrus.
It's a bad rap, you think, huh?
She was a hoe at one point, but but I mean that's
a little extreme.
Yeah, I was like, hey man,
should she get a bad rap for that?
No, I mean that's what led to the bad rap. But she's incredibly talented, incredibly giving, one of the most generous people around, real good with her fans.
Yeah.
I mean, just Miley Cyrus wants sports, and I know you don't agree with this one, but Greg Popovich. He's truly one of the best human beings I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
And been around. I spent a lot of time with him. He was an assistant coach.
Yeah, you have a different perspective
The whole
on him
time I was covering the NBA and then a head coach, and just can't say enough good things about him.
Yeah. I'm not a Popovich guy. He's still hanging around the team. I saw him coming up to Wembayama the day after the elbow, and He's still kind of like an old sage consigliere for everybody over there.
Yeah, and one of the things that was really cool that I saw is apparently Tim Duncan is actually helping him rehabilitate after the stroke that he had.
Helping Pop
every
rehabilitate?
day.
Oh, that's a cool
Goes
story,
to the rehab
man.
center every
Which
day.
I think speaks to obviously good guy. But
Well, and the culture that they, I mean, that's one of those franchises that is like as close to like a college kind of feel thing, like our family kind of
and
thing. Fans too, yeah.
It's a college atmosphere.
It's a good one. Who gets a
Keanu Reeves?
Get out of here.
He gets a bad rap. What?
People think he's a hack, not a good actor.
He is a hack. What are you talking about?
Well, he's not a good actor, but he just has a great niche.
He just does it right. He's one of those guys that like the Tom Hanks with fans and stuff.
He's awful at acting.
Bad rap. That's a bad rap.
No, that's true. Like, no, you're right. It's not my kind of acting.
Yeah.
I think he's awful, and yet he's making $20 million a movie or whatever.
Wait,
it is.
Are you out on the John Wick franchise?
I've never gotten into it.
Oh, you would love it.
No,
I would.
It's well if you like action.
And I do. I don't. Yeah,
it's not mob or it's action.
Is he the main? Obviously, he's in
John
it.
Wick.
He's John Wick.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
What's the one that has John Krasinski in it? Who is he?
Oh, that's the new John Wick. It's
Is it?
Yeah, he's the new John Wick.
I thought he was something else.
Yeah. He's a former CIA agent or something like that.
Okay.
I haven't gotten into it, but it's got my attention. I'd like to. Yeah.
Okay. You know what gets a bad rap? WWE. It's a bad rap from people. It's a viable form of entertainment that millions of people love globally. Jack Ryan. That's what I'm thinking.
Jack Ryan.
I knew he was. There was a name character.
Yeah,
he was.
It's basically the modern John Wick.
I would argue that the wrestle has gotten they've turned the corner over the last decade. I think that before that it was easy to make it a punching bag, but I think that enough.
No, it's mainstream now. It's You know what the funny thing is about wrestling is that they got bought. The WWE got bought by TKO, which owns UFC, and so now it's truly like a corporate entity. Like the McMahon family's kind of out of the whole thing. And now I think it gets a bad rap from like the actual wrestling. Like the hardcore wrestling fans hate WWE right now because there's so many TKO has come in and there's so many commercials now and it's not what it used to be and the storylines suck and this and that.
Yeah.
I think it gets a bad rap from the actual wrestling fans. You're right. Maybe the mainstream people are the ones that, hell, it's on ESPN all the time now on Get Up and on First Take.
And I know you've been working hard this morning and want to get out of here, but locally, my number one locally is Mario Williams.
Bad rap?
Yeah, he was really, really, really good.
Yeah, he was a good football. That's a good one. Which Texans get a bad rap? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm looking forward to this show, fellas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Get you some tea, big dog.
Yeah.
Make some coffee. I'm going to get me an omelet. I'm going to get my AirPods in. I'm going to listen to my favorite midday show, In the Loop.
You darn right you are.
And I'm going to sit there and eat that omelet, and I'm just going to chill because Fridays are the best days because I don't even need to bring my iPad in because I got nothing to work on.
Well, I thought you were going to put together the best plays for all the various different opponents.
Like I said, I'm going to bring my iPad in, and I'm going to start pulling up highlights. And
I was already thinking of some. Bills would be Deshaun Watson.
Yes, it would actually be Deshaun Watson. Yeah. So you go opponent by opponent. Well,
Bengals would be Deshaun Watson.
Bengals would be Deshaun Watson's run. Oh, that's a scary one. How many are Deshaun?
JJ Watt.
Oh, JJ
Watt.
JJ Watt pick six. JJ Watt pick six. Yeah, good job, Figgy. Rescued us from 17 straight Deshaun Watson highlights.
Colts.
Rosencopter.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Cowboys. The D-Hop Spinneroonie in overtime.
All right, so we need to do this and then have Sports Radio 610 put this out, right?
Put this out, and then it's all Vandy
Titans.
highlights. Oh, Titans.
We're just eating into all this time.
I'll tell you the recent Titans one. Dalton Schultz's catch in 2023 down inside the 5-yard line where he ripped it away from that. The Case Keenum game. They don't win that game without that catch. They don't make the playoffs without winning that game. Let's keep.
Oh, no. Titans, unfortunately, is stop the insanity.
No, but it's got to be a Texan highlight.
Well, just, okay, we're doing just Texans.
Yeah, because you don't want to just like celebrate
it's the schedule release.
Sometimes you got to make fun of yourself. The Chargers did. I mean, the Colts did.
Yeah,
but bleep them.
Nah, man, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, we got bigger egos than the Colts do. At least I do. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk has been brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, thanks for dropping in a little bit early. That was fun. That was really talking to you guys. That was great. Have a great weekend.
You too.
And thank you. And appreciate everybody tuning in today. Seth will be back on Monday, so we look forward to that. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Have a great one. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. It's a Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk with, because of the situation, Pendergast and Payne. We'll call it that for the day.
Yeah.
We'll give him head billing.
Antibodies.
Yeah, antibodies as well to Sean
Pendergast and Sean.
Yeah. Oh, man. We're going to have some fun today, as we have already begun, as it is a schedule release happened yesterday. And so now it is schedule release breakdown day on Sports Radio 610. Tap in with us on the text line, 713-572-4610. Oh, how could we forget? It's definitely Andre Johnson beating the mess out of Cortland.
Oh, yes.
What are we doing here? Okay, so all right. So the running thing that we're doing today, I've decided this executive decision.
We're 5 weeks in, by the way.
Yeah.
Are you writing these down?
I'm going to. So what we're going to do with the text line to make it even more interactive today,
we're going to fix the Texans
We are going
video.
to fix the Texans schedule release video.
Can we do this next year, or should we send this idea to the Houston Texans?
I mean, they could put the video out too.
No, we can keep it for ourselves, though.
Yeah.
Or
I
should
might
we
stick
be
around
nice?
for 4 more hours. I'm doing this.
You're welcome. I just don't advise it. But yeah, or get the omelet and come back. Hey, we're here. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and fix it. We think that the better idea, rather than Brian Cushing, who is a absolute Texans legend, Brian Cushing just telling the schedule, I think it would have been better if we had the greatest Texan play against each one of these opponents for all 17 weeks. And so you have the schedule, and we'll talk about the schedule here. Text in on the text line, 713-572-4610. What is the greatest play for each of the opponents? Whichever one comes to mind, send it in, 713-572-4610.
I promise we'll get to the schedule, but I do want to go. You said greatest, not just play. Let's change the Rosencopter to Arian Foster. Arian Foster running for what was it?
In his first start.
Game ever.
First start. Yeah, because he had played the previous year. 233 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
So one is.
Does that play well enough in video form? I guess if you get Vandy saying it, right? If you get the okay.
He broke some big uns. He broke some big. So I would say Deshaun week 1 Buffalo, JJ week 2 Bengals, Arian week 3. D-Hop week 4 Cowboys, then the beatdown Titans week 5.
The beauty of the Titans, you get 2 of them, right?
And the Colts too. Well, here's another suggestion for the Colts: the touchdown Brandon Weeden to Jalen Strong to beat the Colts in Indianapolis for the first time.
God, I love how sick that is. We need a Weed Man highlight.
Brandon Weeden to Jalen Strong, the only skinny receiver to ever show up fat at training camp.
Gosh, I'm going to enjoy this so much.
All right, so we're going to do week 6, which is Jacksonville. Taking suggestions.
Yes, taking suggestions as we keep going along here in loop. Hi, John. How are you doing?
I am Jim Dandy.
We are 10 minutes into the segment. Hi, how you doing?
I am Jim
obviously,
Dandy.
Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. What's happening, man?
Pretty good, man.
Very
I'm
good.
excited.
Very good. All right. Initial reaction to the Texans 2026 schedule, which is officially set for your boys.
It's incredible how bad this went.
Really?
Gosh.
That's where you're starting here,
Yes.
huh?
Yes. I don't care who kills me. Well, I do, but figuratively speaking.
Yes, okay. Very good. We're just going to confront our morality in segment number 1 here.
Let me reiterate what I said earlier. And we talked about this, I think, Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. What you were hoping for and what would be bad. What you were hoping for was an easy kind of soft, I think you even mentioned that, soft opening, so to speak.
Oh, I think that was more Sean.
Was it more Sean?
Yeah.
But an easy opener. Nope. You get the Bills, and you know they're going to have revenge on their mind. You're going to have a healthy everybody on both teams, to be fair, but you're going to have Josh Allen. So you didn't get the easy opener. How about the soft opening at large versus, you kind of, maybe some easier games, some little Titans mixed in early or something like that. Nope. You got Bills, then the Bengals, Joe Burrow, then the Colts on the road. No home division game. Think about this. You do not have a home division game until November 19th. So you didn't get that, the soft opening. Bye week. Hey, they're going to, we knew this already.
Wait, should I do this before you go, my counter on that? I actually have a really good counter on
because I've got a
I had one too.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to London. Cool. lock it up. I said 90% chance they're going to have a bye week when they get home. Nope. They play the Giants at home after going to Wembley without a bye week in there. The bye week is after the Giants. And the Giants was a game that I just flat out checked. Win. W. Giants at home. You can't necessarily do that anymore coming on the short week, the long travel. Coming
what they call that? A trap game, right?
A trap game. Exactly.
Is that the trap game?
Yeah. And then the other thing you were looking for is maybe a little home cooking, some nice long stretches at home, 2 games here, then a road game, then 2 games here. Nope, the exact opposite. You got back-to-back road games, what, Figgy, 4 times?
Yes.
Yeah, back-to-back road games 4 times. Then you have 2 stretches in the middle of the season and the end of the season where you play 4 out of 5 games on the road. Twice you do that. How about the cold weather favor? How about throw us a little bone here, man? How about playing Green Bay in September? Or October even. Nope. Not only do you play Green Bay in the winter, you play them in January there. But not only that, before that, you go to Pittsburgh in December, to Commanders in December, to Philly in December on a short week, by the way. So there's another nope. I mean, everything you could have hoped for went the other way.
Yeah, it's not the greatest. Can I give you one of my counter arguments? Because you talked about the start of the season, and there are some tough teams on there. I think if we dig just a little bit deeper, I think there is a silver lining in this, and the silver lining starts with when we talk about good teams, we're talking about especially those quarterbacks, the big names. I think we feel good about this defense getting off the bus and whooping ass, right? We don't have to be upset there. Can I talk to you about DVOA?
Okay.
You excited for this? Specifically defensive DVOA.
You bringing this up during the schedule release?
That's right. Oh, y'all want to get nerdy? I can get nerdy. Oh, y'all want to bring me into the mud of the schedule? Let's do it then. All right. Here are the defensive DVOAs from last year of your opponents, weeks 1 through 5. The Buffalo Bills defense last year was 20th in defensive DVOA.
Okay.
The Cincinnati Bengals defense DVOA.
Well, we know that one, yeah.
30th in defensive DVOA. Colts, 15th. So, about middle of the road. Dallas Cowboys, 32nd defensive DVOA last year. Tennessee Titans, 29th defensive DVOA. That's before you eventually get to the Jaguars, who were 6th defensively. That was a good defense last year. These are not good defenses, at least last year. And some of them, obviously, they've done some work, but it's not entire retool circumstances where these are now teams that are definitely going to be top of the league defenses. That is the side of the football that you're more concerned about early on, is how does the offense lock in? How are they able to, find their identity early, hit the ground running? Hitting the ground running, obviously still going to be important, but it's not as important when you look over and you go, that's not actually a very good defense over on the other side. So I think it's a little less scary to start if you consider that portion of it.
I have a counter to your counter.
Whoa!
What that means is 4 of your 5 toughest games based on 2025 win totals are in the second half of the season. 4 of your 5 toughest games are in the second half. They're after the bye, I should say. 3 of them are on the road. 2 of them are on the road in December and January. So, yes, you're right. Maybe a little softer in terms of DVOA and the defenses you're facing. But at the end, when you're trying to wrap up the division, wrap up home field, end with a bang and some momentum, 4 of the 5 toughest games you're going to play are after the bye.
Sure. But here's the thing. And this is where the schedule release and when the games happen kind of annoys me personally. You knew you were going to play tough teams. Regardless.
But you didn't know like what I just laid out. Like you're trying to get down the stretch. You got games. You're going to be scoreboard watching. You got to win it. Yeah,
you got to get wins, man.
No, you do.
You just ultimately you were going to have to play these tough teams. I understand that the places that you were going to play them, and I understand what you're getting at. Right, successively them coming together can have some level of multiplication factor. But you knew you were going to have to play tough teams.
That's a fancy way of saying momentum.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think that's actually what that is.
Successively, they might have some semblance of multiplication factor.
Yeah, well, that's not a momentum play. That's just, hey, this is a difficult team after another difficult team. That doesn't mean that there's going to be momentum one way or the other within that. But the actual thing that I'm getting towards is, hey, man, good teams have to play good teams, man. This is going to have to happen. These were going to be on your schedule, and you knew you were going to have to knock them down at some point. Yes, that's going to be maybe a smidge more difficult, but you were going to need to be able to come out and knock these teams off.
But I do think it matters when you play these teams, though, because if you don't want to play 5 great teams in a row, because that could determine your season a little bit. If you
that's
struggle
where I am with it.
Because the year when Bill O'Brien was here, let's say they spread those first 4 teams around, and he ended up going maybe 2-2 or something like that, or 3-1, then who knows? He probably wouldn't have been fired.
Yeah, but my thing about it is we're talking about different calibers of football team. If we're talking, I don't want to compare anything in this current current Texans team to a Bill O'Brien team.
Right.
And I think that we all could get on that same board. Ultimately, I think that what you're saying is fair, but that might be the difference between are you hosting games in the playoffs or are you going on the road in the playoffs? And for me, I know that that's important. I would love that, but that falls a little bit by the wayside in my mind to, hey man, go just this is something that you need to do.
Yeah.
How good are you, right? Like this is when the rubber meets the road, are you going to be able to answer the call? And ultimately, I don't think that that's the reason why you missed the playoffs. Now, if go ahead and clip it. If this ends up being the case, I'll eat crow at that point. But I don't think that this is ultimately going to be that. I think maybe this ends up being a situation where maybe you have to go on the road, and if that's the case, well then you earned it.
Figgy, what was your counter?
Yeah, my counter. I know you was talking about how you play a lot of divisional road games early. I actually like that, man, because towards the back end of the schedule, you have a whole bunch of home division games. I think that works out better. I'd rather get rid of the road division games early.
Yeah,
if I had the choice.
Obviously, depends on how you're doing them. But I feel better about Jacksonville in London, although they do have, as we talked about, a little bit of a familiarity.
I'm fine
there.
with getting rid of those early because I want to say, is it after the bye? I want to say you have no more division road games.
Yeah,
I think
correct.
It's something
after
like
the bye. Yeah,
I'm totally fine with that.
You don't play your first home game against a division opponent is November 19th.
Yep, versus the Indianapolis Colts. Thursday night, in fact.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that because you never know who is going to be where, and I think that's crunch time.
No, for sure. Like, look, the schedule is what it is. I think ultimately the questions that we have about the team is going to be answered within how they play. But yeah, no, you're right. It's not like they got the cupcake schedule. I'll say that for damn sure. It's clear that didn't happen for them. But yeah, and maybe this is just they'll give you the football speak of it all. But I imagine you go talk to them in that building, and they're not woe is me when it comes to this schedule. They're ready to go kick ass.
No, I think their company line is going to be, we knew who we were going to play. We're going to have to play good anyway, et cetera. But there are some factors, and we've been talking about them, about how it lines up, and it just lines up. Whether you think it's valuable or not, it lines up the exact opposite of what you were hoping for.
Can I give you one more thing that I actually did not realize? Of course, this is like the deep nerd of it. Arif Hassan of Wide Left does a really good Substack talking about football, writing about football. He actually went and evaluated the net rest differential, and I know that sounds crazy, but just like how much more rest or less rest are you getting than your opponents over the entirety of the season? The Texans are in the black. They're in the positive in this to the degree of how many days? I believe this is 8 days. Compared to, there's a lot of teams where like the Chargers are in the negative 24 days of net rest. Eagles are in the negative 15 days of net rest. The Rams even in the negative 6 days of net rest. The Texans technically, when they are matching up against these opponents, although you're making the fair point that there's a run of games that'll be tough, overall they're actually going to have more rest in majority of these games than other teams. So I do think that there are smaller positives in there, or silver linings, if you will, compared to like the larger seeming negatives.
Right.
That show up.
Who came up with that?
This was looked up by I saw this by Arif Hassan.
I was just kind of curious, how the hell did somebody come up with that?
Yeah.
Well,
that's kind of impressive.
All of the football sickos that are breaking down the schedules left, right, up, down. That's the
you
type
said
of
the
stuff
Chargers got a negative 24?
Brother.
Like, huh?
They are going to be down rest by 24 days somehow, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, over the entire. I wonder if that actually shows up. Like, I'm going to hold on to that particular graphic, and then as we go through the season, I'm gonna be like, yep, well, you're seeing them.
I'm at a loss of words.
Yeah, I'd be fighting somebody if I was the Chargers, to be completely honest. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on the schedule release breakdown day, so to say, here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, would you like to go around the AFC South, see what the opponents in the AFC are dealing with, what your competition is dealing with in their schedules? Yeah, let's do that next.
Our guys show.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
See your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this free, fun Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Somebody asked on the text line, are we counting Buffalo as a hard team? We might be in their head at this point. And that was
I was kind of thinking that a little bit.
We've talked about this a little recently. I still don't know how I actually want to see this, because last year, in addition to the year prior, they were on Josh Allen's bumper. All right, they got after him. And that feels like that's something. There feels like there is some commonality with 2 games at then NRG Stadium, now reverted to Reliant Stadium, and this defense, which is going to look largely the same, getting after him. That can't mean nothing. However, they're still really good as a team, and he is, at least the very least, Josh Allen is still very good. I don't think they've made a lot of changes on their offensive line either. So I keep seesawing back and forth within. They're still a good team. It feels like it'd be weird to just be like, there's no way that they could be good.
I think the answer is yes to both of them. I think they are a good team. I do think the Texans are in their heads, but I kind of looking at it as, man, they going to win one at some point.
I think they're in their heads. Yeah. I'm just not sure if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. Because they have all off season. They remember how they got embarrassed, how they played after they faced the Texans, how the Texans have had their number. I mean, this is that one that circled game, for Buffalo.
I kind of look at this remember the Astros was in the Yankees' head for years.
Yeah.
And at some point they gonna win one eventually. Yeah. And they wasn't a bad team, but for some reason it was just a mental thing. Yeah. And eventually, I think they are going to eventually win one, but I'm just wondering when.
Yeah, and logically, if that's the way we're coming from it, it wouldn't feel like this is the year, man. You have an entirely different defensive scheme that they're bringing in as well,
right?
With the changes that they had, or maybe the lack of changes that they've had offensively. But now they do have DJ Moore over there added in. But it's not like I'm scared of a particular wide receiver with this particular secondary. So, yeah, I keep trying to find the way to balance that out. I don't know.
If they do come out with a win, let's say Buffalo do come out with a win, it will probably be because of maybe the lack of Texans offense. Maybe they might be struggling.
So many different ways to look at it.
They might be struggling. I don't think the defense would give up the game, but I think it would probably be maybe the Texans offense still trying to gel or something.
Right, yeah.
And I like Jim Leonard a lot, the new DC in Buffalo. Maybe just off the idea of having a more cohesive defensive game plan. If that doesn't help them, I don't know. But, yeah, I'm very excited. Obviously, as we get closer to this, we'll have a better idea, I imagine, of what that looks like. And then someone was kind of alluding to the idea of, not having a softer schedule in the early part, maybe being a little bit better, right? Because how would you feel if you start off the season somewhat similar to the way the last year started?
0-3?
Because of the way that the end of the season kind of lines up.
Well, it speaks to the schedule at large as well. But it wouldn't feel great. Those are 2 games that clearly kind of coin flip-ish. Both the Bengals and the Bills, but you feel like you got their number, so that would be the disappointment. But the schedule at large, and this is one of the ways that I was looking at, okay, how did I feel about the Texans just looking at the opponents, as you've talked about? You knew the opponents.
Yeah.
I felt as if 12 wins was the floor for this team, just in terms of looking at the opponents. After the schedule came out and you see the late games, all the things we've been talking about, you see the 4 out of 5 games on the road and the no bye week and all that stuff. I'm feeling as if 12, is it still the floor or is it 11? Because that tells you how you really feel the schedule laid out, Because 12 wins was the floor for me for this squad, based on opponents. after you see how it lays out, does that change?
Oof, that's such an interesting conversation. That means we have to play the schedule game. Right?
Well, I've got them in tiers. We might get to that later, too.
We'll get to the tiers. Maybe we'll play the schedule game at noon. But, yeah, I feel like, funny enough, I just realized in all of my excitement to kind of look at what was happening in various different places, I didn't play the schedule game yet with the Texans.
Yeah. I just put like the games in tiers. We'll get to that, as you mentioned. But figure, you see what I'm saying? Like, I thought they were going to win 12 games. Yeah. And now I'm not saying it's impossible because it's such a good defense and such a good team overall. But I'm starting to go, ooh, that might be a big ask. That might be a big ask.
That kind of makes sense because without looking at the schedule, looking at Cincinnati, I would have been like, oh, yeah, they could beat them.
Yeah.
But with Cincinnati being second in week 2, I'm like, damn, you might have a healthy Joe Burrow at that time. It might not be an easy check-off win right there.
Yeah.
Can I tie together a couple of things that we've talked about? One today, obviously, and then the other one earlier on in the week. If you do have the concerns that you clearly do about this schedule, does this at all change your feeling that this is Super Bowl or bust for the Texans this year?
No, because we're talking about 11 or 12 wins, and you get into the postseason.
Yeah, but if 11 or 12 wins could be wild card territory where that kind of changes the trajectory of what you would need to do.
No, but it doesn't change the Super Bowl or bust at all because we just don't know how the health is going to be. With the quarterback play, the play caller, all that, all the same questions we had going into the season. You still have the same expectation of just what they can be, all things being equal.
Yeah, and
I just think it's a tougher. It's got a little tougher in terms of how it's laid
tougher.
out.
But remember, last year they got in with the wild card.
Exactly.
So I don't think that changed for me.
Yeah, but I mean, we're also looking at, is this an AFC that's stronger than it was last year?
Yeah.
That was one of the frustrations last year, was that it felt like there was quite a red carpet rolled out towards the AFC Championship game that was not taken advantage of, and this is going to be a year where that was not quite the same. But obviously, we might not have said exactly that last year either, right? So we'll see how it plays out once we actually get there. But man, schedule, there's all sorts of excitement that has jumped out. And from the 713, if they get 3 out of 4 up front, they said that they think that Derwin says they think the Texans get the number 1 seed. That is the inverse of it, right? If you get off to a hot start, this does feel like you could really be cooking with grease, so to say, in this schedule.
Well, you could we could be sitting here in January next year thinking, man, that first game of the season was for a home field throughout the playoffs. The Bills could be the best team in the AFC, or the Texans,
quite possibly.
If you look, it's definitely going to be a tone set.
Yeah.
If you look at kind of the market set of the market forecast rather of wins. The team that you are facing that has the most of those is Week 12 versus the Ravens. The second most is Week 1 versus the Bills. The market sets them as almost 11 wins, 10.9 wins. The Ravens, for some reason, 11.2 wins. I'm very interested to see how that sets up. Yeah, so, I mean, those are the games that you look at that you go, hey, maybe these are the ones that could be.
The tiebreaker could be Week 1.
Yeah.
Week 1 could be the tiebreaker.
Right.
That's crazy.
Right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get back around to the around the AFC South and see what the other teams are having, but I kind of wanted to ask you that question. All right, coming up next, let's take a break from the schedule and talk about our question of the day. Dusty Baker was on the All the Smoke Baseball podcast talking about Jose Altuve and the bad rap that it seems like he has gotten in baseball spaces. So that led us to this question. Who do you think has a bad rap? 713-572-4610 on the text line. Let us know. We'll talk about it next.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Let's get to our question of the day. Simple question. Who has a bad rap? 713-572-4610. Because Dusty Baker, former manager of your world champion Houston Astros, he was sat down with Matt Barnes on All the Smokes baseball podcast, which honestly,
I didn't know they had a baseball podcast.
Yeah, they've moved into this space of getting some baseball folks, and it's been really good. I would encourage you to go and tap in with some of it if you.
They know baseball.
Yeah, Matt Barnes specifically. He played a high level of baseball through high school, and he was a record breaker out there in California. Like I said, when we were talking about it with Sean, Matt Barnes broke a lot of Dusty Baker's records at the high school that they both went to, obviously in different years. And so this was a really fulfilling conversation between two dudes that have a level of familiarity that you kind of like, right? It's always great when you get a conversation between two dudes that have, or two people that have some level of familiarity. It brings out the best in the color of the conversation. And I thought that you got that here. But Dusty Baker, we know, is just kind of generally a dude that holds court really well. And in the course of doing that, he mentioned Jose Altuve, the star of this Astros team, and how he kind of has a bad rap.
When I got there was the fact that we had COVID, and we didn't have to deal with the fans and the booing and the jeers and
just get back to baseball.
Yeah, and then the guy that took the brunt of it was really Jose Altuve, and he was the most innocent dude there. And that really affected me how he was
treated.
Yeah. I mean, all over everywhere. And he didn't deserve it.
To this day, we were laughing when we were watching the Astros at Cincinnati last week, or over the weekend, this past weekend. Cincinnati fans booed him every time Cincinnati. Every time he stepped to the plate.
Right. What did y'all get taken from you? Please tell me.
That always drives me nuts when the team ain't had nothing to do with whatever.
Reds.
Yeah, and they booing. I'm like, come on, man.
What are we doing? But he's right. I mean, and I know there's going to be people who argue this, but, Jose Altuve has a bad rap largely because of the whole jersey thing. That's what's haunting.
Shout out to John Boy Media.
Yeah, that's the thing that haunts him to this day. But sports, not sports, whatever you're thinking, people in the public light, there are a lot of people that just like Altuve. Either something happens and people make up their mind, and then they just stay with it, forever, and they have a bad rap. They're actually not that. Who comes to mind for you?
It's just in the world of sports, it's one of my favorite takes to give. I think Marvin Lewis gets a terrible rap. Those years in Cincinnati, they were in the playoffs constantly, and we know how the Cincinnati Bengals organization is. They're cheaper than cheap. Right. There's always the TJ Houshmandzadeh. They were sharing jock straps type thing. Right. Like that is the organization that we're talking about. He had them, that cheap organization, with Andy Dalton as the quarterback, constantly in the playoffs. Now, did they lose as soon as they got there every time? Sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know why everybody was like, yo, Marvin Lewis is terrible because all they're doing is making the playoffs every year. We could see the Cincinnati Bengals like that was an achievement. Yeah. Everybody talks about him like he's a terrible coach. And I'm like, nah, man, he wasn't the greatest coach in the world because, I feel like the greatest coach in the world would have found a way to make a chicken salad at least once or twice, which he didn't do. But, he was good. He was good. And I don't think people give him the right acknowledgement that he is due.
What about you, Figgy?
Yeah, so the first one that came to my mind, and we could probably all agree on this, I feel like Aziz got a bad rap.
Great one.
Yeah, he got a bad rap, and we all kind of know the story and the history and all that stuff. But another one that came to my mind, and it sounds weird now, but I was saying this in real time. I thought Baker Mayfield got a bad rap early on.
In Cleveland?
In Cleveland, and then once he got shipped off and all that stuff because he was playing hurt.
He's still the best quarterback they've had in recent years.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. But a lot of the conversation was, Baker Mayfield was awful and all this other stuff. I thought he was fine.
Yeah.
And just the way people act the way they were treating him, I don't know, maybe because he played in Cleveland, but he's doing the same thing he's been doing pretty much.
Yeah.
And now I think everybody is on the side of, he's so cool and all that stuff. He's been doing the same thing. I thought he got a bad rap early.
You know who kind of gets a bad rap? Not even kind of. Dusty Baker himself. He's talking about Jose Altuve Dusty Baker, and I was as guilty as anybody. Some of the things that he did as manager, you can criticize, and I think we're worthy of criticizing. But just at large, in general, what he did, people kind of think he just kind of fell into it or whatever. Nah, man. I mean that was that was big time to be able to do that.
And then honestly, before he won that championship, that World Series, I felt like he was getting a bad rap then because that was the one thing he was lacking in his career.
Yeah.
No, for sure. And there's people on our text line right now that believe that Dusty Baker is overrated.
Is that right?
Yeah, no, 100%. Somebody said Dusty Baker is a fraud and a clown.
Damn.
Those are harsh words.
Case in point.
Those are really hard. Like you could say that you view him as overrated. A fraud and a clown is just that's pretty strong here. Got to be honest. I did want to say something about the Baker Mayfield of it all. I think for me the thing that annoys me was just like the constant chip on his shoulder that was like. When you are the walk-on at Texas Tech or whatever, cool.
Yeah.
When you're the number 1 overall pick, I don't really want to hear this anymore.
Well, sure.
But then the question I wanted to ask is, how much do you think, because I know people that were willing to give him some level of pass on, maybe the lesser play was like he was playing injured. At what point is it the responsibility of the player to not put your team in that circumstance?
Sure.
Because there is the gladiator sport of I want to be there for my team, but there was a lot of games that were kind of tried to wipe away because, he's playing through a shoulder injury, and I'm like, at that point, should you be playing?
Yeah, I thought that should have been on the head coach because I'm like, man, you got to sit him down because he's holding his shoulder. I think he had a torn labor. During that time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you need to take him out. And they didn't. I don't know if it was his decision or the head coach decision. It felt like the head coach just trotting him out there because they knew they was going to try to move on from him, which they did.
Yeah.
But I just, the whole chip on your shoulder, because he was kind of doing it in Tampa Bay, which I understand because the last two teams.
He did it here.
The last two teams gave up on him.
Yeah.
So I understand that part, but he was doing the exact same thing. And then in Tampa Bay, everybody like, yeah, that's the type of quarterback. He's been that way.
Yeah.
He's just healthy.
So many names are just kind of racing through my head here, sports and otherwise. You mentioned Azeez Al-Shaair. If you want to go back a little further, I think Mario Williams was just an incredible player that people, because he wasn't Reggie Bush or Vince Young, give him a bad rap. You mentioned one that I probably wouldn't have thought of unless you mentioned it. I think Andy Dalton gets a bad rap. He's kind of become this punchline as like just sort of a guy that is lucky to have done what he was good.
No, he was good.
He was good.
He was great at TCU. And then he was really good. I think that this is where the bad rap comes up because the whole Andy Dalton line that I think a lot of people subscribe to, myself included, was if your quarterback is not as good as Andy Dalton, you need to go get a new one. But that's because Andy Dalton was good enough that he had to keep you just had to keep running with him.
So is he the Marvin Lewis of quarterbacks?
Kind of. They both were birds of a feather.
A little bit.
Birds of a feather right there.
A little bit. But yeah, like Andy Dalton was really good until he wasn't. That was the thing, though.
Well, sure. Once it fell off.
It was like, ooh, this is not what you want. Because again, he was already at that line. Like, he was pretty damn good, especially in a time where we did not have as many great quarterbacks at any given time. Like, this is a thing that is kind of funny to think about as we exist in the modern era. There are so many good quarterbacks right now that are available, or that at least that are there, and it's still not enough to go around per se. But you remember in the time where it felt like there was like 5 total.
Yeah, no, that for sure. I don't know how I feel about this one. I think it's probably not a bad rap, but I thought of Justin Herbert. Is it unfair? Because he's really, really, really good, but he still hadn't won. Is that qualify?
I don't think so, man.
Yeah.
I think
You think it's legit?
I think it's more of a, I guess, what's the opposite of a bad rap? I think he got too much of a good rap at this point.
Because of the numbers and his abilities.
Yeah, because, everybody praised Justin Herbert a lot, but his playoff success hasn't been good.
Yeah, that's
and
why
I feel
was
like
torn.
a lot of people not really bringing that up as much. They probably bring it up this year if it happens.
Right.
But it seemed like a lot of blame is going towards injuries, coaches, and all this other stuff.
That feels like in the aggregate, we're on the right space. There's people that are really high on them. There are people that are really low on them. And I think if you average them out, it ends up being like, I think we're probably in the right place when it comes to Justin Herbert. We coming in hot on the text line from 281. And they started this text, mind you, with, this is going to be controversial. Ready? All right. They said they believe that Kermit Washington gets a very bad rap.
Good Lord.
They said his punch to Rudy T was a reaction to him running up on the scene, and his intent, I do not believe, was to do damage. The damage that was actually
He
done.
punched him square in the face.
So is he trying to say it was a mistake?
Maybe he was like, hey, I
it was
punched him, but
accidental?
I didn't think I was going to hit him that hard. I didn't think it was going to be that bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can get with you there, friend, but I get where you're going from there. Some other ones that came to mind for you? Because I know you you had another one, didn't you?
Oh, no, I had a bunch. I mentioned them earlier. I think Miley Cyrus gets a bad rap.
Yeah.
I really do. I think Greg Popovich gets a really bad rap.
Does he?
Yes. I
think people really respect him as a player.
They respect him, but they all say, I don't like the way he talks. Those are the sideline interviews. That's his bit.
Yeah.
That's his thing.
Yeah, but just because it's your bit doesn't mean that you can't be held responsible. I do think that is a little off-putting for Greg Popovich. It doesn't. It's
what people see.
It doesn't slant the larger perspective of incredible head coach. Also, if you want to have some negativity towards Greg Popovich, all this load management. That's him.
Well, sure. But
he is the start of that. Remember when he sent his whole team back home?
Yeah.
What was it, L.A. that they were at? He sent the whole team back home like, I don't even need to play. It's cool.
But again, I think that's the bad rap aspect of it. Like
But he did that. That's part of it.
Yes. Well, everybody who has a bad rap did something, and that's how they get the bad rap. No, I get it.
But I don't think that you mentioned Greg Popovich and those are the things that come up first. I think that would be what I would say is bad rap, is that this has tainted their personality, what have you. I'm forgetting the right word to use here. More, and that's what you think about first. No, people think about Hall of Fame head coach with Greg Popovich.
Yeah, I feel like the people that don't like Greg Popovich don't really have a good reason. It's just kind of like, I just don't like him. I feel like they don't have a legit good reason.
Yeah.
Why you don't like him, because they can't say the success. Because I was just kind of thinking about Doc Rivers. Do y'all feel like Doc Rivers got a bad rap?
I do
he
not.
gets exactly the rap.
Yeah,
he
I do not. I think he's almost getting a too much benefit of the doubt.
No, I think if anything, we're getting to a point where it's a little too negative, because they did win that championship, but that one championship in no way ain't going to carry for all these 3-1 losses.
But he keeps getting jobs.
That's the thing. That's the issue.
Is it fair? I mean, I don't want to call him a Marvin Lewis. I don't want to be punching Marvin Lewis all the time. But do you feel like he's kind of in that space where he's just a good coach?
Well, I think he is just a good coach.
He's probably going to be I think he is a Hall of Famer, right? Did he get inducted?
I don't think so. Not yet. Maybe he did.
He probably will, because it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. But I feel like he's just a good coach. But I feel like lately they just been bringing up the loser.
That's one of those. I feel like he is one of those. If he had decided to retire much sooner, his the way that he would have been regarded, which would have been a little bit.
If he would have retired after the Clippers, I think he would have been. I think he had a higher regard for him.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Do you agree with this one? They said Jabari Smith Jr. gets a bad rap. Dude has done nothing but help the team and try to win, but he gets criticized heavily.
It's about appropriate. It's about appropriate where he is. Yeah.
Especially because I think that, and it sucks that this is always going to be the framework, but number 3 overall or number 2 overall pick, right?
Yes, exactly. And so I think he's framed about right now.
I think 3. It was 3 because Chet was 2.
Yeah, I think just taking that away, I think you could criticize a lot of the stuff he's been doing, even outside of the number. If he was picked number 20 something, I think we'll still have some issues with the way he's been playing.
All right, so this one from the 504. I appreciate these attempts that you're putting in here. Does Barry Bonds get a bad rap?
I think it's probably appropriate. He's both. He's just an incredible player, Hall of Famer before he started roiding. But then again, the kind of the Popovich thing, what people see, the surliness, the not talking, and all that stuff.
I think this one hits harder than Greg. I think, hey man, you get this because you were a legitimate jerk all your career.
Right,
like a legitimate jerk.
Yeah,
the entirety of your.
So it's about appropriate with him. A controversial one, and again, I don't know how I feel about this, but I think it's worth discussing. Especially coming from me, this is going to shock you. Bill O'Brien was a good coach. He was. I've said it multiple times.
I always said that.
He was the mean. He was middle of the pack. He was good enough to win games, but he was just such an a-hole. But he was a good coach.
That was
he wasn't great.
That was John Lopez.
Yeah. He needed to go. I wanted him to go. He needed to be fine. But if you're talking about just like as a coach, he was average.
Yeah, I agree. What about this one? I kind of feel like Taylor Swift get a bad rap.
I think it's more so now, right?
Yeah, I feel like, because look, I'm not the biggest fan or anything like that, but I feel like the hate just be so strong to the point. I'm like, what did she do? She ain't do nothing bad.
She didn't do anything.
People just hate her. I feel like she get a bit of a bad rap.
Yeah.
I think that she is. I think people that dislike Taylor Swift are probably like me with Josh Allen relatively early in the career, where it was like, it's not really about you as a person. It's about them people that root for you.
Yeah.
Y'all are annoying. Like remember early Josh Allen stands before he actually became the dude who was like, oh, this is Cancel Christmas, and they were talking about him like he was the dude who would cancel Christmas on you. You're like, no, look at him. He's throwing interceptions. He's terrible right now. And then he became. Then you're like, damn it. But you weren't right then. You're right now, but you weren't right then. I feel like that's the Taylor Swift of this all, where they're like, oh, she's the greatest songwriter of all time. Everybody's like, you can bring that down.
I hate Taylor Swift. You
bring
get
it
all
down
that
a little
stuff. I had to sit back because for a minute I'm like, damn, I don't hate her.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Music,
how could you?
Her music not that bad where I gotta, scream or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Keep those coming in on the text line 713-572-4610. James Harden or warranted?
Warranted. Appropriately.
I'm kind of up in the air.
Appropriately rated.
There was a point in times where James Harden was getting a bad rap.
Yes, but it's appropriate now. Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like yes, and then other times I'm like, man, he is a good player at times.
Hell, they might end up in the finals.
Yeah.
He just had a 30 ball here recently. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where there's some schedule quirks, not just with the Texans, that went across the league with the schedule. I want to give you some of those. Let's do that next.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And as is very evident by the idea that yesterday was schedule release day, the schedule's released for the 2026 NFL season, not just for the Texans, but for the entirety of the league. Obviously, we got into some of the quirks of the schedule for the Texans, and we'll continue to do that throughout the day, like the fact that, as Sean Pendergast said, for the final 15 weeks of the season, you have 6 total home games. Mm-hmm. When you say it like that, you're like, that's weird. I don't like the way that feels, but yeah, that's the nature of it, right? Obviously, you have an international game and then another game at home before you get to your bye week. There's things of that nature, and of course, the big one is that you've got, 3 or 4 cold weather games in the last month of the season, thereabouts. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, those are some of the quirks that obviously pop up with the Texans. But I want to go through some of the interesting schedule quirks that happen in some of these other schedules. Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, this one, John Lopez. What was maybe the best game of all of last year, if you were just talking about matchups? And I think there's a definitive number one answer, but I'm interested to see if you.
I'm trying to think. What am I missing? Figgy Bills, Chiefs? No. The best game? What was it?
I think Rams, Seahawks.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah,
that's both of those times that those two teams.
I'll be so tapped out of the NFC sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that is.
And if you did, you missed probably 2 of, and definitely one of the best games.
That was a good game.
Incredible. Those two teams don't play until Christmas this year. Mm-hmm. How do you make that happen?
Wait, what?
Those two teams do not play until, and they're division rivals. They're going to play twice.
So they played twice, 2 of the last 3 games?
Yeah.
They play late. They do not meet until Christmas.
That actually doesn't hit me so crazy.
Really?
Well, it happens. The Texans did it with the Titans last year.
Yeah, sure, but that's the Titans,
but this
right?
The Texans,
No, but what I'm saying is that happens in the division. In the division scheduling.
But you would have thought they move that game up a little bit.
Yeah, but it's not, I'm saying not as weird because every division has was it last year they played the Colts twice or one of the teams in the first first month? No. Oh. Colts late. Maybe it was the Jags early they played.
Jags was pretty early.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the division games going like that. I understand it's going to line up at some point like that. But these are 2 good teams.
Is that the schedule makers and AI?
That got to be an AI thing because if it was
building drama,
if it was, I don't know, man. I feel like
wait till this Christmas. It's the first time they're going to face each other, and then they face twice, and then maybe in the postseason.
I feel like an actual human would have moved that game up a little bit, and then maybe the second game would be at Christmas.
That doesn't hit me so bad.
Man, it hits me weird as hell. Yeah. There's potential, and I'm not going to say that just because last year was the best game of the season means that this year definitely will be. But both those teams are set to be still really good.
That's what I'm saying, kind of building.
Yeah, but I feel like the NFL ain't really the ones who for being conservative in the way they go about things. They're like, hey, man, give me the money. I feel like the way that I would logically think about this, give me one of these games in the first half, one of these games in the second half so that we can eat off of it on both sides. I feel like this probably came about more because of like scheduling concerns. Because that's one thing that you building this schedule is not easy.
No.
Far from it. 272 games of NFL football that you have to navigate around availabilities of stadiums and various different other, wild things that are happening. I think one game, the Colts could not have a home game, not because the stadium wasn't available, but because there is a conference in Indianapolis that will take up all of the hotel rooms so that they would not be able to host a game. In the
that happens here.
Right?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of factors that come in. And so unless there's something like that, I think that this is a big miss for the NFL to backload all. Because, God forbid, if there's an injury that happens, there's a likelihood of wiping out the value of both of those games really quickly because of how close they are together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. I think maybe I'm just thinking of it in terms of that's how it happens a lot in division.
And to that point, it shows up in a very particular way because the Detroit Lions have 3 division road games all in the final 4 weeks of the season.
Wow. And I thought the Texans had it rough.
Right?
Yeah.
So they will have the Minnesota. They'll be in Minnesota for the Vikings week 15th. And then on Sunday, then week 16, they will be playing the Giants. They'll be playing the Giants at home. Then they go week 17 in Chicago, week 18 in Green Bay.
Yeah. Wow. I kind of like that, though. I see, the thing about the division games that I like is that you face one early all the time, first 2-3 weeks. In this case, it's the Colts for the Texans, and what we're talking about with the Rams and the Seahawks. And because now that is the case, they do schedule the division games bunched together at the beginning and at the end for the division race reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get that.
They absolutely do that every year.
Just an interesting quirk. So it did feel like when you get to some of these quirks, you go, oh, man, some of these teams really did get the raw end of the deal ultimately. Yeah. I did want to mention this, though, because it did come up earlier on the text line. The NFL had put out a graphic of, the strength of schedule for these teams. Mm-hmm. The way that the NFL used it, they worked off of last year's win-loss record, which gets a little dicey when you consider teams change and they shift. If you use projecting metrics that have, forecasted win-loss totals, the Texans actually have the 16th most difficult schedule, right there in the middle. Take of that what
figure.
Make of that what you will, right? Make of that what you will. So I did want to make that mention. We've talked a lot about how the NFL is just expanding to all different days and all different places. This quirk shows up because of that.
I know which one you're going to talk about.
Week 12 of the 2026 season has 9 different windows of football. Obviously, we know the normal windows of, Sunday at noon, the Houston Texans special for a long time. Sunday, the late afternoon slate, and then there's the Sunday night slate. You have your Thursday night slate. This will be a number of more, right? So week 12, as I mentioned, of course, as my computer decides that it wants to crap out on me, but week 12 has 9 different slates of football.
That is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, right? With multiple games.
Yep.
I mean, it seems so weird. It hits you funny, but we're going to be watching. And I say that all the time. We're going to be watching. Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
We are. Begrudgingly for me, but we are. But that's one of those quirks. And then primetime games. What did you set the over-under at for the Texans?
4.5. How about that? That's the first thing I looked at.
So here's the question.
Yeah.
How are we going to rule this? Because
the London game.
When we talk about official primetime games.
Oh, no, they came out with it. The NFL actually said not counting. So you can't count the London games, not counting the overseas games.
Okay, so if that's the way that we count it, I missed. I took the over on 4.5.
I took the under.
Figgy always winning these things. They end up with 4. The 4 being your 2 Thursday night games, and then which is the Colts week 11, and then what was the other Thursday night game? Of course, I lost it.
It was the Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes,
that
there we
one.
Go. Yeah,
Monday Night Football against Green Bay, and then
Steelers. Pittsburgh Sunday night.
Which Ron kind of made a good point. He said he wouldn't be surprised if that get flexed out at some point.
That's a very good point. I was actually thinking a show earlier too, and it ties in with this, Reggie. Is there a little bit of have the Texans taken a slight step back in terms of Q rating as far as the NFL is concerned? Is there still a little bit more now of you got to prove it? I mean, because last year it's like, hey, C.J. Stroud. Certainly the year before.
No, I think so. I think that's a fair point to make. I mean, it's a slight step back. I don't think it's like a full leap backwards, but I think it's clear that that's the case because this league does not sell on defenses. Now, this defense is reaching a level where we're talking about possibly historic, and maybe that brings some things around, but there's clearly the consideration that how much of the C.J. Stroud resurgence are we expecting? How many of the questions are impacting the way that they would set up the sell of any given game where that they want to go quarterback versus quarterback on that marquee?
Right.
Now, the thing that I'm interested in is you're talking about the possibility of the Steelers being flexed out. Depending on how this goes, you could see games flexed in. This is the portion of seeing some of these games that we're talking about late, right? If Jacksonville is indeed good, right, that Jacksonville game, week 15, could be one that gets flexed in.
Yeah.
We know that Green Bay is a game. I mean, depending on if Washington bounces back, I don't feel as strong about that one, but maybe that one could get flexed into instances, right? I think that there are some games, and I don't think you're talking about flexing in week 12. I think that might be a little early. I'm trying to remember.
I can't remember on that. Yeah.
But you talk about that Baltimore Ravens game. Is it possible that could be one where that is of
what week
value?
Is that?
Week 12.
Week 12.
So there's some games that I could see possibly going the other way, and I'm not going to bet on those because I think I'm probably leaning to where things probably stay similar. But no, I could see that step back happening, but I could also see that coming right back to life if indeed this offense starts clicking.
Let me ask you guys this. This is not necessarily fitting in with quirk, but it was interesting in terms of the scheduling around the NFL. Did you see the Falcons? They reportedly requested that they not be involved in the anniversary game of the Saints, the dome coming, after Katrina and the return Monday night game. It was Falcons and Saints 20 years ago. They requested apparently not to be involved in that Monday night game, and the NFL said, "Oh yeah, you are." So it's going to be Falcons.
I wonder why.
I don't know.
What was the reason?
I don't know.
They don't like them people.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe it's as simple as that.
Yeah, y'all was getting out here thinking, what's the reason we don't like them people? We don't want to be here for. All right, so this is like in college football being like, hey, we got homecoming. Y'all want to be our homecoming matchup? No, we don't want to be your homecoming matchup.
No, I get that, but it seemed like this is a little more sentimental.
It was one of the most memorable games in NFL history.
Yeah, sentimental for them, right? Think about it from the Falcons' perspective. Y'all are the villains, right? We talk about remember the Titans, but we talk about the other team. No, I don't want to be here for this. I don't want to commemorate that.
I just think it's funny to say we kindly request that we're not involved. No, you're going. You're in it. You're in it.
NFL said we already got too many things to consider. We're not considering polite requests. You're just gonna have to deal with this one. I mentioned primetime games. A couple more quirks with primetime. Somehow, some way, the Kansas City Chiefs, even though Patrick Mahomes has the injury, we don't know when he will be playing. 6 primetime games.
Of course. Who's surprised?
Is this still the Taylor Swift effect?
I think it's everything. I think it's just they've been so dang good. There is still some uncertainty with Patrick Mahomes, depending on what you want to believe. It's Kelsey. It's Taylor Swift. It's all of it. I mean, they just draw eyes. They just draw eyes.
This is really. I think we're stretching the how strong is Kansas City as a marquee team right now, especially if you're talking about the possibility of Patrick Mahomes not being there. Because, I mean, Kenneth Walker's going to be there, the possibility of, like, Justin Fields being involved with some of these, obviously early on rather than later.
Yeah.
But who else are you banking this on like, seeing the great play here? Because Travis Kelce is a name, but he is, older and maybe not as much of the flashy guy that shows up here. Right? Who else are you pointing to and you're going, hey, they're bringing something to the table?
I think, as I mentioned to Figgy, I think it's just all of it. They are a proven commodity, and Kelce, no matter how good he is, still is a draw. That logo is still a draw because they've won so much. And again, who knows? I mean, who knows when Patrick Mahomes is going to be playing?
Sure. Yeah. So there's that. I also now have a guessing game. I like these. 5 NFL teams did not have a primetime game at all.
All right, let me see.
Who are the 5 NFL teams?
I love me a good game
without a primetime game?
I'm going to say Titans.
What just happened here? I believe you are correct there.
Jets.
Correct.
Panthers.
No, the Panthers do have a primetime.
They do. Okay.
So Titans, Jets. I will say
you're on the right path here.
Ooh.
We're
Saints.
Nope.
Oh, that's right. They have the anniversary.
Oh,
game.
yeah, that's right.
They have the anniversary game.
Think West Coast, or at least western side.
Raiders.
Raiders. There you go.
Yeah.
Cardinals. You did correct. And then one more that actually is on the eastern side of things. It is a team that
Dolphins.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Those are the 5 teams without primetime
Makes sense.
games.
Yeah.
So
I'm a little bit shocked the Raiders don't have at least one. Because you would have thought they'd been a division game or something.
Fernando factor.
Well, that comes to my final point of around the NFL here. When do you think Fernando Mendoza makes his first start? Because we now see the way that their season starts. They open with the Dolphins, then they get the Chargers and the Saints. And that's not like the craziest.
That's pretty easy, actually.
Early on, fairly easy to start if you wanted to do that. The sports books do have Kirk Cousins as the odds-on favorite, but their bye week is a little bit later on in the season, so it's not like you got an easy jump-in point on.
Is it like week 9?
I believe it's something to that effect.
Yeah. Boy, you want to say after the bye, they're going to have a pretty decent start, I think, if they're any good at all. They don't have a tough task. It's not horrible. Ooh. I'm going to say it's going to be a little later than we think.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
With Kubiak there and Kirk Cousins, he's not an awful quarterback.
I mean, if they win 2 of their first 3 games, which is a big ask, if they win 2 of their first 3, it'll be week 7, week 8.
Yeah.
Before we even start talking about it. Don't you think?
I think it's quite possible. And of course, Kirk Cousins there, a solid starter as you guys were talking about. But yeah, man, I think that this could be a little bit later for them because they go a little while before they get to their bye.
Yeah.
So, I found that to be interesting. The number 1 overall pick we might not see for a little bit, depending on how that plays out. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, we got the schedule release. We know that in Week 5, you'll get the Dallas Cowboys here at Reliance Stadium. And this weekend, you have the Astros taking on the Rangers. And that got me thinking, the Houston-Dallas rivalry, how strong is it really? 713-572-4610. I want to talk about that next.
Our guy's show isn't... In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about some of the schedule quirks and primetime games for the Texans. 4 of those, mind you, on the books, mostly backloaded in the season, interestingly enough. But somebody said on the set from the text line from the 713 that they think that the schedule makers and media networks just don't want to see DeMeco Ryans run the ball out from the beginning of the game.
Lots of field goals.
Yeah.
Lots of field goals.
Yeah. And maybe that's the case. But funny enough, it got me thinking. I think the way that it works with, running the football, it's almost like an inverse bell curve in my mind, is that you run the football a good amount and you run it like in a moderate way. Mm-hmm. It does probably bring some of the intrigue down. But if you cross a certain point and you're running the ball really well and really consistently, it becomes fun again. Like there's something about football that even in the modern iteration where we're throwing the football all up and down the field, if you are one of those teams that can do the thing where I'm running the football, I know I'm running the football, and it does not matter, it becomes really fun again.
Just ask the Chargers tight end.
Charlie Kohler.
that was talking about that. No, when you're right. When you do it, it's cool, whatever. When are you going to throw the ball? But when you do it well, it's the most awesome, purest form of football that fans salivate over that. They go nuts over that. You're just pounding the ball, 6 yards, 12 yards, 5 yards. They just love it.
Just some good runs and some flashy runs, too. You got a couple 20-yard run right there and then all that type of stuff.
It's football at its purest form, and people still love that.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, what's the most likely that the Texans are?
That team?
Or do you think it's more likely that they are the team that is like, they're running the football, but it's kind of, okay, we got it. I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Or is it the team that's like, oh, boy,
yeah,
here they go.
I don't know if it's that type of, I don't know if they got that type of time yet.
We'll find out.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be the nasty, you just keep pounding the ball type stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm afraid of. I hadn't really gotten to the point.
It ain't going to be no Jameer Gibbs type, 20 flashy 20-yard runs and stuff.
Yeah, or even just, good heavy, a heavy running back, going for 6 or 8 every time.
Yeah, I don't even think honestly, they don't need that. They just need to run and get the first down. So I think that probably what matters. Or
run and get the second and short.
I'm sure they don't care about the flashy runs.
Oh, they don't. This is about me. Why did you think I was being altruistic? I'm not thinking about them. I'm thinking about me and how much fun I'm going to have with this. I had not fully considered the possibility that we might be a little bit in the gulag when it comes to just the pure excitement factor running the football. But I guess if they do it successfully, we'll have fun because winning is fun.
Dubs.
Yeah, winning is fun.
You better off watching the defense and hoping for a fumble, scoop, and score.
Yeah.
Right, and to that point, right, somebody texts in from the 832, we were one of the kings of time possession. That was one of the best things Kaylee did. How did you feel about that last year? How fun was that? Right, that's my point ultimately that I'm getting to. So I jumped on a podcast earlier in this week, and I told you, with some folks in Dallas, and one of the things that they asked me was, what is, which of the I guess matchups that could happen in sports between Dallas and Houston are the strongest rivalry? Has the strongest rivalry? And I think the answer there is probably Rangers and Astros.
Not for me.
Really?
Mm-mm. No, Rangers and Astros, you face them the most, and it's probably second. It's a pretty good. It's gaining intensity. We've seen
it might be losing intensity now.
Well, we've seen them in the last couple of years clearing benches and everything else.
Yes.
There is some intensity there. As much as we mock the silver boot because of its inherent silliness.
Which, by the way, not sure that one's coming. That one's coming to Houston this year.
But as much as they do, sort of highlight that. But even though you only face them, every 5 years, the Cowboys?
It seems, although you've had them in back-to-back years this year because of the quirks of the schedule making.
But generally speaking, the division,
you don't see them
every
as
4.
Often. Yeah, you don't
every
see them
4.
You don't see them as often as you want to.
Doesn't matter.
You think so?
Doesn't matter.
You think that I would not have?
Because even the preseason games against the Cowboys are relatively intense. If you just look at the stands, it doesn't matter a damn lick at all. And it's still, the fans are still getting in fights in the stands and everything else. No, I know it just logically doesn't make sense. You only face them once every 4 years. Still the Cowboys. From a Houston perspective, still the Cowboys.
That's interesting because that's the genesis of the question is how strong is this rivalry actually sports-wise? Because I know city to city, we don't like them, they don't like us, right? And it is very almost brotherly in that way. You start talking about Texas, hey, we going to click up and we going to fight you, right? That's the family. But when it comes to end of the family, I don't like you over there, right? And we're going to take every opportunity to crack on you that you can. And honestly, they've taken opportunities, including in their schedule release where they did a whole, mind you, when the Cowboys do their schedule releases, it's like 10-minute videos.
Yeah.
Cut it down. Yeah. Calm down. We don't need, because it literally was 8 minutes plus of some level of, because they have a lot of Tylers on their team, like we got Jalen's. So apparently they did a Tyler intelligence agency thing, and this was the dossier for the Texans game on there.
Location, Houston.
Ghetto Dallas.
Mission, relocate Houston's team to a more fitting city. QB could use a fresh start. Suggested cities.
Yeah, let's just send them wherever. Honestly, it doesn't matter.
Ghetto Dallas.
I never heard that before.
Because it's not a thing.
Okay.
It's not a thing.
I'm like, is that something they just made up?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, that's not actually a thing. They talked about relocating the team, which is real. Those are fighting words.
Yeah, I know.
And then they talk about C.J. Stroud leaving, which I imagine is not.
Okay, we're fair.
Everybody's not as mad about that. But I'm like, they're bringing a little spice here in a place that I would not have agreed with you coming in that's a big rivalry, in part because like there's just so much, like they're so separate. They don't play each other. They don't run the same lanes, AFC, NFC.
Doesn't matter.
Really?
Doesn't matter. I mean, and you were talking about like the Astros Rangers, which I would think is the second kind of losing some steam or whatever.
And I think that's more just because rivalries when one or both of the teams aren't good, it's just hard to maintain and sustain.
Cowboys, Texans, doesn't matter. Just play it, and it will be the most intense. That parking lot, don't miss it. It's going to be wild, man, because so many Cowboys fans and everything else. Look, this is just my opinion, man. So, people people can certainly disagree. To me, everything I've seen, 30 whatever years here, 37 years, doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's such an interesting perspective because I just keep defaulting to like the ALCSs that we've seen, or the at least the postseason matchups that we've seen between these two teams and the ways in which it just gets grimy between Astros Rangers, a series that you have this weekend coming up, and because the Astros can't pitch, and honestly, right now doing a little
can't really hit as well either,
but the Rangers really can't hit. They're just awful when it comes to their OPS plus. This almost feels like I was wondering, are you going to get any of that spice still? Because, they're kind of almost evenly yoked when it comes to like the level of play right now, just on the lower end. But yeah, I might, maybe I'm missing something. 713-572-4610. We're already seeing people on the text line like, no, I agree. In fact, people going to the place where they go, the Cowboys are the Texans' biggest rival. And I don't know that I could go there, but man, I would not have guessed that is the strength that we are viewing this as.
It's Cowboys too.
Yeah, I can say. Do you feel like it's amped up even more because they don't play as often? And so this is kind of like a not a one in a lifetime chance, but since we don't see them this often, that we got to go all out.
If the Cowboys played the Texans every year, if there was some sort of seismic division shift, it would clearly be easily top 5 in the NFL.
If they played every year, do you feel like it would be better than the Texans versus Titans?
Oh, by a long shot.
Really?
Yeah. By a long shot. No, I'm telling you, man, it's hell. Like I said, preseason games. You're like, dude,
I agree.
These guys are just like third teamers trying to make a roster.
But do you think part of that plays because Cowboy fans just everywhere?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
That was the thing that I was going to ask is how much of this feels like a unique rivalry and how much of this is just when Cowboys fans are everywhere, and especially with the particular way that Houston's developed. We know, right? The team, the Oilers leaving that time period in between,
and everybody got an uncle or aunt who's a Cowboys fan that's from Houston.
Well, that's the thing, and even when the Oilers were here, but especially when the Oilers left. And the Cowboys, keep in mind, that was mid-'90s. That's when the Cowboys were at the apex of their greatness. I hate saying that. But anyway, so many Cowboys fans just grew up in Houston and became, didn't matter that the Oilers were here or anything, they were, and that's generational. To this day, and we have a lot of listeners in the Beaumont, Port Arthur area, tell me if I'm wrong. I think it's 40, maybe 50% of
out in the Golden Triangle? Yeah.
Football, maybe even more, are Cowboys fans.
Really?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
No, that's probably. So how would you rank, because I see someone on the text line kind of getting to this point, How would you rank this on the must-wins for the Texans this year? Because
you know how I feel about must-wins, but
no, yes, but I figured that you would.
This is a must-win. This is a must-win. So
Culturally,
culturally
speaking. Yeah, it's
must-win for Thanksgiving at least, man. So that way you show up at Thanksgiving and you bragging rights.
You walk in the door. How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, that alone is a must-win.
You walk in like Stephen A.
Yep.
You got a cowboy hat on and a suit.
Yep.
So when I asked the question,
you know what? It's probably top 3.
It might be.
Yeah.
It might be, right? Just culturally, right?
Just bragging rights.
Yeah, the bragging rights of it all, right? Top 3 beating out probably like. I was trying to see which of the AFC South ones would you.
It might be top 1.
You think it might be the one that just it means that much?
Yeah. Because I know I think a lot of people would love to beat the Titans every single time. But I know it's a couple of Titans fans that's here that left when the Oilers left, but. Everybody got that uncle that's a Cowboys fan, man. That's so irritating.
Man, look at the passion on the text board just now.
It's leaping out.
It's just
leaping
now.
out. I had miscalculated because I was like, is this as strong of a sports rivalry as maybe some of the other ones? And obviously it's not going to land in the same way as a lot of other sports rivalries that have the opportunity to go frequently. But yeah, it's apparently still a more stronger one than I realized.
Is it fair to say Rangers and Astros are second?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think they're second.
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way,
Rockets Mavericks. I don't even think that's actually a rivalry. I don't think there's any actual.
What about Rockets Spurs?
Rockets Spurs is a rivalry.
You think so?
Spurs Mavericks. Oh yeah, Rockets fans hate Spurs and vice versa. And Spurs Mavs is a big rivalry because they've got a big history of postseason and otherwise. The thing about this that's kind of unnerving, or at least going to make it more interesting, Cowboys are going to be pretty good too. Cowboys going to be pretty good.
It depends on how much Christian Parker, their new defensive coordinator, how much change that he's able to bring in, and how much they're capable of, injecting some of this talent that they have. It's not like it's a crazy amount, but they've added in some cornerbacks so that they're not as putrid. They obviously add Caleb Downs in the draft. I don't know that it's so good, but I mean, this is also an offense in the Texans that you're hoping to see some level of uptick from. So I think that will be a really fun front of this as well. You have the Texans offense versus the Cowboys defense, where you go maybe the lesser of the size of the football matching up, and then the two strengths, which is one of, if not the best offenses in football last year in the Cowboys, and one of, if not the best defenses from last year. I think that's going to be an explosive game on top of the parking lots and the stands. That might be one of the most fun games that we have coming up.
Let me ask you this, just to kind of put a bow on this. Play the role of Cal and Hannah McNair. All right. What do you think Cal and Hannah McNair would be telling DeMeco Ryans if they could tell him anything in this sense? Just don't lose to the fill in the blank.
Well, if I'm playing the role of Hannah, it's the Titans.
Fair.
I'm sorry.
Fair.
We know. Speaking of rivalries,
she might say Cowboys and Titans. I got 2 requests.
I think if you ask the owners, a little truth serum. I think they would say, just don't lose to the Cowboys this year.
Really? Okay.
For a number of reasons.
Yeah.
Not just on the field. And I think that's your answer. Yeah.
Somebody said Golden Triangle to Houston transplant. They're putting this at 75% Cowboys.
I don't doubt you. Every time I've been there, it's like Cowboys crap everywhere.
Man. Excited to see what that one looks like when we get to that one as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including hey man, is this the Gen Z taking over
God almighty.
in sports? We'll talk about that more next.
Ready. Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The biggest thing on the day, we got the schedules in yesterday, and we were looking at it. I think just general thumbs up, thumbs down kind of feeling. You guys are where on the schedule?
On how the schedule broke down? Yeah. Absolutely thumbs down.
Your thumbs down?
Yeah, absolutely thumbs down. Could have been so much easier in so many ways, and a lot of bad breaks.
My thumb is kind of in the middle a little bit.
That's right. Yeah. I was going to cheat and put that one in there.
I'm kind of in the middle of it. Like, first reaction, I'm kind of like, dang, they screwed. They screwed the Texans, but I guess, I don't know, maybe the fan in me, I'm like, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't.
They're top 10, let's go.
It's going to be fun. As a fan, it's going to be fun, but if you like breaking it down.
But honestly, it is a tough schedule, but if they can't handle this schedule, man, maybe they not the team we thought they were. So I kind of look at it like that.
Sure.
No, 100%. And so we'll talk more about that at the top of the hour because, now we got to play the schedule game now, don't we? Let's see what we expect now that we know not just who you're playing, but when you will be playing them. So we'll do that here in a moment. Some other things that are indeed popping. The Houston Astros, yesterday, they were unable to get a victory to split the season, not the season series, but the series, the 4-game set that is, versus the Seattle Mariners, an 8-3 loss versus the Mariners, and it didn't even feel that close.
What was the best thing about the Astros game yesterday?
That it was during the day, and I could have the evening to
I was done by 5 o'clock.
That's how, and I say that,
It was so good to the point, I'm glad it was all over. I don't think I cut my TV on. I never touched my TV the rest of the day.
Yeah.
We saw the game pretty much end when, was it Luke Raley early on in the game? 3-run blast. It was like the first inning, and we were like, all right. Now, Jordan had a solo shot in the third, and I was like, all right, is that going to be anything?
Yeah, then that's cute.
Mitch Garver with a 2-run homer, and we are done here. Everything else that happened is just
a cute little personal stat.
It was nice, though, because I did appreciate that happening, even though it was just one run, and it was, Chris Paul hitting the 3 to bring it back down to being down was like...
Yeah.
42. That's what it felt like in the game, but in the larger context, Jordan needs to get those. He needed to get the power back. The power wasn't there. He was either getting walked or having these weird, just missing moments at the plate. So it was nice to see it actually go over the wall, and hopefully he can continue that as it's going to be needed this weekend. In fact, speaking of this weekend series versus the Texas Rangers, how you feeling?
Well, actually, obviously not great. Just in general, not great. This is an Astros team, second worst record in baseball, 11 games under 500. We know the struggles. We talk about the struggles. So obviously, just in a general sense, not great. But the Rangers aren't the scariest team out there, right now for the Astros to face, especially at home in a rivalry, et cetera.
They're not. The thing that scares me more is they're pitching really well.
They are pitching well.
They are pitching well, and you've got Jack Leiter, and then you got DeGrom on the bump on Saturday as well. So, I don't know if they have somebody assigned for Sunday as of right now.
TBD right now
Still
against
TBD.
Peter
Lambert, yeah.
But, you got Arrighetti. Kaiwei Tang will be handling Saturday's outing. I think Joe Espada said that he can go – they're looking at 80 to 85 pitches, so he might actually, depending on how efficient he is, he might give you a decent start.
Give me 5.
Yeah, he might be able to give you that. And then Peter Lambert – Peter, not Parker Lambert. Had to think of another one. Will be handling the Sunday outing at 1:10. So I don't know what it looks like. I'm really hoping. I think that it is a possibility that they win this, but that feels like hopeful thought in any of these series. Again, it feels like forever that the Astros actually won a series.
Well, it's just we know the pitching is going to be a struggle or challenge. It just comes down to what the hitting is doing. The hitting, their last few games has been mediocre at best.
No, it absolutely has. Chandler Rome had an interesting piece about kind of where this team is in some various respects. And there was an interesting nugget. And I sent it to you guys. I don't know if you guys responded at all or if you saw it or if you were just sick of me sending all the texts that I did yesterday. Did you see? This might be an answer to the question that you've had as to why the hell is Imai still up in the majors?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
According to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, Tatsuya Imai has minor league options remaining. That's obvious. But according to terms of his contract, he can't be demoted without his consent. Apparently, the Mets right-hander Kodai Senga also has a similar provision in his contract, although he agreed to demotion last season during his struggle. So I could easily see that, Tatsuya Imai in his current state is not aware enough to be like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I need this step back. We could talk about the excuse making that he's made. You can see that he's still trying to think that he can do it right now without needing to take the step back. I wonder, again, even more so if Joe Espada allowing him to go out there and just throw 2 pitches and letting that be the game plan. I wonder if that is even more of the, I need you to see that this isn't working for yourself so you can agree so that to let us help you.
It's interesting because when you sent that, I thought to myself, well, he was sent down, which means he consented to it.
Rehab
to it.
Well, it was rehab, so he has no consent on that?
I imagine not.
Well, maybe then. Can't you do that again? if you no, I'm dead serious.
Hey man, your elbow looking funny. No, I feel great. No, it looks funny, buddy.
No, I'm dead serious. Yeah.
Can't Joe Espada say, "Hey man, you don't look too well.
Yeah,
we gonna sing you down, man."
Use the back of your hand, touch his forehead.
Sir, I'm not hurt.
Warm.
Sir, I'm not hurt. Yes, you are.
Yeah, you feel a little. I mean, it happens all the time.
We're gonna put you on the 60-day DL.
Yeah, but the Phantom IL, it's always been implied that it comes with a level of wink, wink, nod, nod understanding from the player themselves. What happens if he's not there? And of course, now I'm reckless speculating. I want to make that clear. But what happens if the player is not in that place and he's just struggling to try and push through?
Yeah, either way, it's an awkward way to handle this. And why isn't Imai saying, yeah, I want to go down? Is it just pride? Is it just I can do this?
And again, that's not the reporting here. The reporting is just that he has this clause. I just want to make it clear that's my thought, is that might be what's happening. Why wouldn't he? Because he's trying so hard to make this work. And sometimes you grab harder and that actually makes it worse. I think that he is trying so hard to make this go.
Yeah, to me, this is like trying to, if a quarterback is struggling, he ain't going to take himself out. He's just going to keep trying to get through it.
Yeah, but it's like we all felt the same thing for his sake. I mean, we were, secondary embarrassment,
And, of course, the other thing, which I've noted a few times, you do not necessarily agree with it, but they have very slim options otherwise. They're going to a 6-man rotation. That's why Kai Tang is taken on. So you will see, I believe you are set to see Imai on Monday, if memory serves, in this lineup, or rotation, rather. And so that is what it is. Right? I don't know.
So
what more am I supposed to say about that, right?
So there's that.
There was something interesting to note, is that Jose Abreu, who has not allowed a run in 4 appearances in the month of May, quiet as it's kept. Brian Abreu. Yeah. He made a little change. Apparently, the Astros have eliminated flat ground work. All of his work pregame is off the mound. They're like, hey, man, we are going to put you in this circumstance where you get this back. Does this maybe give you a slight sliver of hope that the Brian Abreu can get back to some level of who he is supposed to be?
Well, you know how I feel about this. Any player who has done it at a high level, I feel can get back to that sort of injury or age or whatever. So I do think it does give me a little bit of hope that he's able to do it. It really does. We'll see. And it could be just the routine fits him, throwing off a mound, versus flat ground.
Yeah, this is where I go, all right, let's hope that the Astros and their ability to tweak their pitching is actually going to is still there, because that feels like it gets a lot better if Brian Abreu can actually be an option for you out of the pen again. And then with Josh Hader seemingly on the cusp of returning, all these things can maybe help you be a little bit better. Now, I'm in real hope circumstance, and it feels like this thing is really, the sands of time are really slipping through on you very quickly. But
it's getting late early.
Very. Comets official when it comes to relocation and the name. That was what we found out at an event that the Comets had yesterday at Toyota Center, that they will indeed be the Comets. There were some other names considered, but it just had to be the Comets. The reason why that's notable, as we mentioned, is that there is some still level dispute on the ownership of the name or the copyright of the name. They the organization seems to not be worried about it at all. But yes, it is now officially official, even though we kind of knew that.
So they wrote a check.
It is yes, that the Connecticut Sun after this season will relocate to Houston to become the Comets. And finally, I believe, let's take you to the PGA Championships, where what is my golfer's name again here?
Higo?
Yes.
Garrick? How you pronounce Garrick?
Garrick.
I'm not gonna pretend.
I never heard that.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say Buddy's name. I'm being completely honest, but is he just being a young cat here? Is this something else? Because he had a 2-stroke penalty for
being late.
That's right.
Yeah.
He ain't hit water a couple of times. He didn't fail to certify his card or whatever. No, he got a penalty for being late to his tee time. This was his explanation.
Eric, could you just describe what happened? I guess you were in the putting green.
Yeah.
Did you know you were running a little bit late at that moment?
No, I wouldn't have been late if I knew I was running late.
So what's your reaction as you're kind of going up and the guys, ushering you up to the tee and whatnot, saying you were...
Obviously, this is the first time it's happened, so I wasn't sure quite what. I mean, I was just happy that they allowed me to tee off firstly, you know what I mean? But I was bummed when he said I had a 2-shot penalty.
What is your mindset when you tee off and just try to forget that, knowing it's going to be a 2-shot penalty?
I just said to myself, it's going to be a great opportunity to shoot a low score.
That's great. We'll stay on B with Shane.
This went on for a pretty long time. I think the big highlight point was when he was trying to – he did seem to try and take some level of responsibility. Mm-hmm. However, he also was trying to not at the same time. He said, I was there on time, but I was late. And what he was getting at was his tee time, I think, was like
18.
Yeah, 7:18, let's say.
It was 1:18.
1:18, there we go.
Yeah.
He was there at like 1:18 and 30 seconds. And the rule is if you are a second late, you are late.
Yeah.
So he was like, I was there on the time, the 1:18, I just was 30 seconds late.
He said, I was there on time, but late.
That's right.
Tell me you're a Gen Zer without telling me you're a Gen Z.
See, this is you being.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Nah, you being an old dude right now.
Nope. He also said it's not my job to be there 10 minutes early. It kind of is. It kind of is.
To me, this reminds me of that classic line I learned being in broadcasting school. When you're on time, you're late.
But even at that, literally every other of the top golfers in the world knows you have to be there before your tee time. I was there on time, just late.
Yeah.
Okay. He's 27 years old, by the way, Gen Z. That's the first thing I thought of.
The reason I did this is we kind of, every generation will do this about generations after them. It's like, oh, look at all the moral failures of this generation. When in all reality, there are some people in that generation that are really on it. He just feel like one of them slackers in that generation. He feel like one of them slackers. And I know because I have been one of them.
Yes.
I have been one of them.
But this is the PGA Championship.
That's right.
Literally said it's not my job to be there 10 minutes early.
If it ain't, whose is it? You know what I mean? Like, whose job is it then?
I was just like, this bleeping guy.
How much money is he going to lose off of those 2 strokes? That's the thing that I thought.
Where does he finish? I mean, maybe it is the inspiration that he said it would be. He said.
But this thing, you can't get those back. Like, 2 strokes is the difference between.
Oh, yes.
Big money. I mean, even if he still ends up being high up in the, and I don't know.
And he had a good day. He shot 1 under.
Really?
Yeah, he shot a 69. He was 1 under.
Man, and so like, are we talking about the possibility of,
He goes at. Actually, I think he's teeing off at 12:43. So the clock is ticking.
12:43:30?
Yeah, 12:43.
Oh, okay. All right.
12:43.
What if he does this every time out? He loses 8 strokes on the weekend.
He's 1 under. He's in the top 15. And that's after a 2-stroke penalty.
And I was about to say, if I'm his caddy, but I don't know if you want to mess up.
Oh, I'm dragging him.
If I'm his caddy at the end, I'm like, hey, good job. You know how much more money you could have made?
2 strokes.
Because of those 2 strokes.
By the way, Hideki Matsuyama is leading with Steven Yeager, Minwoo Lee. A lot of guys tied at the top. It's a tough course. First place right now, leading is 3 under. That's it. Yeah,
that's okay. Well, we'll interesting to see what the PGA Championship continues to give us over the weekend. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There's no such thing as early. You're either on time or late. Oh, no, there's a such thing as early. I have sat in parking lots for 30 minutes. There's a such thing as early. We don't have to lie to people. All right, coming up next, we talked about the Texans schedule. We know who the teams are. We know when they are. And so with that being the case, with that context, can we rank the importance of the key games and tiers and maybe even play the schedule game? Let's do that next.
Here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on this free, fun Friday. Hope your Friday is going well out there in the great city of Houston or wherever else you might be taking us in. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Obviously, for us, really big day when it comes to, let me be honest. For Lopez and Figgy, really big day.
No. I'm
engaging in the fun as well.
This is Reggie, and we got a good hint of it during the text thread. He couldn't stop himself.
You got to be honest, man.
Yeah.
You enjoyed this.
Yeah.
You enjoyed this a lot.
Oh, well, I tapped into like the videos of this. You know,
welcome.
That's part of the experience, though.
Welcome.
Yeah, but it's not enough
it's
for me to be like, oh man, I'm waiting all year for the schedule release.
But see, it's the intrigue of who's playing where at what time and all that type of stuff.
Big I've told him 10 times. Maybe more.
Look, I ain't gonna lie. Before it got super popular, I was kind of on that same boat. Like, who cares? We already know. But the way you build it up and all that type of stuff,
Reggie's
it is kind of fun.
Reggie's that guy that says, "No, I'm a vegetarian." And then you see him at a restaurant, he's eating a cheeseburger. He's like, "No, I don't like the schedule." And then he's like, "Ooh, this is good."
I resent that. I resent that.
He's the vegetarian that you catch him once in a while eating grilled chicken.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, it's grilled chicken. It's still healthy.
Yeah.
All right, but regardless of how you may feel about the schedule release, we now know the schedule. We know when they're being played. So now we can get a little bit more insight into how important these games stack up. So let's do what we like doing. Tiers. Which various different tiers do these games fit into? And I think eventually we're gonna have to play the schedule game, aren't we?
Yeah, eventually. So I put together 3 tiers. Tell me where you want to start. The tiers are tipping point games. In other words, maybe the difference between 12 or 13 wins or 10 and 11, which could be a huge difference as you get into the postseason. The tipping point games, the potential paradigm shifting games, as in you let them slip away. Maybe they're coin toss type games or whatever, but you let them slip away, then all of a sudden things start to get a little interesting. Or shout out to Hoosiers. The movie Hoosiers. Don't get caught watching the paint dry. In other words, these should be check boxes. You know, they're check in the box games. They should be wins. Just don't get caught watching the paint dry, or else things could get ugly. You want to start with tipping point games, paradigm shifters, or don't get caught watching the paint dry?
Ooh, Fig, I'll let you pick here because there's a couple of them that I would.
Let's start with the tipping point games.
All right, I have some tipping point games. The Bills Week 1. We've talked about that. That could be a game that ultimately decides home field throughout the playoffs, potentially.
Right.
You know, they're up there. Bills Week 1. I think at Chargers Week 8 is going to be a tipping point game.
Coming out of the bye.
Right.
Like, this does have the possibility of being, well, I don't want to say exactly like the Week 7 game last year, but this feels like it has that same. All right, what are you, right? Because we're gonna have a number of games early on in the season, 7 to be exact, to get a start of a feel of what does the Nick Caley offense look like this year. But this is going to be like, all right, what are you actually coming with after you've had an opportunity to play a little bit? You've had an opportunity to stop and think about it. And are they going to come out and be a better version of themselves at that point against a team that is, at least right now, it seems like it's going to be an interesting one and a possible mover and shaker in the AFC.
And back to Week 1, we all agree that that's a potential tipping point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I think so, yeah.
That's one.
Absolutely.
The other one to me is at Ravens, Week 12.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And a lot of it depends on what are we getting from the Ravens.
Yeah.
You know, because
you could have a really good Ravens team.
Yeah.
You could have the Ravens team you had last year.
Right.
And what's fun about that game, there's that game and there's another one that they are difficult games, whether you talk about the stature or the status of the team, whether you talk about kind of the forecasted amount of wins that they're supposed to have, which the Ravens is like somewhere around 11, you know, with upside above that as well. But the Ravens, the week before, you have a Thursday night game. So you have a little mini bye. Again, you have an opportunity to have a run up. You need to be able to put your best foot forward. And then you go a little bit later in the season. I don't know if this fits in as a tipping point game, but at Green Bay on the road.
I'm getting to that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that you have a mini bye because of Christmas, or rather Christmas Eve. So those ones, I think the opportunities that you have with the time to prepare makes it so that, all right, what are you giving me with maximum opportunity to put your best foot forward?
Yeah, the other 2 tipping point games, you just mentioned one, but let's start here. At the Eagles Christmas Eve.
Yep.
That could mean a lot. And by the way, I'll go ahead and mention Week 17 as well is the Packers. I think that's a tipping point game. That's the other one. It's Bills, Chargers. It's Bills at Chargers, at Ravens, at Eagles, at Packers.
All on the road.
All on the road.
Well, outside of the Bills one home to
but
start the season.
Potentially the Eagles and Packers games could be the proverbial, is this a Super Bowl preview of, whatever. Potentially either one of those could be that. But at Eagles, short week, and Packers in January.
Fair enough. No, I think that all of that tracks very, very much. Logically sound.
Could the Eagles be a tricky one, too, kind of similar to the Ravens, where they could be a really good team?
Oh, yeah.
Or you could be looking at somebody that's an interim head coach.
That's what the Eagles are talking about. I mean, the Eagles are talking about what kind of team they're going to be having.
Yeah.
All right, you want potential paradigm shifters, or don't get caught watching the paint dry?
I'm sorry, I'm so curious about the don't get
yes.
In other words, check it, but boy, it could be a little interesting.
Oh, did you say at Ravens? It is home versus the Ravens.
Oh, Ravens. Did I say at Ravens? Giants, Week 7. This one bothers me.
Because of the international travel.
This bothers me, man. It's
That's a classic version of a trap game,
You're going to be in England. It's all going to be, just everything different. And then you don't come home for a bye week. You come home for the Giants, who are very interesting. Yeah. That's an interesting squad.
Yeah, but they are interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know. I feel like we might, and I say we, I'm going to speak to myself. I feel like I might be doing a little bit much on the John Harbaugh's here and now. This is entirely different.
Mm-hmm.
This was not a team that I looked at as a particularly well put together one, and I know that they tried to make some changes so that this team looks like it exists more in the image of a John Harbaugh identity. Malik Neighbors, he's supposed to be playing, and I know this is late enough in the season where maybe he's getting back into it, but how much of himself is he? Apparently he had a second surgery that he needed on that ACL to help him continue to get better there. It's going to be an interesting one. It is, but I feel like this is the caliber of team where you should, I guess that's fair. They're going
to have a running game.
If you give it the appropriate amount of attention, then you should be fine.
Yeah.
But if you, for some reason, are looking ahead or maybe not,
looking forward to the bye week,
appropriate amount of a focus, it could be an issue.
Yeah, I would feel a little better if it was the Titans. And I'm not scoffing at the Titans because they do got Robert Saleh, so I don't think it'll be a cakewalk.
Yeah,
but I just don't know what to expect from the Giants. Man, they could be a good team. They could be one of those scrappy teams that maybe not be good, but scrappy.
Can come up and bite you.
Yeah.
And doesn't Jackson Dart feel like the quarterback that does it to the Texans every once in a while?
Oh, yeah.
Every year there's one where you go,
because he can
why
run.
the hell did you do this?
Because he can run, and then they have a run game as well.
Yeah.
Like the old Will Levis game that you had a couple years ago.
Yeah. Titans home and away. You got to win them both. Period. Titans home and away. Don't get caught watching the paint dry, because those need to be wins. Don't even think about it.
Which one hurts more?
What do you mean?
As a loss. Which Titans game?
I'm saying home and away, you win them both.
No, but which one hurts more if you do?
Home. Right?
Yeah.
Home.
If you lose, which one hurts the most if you lose at home? Yeah.
At Browns week 10 and Colts week 11 at home. That's going to be that November 19th game.
Well, the reason why I asked that, that's week 18, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
So, you could be.
Yeah.
Now, you should still, even your second teamer should still be able to get out here and get the win. But I do wonder if you've put in your work and you've got 12 wins or 13 wins and you're like, what's worth more?
Yikes. Yeah.
Davis Mills. Yeah. Come on, let's go.
Oh, boy, here we go. And then, of course, you got to beat the Browns in Cleveland for a number of reasons. But and then Colts week 11. Because that week 3 game is it week 3 they play at Colts?
Week 3 at Colts.
Yeah. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but you got to come back and finish it. I just think, you're not facing Daniel Jones, but it is at the Colts, and you've traditionally have had trouble, winning there. Although better recently.
What category was this?
Don't get caught watching the paint dry. In other words, these got to be dubs. They got to be dubs. Mark it. Do it.
Okay.
Potential paradigm shifters. Bengals week 2. Strikes me as one of those.
Okay, when you say paradigm shifters, can you give me a little bit of
you should win. It's not an easy game like the other ones I just mentioned, but if they come back and bite you, in other words, I'll put it this way, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4. You got to win. I have 4 of these games. You got to win 3 of them. You got to win 3 of them.
Okay, so what are the games? You said week 2 versus Cincinnati.
Bengals week 2, Cowboys week 4.
Yeah, both home.
At Pittsburgh week 13,
and then in Washington, I'm guessing.
And then at Commanders week 14. You got to win 3 or 4 of those, because that could shift the paradigm a little bit if you split them, or heaven forbid, just win one of them.
Okay, I think that's I get that.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
With the Bengals one, I was kind of debating if that should be in your tier 1 a little bit. I don't know if we kind of sleeping on the Bengals a little bit.
Nope.
And then, or is this the paint dry? Don't watch the paint dry.
Oh, you think that you should just absolutely win that game? Is what you're saying?
Or I don't know if you got this category, but don't sleep on the Bengals type deal.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, because I don't know what to think of the Bengals either, especially that early.
Right.
Because they could be a really good team, man.
They've got it.
If Joe Burrow is healthy,
is going to be an issue.
Yeah.
The defense is going to be an issue, and the reason why I've been pretty skeptical, I talked about the defensive lack thereof, the lack of defensive acumen of the first 5 opponents on the schedule. The Cincinnati Bengals may be the worst of those. No, I'm sorry, forgot the Cowboys. Look at that. But yeah, the Cincinnati Bengals, not a good defense last year, but they have ported in a number of players, right? And we talked about this, right? Dexter Lawrence, Boye Mafe, who was the other ones that I was thinking about? Jonathan Allen. Yeah, they've got some guys. Kyle Duggar's added in there, right? Like they've got some guys on that defense, and then of course they drafted Cassius Howell, right? They have some guys, but I wonder, is that so early on in the season where they would not have fully reached some level of equilibrium on what they are trying to do defensively, to where
the Bengals you're
yes,
talking about.
Yes, the Bengals. Where I think
absolutely,
it won't be as terrifying.
That's why if you lose it,
scary,
that's going to be one of those. Ooh, that's going to be one. Didn't expect that to happen.
Or could they be that team that's in the way?
Yeah,
it's one of them teams that's maybe they not the best team in the league, but maybe they in the wild card race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, that's possible. So, all right. So, do you want to play a schedule game then here?
Why not? Of course.
To get it, and I'll do this. Let's rattle them off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's just do this straight up the way that you would want to. All right. So, week 1, Buffalo at home, opening. What are we liking? Win or loss there?
Well, that's a dub. I said that confidently, didn't I?
Yeah.
I
don't like that you said it that confident.
What's the predominant reason why you go to dub there?
I think I'm just, this is the gambler in me, how the Texans play Josh Allen, and they seem to have his number. And certainly, the Bills at the same time, as much as they know the Texans are going to be a running team, they don't exactly know what this offense is going to look like, how C.J. Stroud is going to be used and how he comes out. I think there's some edges there that you have. It's a tough one, but yes.
I'm with you. Dub there. Week 2, Cincinnati at home.
I think it's a dub.
I think so as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think so as well. Week 3, but here's the thing also, as we're doing this, I really always am hesitant because we got to find some of these places where...
No, I will.
Okay, just want to make sure that we're on it. There are going to be some games that are like, that should be a W, but somehow it's going to end up being an L because that's the nature of the football season.
Sure.
All right, at Indianapolis, week 3.
That's a dub. We're 3-0, baby.
Fig, you feeling this?
Yeah, I'm with y'all on all 3 right now.
Mm-hmm. I don't like what we're doing here because we come to week 4 versus Dallas at home.
I don't want to say it.
You want to go 4-0 here? Is this the one that you think that this is the one you think?
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna say a dub. This is at home. If it was on the road, I probably would have gave them the L. But at home, I'm gonna go with the dub.
You think that
putting some resources in their defense? Yeah, decent, good offense.
There's a lot of guys up there running up and down between CD and George Pickens and stuff.
I'm gonna say L.
I would have liked.
I hate myself.
I would have
right
liked
now.
if we put this somewhere else.
I hate myself right now.
I would have loved if we put this somewhere else.
What are you putting there?
I'm writing down the L because I just feel like 4-0. I feel like at that point we're just going 17-0. Here comes the. You know what I mean? I feel like there's one.
I want to change one. I'm gonna change the Bills to an L.
Okay, so you think that they start with the L? Versus
I think they got to get some stuff going with the offense.
So we're all 3-1 right now.
So 3-1 is what we're doing here. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and write the W for Tennessee.
Yeah.
At Tennessee and Nashville, week 5. Then Jacksonville on the road. Not just in the road in UK, London.
Dub.
Really, you feel confident about that one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with an L on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one feels like it could be an L. I'm gonna write down a dub though.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want to give them that satisfaction. The little trap game that you set up with the Giants. How you looking at it?
I tipped my hand. I think that everybody has the stinker. Everybody has the stinker, and this has stinker written all over it.
You got the stinker going into the bye, huh?
Stinker going into the bye, so they are now what I have 5-2.
Yep, 5-2 is what you have going into the bye.
Yeah.
Then you go Chargers on the road.
Dub.
Coming off the bye with that long advantage, I can see that. Browns on the road.
Win.
Agreed. Colts at home Thursday night, short week.
Win.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I would have imagined that with the short week, possibility of Daniel Jones on the road, because we know the difference of on the road teams and the home teams and Thursday nights. You're like still confident in that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Ravens week 12.
L.
At home.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh on the road week 13.
Win.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I just don't. I don't believe in them. Commanders, how you looking at that one on the road?
Win. I know I'm the one that's wringing my hands over all these cold weather games potentially, but I think they're going to win.
I'm glad that you mentioned it, so I didn't have to.
Yeah.
The Jags, week 15 at home.
That's a win.
Oh, Lopez got them winning like 15 games.
No, I don't.
Eagles on the road, Christmas Eve.
Loss.
This is where you go short week.
Yep.
All of those.
I'm just
things.
using logic here. Yeah, loss.
When does logic ever work? At Green Bay, week 17.
Loss.
Oh,
first back to back.
You've got a little losing streak at the end, and then Tennessee at home.
Win.
So you've got 1, 2, 3,
12
4,
and 5?
5 losses, 12 and 5. That feels about right.
Yeah.
Now, the way that you've set this up.
What did you have?
I went with you on most of these. There might have been some that I went back and forth on, but I think I could rock with what you're doing here.
Yeah.
That's you've got 6 wins in a span of 7 weeks coming out of the bye. Boy, we would be.
That'd be fun.
I got 12 wins. I got them losing at the Chargers.
At the Chargers.
Yeah, I think they.
What about Philly and Green Bay?
I got them losing to Philly and Green Bay.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah.
But you don't have them losing to the Giants. You have them going into the bye with that win.
Look, we just have to. Every team throws up a stinker. It just that has all the markings that Giants game. I said it when we were starting this segment. Just kind of makes me a little uneasy.
But that 12 feels. Right. At the very worst, 11 feels pretty like almost. Floor sounds crazy, but
yeah, it is
because we're throwing in.
Y'all got 12. Y'all all got 12 wins.
Yeah.
What if you could take a win away and make it a loss? Which one of those games?
I think one of the Jaguars games.
Yeah. That's for sure. Especially the one in London with the travel, all those things.
Yeah.
Tough.
I could see them losing one of the Colts game possibly.
Really?
Yeah.
Especially the short week one. Thursday night is one that could go up there.
Yeah.
As well. Someone said, no way he could say that the Cowboys would give this team an L.
I didn't think so either. I hate myself.
I know.
Yeah.
Usually this is supposed to be a fun experience.
I'm going off the home field advantage on this one, man.
Fair enough. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros' in-house positivity. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so a lot of people get into the release videos, schedule release videos, and we will get into that and rank them and rate them and talk about them, etc. But I realized something. This is my confession. C.J. Stroud, we know, has been something of a punchline, something of a big story, just how he struggled and everything. I realized something as I'm watching these some of these videos yesterday and this morning. Has he? Or maybe it's more of a question. Has he become more of a villain? I know what C.J. Stroud is, struggles, the big questions. He's kind of a villain. I know you guys saw the Chargers video. They were just flat out. He got treated more harshly than Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini in that video. He really did.
Yeah, I mean,
they were just mocking him.
Right. In that way, I don't think he's a villain. I think he is a punching bag. And everybody, well, not everybody, but there's a lot of people in sports that have their moment to be a punching bag, right? You are the person of the hour that we can kind of make fun of and get our easy licks off of. And unfortunately for right now, C.J. Stroud exists as that, right? And we felt it, right? After those two playoff games, particularly the exit from the playoffs in New England. You saw the C.J. Stroud like replacing his name for bad or whatever. Oh, man, she looking C.J. Stroud right now. You recall that?
Yeah.
Like that is just extending into this because there is nothing to change that until you get to football games again.
It just feels as if Figgy, and I get the punching bag thing, but maybe that's part of it as well. It's one thing to be a guy that struggled and has a lot of interest in how he's going to perform, but I think people genuinely don't like him.
Yeah, I think part of it, I don't think he did anything to make people not like him, but I think the Love Fest early on.
They resent it?
Yeah, because Love Fest was at an all-time high after his rookie season.
Yeah.
And then he had the best of year the following year, and then I think the last two games he played just kind of solidified that a little bit where people make him a punching bag.
And for those who don't know, I probably should have said this at the beginning. In their video, which the Chargers, they just need to name the award after them or something. But they did it. What was it? It was what was the
Halo.
character? Halo. They did a Halo version across their schedule. And for the Texans game, they basically replayed with the characters his big brothering of Caleb Williams.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. I was like, man, people really don't like this guy.
Yeah. And then I kind of I think Reggie pointed this out to me. I didn't peep the Kevin Durant burner.
Yes.
That in it. And then I saw somebody else point out the Astros trash can that was on the field. I'm like, dang, this is really like a Kendrick Lamar song, man. Where if you
They're putting everything.
You peeped something else you didn't peep the first time you saw it.
Yeah.
No, for sure. Yeah, that's. But yeah, he's the punching bag. I do wonder how much of this is kind of Schadenfreude, which maybe leans in a little bit closer to your kind of thought that is he a villain? Because as you mentioned early on, he got a lot of love, and I know that was annoying for some people.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, y'all gonna crown him in his rookie year, and so this feels like to some people, I imagine, a humbling of the dude who was almost crowned, and obviously he got out here ranking himself top 5.
Yeah.
Is this a humbling from the NFL space?
And that's the thing, when somebody plays good and everybody loves that person, eventually you start hating that person because everybody loves them.
Build them up to tear them down.
And then I don't think it helped with him doing the media runs the following season and all that stuff. So yeah, I get it.
These are my confessions.
I was gonna save this for when we actually talk about these schedule release videos, but I gotta be honest. My favorite schedule release video wasn't a schedule release video.
It wasn't?
It wasn't.
You said which one?
The Atlanta Falcons had the single best schedule release video, except it wasn't a schedule release video. And I think that's kind of why it's not kind of why, but because they did a damn good job. The concept that they did was, you remember the ESPN This Is SportsCenter ads? Where they would have
it was a combination of that
athletes.
and The Office.
No, I think it was just purely This Is Sports, because remember, This Is SportsCenter ads were in their offices.
Yeah.
It was just, hey, we're doing This Is SportsCenter, except for the Falcons. And I've got to be honest, Mwah. They were all perfect. One of the things that myself and Figgy were talking about yesterday, I think, Lopez, you probably jumped in there too, was just the dudes that could actually act in this. And that brought me to something where I was like, I feel like the Texans need to lean into the dudes that maybe could possibly act in this, although I don't think that there are a lot of them on this team.
Yeah. I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, because I was trying to think, and I think we talked about Kalen Bullock and Kamari. I think that will be entertaining. I'm not sure how what's the relationship between the social media team and if they could get the players, or maybe the players not really interested in doing that type of stuff, or maybe not available.
Yeah.
But I think that's the one thing I enjoyed by the ones, I guess the schedule releases that actually had current players in it.
Yeah.
Because I enjoyed the Chicago Bears one with Romaduze playing Bob Ross and painting the schedule out. I thought that was cool. I think that I think it would be a lot better if you could get like a current Texan in there being silly and maybe trying to take it as a movie role or something like that. I think that would be a little entertaining.
When we get to the rankings and the videos, I actually am with you on I had them top five, number 5 in my top 5 of the release videos. I thought it was great. And they had the Drake,
Falcons.
They had the Falcon. They had the Drake Kendrick thing.
Yes, Drake London in there. And
this is Kendrick, and they look at each other.
Hey, this is Drake. Hey, I'm Kendrick.
They had to separate
flexed
them.
at him. Yeah.
I thought the best part of that was, obviously they're Falcons. They have their mascot Freddie Falcon. They had them in the team cafeteria.
Yeah.
I don't remember which player.
We had them on Zoom too. Say something. You're on mute.
One of the players is eating wings, and Freddie the Falcon just staring at him like he doing something crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, great job by the Falcons.
These are my confessions.
So I'm glad the Houston Texans are back to the point where they could get these primetime games and all that. But I got to confess, I feel like the NFL is missing the mark, man. Like, I enjoy the primetime games, but it's no way. I feel like the Bills and Texans should be a primetime
A lot of people have seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, I also think it's criminal that the Cowboys and Texans are not a primetime game, man. If I could switch them out, I would probably switch out that Philly primetime game for a Cowboys primetime game. And I will probably the Green Bay. I don't think the Green Bay one have to be primetime. To me, I will enjoy the game if it's at 12 o'clock. But I think the Bills and the Cowboy game should have been primetime games.
I could hit you on that first one very easily because you know what Sunday Night Football is week 1, right?
Well, they announced it. Who is it?
Cowboys Giants.
Oh yeah.
We don't need that.
Get that every year.
Like Texans Bills. I would switch that out.
Yeah.
In an instant.
Yeah. And all of those games been good to the point, I think a lot of the national media was talking about the game the last time they played. And that was a 12 o'clock game.
I think part of it feeds into what we were talking about earlier, like has a little bit of the luster been tarnished on the Texan star. No pun intended.
Also, I do wonder if they're just like, we saw what this game was last time.
Yeah.
Do we want Josh Allen taking 8 sacks on week 1? Do we want to put that in
we also
Sunday
saw
night?
a spectacular play by Josh Allen at the end. It was a hell of a good game.
Yeah, it was still a 4-point game.
Yeah.
It really was. But yeah.
These are my confessions.
Well, I guess I got to say it. And it's more constructive than anything. The Texans just, I can only think of putting it this way in terms of the Texans schedule release video. They're still trying to find their voice. They don't exactly have a style, a lane, like the Chargers, or the Titans who revisited that. They were real good on their, revisited that whole man on the street thing. Look, it wasn't bad. It was, if I had to rank it, I'd put it 16, 17, like everything else when it comes to rankings with the Texans. I guess I was a little disappointed. I really had higher hopes. I thought this time, because they like to be the best at everything and try to be the best at everything, I really thought they were going to bring it. And it wasn't bad, but it wasn't anything like you go, okay, good job, great job or whatever.
Yeah, I think their videos have been good. Like, it's produced well and all that stuff. It looks good. I think I'm just getting a sense of they just want to be safe with it.
Maybe
they don't want to be too controversial. They don't want to go way outside the box. I think they just want to put a good video out there.
Yeah, maybe
that only Texans fans can enjoy.
Yeah,
because it seemed like all the ones they done it's been received well locally. Like they all got some local flavors where they lean into the city somehow. And it's from a national point. I don't see a lot of people like, oh yeah, that was a great one. to me, it feel like
it's almost every year. It's like that.
It's leaning more local,
meaty part of the bell. That's where they stay.
Because I actually showed my wife the Texans video, the schedule release video, and she was just like, "Am I supposed to understand this?" But I showed her the Titans one, and she was cracking up at it. Like she wasn't in tears, but she was really laughing after the video was off.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The Brian Cushing, I was like, oh, cool, seeing Brian Cushing, and I was disappointed by the time I was done with it. It was really one note. I feel like a lot of and again, we'll talk more about this. I felt like a lot of the ones that didn't land were just really one note and didn't have any fun complexity to them. And I was a little disappointed. Yeah. Like I said, I thought that the better one was the one that Toro did. Which was the hydraulic press of the various different or something that would represent the various different teams, because you got a little bit of the Toro aspect of it, of him doing stuff like, trying to crush some cheese with his horn or whatever, and then you got, hey, what are they using to represent these various different places?
Yeah,
I thought that even that landed a little bit better for me.
I did appreciate the little signage in the back.
Yeah,
with the H-Town blue with the Texans.
Yeah,
the tile. I thought that was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it does feel like there are breadcrumbs being laid here.
Yeah.
For the Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, 281. I'm with you. Toro's schedule release video was better than the, I guess, official one. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's chop it up with our friend, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, Ben Olsen. I got a real interesting question to ask him. Hopefully, we can tap in with him next.
Ready? The Texans schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. Warriors, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610, enjoying a free fun Friday here in the Loop. On the day after the schedule release, we played the schedule game a little bit earlier. About 12 wins is what we were looking at, and that was with us trying to be fairly brutally honest about the way that a schedule sends.
Apparently too much so.
Hey, those 12 wins don't matter because y'all got the Cowboys losing.
I was going to get there. No, it's you know how a season works is that you start off and you go, oh, man, every team somehow is going to win 10, 11, 12, 13. Hell, this is the year that someone wins 16 games. You know, like everybody does this. And then we get to the season and there's some nonsense win or some nonsense loss that happens. So trying to sprinkle in a little bit of places where you go, I don't know if that'll happen, but maybe we picked the wrong one because people are not very happy with us on the text line about the possibility that the Texans could lose Week 4.
The thing is,
versus Dallas.
That's one of the things I was wrestling with. I was like, look, I think they could easily lose to the Cowboys. Obviously, they could easily beat them, but I mean, they could easily lose to the Cowboys. Let me just change it though, just for the sake. But I'm like, no, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, based on the logic that we've been using. Yeah,
it does feel like though. It does feel like there's a loss somewhere in those first 5, right? I mean, there's maybe it doesn't have to
maybe
be.
Maybe not,
guess.
But generally speaking, yes. Yeah, generally speaking, yes.
Yeah. So yes, shame on us. Yes, fair enough. From the 713,
all caps.
Do the Texans have to hold home field through the playoffs to have a chance to go all the way?
No, not with this defense. They didn't have to last year. They had a quarterback.
Yeah. No, that's fair. And you know what? We will find out very quickly, maybe not very early on, but we'll find out before we get there because I think that that's what the month of December represents is, hey, are you going to need your home field advantage? Now, they might get it anyways, even through that time period, and we'll all be happy and, hugging and screaming and enjoying our time towards a Super Bowl. But, you know, if December shows, if they show up and they play good, whether or not they win or not, but if they play well in these various different instances, going on the road to Pittsburgh, going on the road to Washington, going on the road to Philly, going on the road to Green Bay, if they are capable of doing that, I think that if you can play in those places, where are the places that you would not be able to play well?
Exactly.
Is it maybe like Denver because you add altitude into that is the only one that I think is an additional issue?
Perhaps. I mean, altitude could be a factor, but I really think just generally speaking, road shouldn't scare anybody.
I mean, especially after this schedule, if they could perform in this schedule, I think that the notion
it wouldn't scare
of
the
going on the road
defense.
No, that's right. Speaking of going on the road, this team goes on the road, but they also play their home games at Shell Energy Stadium. Let's talk to the head coach, our guy of Houston Dynamo. His name is Ben Olsen. I kind of stumbled through that, but Ben, we got you there, right? We got there.
You got there, man. You got there.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, I know that Colorado ends up on the schedule, the Rapids, not the Rapids, but what is how much do we make too much of the altitude is the question I'll ask from somebody who's been on the ground both playing and also coaching. Do we make too much of like playing at altitude? Because we were just talking about the possibility of that here.
It's real. It's real. We don't try to make too much of it. We're going to altitude, but for us, the ball moves differently. It cuts through the air quicker. Certainly, you got to deal with the first 15 minutes where you can't get any saliva. And you just kind of get through that. And then you're okay. I will say, in our sport, Colorado and Salt Lake, they also score a lot of goals towards the end of the game where they are still kind of fit and you can see your guys starting to fade. So it affects you. I mean, I've been in worse ones in Mexico City, and Bolivia, and some of these places where it is a real home field advantage for sure. But in the end, it's, you try not to make too big a deal. You can do some supplements and you can go in early a few days, but it ain't easy.
What about action on the ball? People in baseball talk about the curveball maybe doesn't have as much break. I'm thinking about set pieces and such.
Well, it's a great question. They had a long throw-in of 2 days ago in Salt Lake, and a long throw-in is basically someone that can throw it from the sideline into the goal area. It's like a corner kick almost. And our guy jumped and misjudged it and headed it backwards because the ball floated a little bit more, and he headed it into our own goal. So these are things that happen. You misjudge a goal kick, and they don't, and you see it all the time. So it's a home field advantage in the way that we have with the heat. Someone comes here from Vancouver in the summer. They're not used to the humidity. So we all have different advantages when playing at home.
I see what you did there. Vancouver is coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about that in a moment. But we've been kind of dancing around what you mentioned, the midweek match that you had versus Real Salt Lake in Utah. And that's a 3-0 loss there. But before that, y'all had 3 wins in a row, including a match in which y'all just went crazy scoring against LAFC in LA. The question I had was, that's a big swing between, being really good offensively and then not necessarily being able to keep Real Salt Lake battened down. Like, what goes into, both in your playing career and your coaching career, what goes into big swings in play or maybe even just results like that? What are the things that factor in there?
Well, one thing is we played basically 2 different teams. And, in LA, we played quote unquote our starters. And then because the game was on a Sunday, the next game was on a Tuesday. Usually that's a Saturday, Tuesday. So you lose 1 extra day. And that's a lot for these guys to turn around, in particular, in altitude away after some travel. So we made a lot of changes. And sometimes that factors into the result, but we actually played well. We didn't play poorly. And soccer, sometimes it's about, did you make the plays, right? I guess every sport in some ways, but soccer, it's so hard to score. We had about the same chances in both games. LA, we scored. Jack hit a bomb. We got a little deflection for the second goal. So that's 2-0. They get one back, but they have to chase the game. Now we're able to hit them in transition for the third and the fourth. In Salt Lake, we had the chances in the first half. We didn't score them. We give up we had the ball in our own net, and goals change games. So that ended up, making us stretch, and they hit us in transition. So sometimes it's about the goals and making these plays. I know there's more intricacies to it, but sometimes it's just, did we make the play that mattered?
So, we like to ask you our question of the day. And the question of the day today had something to do with Dusty Baker talking about, Jose Altuve kind of gets a bad rap with the whole Astros cheating scandal. So I was thinking, all right, who would I say? And I go to the Wayback Machine in soccer, but I'm curious what your answer would be, whether it's soccer or something else. But I was trying to think in soccer terms, like who gets a bad rap. And I actually, maybe you totally disagree, I actually thought Zinedine Zidane kind of gets a bad rap because of what happened in the World Cup.
Oh, that's a good one. Not for me. He's on my Mount Rushmore. Yeah. He's on my Mount Rushmore. And in fact, him doing that almost puts him as the
even higher.
Just to add to his lore.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting to do that in that moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you got some wires not crossing. I mean, that's such an important moment to pull that off. Was obviously put his team in jeopardy because he was one of the guys that could score a penalty if it went to. I don't know. I think being a player is tricky, man, and this persona outside of the locker room and who you are as a teammate and how valued you are within the walls of an organization, and then what people look at you, how people look at you on the outside is, man, I've seen it so many times. It's completely different because of maybe one moment that they screwed up and it got caught on social media or they weren't at their best. And all of a sudden they're just a villain.
Yeah.
And it's hard. I think it's hard. And one thing I always know that the guys, there's a lot of players I played with that I didn't like or play against that I didn't like. And after I met them when they're done being a player, I really, really like them. I think there's almost two beings when you're playing and you're competing at a high level and you're a professional athlete. And then afterwards, I don't know, it's almost like you're two different human beings. So that's all I'd say. I don't know if that answered any of that.
All right,
But it was interesting.
Good
and I
enough.
appreciate that, if nothing else. So you talked about the rotation that you have, obviously, with the matches starting to come fast and furious with midweek. And it doesn't get any easier, although it's at home. You got Vancouver, best in the West, coming in. And not only that, you also have to keep like a side of an eye, a little bit of a peripheral vision towards midweek next week when you get St. Louis. How do you handle this? Like, I imagine we get first choice back this weekend, but how are you handling this weekend into midweek with the two matches that are coming up?
Yeah, it's a good question. We're going to go all in on the Vancouver game. It's a home game. Our goal is still to be in the postseason, and this is an important part of that is to protect Shell Energy and win our home games, and we've done a pretty good job of that so far. And then we'll patch them up, and then we'll figure out how to go about the next game with real importance. I mean, we in some ways, some of the change in personnel in Salt Lake was with an eye on these next two games and putting our best foot forward for a home game, and then an important quarterfinals in an Open Cup that if we advance, right, you're down to 4, and I think it's a home game next for us. So this would be it's a trophy at the end that this club values, the Open Cup, and so we're going to go after both, but all eyes on Vancouver and getting that result, and then we'll patch them up. We got a pretty good deep team. A lot of guys have played a lot of minutes, so if we have to rely on our some guys to start that game, that's okay as well.
Well, Ben, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, do you have to stop yourself from thinking too far ahead? Now, obviously, in this instance, I think for lack of a better way of saying it, but the bigger match is the one that's before. But I know that you've been in circumstances where maybe the bigger match in this circumstance is the next one. Do you have to stop yourself from thinking ahead, or do you kind of allow yourself to go there a little bit? Because we're breaking down the Texans schedule, and we're seeing the places in which that could happen there as well.
Yeah, we have we have an energy side to it. Like if you would think about 2 days after you have 2 days rest in between two 90-minute soccer games, right? So there's that, and I have a good sports science department that helps me out with that. You can overthink this stuff. Sometimes you get so caught up in like the algorithm and trying to thread this needle of like, okay, 2 games from now we're going to need this guy, and then things happen. The whistle blows and you get an injury or a suspension, and then all that beautiful planned, that puzzle goes out the window, and you have to adapt. So I think it's important. I think it's smart to do that, and we spend a lot of time looking into during these periods of a lot of games what the next game should look like, and trying to do that. But ultimately, your team can start to smell that too, and then they don't look at the game in front of them if you're too cagey about that. A lot of that is behind closed doors. In this instance, it's about Vancouver, and then we'll patch them up, and we're going to go after the Open Cup as well.
Yeah. Well, Ben, you just laid it out perfectly. You have a lot on your plate. You have a lot of priorities right now, the least of which is the World Cup, and you probably get tired of being asked about it. However, I wanted to ask about Jack McGlynn and being able to make the squad, because I was just thinking that him being left foot heavy, do you think that's a help that would help him get there?
I think he has a few qualities that are critical for, I think, any team. Especially, look, I've been saying, is Jack a starter on the team? It doesn't look like that right now, right? But can he help you off the bench at the World Cup? I am an absolute yes. He can score from distance. He can provide. He can break down low pressure. His service is nasty. So he's got a lot of qualities for certain moments in games that I could see him helping out this U.S. team. And I feel like I'm working for Jack. I'm like, I feel like he's running for office, and I'm knocking on doors left and right. But I mean it when I say it. Of course, I'm biased, but he is he's a big part of what we're doing here. The message to him is just keep doing what he's doing here and having success and scoring goals and playing at a really high level. And anything can happen in this next month. When I got part of the reason I got to a World Cup was one or two guys got injured in the last 2-3 months before the World Cup. and they had no choice but to put me on there. You know, they ran out of options. So you have to stay fit and stay in this thing, even if you don't get called. If you're not on the final roster, you still have to stay in it, because your name can still be called. You know, a week before the tournament starts.
Yeah, I feel like your job gets easier if you keep scoring braces and hitting bangers from outside of the box, honestly. So I'm just going to go ahead and pencil that in for tomorrow night versus Vancouver. It's soccer celebration night. Last opportunity to see the Dynamo play before World Cup comes into town. Ben, we always appreciate you giving us a little time. Go give him hell.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys. See you soon.
There he is, head coach of the Houston Dynamo, Ben Olsen. Always fun to get a chance to talk to him. Sometimes about coaching stuff.
Yeah, well, I probably got a little too technical there on some of the stuff, but that's fine. He seems to like it, and I know the soccer fans love it.
For sure. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what fun is the schedule release if we don't talk about the schedule release videos? Who had the best ones? How do we improve the Texans one? And I think we got a little project that we've got going here for Sports Radio 610 on maybe putting together our own schedule video. We'll break all that down next.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Cam on the YouTube page. Going out there and looking for his tickets already. Apparently,
we ain't alone.
No, not at all. That's part of the appeal of knowing when these games are, so you can start putting some things in order. And apparently, if you want to go see when the Cowboys are in town to face off against the Texans, I hope that what's in order is your bread. Now, I'm looking at secondary market, but the cheapest tickets I'm seeing is like $325 in the highest.
Cheapest.
Cheapest.
Well, what were we talking about earlier? That game, man.
Yeah.
Is that the highest price game?
That's
Probably.
that's what it's seeming like. I haven't done the full legwork on it, but I mean, it stands to reason that one's going to be up there for sure. Cam went as far as also saying that that the Giants and Jaguars games are probably the ones that you could probably get the easiest insight into. Again, secondary market looking there, but yeah, excited to see what this Texan season looks like, but even more so excited about the opportunity or about what we got yesterday, which was videos. We got to see the creativity that the NFL works all year to try and display. And so you guys, being the critics that you are, decided to rank the
of course we did.
Rank the
of course we did.
Rank the schedule release videos. Let us know, 713-572-4610. Which were the schedule release videos that you found the most interesting? Which one's the one that you liked the most? Which ones were the ones that you liked the least? And I think almost importantly, how did you feel about the Texans and the way that they were depicted in some of these? Because as you mentioned, C.J. Stroud took a little bit of a beating in some of these.
Yeah, he got beat down by the Chargers. And was it the Cowboys that said ghetto Dallas?
Yeah, that was real nasty business too. Like that was real nasty business. I saw someone talking about it, like living in they lived in Arlington, and hey, you can't start calling nobody ghetto. With some of the things that have been seen.
You been to the Cotton Bowl?
I have. Yeah, I actually have.
I wonder if they're just trying to do something different because a lot of people call Dallas Southern Oklahoma or something.
South Oklahoma. Yeah. Especially the way that it continues to expand out north from that general area.
I know you guys pretty much saw them all. Maybe one or two slipped through the
I saw pretty much all of them.
I made it a point to watch all of them.
So I got some honorable mentions, and this is not the definitive list. I'm throwing this out there because I'm curious on what you guys.
It is,
but I just wanted to be nice.
If Lopez put it out there, it's a fact.
That's why I was surprised. Lopez being humble about the list. What?
This is the list. This is a fact.
All right, you guys, your words, not mine. So honorable mention, Rams, the Napoleon Dynamite thing. That was just clever. I didn't laugh or marvel at it the whole time, but it was just really clever. They did the food thing at the introduction of the movie. Yeah,
they've been pretty good with their content too because they did a reenactment of the movie Friday one time. I think it just came out of I think it just came out of nowhere.
Well, and
they had Ice Cube's son and Chris Tucker's son playing Craig and Smokey.
I'm glad you said that because that speaks to one of the things I forgot to mention about the Texans video, which was very mid. I think we all agree on that at best. It wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It was just sort of there. A lot of these teams don't do what the Texans seem to do a lot of, like, let's bring back Brian Cushing. Let's do something about what we are. They just, like Indianapolis I had as the second best. They just said, you know what, let's try Simpsons. It wasn't like a tie-in to Indianapolis or the Colts or a player or whatever. It's just like, get creative.
And you could bring it. They brought it back to Indianapolis. Like
they did, yeah.
Obviously, if you've watched the Simpsons intro, which means that you've lived on Earth, you know that the actual intro has so many various different things and little Easter eggs that are within it. They did a lot of that and harken back to the Colts. The one that immediately jumps to mind is when Lisa Simpson gets kicked out of the music class playing the saxophone. As she goes out, they got Peyton Manning on the wall in a picture frame, like things like that that alluded back. And then the thing that I loved most about it is one, obviously everybody knows the Simpsons, but they go and after they get through the intro, they turn to the TV and they took various different clips from the entire run of the Simpsons that tied to the team that they were playing, and that I need that in my schedule release video. I need you to not just do a video just to do a video, but a video that then uses the elements of the idea that you have, the theme, to then speak to every single team that you're playing in that.
And you can step out the boundaries is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I like that they kind of got a little edgy too because you mentioned the intro part. when Bart was writing on the thing, they mentioned the whole Tyreek Hill thing.
They sure did.
Yeah.
And remember, they deleted a tweet talking about they deleted was it their video last year?
It was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, they deleted that. So they kind of had some fun with that. I like that type of edginess.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, the Texans seem to be, and not just them, other teams as well, like, let's do something about, Texas or Houston. No, man, you can do anything. You can just go anywhere. Speaking of which, the other honorable mentions, the Bears.
Only an honorable mention for
that?
The
Roma
I really like that one.
I thought that was top 3.
That's why I wanted to throw it out there.
So if you didn't see it, Roma Dunze, wide receiver for the Bears, he just basically got in his Bob Ross bag. It was just him. It
was great.
It looked like public access television. It's just him, his easel.
He's drawing jets and stuff.
Drawing jets, drawing tigers.
And he was acting pretty good.
He was really good.
Really good at it.
Really, really good. And that speaks to my point. Like, you just use your, get out there. The other one, Giants, Winston Van Gogh. Jameis Winston.
This is a good honorable mention because all it was, like, they didn't even do all that much. They were like, hey, Jameis Winston, microphone, and amongst people.
It was Pictionary.
And it was easy money.
Yeah. And then the other one, just based on one thing alone, it wasn't a very good video otherwise, but the Vikings, they had the recipe. It said 1 teaspoon Rossini juice.
Which is when they were talking about the Patriots, how to make the Patriots cookies, and they had Diana Rossini reflected as 1 teaspoon, and I feel bad saying it, of Rossini juice, which is just such a disgusting thing to say.
So that one thing alone.
I did not expect the Vikings to do that.
Me neither.
No, but this is what we were talking about. Who's going to take shots? They didn't really have much of a reason, but the Patriots on your schedule might as well take it. I did like that one, though.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because it felt a little high class. They actually did some really nice culinary design there.
My number 5 on my list, and you mentioned it, and I literally laughed out loud several times. It probably should be higher on the list. Falcons. It was so good.
I don't think it fits on the list.
Really?
It wasn't a schedule release. It was really good.
But they put the schedule in at the end.
It was a great
do.
video. I thought it wasn't a schedule release. It was just a great video.
It was based on the schedule, but so funny. And Matt Ryan yelling at those coworkers and stuff. 4, I had Titans, man. It's a parody of a parody. It's a parody of what they've already done and was excellent.
Yeah, so what they did was kind of man on the street. They used somebody who had, the video glasses that have been going around, and they just went and tried to find rough doppelgangers to someone that was attached to the team or someone on the team. Like for the Colts, they found some dude with some glasses that looked almost vaguely, if you squinted, like Pat McAfee, and they were like, boom, there we go. Yeah, Colts.
My
bang.
favorite
to
one.
me, this was kind of like a more social media bit. Like any other social media person would do something, or actually do stuff like this. So I liked it. To me, it felt more organic.
My favorite one was the first one. He goes, Woody Johnson? He goes, Mark Suggs.
Did not get the joke at all.
Mark Suggs.
The best one was the Bengals one. He like Joe Burrow, and they didn't put a picture of Joe Burrow at the end. They put a picture of
Macaulay Culkin.
Yes, that was funny.
All right, so
Raiders was 3, and you texted about
terrible.
I thought the acting was great. They acted like you're supposed to in that movie. Because keep in mind, in that movie,
in Step Brothers,
they overacted in that movie.
Yeah, they overacted. These dudes looked like they had never acted before in their lives.
But they overacted by being so.
I think that what made it funny.
Great.
Because I did not expect both of them to be in it.
Them being Fernando Mendoza, Kirk Cousins, the new quarterbacks.
Are we best friends? Did we just become best friends?
Yeah, the idea of instead of sharing a room, they're sharing a quarterback room.
Yes, I actually thought their acting was good by the way they overacted.
No, can I be clear about this?
Yeah.
I thought the idea was flawless.
Yeah.
I thought the execution was lackluster.
Oh, man, I disagree. Colts, number 2.
Agreed.
Did they spend $1 million or more on this?
Maybe.
It was thinking about the copyrights?
Yeah, you got to get the rights.
Thinking about the execution of the animation?
Yeah.
Think about, the script. They scripted everything. Like they had 4 of the 5 offensive linemen sitting on a couch, and Homer walks in and they go, "Who's the skinny guy?"
he's bashful about it because obviously Homer is supposed to be a fat character.
Brilliant Colts.
And then number 1
would be your Chargers.
I know they spent something on that one.
Same, maybe $1 million or more.
You had to get the rights from Halo itself. You had to get the rights probably from Xbox.
They were one of the few that had a longer video that I liked.
Yeah, it was longer.
Yeah.
I mentioned the Cowboys was 8 minutes and change, and the idea would have been a lot better if it was executed in 3 and change.
It was
know what I mean?
perfection.
It took forever. There was somebody else that had a long video too, but this one it was pretty long. I think it was like 6 minutes and change. But because we know
perfection,
it's a charge, and in that 6 minutes of change, they just packed it full references and nods. We mentioned the ones that they did to the Texans, where the C.J. Stroud they parodied that audio from week 2 of was it last year or the year prior? Year prior. Versus the Bears, where he's basically big upping. Caleb Williams. They did an allusion to the Kevin Durant burner. They did allusion to the Astros and trash cans. They did something similar where they had 3 different things that pointed to the Rossini Vrabel.
The detail figgy. Even the best part to me was the little messages that were popping up. I guess they had the Raiders and it said Kirk Cuz. Like they had all these little handles and stuff. And then they said New York Post, new message from New York Post.
There you go. As if here comes another drop.
How about you?
I think the one you mentioned the ones I like, but the one I guess the honorable mention is I like the Denver Broncos one. They had I thought it was kind of strange that they had Peyton Manning doing that one.
Oh, the Broncos one was really good. Well, Peyton has stayed pretty attached.
No,
to the
I got
Broncos
that,
award.
but you would have thought maybe the Colts probably would have. I know they was doing the Simpson one.
No, that's what I'm saying. He stayed pretty attached to the Broncos organization.
A lot of the comments was like, "Wow, he's doing the stuff for the Broncos," which I get it. He won the Super Bowl.
No, but he stayed. I think he might still have a home in Denver.
Does,
like
he probably do.
It's weird how much you think of him as a Colt. He has stayed more attached to the Broncos as an organization. But that was they executed it really well.
No, it was really good.
It was meta a little bit too.
Yeah, I kind of like it was a scene. I think they was talking about the I want to say the Chiefs. It was the Chiefs. They kind of did the I guess How to Catch a Predator type of thing. They caught somebody that was supposed to be a Chiefs fan, and they said, we looked at your Instagram, and apparently you're a Yankees fan. You was a Patriots fan, and they just started, I think they might have mentioned Lakers fan. So I thought that was pretty good. That was a little underrated one, too.
Tampa Bay had a good one. They did Tampa Bay Watch.
Which one? Oh, yeah.
Where they had guys on the Burt Kreischer, of course, and then a couple of offensive linemen running around with their shirts off.
Yeah, I like
the
Browns one because I'm a Street Fighter fan.
It was good.
And
for
so
a Street Fighter.
I thought it was a little bit bland though. It wasn't nothing where I'm like laughing out loud, but I did like the Street Fighter theme of it. And they pretty much named Shedeur Sanders the QB1 in that one.
It did feel like that was the case.
I thought that was hilarious.
So one thing that we were thinking about earlier today is how would we have fixed the Texans video?
Oh, perfect.
We thought that Brian Cushing, it felt like they had him in there, obviously just to shout out a local legend, but also maybe to allude back to the 25th anniversary of this all for the Texans. And I was like, if you want to do something 25th anniversary, don't you just go and you find the best or biggest or greatest play that this Texans team has made versus every single one of their opponents. And we started trying to figure this out as we went. So play along on the text line, 713-572-4610. We'll try and put it together. What are some of the plays that you think of with the various different opponents? We started, I think Buffalo, I think it's probably best if you just go back to last year and just put the multitude of sacks that happened against Josh Allen.
Oh, I think it's just the game that Deshaun Watson had against him, the playoffs. And just coming making the comeback. I got to go with Deshaun Watson on that, like the most memorable one.
I kind of like the idea of it being the recent because it just happened.
Yeah.
I kind of like that as a starting off point. I think we agreed that it's the J.J. Watt pick 6 for the Bengals, right? I don't know that there's another one that would be smartest to go to. Week 3 versus the Colts. I think we mentioned like the Arian Foster.
Arian Foster, 234 yards in his first start with some obviously big runs in there. Yeah.
So if we were going to continue this, Dallas gets interesting because there's two. Obviously, it's probably from game 1, right? I think you need to have the highlights.
Seth Payne, Gary Walker, sack.
People went there. I was like, do you not go Billy Miller?
Or Billy Miller.
Because
I think the deciding play was Seth and Gary Walker.
I think sports. If we're doing this, I would go with the Seth Payne one. If they're doing this, probably the Billy Miller one.
Or DeAndre Hopkins doing the dipsy-doo on that reception on that. Was it a Thursday night game, Sunday night game, something like that?
Yeah.
Titans, you can have a few of them, or you have 2 opportunities. I think the Cortland Finnegan is probably one you just have to get
the beat down on Cortland Finnegan.
And the Cortland Finnegan, that was at NRG, so maybe that you saved that one for the Week 18 video portion of this, seeing as that was at home.
What would be the other one? Because I got an idea, but y'all will have to hear me out on this
one.
All
right, what is it?
So for the Titans, how would you feel putting the Buffalo Bills game back in the day for the Oilers as they blew that lead as trolling them?
You just couldn't. I don't think you could. Because, again, if we're doing this for 25th anniversary.
That's the ultimate troll job.
No, it wouldn't be. It'd be really good. I just feel like if you're doing this to 25th anniversary.
Because they lost that game.
You want to stay in.
And that's their team.
Yeah.
That's that organization.
Just ask them.
Somebody said Dre whooping Finnegan for both Titans games.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a fair point. Somebody said Kevin Walter TD for the Bengals, which clinched the first playoff berth.
Yeah.
I like that. I
That
just
would be
feel
my
like
number 3.
You got to put JJ on there,
JJ,
right?
yeah.
Someone said with the Chargers, is it the Cushing pick 6 to end the Monday Night Football game?
That would be fun. That's a great one.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
And then someone else mentioned again the Deshaun Watson, Buffalo. You started bringing up some other ones. What were some of the other ones that you would want to throw in here?
Well, I put Rosencopter on the Colts, but then you're kind of making fun of yourself.
It would be fun as a nod, but yeah, you would want to see if you could find something that really hits.
Is there anything with Eagles and Packers, some of those NFC teams, those other ones?
See, this is where
Commanders would be Andre Johnson overtime.
Yes,
the big touchdown. That's an easy one right there.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
that one would be easy. That's where it would be really fun to dig into the archive, and it might not be like a legendary play, but it might just be one where you go, oh wow, okay, that was a pretty good play, because I'm sure that there's those. I'm definitely going to spend some time this weekend finding this.
How funny would it be if they did the Eagles one with the Astros winning the World Series versus the Phillies?
Oh,
now you're getting creative. You should be over at Reliance Stadium.
Yeah, hit me up.
I like what you're doing here.
Yeah,
that would be fun. But someone else, I feel like this is a little too mean-spirited for what we're trying to do from 713. For the Commanders, J.J. Watt ending Alex Smith's leg. Come on.
Why are we laughing?
Because that person went further to go at Aziz versus Trevor Lawrence for one of the Jags.
Hey,
I know.
Hey.
I don't think you can do that one, man. Because again, I think the Texans wouldn't do it either because they want to protect Aziz and
they ain't
I feel like
they ain't gonna do that one.
Colts could be the Texans' first win versus Indy with the Chris Brown game-winning field goal.
Could be.
It could be. I feel like field goals though just don't have the same punch.
What about for the Green Bay one? Just getting creative. Use J.J. Watt. Just put a picture of J.J. Watt because he's from that area.
Oh, he's a Wisconsin guy.
Yeah.
If it gets a little tough, but I feel like we could definitely find a play. I'll work on that. In fact, I need to check in with Sean because Sean seems so interested. Like I feel like he probably already has done some of the work here, so we'll check in on that. And we'll see if we can put this together. I'm thinking
they need to do this next year.
Oh, for sure. It needs to happen. Somebody said, "What about Jalen Petrie in the Kansas City game decleating?" I mean, well, you're not
they ain't playing Kansas City.
You're not playing Kansas City. That's what we're trying to do here is for the teams. But I hear you. No, I actually saw like the big a compilation of the biggest hits of last year, and obviously Petrie was the very first one. 2 of them were on Rashee Rice, and I was like, "Damn, I forgot Rashee Rice."
He got beat up.
He was being lit up
Rashee
like a pinball.
Rice pop. That lives in my brain every single time. Pop by Petrie.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's past the time, in fact, to hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a crazy story. Just imagine somebody with the same name as you, born on the same day as you, in the same hospital, giving you problems through everyday life.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. I'm going to hate this, aren't I? Let's hear it next.
Our guy's show isn't by. 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Later on in the Mixtape, I want to know what's a wild plot twist you learned about somebody when you were dating them. So send in your stories. I'm going to get to that. I got some funny stories about this. 713-572-4610. Start texting them in now. But what I teased was two guys. They're actually local guys here in Houston. Imagine having the same name, somebody having the same name as you, born on the same day, and born in the same hospital as you.
Dang.
Like same day, same hospital, same name and all that stuff. It happened here, and it was causing a lot of issues dating back to high school.
Mm-hmm.
And they some grown-ass men now. So here is ABC 13 with the story, and it's about two guys named James Burton.
James Eric Burton would like to get off his electric scooter and back to driving a car, but he can't.
I'm anxious. I don't want to be arrested for something I didn't do.
That's because last month he got a letter from Texas DPS stating his license was suspended for a DWI until October. But James Eric Burton has never pled guilty to a DWI. That plea was from James DeWitt Burton, who we found across town. He agreed to talk to us without showing his face.
Does it surprise you that his license is currently suspended?
No.
It should be you that's suspended.
My license are currently suspended.
So both yours and the other James Burton's license are suspended?
Apparently.
The story of the two James Burtons began on December 8th, 1964, when both were born at Herman Hospital.
All my life.
James Burton.
James E. and James D.
The two James Burton's paths would cross again here at Jack Yates High School, where James D says James E's grades were far better, and the fact that the school confused the two of them helped him graduate.
I remember him getting me through high school because we shared the same grades.
Over the decades, James D admits his long criminal record has occasionally cast a shadow over James E's life, which James Eric has mostly managed until his license was recently suspended and he finally called ABC 13 for help. And we found James DeWitt to set the record straight.
I hope that helps him.
To prove that you guys are not the same person?
No, we're not.
Dang. Dude, if I was James, I think it's James D, the one that's going through all the trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Or
E's the good one, D's the bad one?
Yeah, DeWitt is the bad one.
Yeah, E got to move out of town. I would move out of town, try to get away from this guy. We were born in the same hospital, ended up at Jack Yates together.
Yeah. This is bizarre.
And you still giving me problems?
This is bizarre, but you would think it wouldn't be quite as, penalizing because they have different middle names. A lot of times, it's like, remember Saving Private Ryan? Private Ryan, Private so-and-so Ryan. No, I'm the other one. My middle initial is, even in the middle of World War II, like, you would think like the public records, like James E versus James D, I know there's going to be some confusion.
Yeah.
But you would think at some point it'd be like, oh, I had E and it's D. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially in instances where we're talking about like strict records. Like, talking about the grades affecting each other.
Mm-hmm.
This is all, school is basically like 75% record keeping. How are y'all getting all this wrong?
Yeah, I think at that point, I kind of understand if that kind of that could have got confused, especially they going to the same school, born on the same day and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But at that point, I probably would have just went by my middle name. So whatever his middle name is, I would have just went by that.
What, Eric?
Yeah, I would have just went. Yeah, I would have just went by Eric.
So did he get his license cleared?
I don't think so.
Still waiting?
I think they still waiting.
It's like you, Eric, you DeWitt, man. We just go. We on was completely.
Yeah,
separate.
no, you can keep James Burton. I'm changing my name. Like, get me out of that.
That is wild. That man has his license suspended behind this.
Right.
What?
That is.
Because even the school maybe. Buddy, there's a lot of people. You're. I mean, let's just say the state of Texas because it is.
Yeah.
The state of Texas. There's got to be more people that have the same first and last name.
That's what I'm saying.
How likely is this happening?
You would think the middle initial would not make it as bad as it is.
Yeah,
you know?
because
You know how many John Lopez's there are?
Yeah,
You know?
Buddy, you'd be locked up. Some other John Lopez is in trouble.
It's probably a John Lopez listening right now.
There's probably one in this building.
If you're a John Lopez, 713-572-4610.
I'm not kidding. It's a 20-story building. I bet there's a John Lopez in this building right now.
I will say it's probably not a John Philip Lopez.
Well, there you go.
That might be.
That's why my point is you would think now if their middle initials were the same, then I would be okay. I get it. You know, same hospital, same middle initial. But that kind of threw me.
Yeah.
You know, I was born in the same hospital as my wife.
Really?
Yeah. 20 days earlier.
She was born in San Antonio?
She was born 20 days before me in the exact same hospital. Yeah. How about that? That's wild.
That's why she's still here. Okay, got it. She was like, clearly this is destiny, because otherwise, why is she still with you?
I tipped over her bassinet.
That actually would track the way that everything is going.
Yeah, Lopez gave her a concussion as a newborn. It's the Mitch Saban and Lou Sports Radio 610 713-572-4610. Wild plot twist that people learned while they were dating somebody. Text them in. So BuzzFeed kind of did a thing where they asked what was a wild plot twist while you was dating somebody. So you could be dating somebody and you find out some type of crazy fact about them where you're just like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So they gave me, I got a whole bunch of them. So the first one, this is kind of obvious a little bit. Somebody sent in, he was married with twin babies, found out from his wife who showed up.
Yikes.
Whoa.
That one's unfortunately pretty common.
That's kind of a common one.
Yeah.
Another one said, a professional soccer player I was dating and awaiting sentence on a armed robbery charge while being a getaway driver in a restaurant robbery. They found that out while they was dating this soccer player.
That is a lot. How does he have the time?
I could see where that happens a lot.
Not only does he have a job as a professional athlete, I'm guessing that he's trying to doing the things to keep a relationship going.
Yeah.
And you got a whole bunch of criminal stuff going on. When do you have the time?
Yeah. Somebody else said, my boyfriend always had to travel for work. Turns out he was traveling to another girlfriend's house.
Another very common one, I'm sure.
Yeah. Somebody else said his best friend is the person who is in jail for hitting my best friend with a car.
Wow.
Yes, he knew before the date and didn't think it was necessary to tell me beforehand.
Wow, that's not a good.
Yeah, text y'all's in 713-57. I'm trying to think of one if I had one like a plot twist. Like, wait a minute.
I'm trying to think too, and I know in college, and it wasn't necessarily a date. It was like a one night hookup. A buddy of mine, kind of hooked up with a girl. It was actually here in Houston. We made a road trip from A&M to Houston to kind of hang out that night. And plumbing was different than he thought it would be.
Gotcha.
I
was wondering if we were going to go there.
Yeah.
I actually got one.
Yeah.
So when I started dating my wife, I think she was on her way to college. She was about to go off to college. She went to Ohio State. And a roommate of hers, I wouldn't even call it a date, but we was talking briefly on the phone. I seen her in person and all that stuff. And everything was good, but I found out she was dating one of my homeboys.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of like, we need to be careful. Like, you know what? We ain't going to talk to each other no more.
Yeah.
But my wife moved down to I think it was Mansfield at Ohio State campus in Mansfield, and guess who her roommate was?
Oh no!
Yep. So we walked in, it was her because I saw the name. I'm like, dang, I don't know. It'd be funny if it was this girl.
Yeah, it was.
Walked in, it was this girl, and we both were like, dang, this is a small world.
So how funny was it?
I think it was funny because I didn't do anything with the girl.
Yeah.
So if we did something, if we were engaged in something, then it wouldn't have been funny.
No.
But for the simple fact that we met each other and we said, you know what, we ain't gonna talk no more. So that kind of saved it a little bit.
Oh wow! Someone on the text line had one of these situations. I'm not going to put your whole name out there, friend. But yes, I will not do that. But James apparently has the same last name as another dude who has the exact name. No, not just same last name. Same
Middle
first,
name?
middle, and last name.
Yeah.
Who also lives in Spring where he lives.
Oh, man.
And a John P. Lopez just texted in. Like, legit.
Is that John Phillip or?
Well, I won't put it out there, but it's not Phillip.
Maybe it's John Patrick. Another one from the awkward dating moments. Somebody said they randomly brought up that they dated their cousins for years during the date.
Yeah, you could have kept
so
that
it was
one
a
to yourself.
little bit awkward.
Wow.
Yeah.
Second cousin? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you find that out and you're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, from the 346, not on a date, but they said the former barber was wanted for double murder and was arrested 2 minutes after you got out the chair. Well, thankfully it was 2 minutes after as opposed to 2 minutes before. Because somebody got to finish.
Barber?
I'd have been like, hey, officer, can you let him finish this up before you take him to jail? You're not going to have me looking crazy just because he did something crazy.
Yeah.
You know, one time I was getting my hair cut and the shooting happened inside the barbershop.
Inside? I thought you were going to say outside.
No, inside. I was in the chair. And mind you, my barber is in the middle. It was a barber on the left and the right arguing with each other.
You're in the crossfire.
They was going back. Yeah, so my barber trying to stop. He like, man, y'all need to chill out, man. Come on now. Y'all need to. And then the barber on the right pulled out a gun. And so the barber on the left put his hands up. And the barber on the right actually shot the gun. And my barber in the middle, like, come on, man, what y'all doing? Like it
was not that big a deal?
Yeah, he like, come on,
it's
man.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yes. So the barber on the right ran off and drove off. And I'm sitting in the chair like, what the bleep?
I just want a haircut.
Yeah, I'm like, what? I'm sitting right. I could have easily got caught.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I love that the text line immediately was like, oh, so you were in Grease Point.
Who, me?
Affectionately called Guns Point from time to time.
They get down like that in the barbershop.
I don't know if it's definitively in the barbershop, but just generally, I know that can be the general ethos of the place at times. There you go. The mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday with our guy Figgy Fig. Speaking of, if you see something mixtape worthy, hit him up on social media at the Figgy Fig to let him know. All right. Continuing our free fun Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. One more thing to do, hand off to the fellas the drop. But before we do that, let's draft the weekend. We do that next.
All right. Hey, guys.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We have had a blast on this Friday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hopefully you've had the same, and it'll keep rolling on because you know that the fellas of the drive are going to keep it lively on a Friday heading into a very fun weekend. We're getting ready to draft the weekend here in a moment, but I did want to go around the AFC South here, tap into some of the various other schedules that we've got with the direct competition, the Titans, the Jags, and the Colts. As always, with any of or around the AFC South, it's a choose your own adventure. Where would you like to go?
You know what? Let's go with the Jags. That's the team that you got in your sights.
Yeah. So the Jaguars, they actually, I should have this on I should pull up the strength of schedule so that we have just an idea around the NFL, how they stack up. Now, of course, as you know, I've told you that the Texans 16th when you talk about based on forecasted wins, the strength of schedule, actually 16th easiest is the way I should go with that. The Jacksonville Jaguars 25th easiest. So a relatively difficult schedule, but if you go around where the Jaguars are looking at, they kind of view Trevor Lawrence still as a winner in all of this. As early on in their season, it feels like they have an opportunity to get him going. They'll have the Browns, the Patriots, and the Bengals relatively early in, but all of them, like what we were talking about with the Texans schedule, all of those teams, not great defenses last year, so they feel like maybe they can get their guy rolling early.
Well, you know how we've been talking, I know I have, about, not a lot of things went the way you hoped they would with the Texans schedule. At least we're not the Jags when it comes to the schedule. They have 7. Okay, this is from week 14 to from week 4 to week 16. They just played 3 games at home at their actual home stadium.
Sheesh.
7 road games, 2 London games, a bye, and 3 games in Jacksonville. That is rough stuff right there.
Yeah, how do you got to feel as a Jags fan?
As an organization.
You only got 3 chances to see them in person.
From weeks 4 to 16, 3 games at home.
I mean, welcome. I mean, that's some of that is there. It's a mix of things happening. Obviously, them having the London games, 2 of them, and then them having the.
They have some construction, so they're doing a renovation, whatever.
Stadium.
Yeah,
and so I think those things come together. But hey, welcome to a first place schedule, man. Like this is going to be difficult. This is what you want if you want to be a big dog in the league, and so they have that going. So yeah, that's what's happening with the Jags on their schedule. They feel like also one of the losers in this is like Walker Little in all of this. The difficulty increases the idea that Walker Little as a as a tackle is going to have maybe a little bit tougher time playing this year as well. So yeah, that's and then of course also a loser, Trevor Lawrence, because of the haircut that
haircut. We didn't even talk about that when we were doing the video.
Why did they do that? So the Jaguars,
was that the worst video?
I think so.
Schedule release
had to be.
Yeah, it's up there. Now, no, it is, because we didn't talk about the Lions either. Did you see their video?
Which one was theirs?
Strictly Business.
Yep.
Oh,
It was all of like 15 seconds long.
Yeah.
It was Dan Campbell in his office printing a paper out, taking it to a pin board, putting push pin in it, and it's just the schedule. They're
Get over yourself.
That's nice and easy.
Get over yourself.
That's kind of hilarious.
No, I liked it a lot.
That's leaning into Dan Campbell too.
But isn't it kind of hardo also? Like, I know it fits his persona, but
we don't care about all this
fancy stuff. Internet stuff.
Yeah, but it's
that
not
kind
like,
of make it funny too.
It would feel like that if this was his first year. It feels like, especially the way that the Lions were, they elevated, they were kind of a darling, they took a little step back. It makes sense that it's like, hey, no, we're locking in right now. Like, when you're on a long drive,
have some fun,
and you start getting tired,
and
your eyes start slipping, and then you feel yourself switching lanes accidentally, and you wake up real quick. You're like, okay, let me turn off this. The stereo goes off. Let me focus. That's what it feels like this was. They were like, hey,
let me roll the windows down.
Let me focus right now is what it feels like they're doing right now. But yes, Trevor Lawrence got what I can only describe as somebody's annoying mother-in-law haircut in this video, and that was it. It was very, very weird. I don't know why they did that. All right, continue to choose your own adventure.
Titans.
The Tennessee Titans, when it comes to their schedule, strength of schedule, the Titans, interestingly enough, the 27th easiest. So they also have a very difficult strength of schedule. What are you looking at here with the Titans?
I was surprised that it's that difficult. And now I guess just playing in the NFC East teams and some of those things are coming into play.
And then obviously all the teams that they're playing in the AFC South.
And the AFC South makes it difficult as well. Now they do have a couple. They have Indy at home toward the end of the year, and they go to Vegas. So I mean, they have some spots in the second half of their schedule where they got to be feeling pretty good about. But overall, pretty tough.
Yeah,
for a team like that.
Now they have an opportunity to start fast though, as they get the Jets right out the gate.
Yeah,
but then it gets difficult pretty quickly with Eagles. Now the Giants in there, but Ravens, Texans, Colts. They've got some tough ones early. As we mentioned. Literally no primetime games. You want to guess how many games are outside of the 12 o'clock window for them?
1.
2.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Probably because of the opponent.
They have the Raiders in week 12.
Well, not
the Raiders in week 16 and the Jags in week 12. Those are the ones the few times that they will escape.
Yeah.
Noon on Sunday. That's what's happening there. And of course, finally rounding out around the AFC South, the Indianapolis Colts, who, funny enough, I mentioned that the Texans have the 16th easiest. The Colts, the 15th easiest schedule.
Yeah, you don't want them to hang around. It would be my my take on the Colts because they have a late bye week 13. Now they do have to face the Eagles, but after that, Titans, Bengals, Browns, Jaguars. Very workable if they're hanging around. The Colts. So that would be interesting.
But in the same way as there's always the other side to the story, that means that the time before, we don't know exactly when Daniel Jones returns to football for them, but possibly the games that they have that are most important are all pretty front-loaded, right? There's going to be a big game versus the Commanders in London.
Look at their first 3 games.
Early. Which are?
Ravens, Chiefs, Texans.
Sounds like it's going to go great.
Wow.
Sounds like it's going to go really, really good for them. Yep.
Yeah.
So you have maybe an opportunity for a little schadenfreude early for that team. So, that's what's happening with the AFC South. Technically, there is one team with an easier schedule than you, but only just barely. So that's another one of the reasons why I wasn't losing my mind when I saw the schedule. I'm like, hey, the guys that you're directly competing with, at least in the intermediate, their schedules aren't even just inherently lined up to be significantly better than you, and I would argue that you have a better team, provided that the moves that you made in the offseason do indeed latch on and help you get better offensively. But there you go. That's what's happening around the AFC South. We got one more item on our docket here, John Lopez.
And that is?
Got to draft the weekend, man.
Let's draft the weekend. Is it Figgy's turn?
I believe, funny enough.
Yeah.
Your boy Reg.
It's Reggie?
I believe, funny enough. It is my opportunity to pick, and I'm sorry. Give me hoop.
Give
me playoff hoop starting tonight. Spurs, Timberwolves, Game 6. Will Victor Wembanyama do it and get the Timberwolves out here, or will what I want to happen push this to a Game 7 with the Timberwolves at home? I need to see this 8:30 prime video tonight. I said it going in. This was going to be my favorite series of the NBA playoffs. It has not disappointed. I want more.
It's been fantastic. Who's next?
You can go.
The other one, Cavs and Pistons. I guess that's an if necessary.
No, they played them. They played tonight.
Tonight, Game 6. Yeah,
Pistons, Cavs. I'm surprised that this one has Cleveland on the precipice of going to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's not that long ago, it felt like, hey, Cleveland might be flaming out, and could they move on from Donovan Mitchell? Could there be? And now on the other side, they're in a place where they could be pushing themselves to the Eastern Conference Finals after.
By the way, Donovan Mitchell, which we had that discussion this week, he kind of turned a corner.
Yeah,
there.
Man,
literally,
he has been really, really good in this.
Yeah.
Conversely, Jalen Duren, really, really bad for the Pistons. Dude who was like their best player.
All of his numbers cut in half.
Yeah,
this postseason.
James had a 30 ball recently. No, James has been really good.
And by the way, Donovan had a rough game. The last game was pretty rough. So
James Harden.
They probably wouldn't have won that game if it wasn't for James Harden.
Yeah,
100%. But the Pistons had an opportunity late in that game. I know this because I was talking with my mom. She's like, "Nah, the Pistons gonna lose. I see it," and she was right. They turned the ball over late, and Jalen Duren has been it's the reason why the Pistons have been down 3-1 against the Orlando Magic, not playing like a number one seed, is the dude who carried the team when Cade Cunningham wasn't there is Jalen Duren, this big man. Do you know how many second chance points he's had in this series?
How many?
The dude who was fourth in second chance points in the league during the season? Zero. Zero second chance points to this point.
You ain't even got to bring it down to second chance points. He just ain't even scoring.
How about first chance points?
He's down. He's under like 12. But this dude was an all-star. This dude is like 19 and 11 or 12 a game. And every time I look over there, he got 6.
Yeah.
Over there, he coming. He's Tari.
He's due. He's due.
Really and truly. Fig, you want to take your pick here real quick?
Y'all took the ones I was gonna pick, so I'll probably watch that Squatter show.
Squatters.
That's a good pick.
Yeah,
that's a good pick. I'm expecting you to give us a little bit of a review.
Yeah. I'll let y'all know if it's fire or not.
Very good. Very good. All right, that's a little draft in the weekend here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to D&M Auto for the opportunity to cross talk with the fellas. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's poppin'?
Not much, man. It's a beautiful Friday. Schedule. Well, thank God. Thank God the NFL creates days, man. Thank God.
We are here for it.
We ain't got to cook nothing up about Spencer or Getty.
Yeah, that's right.
At least not for the whole thing. Yeah, man. So, man, there's a lot with that schedule, boy. There's a lot going on there, man. But no, man, it's good times.
There's a ton to dig into, and so I'll give you the opportunity to do that. Not that I need to give it. You got 4 hours of program. How'd y'all feel about the actual schedule release video that the Texans had?
I thought it was really good.
Did you?
The Cushing one?
Yeah.
I thought it was tremendous.
Interesting. Okay.
I thought they did one.
I thought it was tremendous.
I enjoyed it.
Was very average
Cushing.
to me.
It felt like they could have done more than what they had, unfortunately. At least
to me, when you got Cushing, you don't need to do more. If you're going to run little transformers around and use old audio of people, I think you probably need to do 6 minutes worth. But when you got Cushing with that iconic moment, that it's the minute his face pops up there. Now, if they'd have used O.B. Miller, that would have been. I'd have been like Roshan Miller. My bad. I would have been like, well, what are we doing here? But the fact that it was Cushing and it was like the minute his face pops, you know what's going on.
Yeah,
you know what's. I knew the first time that blood splattered that he was going to be an absolute mess by the time that thing ended.
Yeah.
And so it could have been better, sure, but I'm okay with simplicity when you got a guy like that on there with an iconic moment like that you're leaning into. I was all right with it.
I could take that. So we were thinking, at least especially because we
I can tell you don't agree either. I don't agree with that.
We didn't enjoy it as much.
I just as he brings up the iconic moment, that like for somebody like me, that is not.
It's not iconic.
Yeah, it was just it was cool,
and that was one of the things
I believe one of you all used. Somebody said safe, like it's cool.
Yeah, it feels like it very much lands very close to home and really with very little consideration outside. Like if you are not a Texas fan, the Cushing thing does not hit you quite nearly the same way as it does here. One of the things I was wondering is if you were going to do, especially going into the 25th anniversary, would you have appreciated if they went and they got like the biggest play by a Texan versus any of these teams that they were playing? Like for each game. Like we were kind of putting this together. Like, would you go for the Cincinnati Bengals game? Obviously, you get you show a highlight of J.J. Watt, the pick six that ultimately wins that football game. Or
how many times is he in it?
Really? So far, we only had
not
one.
That many.
Really? We only had one, yeah.
Because it's interesting. You start pulling up some of these things, and you go, all right, like we were talking about, one of the Tennessee games obviously has to be Andre Johnson whooping Cortland Finnegan's ass, right? Like you put that in there. You put in, do you put in for Pittsburgh, Andre Glenn having a couple of pick sixes in a game, right? We started kind of putting this together, and we're like, actually, this seems like it could be a really interesting concept if they were to go that route of a video. It seems like Clint's not as he's give me.
I like it. Y'all just it's funny when you bring Cortland Finnegan was in. I was playing with arena ball out there when he was playing with the Titans.
Yeah,
and we had we crossed paths a couple times, and I just every time I see that Andre Johnson deal, I know it's iconic. I love Dre, but all I can do is picture running into Cortland in the streets of Nashville, and I'm like, come on, man.
He deserved it?
I mean, he definitely deserved it. I thoroughly enjoyed Andre whooping his ass, and I understand that Andre was in a position there's plenty of reason why he did it. But, hey, man.
Oh, he wasn't it wasn't a fair fight. He was punching down?
Oh, ain't no doubt. ain't no doubt. Ain't no doubt. I'm gonna tell you.
So he could have done that anytime.
I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I ain't Andre Johnson. I saw Cortland plenty of time in the streets, and I'm pretty sure I got Cortland.
Clint's like, I would have just given him a little hand on his forehead.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of them where if I were a fighter, if I were, because it was over girls kind of deal.
Yeah.
I dabbled in them Titans cheerleaders a little bit, and apparently so did he. And I mean, it never went there. But had it, I would not have. I would have.
No hesitation.
I would. Yeah, I wouldn't have. I mean, he may whoop my ass, but it wouldn't have been like, nah.
You would have gone in there with confidence.
Most of them dudes out there in pads, including Andre Johnson. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna let y'all have that. I'm good. Y'all can have whoever she is. You have her twice. You can have her twice. I'll move on to the next cheerleading group. But yeah, I mean, just every time. That's why I was smirking. I wasn't smirking about it. I like the idea. I like the idea. I like the idea. I thought it was good though.
I'm gonna see if we can make it happen.
I'll say this. My point. My pushback would be like the Texans schedule drop was not for the Tennessee Titans fan base. I mean, how many? I mean, I just watched somebody else's. For the first time, I watched another schedule drop video, which I'm somewhat of a fan of if it catches my eye. Yeah. But it caught my eye because they were using the C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams. The Chargers did it.
Yeah, that was.
But I mean, how many opposing teams? How many teams that you don't root for or cover did you watch there?
I just think for me, it's just it's become a deal of like how creative can you be and what can you do to kind of stand out and what kind of comedy and what or whatever you're doing.
Creativity.
And there's just
it's just fun, a little fun thing to have.
I'll be honest with you, I expected him to go more crazy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I thought it didn't. Yeah, I mean, it was like he did the things that were like I ripped my but he didn't really go crazy.
You want him standing there in the Speedo or something?
I just thought he was gonna be insane by like week 10 and whatever, and like it just he had blood on his face, and then it was just weird at the end. They just put him in other movies.
In the other movie, yeah.
And I was just like, oh,
yeah,
all right. I see you, BC. I don't know if anybody calls him that, but it felt good.
It rolled off nicely.
It did.
I think so.
He's had to have been a BC. There's somebody BC. Yeah,
you would think
someone had to have done that.
Kush.
Yeah, Kush is just so good.
No, Kush is it. Yeah,
that's it.
Kush is it.
All
Somebody
right.
tried to be different though.
Without trying to dig into your larger kind of conversations, just general thumbs up, thumbs down on the schedule. Did you like it? Because we had a little bit of negative Nancy's in the building on our show. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, from what perspective?
They thought that the schedule makers didn't do the Texans as many favors as they thought they could have.
Oh, you're talking about me? No, I wasn't negative.
I thought it was real clandestine about it. I
wasn't negative Nancy. I wasn't negative. I think it's fair to say everything you wished for, they went the exact opposite way. Like you didn't get a cupcake to start the season. You got Buffalo. Your bye week is not after Jacksonville. It's the week after that. Your December winter games are not early. They're all in December and January. What was the other thing?
In outdoor stadiums.
Yeah, in outdoor stadiums. So mine wasn't like being a hater. It's like I was hoping for this and got the exact opposite.
Yeah.
You know, in almost every category.
Yeah. No, I tell you, I just think overall we're going to find out early who they are. You know, if this is going to be a defense that can run you to a Super Bowl, you got 3 of your first 4 opponents. You're going to have some nasty offenses, and you got them in your building, so it should be a plus. But nonetheless, that's indoors on turf with some serious offenses. And then that we talked about it yesterday. To me, the finish of what you mentioned, several games in a row outdoors in cold, pockets of the country. I mean, that could be a tough stretch at the end. If you're fighting and you need 3 out of 4 to end it to get somewhere, that could be a tough stretch.
Man, it's just hard to you go look at any schedule.
Sure.
You can say, boy, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I mean, not the Browns or like some of these other teams, but there's most schedules have like, damn, they didn't do them any favors there.
Yeah.
Lord, the Chiefs. Jesus, man. You see that back end?
I actually didn't check the Chiefs schedule.
3 straight road games. November, starting Thanksgiving. At Bills, at Rams, at Bengals.
Yeah.
Nice.
Home Patriots, home Niners. At Chargers. That's the
There's your stretch.
That's let up.
3 straight. Joe, Josh Allen, Burrow, Stafford.
Yeah.
Pretty straight. On the road.
Sheesh. All right, so there you go. There's a little bright side for you. It doesn't look like
worse.
that. It definitely very much could. All right, fellas, looking forward to your 4-hour program today. John, have a wonderful weekend. I'll catch you on a Monday, hopefully with a new video in tow. All right, you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. It is a sexy Friday. As you can see, Clint Stoerner in the building. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see hairy-chested Tyler Milner in the building, dime-sized nipples in the building, enjoying himself. And we're going to enjoy ourselves. Shout out to you on the text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in here. It is day 5 of Joe's Got to Go. Joe's got to go. And I ain't going to lie, I don't want to stay on this too long, fellas, because we got the schedule stuff. But the more I listen to what Tyler played for us in the moment where Joe said, oh, it's plenty of time.
Guys, relax, man.
Hey, plenty of time. No, there's plenty of time.
About, man.
No, man.
That's exactly how Joe's coaching, too.
There's plenty of time. And then to think of that, and I thought that Jim should have been with a glass of wine in Joe's office.
Waiting
on him. Hey, Joe, man, we appreciate everything you've done for us, man, but I think we're going to go in a different direction, man. Man, have you drink.
Just let him loose right there, huh?
No, right there. That's like, I mean, that is ridiculous. It feels worse and worse now that I've slept on it, Tyler, where that man just hit him with a, no, plenty of time.
Well,
plenty of time.
I think that coming on the heels of the MI outing, I think that's really what did it for you.
Well, I just like
pushing that kid out there under those circumstances,
and I don't even know that was
leaving
his,
him out there.
I don't even know that was his fault. I didn't think he just threw in the towel when he said, "Yeah, man, you go out there and throw whatever hell you want to throw." You want to throw 2 pitches? Hell, just throw one.
However you pitched in Japan, that's why we paid you $18 million per. Get out there and see if that works.
Hey, do it, boss. Whatever you want to do.
To hell with the plan. All the training camp.
You come out in an inning, Tyler.
Training, whatever it is.
You hit 2 guys in a row. You then a 4-pick walk that leads to a grand slam. You get yourself out to 4th.
Now he's going to find it.
Now you get yourself out to 4th. No, I'm not coming to get you. You get it. You got it. Come on, man.
Still a lot of baseball left.
Where's PC at with it? Is he still a lot of baseball?
Yes.
No, well, maybe. I did see him say that Jim's got to make decisions. I did see a tweet.
You're right. Last night he tweeted something going now a little bit in the opposite direction, but I believe overall him and Bijani both think that there's still a lot of baseball left.
Day 6, Joe's got to go. Yeah, it's not that time, Joe.
Is it day 6 or day 5, isn't it?
It's day 6. It's a day 5 and day 6.
Did you start last Friday? Or Monday?
It's honestly probably like
I think you did it Monday.
Is it Monday?
I think you did it Monday because this is the first I heard it was Wednesday, and it's good. It's
right. Day 5.
It's a good countdown. Do it again.
Man.
You got to do it again.
Sorry. Day 5. Joe's gotta go. It's your time, Joe.
It's beautiful.
It's your time, Joe. It's your time.
Hey, man, don't hate on my hard work every day updating that counter for the Joe's number of days, man.
Right, man.
I got you ready.
I rolled you. I thought it was 6. I'm trying to get you.
Joe's got to go. That's good, boys.
Joe's got to go, man.
That's good enough. We should have started it a month ago.
I promise you, when I started it, I didn't think it was all Joe. I was like, I feel like it's bad. I know you're a bit of a casualty here because Joe is, but every day since, Joe has given more reason of why. No, your ass is it.
Still a lot of baseball left.
Your ass. I think he got defiant and mad because the EMI decision was made for him, and he just said, "Go ahead, man.
Y'all got it.
Y'all got it. There it is, folks."
Omar, what do you want to do here?
What you want to do? Calling up to Dana. What you want to do? I feel like Dana gonna come down there in that trench coat that Jerry used to come down on the field with. I feel like Dana gonna come down in the clubhouse in that bad boy.
There it was.
All right. The schedule was completely out. We were holding back yesterday, but Mark and John, they gave it the complete schedule out, and now we have it. We understand it. We see the bye week is week 8. We see that they got 4 primetime games. 2 Monday nighters, 2 Thursday nighters, 2 Thursday nights, a Monday night, and a Sunday night football game. And then they had the game in London So we've got the complete schedule, and coming up here in a little bit, we will give you our win totals. And spoiler alert: Tyler has the most wins.
Not as many as Seabass, though.
Okay, well, yeah, mid C has lost his mind. But I could not help this when I looked at the schedule, fellas, to think like, hey, we're gonna learn a lot. We're going to learn a lot about the group that we've been talking about since the season ended. We're going to learn a lot in the first month of the season about this offense. You have said this over and over again. And the first couple of times, I'm like, well, no, what is he talking about? You said consistently, the Texans are going to go as far as this offense allows them to go. Yep, this offense is there. We know what the defense, for the most part, is going to do. But it's going to be what the Texans' offense could do. Like we watch. The Texans' offense did not do enough to allow them to get past the Patriots, even though the Texans' defense did all the things that they did in that game. We're going to learn a lot about this offense because in that first month, Clint, 3 out of the 4 they're facing, and let's just be honest, I don't know what the Colts are going to look like, but when the Colts were healthy last year and Daniel Jones was healthy, they had a really good offense. They were one of the best offenses. But for sure, Clint, they are running into Buffalo, who was 4th in total offense last year, 28-plus a game, first in rushing touchdowns. They're going to face the Bengals. We saw the Bengals. Hell, even without Joe missing all those games, they were the 12th rated total offense. And when Joe was there, they were 8. He played 8 games. They were 5-3. He threw for just shy of 2,000 yards, 17 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and we know they can roll with Burrow, Chase, Higgins. Chase Brown's a good back. The Cowboys last year, 2nd in total offense.
Yeah.
And get them where they don't look like their normal selves, and that means this offense is going to have to come to play and show that they can win in a game and play in a game like that.
Absolutely, 100%. You're going to find out. You're going to find out. Here's how I like to couch it, Ron, because it's such the Texans are so heavily weighted towards defense in every sense of the phrase that it's got to start with the defense, right? But what we're going to find out that first month of the season, we're going to find out if the roster that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have built, if it really is and has like championship caliber potential. Because the defense, as you said, is going to be challenged by some really – and these ain't just good offenses. These aren't just, well, they got a good play caller. These are really good to great quarterbacks. And 2 of the 3 got an embarrassment of riches at the wide receiver position or the pass catcher position, right? We can talk about what the hell Buffalo's doing with their specialist.
Their run game is something else. Their
That's
tight
right.
end is something
Come
else.
Come on, man. I mean, the first month of the season, the way that they've constructed this roster, again, is heavily weighted towards the defense. So your defense does, Ron. I mean, look, I agree with you. There's going to be a game, maybe even 2 of those games. Hell, maybe 3, where they're going to get into a little bit of a scoring frenzy, and the Texans' offense is going to have to keep up. But I'm going to tell you, the way this thing is built, more times than not, that defense better bow its neck and keep them to field goals. That defense better bow its neck and keep them lower scoring than expected. But we're going to find out. And the minute they slip, the minute that the opponent, again, which, boy, you're talking about some serious offenses that can score in a hurry. The minute that they slip up, does this offense have the ability to shift gears and go get points? We're going to find out early.
And I see people coming in on the text line. I just don't think you're giving our defense enough respect. No, I'm giving the Texans' defense. They're not going to – I don't think all 3 of these teams – the Texans are going to be in trouble if all 3 of them get 28 on them. Yeah. I don't think that. But I will just say this. There were two dominant defenses last year. The Texans and the Seahawks. Now go look at what the Seahawks got themselves into every time they played the Rams. Right? Like they dominated all the teams. But when they had to play Stafford and they had to play Puka and they had to play Adams and they had to play Williams in the backfield, they had to play against Sean McVay. Like they were there. Sam Darnold and that group had to come to play.
Yep.
Like those games are in the 30s or high 20s. They had to come to NFC Championship. They had to come to play. They had to go make plays because it is just hard to say, all right, man, we're just going to hold Josh and James Cook and Dalton Kincaid and DJ Moore. We're just going to hold them down and they're going to score 10. It's hard to say we're just going to take Joe Burrow with Higgins and Jamar Chase and Chase Brown and just hold their asses down the whole time. Same thing with Dak and Lamb. It's hard to ask your defense, that many times. It's just, hey man, we're gonna hold you under. Right. We're gonna hold them under 17.
Yeah, look, no matter how one-sided you are, it's at some point the other side, the other phase of the game is going to have to tote some of the water. And the question is, against the better teams in the league, can the offense tote enough water to win games when the defense isn't at their best? And there's, when I say not at their best, I mean there's going to be some times when you got Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Dak Prescott, 3 of the first 4. There's going to be some times where those cats right there get the best of you. And can we counter? Can the offense, pick up the slack? And can they pull their weight, so to speak? We'll see. I mean, the way this thing is wired, I think from a fan's perspective is I don't care how it happens, right? But I know in those first 3 games, if we come out on the backside of it, you're like, boy, our defense got popped a few times against some really good offenses, which should be expected, and then all of a sudden we weren't able to counterpunch because we don't have the weapons on the offensive side of the football, or we're playing a rookie center who doesn't communicate with a quarterback that has some communication. Like all of those different things, they could come to fruition and bite you early because that first month of the season has got some dudes on it.
We're going to know about that offensive line a little bit more.
That's
we're
right.
going to know where CJ and Nick Caley are together.
Yep.
Like they're going to have to score some points. I know D'Amico say, "Hey man, just give me 10." I think you're going to need more than 10 in these.
Well,
games.
and back to the point. Like I think our defense over an 18-week, 17-game season, our defense is going to be really, really, really good. Nobody's going to underestimate our defense at all. But the reality of it is, where the Houston Texans are, who they are. If you're a fan out there and your thought is not, "Hey man, we got to get beyond the second round. We got to get to an AFC Championship or a Super Bowl." Right now, like now's the time. Like if your head space is anywhere else, then what are we missing, right? I mean, this isn't about being a good regular season team.
No, you've done that.
This isn't about being good over a span of 18 games, 18 weeks. This is about nails, right? When it's go time. So we'll see.
All right, let's go over our very early, seeing the schedule. Let's go over what we think the Texans will do. Wins. You can send yours in, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. We'll go over the schedule and let you know where we sit right now in terms of Texans records. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, I tell you all the time, man, I've dealt with a lot of different paint contractors, and I flip some houses. I own some rentals, and also, obviously, I've always got projects around the house. Anytime I need indoor or outdoor, interior or exterior, at home or at the office, if I need paint, Certa Pro Painters is where I go. No doubt about it. They've done a tremendous job on
Radio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Another great point here coming on the text line. Luckily, our first three opponents, their defense don't really put fear in anybody's heart. Even more the reason why we should learn a lot about those offenses, right? Buffalo's been a bend but don't break defense. Now, they have made some additions as well, and changed coaches, but they've been a bend but don't break type of defense. The Cowboys and the Bengals have just basically held their teams from even going anywhere with their defenses. But both of those teams' defenses look different. Both of those teams' defenses have had some additions. Dexter Lawrence in Cincinnati, they actually just went out free agency, got 4 or 5 dudes. And then the Cowboys, they started doing their business in the middle of last season. Quentin Williams, who, listen, C.J. Stroud knows full well about Quentin Williams. Quentin Williams over there, Rashawn Gary, they've added on their defense. So Caleb Downs, the rookie, a lot of people love they got in there. Overshown should be back and more healthy. Lawrence, who they picked up in the draft as well. Kenny Clark from last year. So they've made some additions. Their secondary looks like it could still be given the business. But yeah, those defenses those are not the Texans or the Seahawks. That for damn sure. And so even more, I think it lends to we should really see the offense be able to hang with those teams.
Yeah, right.
If they need to.
I think that's the point. I mean, we know that our defense, when we run, or we don't know. I mean, we at least expect that more times than not, when we run up against a team with another really, really good defense, and it's going to be a defensive battle. 9 times out of 10, our defense is going to be better than theirs. 9 times out of 10, their offense is going to make a bunch of mistakes, and our offense is not going to make mistakes. And you're going to have a really good chance to win that game. Odds are that our offense is not going to do what they did in that game against New England and just completely mess the bed, right? We know that when it's a defensive matchup, we probably going to win that battle. And when it comes to playing really good defense and not turning the ball over and not beating yourself, I think Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans have built this team to do just that. The question is when we run up against offenses that can score in a hurry, if and when that does happen, is our defense good enough 3 out of 4 weeks to keep that from happening? I think they're good. I don't think they're that good. Not in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, we watched it. Even though they played really well against the Patriots did have 3 touchdown drives.
Yeah,
full field drives on them in that divisional round game.
So I think it's going to be impossible to shut those offenses down the way that you need to, or the way that you're going to other teams. And when that happens, is our offense at the very least good enough versus, let's call it just suspect defenses, not great defenses? Are we good enough to make up the difference?
Yeah. All right, let's see where we are right now. It's early, but you can give us your thoughts as well. Where do you see the Texans? How many games you got them in? What's the record for the Texans? In your eyes, when you look at this schedule, you've gone through it, Clint. Let's start with you. Who do you see them losing to? What's the record you have for them, and who do you see them losing to?
This is going to be it's going to piss some people off. And good news is I think we're probably going to be a little different here. My losses for the Texans this year: Bengals
1,
Cowboys
2,
Jags
3,
Chargers
4,
Ravens
5,
Eagles
6,
Packers.
So you got them 10-7.
10-7.
10-7. That's what they were the first 2 years of DeMeco Ryans, and they went 12-5 last year. You got them going 10-7. So you got them getting off to a bit of a slow start, losing to the Bengals and the Cowboys.
I think they can start 2-2, but look, I think that run of quarterbacks, what we've been talking about for 2 days now. I think that first month, that is a big ask for our defense to dominate those games, even though you got them at home, to dominate those quarterbacks, those offenses, those games. I think that's a lot to ask, and so I got us splitting them first 2. I think we're 2-2 out of the gate.
2-2. So you go 10-7, and I don't assume you have them winning the division. You got them as a wild card.
I got them as a wild card. I got the Jags winning the division again. We split with the Jags, and to be honest with you, I think the Jags are the only team that I got beating us in the.
That's what I said. Yeah, 5-1 in the division. I thought. Yeah.
So yeah, I got us. I mean, I think we'll be right there in the mix within the division, but I think the Jags win more than 10 games.
I think the Texans win the division, and I have them losing to the Bills, the Jags in London. I just think the Jags will have been there for 2 weeks. And you're coming in there. I think that may have something to do with it. And the Jags are a good football team. I think the Ravens, and then I think that back end of those road games, cold weather road games, I got the Commanders, Eagles, and Packers get them. So I have them at 11-6. I got them at 11-6. To me, I think the superpower for the Texans and everybody that doesn't have this. Some of the best teams struggle with this. The Rams, I think, struggle with this. Mm-hmm. The Ravens struggle with it. Is they don't lose to teams that they're not supposed to very often. And I especially think the way they're built now, their floor is so high, and DeMeco has this group. This is not an offense or a defense that ever plays in a way of overlooking their opponent.
Yeah.
Right? They will never, like, their offense isn't good enough to do it to begin with. Their defense could be, but that's just not how they're wired or structured.
Yeah.
They don't care if it's the Raiders. They don't care if it's the Bills. They don't care who it is. they generally play the same way. So I don't see them tripping up against teams like the Browns or the Titans or anything, or the Giants. I think they win all the games they're supposed to. I got them at 11-6 winning the division. Where are you at, Tyler? What's your record? What's your losses?
I got the Texans winning 12 games next season.
Step up, okay.
Yeah, 12-5 with the 5 losses being first. I think the Texans come out of the gate, win the first 4 weeks of the year, get this fan base in this city all hyped up. And then I think in week 5 at the Titans in Nashville, I think they lose that one, first loss of the year.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't see them losing to that team.
It's tough to see, and I hope I'm wrong, obviously, but that's first loss I have. Then week 11 and 12, back-to-back losses to the Colts and then the Ravens.
Really?
Both at home at Reliant. Thursday Night Football week 16 is the 4th loss for the Texans at the Eagles with all those crazy asses in Philadelphia. And then week 17 at the Packers at Lambeau for Monday Night Football is their 5th loss for me.
Yeah, I think we all see that back half, those road games back-to-back, which sucks because they're going to be national TV games, tough ones on the road against the Eagles and the Packers as potential trouble spots. I'm surprised you have them losing to I think teams that I would look at on paper and say they are clearly better than, and they should win.
And that's very fair.
Colts and the Titans.
In division factor is kind of what the thinking is there.
People are telling Clint to lay off the crack for some reason.
I knew that second team I named. I knew they were going to get.
Come on, Clint. 10-7. That's crazy. We'll be favored in 13 or 14 games.
Crack cocaine?
Somebody, hell no. 13-4. Somebody said play Sylvester Turner. 14-3.
Play Sylvester Turner.
Losses to the Jags in London, Philly, and the Colts. Is some people rolling in here? Yeah.
Oh no!
Clint told you they'll win 10 games. He never promised that he had them winning more.
I mean, any double-digit predictions, fans should be.
I'm gonna tell you, if 10 is the floor for me, I don't think there is a chance in hell that they don't win 10 games.
Hell yeah!
Unless there's a rash of injuries.
That could change, but even there, I mean, it would have to be not
the right ones.
It would have to be the right ones. It would have, it would have to be Hunter Brown, Alvarez, Hayter.
Yeah, well, even
Pena.
if guys for the Texans get injured, it's a long season.
Yeah.
That quality.
Yeah, man. Look, I think it'd be a cold day in hell before they don't win 10 games. I think it'd be a cold day in hell before they miss the playoffs.
Let's hear, because some people are wondering. I want to get into something. If you didn't hear Dusty Baker, I know this did Tyler in. If you didn't hear Dusty Baker and his comments about somebody who is in his mind wrongfully accused and still is dealing with it for the Astros, but I do want to. Because many people are wondering why they feel like your win total is low. Why you feel it is at 10. I mean, I'm just at 11. But why is it at 10? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages can happen at any time. And look.
also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. Get on the mound, little
Ooh, okay. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Can the Texans win the AFC South with only 10 wins? Well, Clint said he had the Jags winning it. I think they can win it with 11. But Clint said he had the Jags winning it. If you're on YouTube, you saw that.
They won it. They won it. Two of the last 3 years with 10 wins, didn't they?
Yeah, 2 years in a row, 10-7. Someone else, I don't even know what this means. 10-7. Now, as a Texans win prediction, is just lazy, Clint. We've got some people rolling in with their thoughts of why it's so low to them. I had them at 11-6. Tyler has them at 12-5. Jordan has them at 17-0.
Hell yeah!
I don't know. Jordan's actually correcting Isaiah or no himself. He's got him at 17-0. That's Jordan for you. Go ahead for it.
Let's get it on, baby.
That's it. No, but where did you? Because a lot of people believe this is the best team they've put together. How did you arrive at 10?
Well, I think his schedule's significantly better than what is being touted, I guess. But I think like you start that first month of the season, I got Burrow and Dak being too much. I mean you got Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, what's my man's T Higgins. And then you got CeeDee Lamb, Dak, and Pickens coming in here. There's not many duos or trios really of quarterbacks and wide receivers that, in my opinion, can put the Texans defense in a bind. I think those two quarterbacks with each two big time targets on each side of the football, I think that poses a different threat to the Texans defense than a lot of the offenses that we see them dominate. That's why I've got them Bengals, Cowboys. I think they're going to have a hard time. I think they're going to have to win those games, not single-handedly, but I think if the defense gives up, 24, 25 points, I think we're going to have a hard time winning that game.
To Dak?
Psh. Yeah. Psh. Right. So that's the Bengals Cowboys thought.
Yeah, today.
The only
defense won't lose to them.
The only division team that I've got them losing to one time is the Jags. So I feel like that's fairly.
Yeah, we're the same boat with that. 5-1. Tyler's got it losing 2 in the division.
That's the one divisional team though that I don't have them losing either of the games.
You got the Titans and the Colts.
Jag's gonna jag, baby.
The Chargers. I'm not a big Harbaugh fan, but I do think Harbaugh's a smart coach, and I think he realizes what their problem is. I think the Chargers were beat before they ever took the field several times last year because their O-line was so decimated. To get where they got last year with their injuries in the offensive line was an accomplishment. I think they're, I got to assume these teams are going to be healthy when we see them. I got the Chargers beating the Texans, and then I got Lamar with the Ravens. That was the one for me that was tough because I don't know a lot about offensively what they're going to do, but I just
you ain't got a lot about Declan Doyle.
No, I ain't got a lot about Declan Doyle, but I did lean to the Ravens obviously with Lamar Jackson, and our history versus Lamar Jackson when he's healthy has not been good, and then the Derrick Henry piece there. I had to go one. That's the one game that I was torn on, and then the last game, the Eagles and the Packers both at their place, outdoors. I think the Eagles are still a great football team. I do not buy into the hate, the slander of Jalen Hurts or whatever's going on. And I think the Packers at their place is going to be an absolute bear. So assuming everybody's healthy. So that's how I got to 7 losses. I think the only 2 that could be moved that people may or that I kind of checked up on was the Chargers and the Ravens, and Lamar's one of them, and I trust Harbaugh to right the ship in L.A. with the Chargers. So that's how I got there.
All right, there it is. 10-7, 11-6 for me. Tyler is at 12-5. All right, let's switch over to some Astros news and maybe some Astros news that makes you feel a little bit better than what the team is doing. Dusty Baker, the former manager that many of you I've seen on the text line, wishing he was back. How hard it was wanting to get rid of him, wishing he was back here at times. At least he was fun. I'd like him to just run. Could you imagine how much HIPAA he could have got off over the last 2 years?
Dude,
how much?
It was must-less, and I'm like freaking Joe.
Those injuries, that they would have wore him down. Like, we might have saw Johnny come out instead of Dusty. Those injuries, we may have seen him throw something.
What the hell you guys want me to do, man?
What do you want me to do? I think Carlos Correa in that cage, that could have been a last straw for Dusty. He may have lost it. We may have gotten a Hal McRae from Dusty in some form or fashion. He may have lost his mind, but he talks about his time in becoming the manager, and obviously when he came into it with the scandal, and he gives some insight on Jose Altuve. Here's Dusty Baker.
I got the call from the Astros, and my son Darren B had told me, he said, maybe God didn't want you to take that Phillies job. And the Astros, usually you don't inherit a championship team like that. And I was like, well, this is sent from above. You know what I mean? And I knew I had a chance to win. I didn't care about the scandal because I wasn't there. And I just told him, hey, man, I asked the world to forgive him. And because the hardest thing in the world is for people to forgive each other, but everybody's quick to throw stones, And so I got there. One of the best things that happened to me when I got there was the fact that we had COVID, and we didn't have to deal with the fans and the booing and the jeers. And
just get back to baseball.
Yeah, and then the guy that took the brunt of it was really Jose Altuve, and he was the most innocent dude there. And that really affected me how he was
treated.
Yeah, I mean all over everywhere, and he didn't deserve it.
There you go. Dusty was probably ready to fight some fans.
As he should be.
Yeah, Dusty right there. I mean, matter of fact, the person who took the brunt of it, and I'll be honest, it's not, as Dusty says there, he was the most innocent of them all. It's whether it's factual or not, it's not surprising that Altuve took the brunt of it because he's the frontline guy, right? He is the best player, the biggest star at the time, and they had some stars, right? The Correa and Bregman and all them, but he was the guy you looked out there and he was like, all right, that's the Hall of Famer. And if anybody's, he's the one who's being affected the most. And then there was the weird celebration with the shirt and stuff that people pushed on more. And I believe there was then the thought that he took an MVP away from Aaron Judge in that, so he was winning awards. So, I mean, I believe Dusty, and that's widely been talked about and said that of all people, like it wasn't him. It wasn't him that was into it. Now there's some other guys, Marvin. It wasn't him, but there's some other dudes. But Dusty Baker, like that, clearly that affected him, and boy, it was probably worse than maybe we even all know that Altuve had to deal with.
Well, clearly it was worse. Dusty Baker, 2-3 years later, still talking about it. Look, I think, guys, I think this is huge for Jose Altuve. Forget the Astros, forget the fan base, just Jose Altuve. Specifically, I think until people that are in the know, that are well respected, come out and say things like this, until that happens, his legacy and his career is going to be tarnished. Dusty Baker coming out and saying what he just said, what you just heard, is absolutely huge for Altuve moving forward and for the outlook of his career and his legacy in Major League Baseball as well as with the Astros.
Do you think he'd have some problem? He was going to have problems getting into the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Because of this?
Yeah, absolutely. I could see him being one of those guys that doesn't get in first ballot because And I'm not real familiar with how baseball operates, but I could see it being a talking piece. But here's the deal: like when a guy like Dusty Baker comes out and says what he just said, that was matter of fact. That wasn't provoked. That was matter. He didn't even ever need to use Altuve's name in there.
You know what I'm saying?
He felt the need to come out and say Jose Altuve caught the brunt of it, and he was the least guilty of anybody in the organization.
Okay, who's reporting that?
That is so powerful. Because to me, and again, it matters that it's Dusty Baker too. It's not.
No, he carries a lot of weight.
Absolutely, and he carries a lot of weight to, in my opinion, with people that are either covering the game, have played the game before, or are currently playing the game. So here's the deal: if you are going to be an individual moving forward, and you shape your mouth to say something about Altuve and about his involvement in the sign-stealing scandal, right? You better know what the hell you're talking about. This better not be just, he grabbed his jersey, or, oh, man, he did this or he did that. He had big clutch moments, and he's a little bitty dude that was hitting bombs and monster moments and made his career out of these highlight reel type stuff. You're gonna risk sounding and being viewed as silly after what Dusty Baker just said. Like, and I'm not saying there's not gonna be people come out, but if you come out, you better have some real substance to what the hell you're saying, because a guy that spent 2-3 years in that clubhouse with this team and heard all the skeletons and
came in the middle of it,
came right in the middle of it, right? I mean, he took it upon himself, unprovoked, to come out and say, "Hey man, Altuve didn't deserve that. Man, Altuve didn't do that." I mean, I think it just changes the narrative around. It makes it difficult for people to just flippantly pop off about Altuve moving forward. Media members, former players, current players,
Yankee turds,
them too. You risk looking silly when you come out and make comments about Altuve stolen MVP from this guy, or Altuve. Like, you risk sounding silly now that Dusty Baker's put his name on a statement like that. I think it's huge for Altuve moving forward in his legacy.
Yeah, and again, we talked about it at the time. Dusty Baker, there's a reason why Dusty Baker was hired, and he eased how people came at. Like, I think it would have been far worse the way people approached the Astros if Dusty wasn't the manager. Like, people love Dusty and respect Dusty. That's why it made a lot of sense. All right, coming up, we know the schedule, and we'll get back to it. And one of the first things I looked at with this schedule clearly, to me, goes hand in hand to maybe the number one topic we've had this offseason, and that is C.J. Stroud. His approach. Boy, we got to talk about this. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. Pretty simple concept, right? Well, look, if you're out there and you're dealing with breathing problems, you got allergy, sinus, sleep problems, snoring like a freight train, anything above the neck, man, I'm going to tell you, I got the solution. One, you need to do something about it, man. Your quality of life is being impacted, and it's probably impacting everybody around you at home and at work. The solution, Dr. Matoran.
California, and Hawaii.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on this sexy Friday here on The Drive. We love the interaction here on YouTube, love it on Twitch, love it on the text line 713-572-4610. We are having a good time looking at the schedule. I'm seeing more and more. I really have, like right here, I have the Texans going 12-5, possibly 13-4. The schedule is tough, but with their defense, they should be favored 2/3 of their games. Someone texting in. Seeing a lot of, I would say, Clint, Tyler, most I'm seeing is 12 or above. Matching last year's.
Yeah. And look, I think I agree with the point of the defense. This all comes down, to me, this all comes down like my 10 wins to Tyler's 12 wins. Clearly, Tyler's more confident in the offense than I am. Your 11 wins to my 10 wins. I think you're probably a little more confident.
It's a creative way that Tyler gets to the 12, too, with losses to the Titans and the Colts.
And I would say to that, though, Clint, not necessarily, because, like, one of your losses for the Texans this year, you have them losing to Dak and the Cowboys, right?
I do, yes.
And my thinking in that win for the Texans is definitely not necessarily their offense, which could find success against a crappy Dallas defense. Mm-hmm. But I was thinking just that defense. Like, I think that's one of Dak's worst games next season is whenever he's facing this unit that we have in Houston. You know what I mean?
Yeah, could very well could be more times than not that way. I'm the offense and the quarterback situation and potentially a young center and the weapons that you're hoping. I mean, like, it's interesting because when I talk to people or when I see people communicating on social media or however, text message, however, about the Texans that are really confident, more confident about their offense than I am. And literally within the first 2 or 3 bullets, they bring up Tank Dell, return him to his old self. I'm like, that's
not good reasoning.
That's what you got there that quick?
Yeah.
You know,
let's see him play a snap.
That's like once you get beyond Nico, it's like, hey man, we're like whatever you decide is next is suspect, and that's kind of where I'm coming from. And it's not that they can't play. I'm not saying they can't play. It's just unknown, right? I love on paper what they've done, you know, with the O-line and bringing some veterans in and committing to the. I love it on paper, but you better be able to run that sucker to the tune of one of the top run offenses in the league.
I think they're going to have a rough second half. I have them starting 8-2.
Hey.
I got them in their first 10, losing to Buffalo and losing to the Jags, and then I think they struggle with the Ravens, and then those road games, Washington, Eagles, and the Packers.
Yeah, well, if they start 8-2, I mean, we're talking Super Bowl at that point.
I mean, we would be, but
there's because I mean if.
But they got Colts, they got Titans, Jags, Giants, Chargers on the road, which I think they will just overwhelm Browns and Colts. Like those are the tougher part is Baltimore and then those road games at Washington, at Philly, at Green Bay.
The Ravens are an interesting one because we really don't know exactly what offense they're going to. We just don't know exactly what they're going to be doing.
They got a good start.
Well, they know what they're going to plan to do with the 2 guys they got.
Those 2. And Flowers seems to be productive, but they got a good start here. Then they've improved their offensive line. All right, this is
what would scare you more with Baltimore? I mean, just them say to hell with it. We're going to by design use Lamar Jackson's legs with a rushing attack with Derrick Henry downhill, and that's going to be our identity, and then we're going to one off with everything else, or we're going to stand back there and flip it around.
What makes me nervous is they got this guy who's been with Ben Johnson as his OC.
Yeah.
And Ben Johnson has a great run game and
there's some creativity there with
the run game. So like that's the thing. And the other part, like the thing that was forgotten, they had so many injuries, and especially when the Texans ran it, their defense was so bad with the Ravens. Like they expect to potentially have Matabike back, and and they've got some dudes over there they've added to their team, so we'll see about that. All right, this is though, however, something that really jumped to me because this whole offseason, I would say C.J. Stroud has been the biggest conversation piece, and it's been the biggest conversation piece from multiple different spaces. One, for the contract. He is not getting a contract extension when he's eligible right now. But it seems to be that he may be playing for a potential contract extension moving forward. There's a wonder if there's a trust factor, and is this guy still able to be a franchise-type guy? Like those have been the questions. A lot of people are down from the last two times we've seen him. And then, Clint, it seems like, and I think you fall into this, and many people who we hear from, fans and listeners, top concerns for the team is, will C.J. Stroud be able to buy in to being the type of quarterback that they want him to be and that this offense in particular needs him to be? And that's a lot of stuff going together. At one point, hey, I got to show that I can be worthy of this type of contract, and the way that I show that is getting back to being the dude that was a top 10 finisher in the MVP and the guy that people was talking about big time. But I also gotta figure out to play the way that they want me to play, which is probably not, easy for him. It is not just the style that he wants to play in. And Clint, I think CJ has shown a level of maturity in this offseason, because I'm telling you, man, some of the stuff that's being said about him and how people have turned on him that fast with what he has accomplished and what he has done for this city, I'd be a bit more of an ass, Tyler. I tell you that. I'd be me and him are wired a little different. I can hold a grudge. I would have told multiple people to kiss my ass. Just act like I've only played 2 games in my career. But he's gone to work. He's much more mature than me at 23 and 42. But Clint, it is hard, boy, when you get up in there and you get week 1, bam, Josh Allen. That might be the best in the game right there. You've outplayed him before. You've outplayed that dude when you were playing in the system you were comfortable in. You outplayed him before. They played in 2023. He went 28 of 38 for 331 and a touch and a pick. Josh was 9 of 30 against this defense for a $130.
9 completions.
131, a touchdown, and four carries and 54 yards. You outplayed him before. That's one to put in people's face right away. Hey, I'm coming out here and I'm ready. How are you going to approach it? How are you going to approach it with Joe Burrow? You've outplayed him before too, and beat him. 356, a touchdown, Joe 347. You outplayed him and then got the ball at the end and took your team down and won against Joe. All right, they got the Colts in there too. You've outplayed Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, a player that people are trying to act like you're in the same category as, when nobody would have thought that 2 years ago, a year ago. The approach that he has, Clint, will be really, really interesting, because we know what the Texans want him to be. But also a young dude with all of that contract, are you still a franchise? All of that roaming in his mind?
Yep.
And you got those one-on-one battles with those competitors, it is real easy to say, nah, man, I'm going to come in here and I'm on show.
Yeah.
They may only call 27 pass plays, but damn it, Nico, we going up top.
Yeah. C.J. Stroud is going to get tested in the first month of the season in a way that he probably hadn't been tested to date in his career. Can he stand across the field from the likes of Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, with everything you just said in the back of his mind? Can he stand across that field and go out there and commit wholeheartedly to the offense, commit wholeheartedly to not making mistakes, commit wholeheartedly to finding completions and not trying to make big plays. And then if the game dictates that he's got to go get aggressive, then he goes and gets aggressive. But basically leave it in the lap of the defense. Every week that you take the field, you leave it in the lap of your defense, and then you respond in a way of, do you need me to go be great or not? If not, I'm just going to kind of sit back. That is going to be a real challenge for C.J. Stroud. In his mind, to stay focused on what they need him to focus to, which is all-out commitment to this offense and playing within this system. He's going to be tested in a way with those guys across the ball from him, across the field from him. He's going to be tested in a way that I don't think he's ever been tested, Ron.
Clinton, you know this better than I do. It's one thing if you got your money and you got your money and you know that you're going to be the guy here.
Yeah.
Because he ain't just showing stuff to the Texans no more. It's to everybody.
Yes, sir.
And he's a competitor. We can see it. Like, I know he has had his moments. I don't love that he was on that field crying when Tank got hurt in Kansas City. I don't love that it seemed like he was that way last year when Brevin Jordan went down. But he is a competitor. Yeah. He is a competitor, and we can see it in these games. It is hard, boy. I can play with – there's no way CJ's not thinking, I can play with these dudes. Give me the ball. Yeah. That's what he's been. Give me the ball. But they don't – that's not what they want from him. We got people – I believe D'Amico may have just texted in that said, hey, baby, just don't turn the ball over.
That's it.
That's a text that just came in. Just don't turn the ball over.
They're all fixable.
Yeah. That's I mean, it's tongue in cheek, right? But that is going into every single game this year. The way the Texans have built this offense, the message to C.J. Stroud immediately going into every game is make the right decisions, protect the football, right? Every drive ends in a kick. Right, that's it. It's not, hey baby, let's go out there and be great. Let's go out there and score points. Let's go out there and be explosive. Let's go out there and shock the world. Let's go out there and do C.J. Stroud things. It is, hey, play within the system. Keep your mind right. Keep your mind clear. Stay ahead of the chains. Right, get us in the right play. Hey, find a completion. Find early completion. It's hey, don't force the ball to Nico. Just get the ball to wherever the defense dictates you take the ball there. Right, it is a completely different mindset than C.J. Stroud's ever had to play with, and it is at the extreme of that in Houston right now. Can he? I'm gonna tell you right now, as a quarterback, I had every reason, and I'm not trying to say I'm C.J. Stroud by any means for everybody out there. I had every reason under the sun as a quarterback to play the game the way that they're going to ask their quarterback to play the game here in Houston. Hey, man, find that completion. Hey, man, don't turn the ball over. Hey, man, just be smart and get us in the right run play. Go from run to run. You don't need to check and throw it. Just go run to run. I don't care if that bomb's there. Check it down. Get the high percentage. I had every reason to do those things. I wasn't talented enough to do the other stuff. I wasn't experienced enough to do the other stuff, right? I had every reason. Hell, I'd have probably played 8 years in the league if I would have believed that. If I'd have had – it is hard. It is hard for all quarterbacks to go, I'm just going to blindly commit to the system. Oh, I got Nico pressed up out there against a number 2 corner. I'd like to snap this ball and throw a go route. Nope, don't you even think about it. You stay your ass right here. You got a linebacker matched up on a tight end. He's going to run a little wide option. You're going to complete it for 6 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 4. We're going to get back in the huddle, and we're going to roll again. That is hard. That is hard for guys like myself that have very little talent, relatively speaking, to a guy like C.J. Stroud. It is damn near impossible when you can spin it the way C.J. can spin it. But that's what they're tasking him to do in Houston this year. It's going to be, to me, it's one of the biggest stories in the NFL. Leading up to real action, leading up to the game, the week 1 versus the Bills. C.J. Stroud not having a contract. C.J. Stroud being asked to do, to play the quarterback position in a little bit more conservative game manager role than quarterbacks with comparable skill sets. That is all. Texans getting beyond the second round of the playoffs. The offensive, this is one of the biggest stories in football. I mark my word. As we get closer to the season, once training camp starts and all that, it will be one of the biggest stories leading up to the season. C.J. Stroud, no contract, and the offense that he's playing in.
Text line coming in, Ocho. Ron, how many of these quarterbacks did Stroud outplay post-shell shock? None of his rookie performances matter now. I don't know what your post-shell shock is, but he outplayed Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes last year. I go back to the drawing board. He outplayed them in both those games. He did. I mean,
right.
He did.
Yeah.
I know. We only remember those last two, but he.
I mean, we also would just like to see Stroud match any resemblance of what he put out his rookie season. I think that's a big part of it.
No doubt. Yeah, I think we all want to see that. But also within that, like when Ocho said, like who is he? He outplayed Justin Herbert on the field in an important game for two teams in the AFC.
Yeah.
He outplayed. Patrick Mahomes. They had some offensive line troubles, but he was floating balls right to Kamari Lassiter's hands. Right? He made some plays, and his offensive line and his offensive coordinator and his offensive line coach had no answers for what the Chiefs were doing, and he was just making throws at times in that game to save their ass. Now, it may not have been Rookie of the Year, but it was big-time plays in a game the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes on the road needed. Those were both road games. That was just last year, in the year that he's stunk. But I just over there is he's dealing with two different things right now. And there is no way when he sees the great quarterbacks, when he sees the quarterbacks that he feels like he is, and he should feel this way, he's a competitor, that he feels like he can play with, that he's on the level with, that he should be considered with. But y'all want me to hand this thing off to David Montgomery 57 times? You want me to not fit anything in there? You want me to just keep hitting Dalton Schultz 5 yards away?
Swiss knife.
There's a dilemma with showing what he can be. Especially when he goes up against these guys and he looks at it, he's like, man, I've given the Bills with Josh Allen the business. I went toe-to-toe with Burrow in Cincinnati. He went all rookie year. Like that's a hard one to kind of put all together. All right, coming up, this was this would not help C.J. Stroud if this is accurate. But there is still people talking about the Texans' offensive line, and wait till you hear where people, or at least this publication, has the Texans' offensive line going into next year. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let me ask you a question. You got a hair loss issue that you're struggling with, man. Is it?
best sports talk around anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Musical chairs with the offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. I feel like you all are doing a bunch of assuming about the offense. And if it turns out different, y'all better apologize. Yeah, I mean, my thought is that this offense is going to be the defensive version of themselves. They want to, or the offensive version of what the defense brings to the table. Physical, smash mouth. That is what they have done with their offensive line. They brought in a smash mouth running back. What we heard earlier in this week, if you missed it, go check it out on the podcast page, that Woody Marks is out here running routes, route tree, like wide receiver routes. So they want to get the running backs involved. All right, this is a team that did not really make any additions on the outside, unless the only addition that you could really look at they made was a 6th-round pick and the potential return of Tank Dell that we don't really have an understanding of where he will be when the season starts. Yeah, I think they're going to be a ball control, run, play action, pass, a team that wants to control the ball and run it and impose their will on offenses. Not a team that is going to be quarterback C.J. Stroud-centric like it had been the first 2 years that he was here. I mean, I don't like, and if they come out here and start being the Rams, they come out here and start being a high octane offense, and CJ's a 4,000-yard passer and all that. Hell, yeah, I will apologize.
Well, I mean, look, I ain't apologizing for a damn thing. I think it's all. At this point, whether you think they're going to win 14 games or you think they're going to win 10 games, it's all speculating.
That's what I was going to say. You led with this listener said that you're assuming with the offense. Well, what are you doing, listener?
Yeah, I mean,
nobody knows till week 1.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Right, week's 8.
Yeah, right, and really until after the first one. The reality of it is that I'm not up here saying, hey, these guys have had the same approach offensively for the last 4 years since C.J. Stroud's been here, and we're just hoping the stars align this year, and guys can stay healthy. I mean, they've changed offensive coordinators. They've changed the entire approach to offensive football. I mean, so whether you are positive about it or negative about it, or however you couch it, it's assuming on all fronts, right? I mean, it's at the end of the day. There is a major shift and has been a major shift in what they want to do offensively from really 1 season ago, but 2 seasons ago when Bobby Slowick was talking about and CJ were talking about driving the ball down the field, stretching the field. They were signing Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs, add him to Tank Dell and Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. And, you got Laramie Tunsil on one side, you got Titus Howard on the other side. Hey, man, you got C.J. Stroud, who's been Rookie of the Year. Let's drop back and spin this thing around the park.
Laramie Tunsil, and they got Titus Howard on the edges. And
all of a sudden, nah, we ain't building around one guy. We're going to get some road grading offensive linemen in here and sign old hard-nosed running back and get downhill. I mean, it's, whether you like it or not, that is what's going on in Houston. And if you don't acknowledge that, you can assume, I can assume, everybody can assume it's going to be good, bad, and different. What are they going to look like? But if we can't acknowledge that, hey, man, this has been a major – in one season of football. Now, they obviously made this decision a year ago, right? But as a fan and as the media covered, you look at it 1 season ago. Right? Their offensive mentality was aggressive, stretch the field, put it in C.J. Stroud's hand. Y'all see what C.J. can do. We don't need no help on the left side when Laramie Tunsil's over there. We know we got Big Tunsil. We got to take care of the rest of them. Like, there was they have shifted. They've done a 180, right? To the point where they had the general manager has no problem. We ain't building around the quarterback. We ain't building around nobody. This ain't about one person. So, it's like, come on, man. We're all assuming or we're all speculating on what this is going to look like. What's it going to look like in general? We heard yesterday Woody Marks is out here running the route tree. Hell yes, turn me on a little bit, if you will, Nick Caley. I love it.
And
right?
that makes a lot more sense to
Absolutely.
the offense we've seen them do.
Absolutely.
Like, this is like Nick Caley's been in two places, New England and under what's my man's name, Josh McDaniels, and he's been under Sean McVay and the Rams. Does this resemble the Rams or does this resemble the Patriots?
What we've seen, it's the Patriots.
Yes, right. That's and they won Super Bowls with it. Yeah, we're they more with less, and they've been able to put things together, and you could see that on the offensive side of the ball. They got their offensive line the way they wanted to get it to spearhead this. Speaking of that, Clint, Greg Rosenthal and Ole Conley of the NFL Daily, they did a piece where they ranked their offense, all the offensive lines in the NFL. Now, listen, Clint, I've got a lot of questions about this offensive line. I don't even say a lot. I have one major question, and I've said that multiple times, and I'm really intrigued to see what that looks like. My major question is this offensive line going to be able to hold up when everybody knows they got to pass, when they know they got to pass, and when the other team knows they got to pass? But my man, with all the moves they've made, from adding Braden Smith, who Max Crosby really raved about, adding Wyatt Teller, adding Brown for depth, and bringing back Ingram, bringing back Trent Brown, and drafting Rutledge and the kid from Oklahoma, all of that they've added. They've reshaped this offensive line. Clint, they had the Texans ranked 31st out of 32 teams.
So it ain't so.
Again, man, I think that's total bull. Like I'll be shocked off my ass if they are if it starts with a 3. I'll be shocked if this offensive line is that poor.
Well,
I know what it was last year.
I'm gonna have to take back my 10 wins if that happens, because that's I think that's the one thing.
I'm for my 11.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a little bit aggressive. The more painful piece of this, Ryan, was, a year ago, one season ago, the only offensive line that was worse was Chicago. In this same ranking, Chicago was 10. We were 31. Chicago went out and got aggressive after pursuing certain guys, proven guys, and turned the corner on their offensive line pretty quick. We've dilly-dallied around for a year, tried to get it right the easy way or the cheap way, and now it looks like we've made a little bit of a commitment. So hopefully this 31 is way off, because
it's got to be.
The reality of it, this is the scary part of this, because I don't even know. I'm assuming these guys get paid to cover and do things like this, so I'm assuming they've done some due diligence. The reality is the Texans are pot committed. The Texans are pot committed to running the football. The moves say maybe. The commitment level says, hey, you got to be top. You got to be a top 5 to 8 rush team in the league. Like, you are pot committed to your identity being running the football. And while I kind of sit in the middle of, I don't really know. I like these guys. I don't believe that they're going to be a top running team in the league, but they damn sure ain't 31. 31. Are you kidding me?
At the absolute, like, this is, I'll be honest, this is my expectation for the offensive line. I don't think I think there can be some struggles in pass protection. I think that is, you got a rookie.
Yeah.
You got a rookie
that's
center
to be expected, though,
that's
right?
playing center for the first time. Ed Ingram, that's not his strength. Braden Smith, sometimes that's been an issue for him. And when Ursery, now he came on late, but his draft conversation was, that's the part of the game that's got to pick up for him. So there may be some of that there. But, Clint, at worst, this is a top 25 offense. And to me, honestly, my expectation is them to be a top 20 offensive line group. That like, for me, that is, especially with how committed they will be to running the football. And when they throw the ball, I would think the vast majority of the time it's probably going to be off of teams know they're committed to throwing the football. And
I just if we get into a bunch of got to throw the football type situations and our O-line struggles, then I think to me it's not going to surprise me. The part that is the deal breaker here or seals the deal is, can you run the football and control games with your run game? Can you couple that with that high percentage, high completion percentage with the efficiency at the quarterback position? Can you run the football in a way that not many can? Can you commit to the run in a way that not many teams in the NFL can or will commit to the run? If you can't do that, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if this group, they didn't sign this group and bring these guys in because it's like, hey, man, we're going to throw it 40 times this game. Buckle up, boys.
No.
I mean, they get into too many of those, we're going to be in trouble.
Yep. All right, coming up, I've got to express, I had one of the worst experiences that I've ever had at a restaurant, at a food establishment anywhere. It was awful, terrible. But I believe I did make progress and show improvements on things that you two have had issues with me.
See how hard it is for him? He makes them negative.
But it was awful. Like, I could stop going to this place. And I love this place. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hughley came in the game. Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros' in-house positivity after a rough first quarter of the season.
There's no way that
Victory Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
You're being a real dingo right now.
I'm not being a real dingo.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I think Tyler, I don't know what the incident was, but I'm certain the place that I had one of the worst experiences ever. I think Tyler has quit them a long time ago.
Never really started them.
Yeah, forgot something. I know you've quit them. You've not even started. You're not there. I may join you here, at least at that location. But I'll get to that in a second.
I've been to that place once, and I was at Lee College. I was a decade ago.
I was really proud of myself for some of the things we started to talk about on my birthday, of things that I need to roll through. I'm really proud of myself. Before we get there, real quick, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in here. Tyler, I'm going to go to you first on this one because I feel like we know where Clint is, but many of you weren't here at the start of the show. What we think about Brian Cushing and the Texans schedule release video? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What'd you think about it? What'd you think about Brian Cushing?
That psycho is in Texans fans' hearts forever. I loved watching Brian Cushing play football here in Houston. It was pretty corny. A little bit corny.
I think they could have.
Can't have him talk about being a psychopath, but not act psycho.
I didn't. It was like he was talking about it.
Weird.
And it was like they were drawing blood on him.
Yeah.
But
he's sitting there like in a business casual outfit, just talking very calmly.
No, yeah. Hey, wait. Bills, week 1. Bengals, week 2.
He was nuts.
Bengals. And then he one time he said week 15, and then he went back and said Giants, and then he said less is more. And at one point, like he ripped off his sleeve, and it was just like,
It was odd.
Like it feels like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's probably gonna get me in trouble. It feels like it was kind of not thought off to the next level. Like it felt like maybe it was, I don't know, quick, and just kind of came up with the idea quickly and did not thought of. Like I like the thought process of the idea, but how can we make him look crazy?
Yes.
And not just crazy, but let's put him in his element. Like they should have Terry Tate off his linebacker at this thing. We're putting him like he's running and he is as intense and he's hitting these things.
Right.
And he's flying off his feet and he's nailing these things. And they threw shoulder pads at the end, like one by one, like Terry Tate off his linebacker, and one by one they're coming by and he is just smashing them and like bleed and all that. Like that could have been. It was just like, all right, let's get Brian Cushing in here and let's get blood on his face, and then let's let him say the names. I know that resonated with people and understood it. It's just like this thing is generally upon the creativity, and it felt like they had other steps. Like, all right, we gotta, like it was like we're brainstorming here. Let's do Brian Cushing with the blood on his face. Bet. How can we elevate this? And it was like, they were like, no, let's do Brian Cushing with the blood on his face. Then what? Him just say the games. Okay.
Very calmly.
Bet. Like, that's my.
Yeah, it was odd.
I know Clint liked it.
I did not over evaluate. I didn't evaluate it like that, I guess. Like, I think these things are made for the fan base specifically. I think that's an iconic moment within the organization's history. One of 3 or 4 moments that everybody remembers. He is a player that obviously the minute the camera clicks on, everybody knows exactly who it is. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I'm sitting there watching it. I was not sure if the first blow to his forehead wasn't, like, the more I looked at it, because I thought it was real, because the second or third time it came on, the way they had smeared it a little bit, it looked almost real. And then obviously you realize he keeps hitting himself, it gets worse. But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think there was clearly a lack of creativity. I don't know that it wasn't done on purpose. You get Brian Cushing, you get that iconic moment, bang, you got what you need. Could they have gone further? Yes. I did not understand the roles that he played
at the end.
I guess the whole thought was that he was role playing. It was kind of like an interview role play or whatever from the beginning. But I didn't get the ending. I agree there could have been a lot more creativity with Brian Cushing. But I'll be honest with you, I don't like I looked at the Chargers was when I was watching. I mean, I thought it was cute the way that they pulled up C.J. Stroud, his advice for Caleb Williams before he started regressing. But I mean, that was a 6+ minute video of like video games.
They're wildly thought of to have the best ones every year.
Yeah, I mean, it just like that. That just doesn't. I mean, I thought it was if you
took out Vrabel and Versini too.
I didn't get that far on it, but yeah, no, it's that was slick. But I probably lean more towards the real people, real players in them than I do the Transformers or whatever that was. Yeah. So I don't know. I didn't mind it. I'm not going to beat them up too bad here. On it. Could it have been better? Hell yeah, it could have been better. But
I think every year when they whatever their theme is, every year when they do the Titans, it should cut in, and they should have Andre there beating up a fake Cortland.
No matter what the theme is?
Like, no matter what the theme is, it's just when they get to the two Titans games, they cut off whatever the theme is, and you drag in, and you know that's every year. Andre has got a fake Cortland, and he just
hitting the dummy.
Year. Yeah, every year, and then they convene back to what the thing.
That would be solid.
That would be because just that's coming every year. That would
fake Oilers.
I did like was it Reg or John's from In the Loop, whichever idea it was. Like obviously would be what you're talking about with the Titans. There'd be plenty of plays to pick from with a lot of the in-division opponents. The Bengals, there'd be some, but a big monster play from each time you've played those teams in the past would be cool. I don't know. I didn't mind Cushing. I didn't mind Cushing beating his forehead with the helmet again.
Oh, I didn't either. I just thought there's a next step for what.
You're right. I could see where it looks like it was kind of thrown together.
Yeah. All right.
They got a position open over there in creative.
I don't know, man. Like let's stir up big ideas, baby.
I mean, I'm still waiting for them just to invite people with old jerseys that don't add up to go in there and get the new one, get that new name song on the back, man. To do that. I mean, they're changing numbers. What if you got a Kamari Lassiter jersey?
I don't know who's.
What if you got a Tank Dell? What if you got a Tank Dell number?
Lassiter's changed it twice.
What if you got Tank Dell's old jersey? You finna roll in there with a 3 on?
Yeah.
Now you got to have Woody Marks. Yeah. I mean, I think the team should say, hey, y'all roll in here. We'll just change the nameplate on the back.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
No, we're going to change the nameplate, Dre. We're going to change the nameplate so everybody can be happy here.
So they say no.
I think they should do it.
So last night.
Where's this going?
I finished the daughter's softball scrimmage for her all-star team. And hadn't eaten. Said I'm gonna go and order me up some Chipotle. There's a nice close one there in Missouri City, right there. Bam, online orders only. Here we go. Let me order up some Chipotle. Went here, ordered up my bowl. Said it'll be ready at 8:50. Bet. Drove up there. Mind you, they have a drive-through that is for online orders only. Right? This isn't a drive-through that you can go and order. It's only online orders. And you drive through, when you order online, you pick it up and you go. It's quick. Pulled in about 8:48. Said, oh, wow. It's about 7 cars deep. All right, let me slide up in here. Okay. Cars come behind me. And we're in a situation, Clint Tyler, where there is a raised curb next to us. It's basically when you're in here, you're
pinned.
You're pinned. Can't get out, especially if somebody pulls in. Tyler, I sat in there on online orders for an hour and 4 minutes before I got to the front. An hour and 4 minutes before I got to the front. I got out multiple times trying to figure out what's going on. I'm looking multiple people trying to get out. We're like 15, 20 minutes a car right now. And I am steaming.
Did you say an hour?
Hour and 4 minutes.
64 minutes.
An hour and 4 minutes.
That's too many minutes.
Courtney texted me talking about, I've watched 4 episodes of Ghost since you have been gone.
I wouldn't have made
it. And Tyler, I'm ready. I've already paid, so I'm not jumping out. But I'll be honest with you, if I could have gotten out of the line, I would have gotten out of the line. It wasn't worth it.
How many cars would you have had to move?
When it became what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Probably 4. And there were another 4 or 5 in front of me.
Is that my boy Ron?
And so I finally got to 2 cars back at about the 50-minute mark. And I'm ready to go. I'm in the place of I'm ready for the confrontation, Tyler. I am ready to go. The lady in front of me, I got my window up. All I hear her is saying, "Hey, look at me. Look at me when I'm talking to you."
Do it, lady.
I let my window down. I said, "Let's see what's going on." She said, "You ain't even gonna look at me?" And she threw something in that
cold French fry.
Something in that Chipotle window. And I thought to myself,
"Oh, she threw it in the window."
Yeah, she threw it in. The window was
I
open.
thought she just threw it out of her car. Threw it in the window.
And I'm ready to go. I'm the way I was feeling when I went up to when that lady started cussing at that AAU game. I pull up. It's my turn. It's this really young. She's about 17, 18 years old, really young. She comes right up. "I'm so sorry for your wait." And I said, "It's okay. It's okay. My name's Ron."
My name's Ron.
And she grabs mine. Hey, mine's sitting right there. She hands it to me. She says, "Do you want something to drink?" I said, "Sure, Coke Zero." She hands it to me, and Tyler, it's probably been sitting up there since 8:50. That's what time. Man. So it's cold as all get out. And I said, "Has this been just sitting up here?" She said, "I don't know. They just brought me over here to handle online."
Oh my God! So it was all her fault.
I said, "No, I don't. I think they just brought her over." And I just said, "Listen, I know this probably isn't on you." I said, "But this is unacceptable. This is over an hour. Like, we're on online orders. You guys gotta."
You're better than me, man. I'd have pulled out that thing and been gone. But I guess you were.
That's why I said I'm growing. No, I did not. There's no confrontation. I didn't go off.
No. The real growth. You know where the real growth is.
I did. I felt like I was deserving of queso and guac. I felt like I was deserving of something extra.
Yes.
Tyler,
I'd have hopped that curb.
He didn't ask for one thing free because he waited so long.
That's a great point.
That's growth.
That is a great point.
And
How did you not?
I was ready to go off. In my heart, I was ready. I was ready.
That young Hispanic gal pulled on your heartstrings, didn't she?
And
That's
she
nice
just,
of you,
bro. She just got cut smooth out though. I don't know what she said. "Look at me. Look at me. You ain't even gonna look at me." Whatever she threw, fire. It went into the window.
Damn, Karen. Get out, Karen.
No, this wasn't a Karen. This was a Nicoya.
Nicoya with a good arm.
Man.
I'm gonna have that.
Shoot, you ain't lying, man. She played some third base or something, man. She fired that. Whatever that was, man. I was smoking hot. There is nothing that pissed me off more. I know we got to go to break. There's nothing that pissed me off more. I had to put my damn food in the microwave when I got home. And I had lettuce on it. I got to pick the damn lettuce out.
Made
fresh.
Hot.
Oh, it was hot, man. Oh, it was hot.
It wasn't.
No. Well played. What you got coming up?
Oh, we got good audio, y'all. Jose Altuve, a former Astros manager, came out and may have saved his legacy, may have saved his reputation, if you will, moving forward. That's Jose Altuve, the Stro GOAT. You know what I'm talking about? This is big time game changer for Jose Altuve. Big shout out to a former manager. We'll have the audio. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
I've had some boots on layaway here at Zapateria La Bailarina. Genuine ostrich. 3 payments. Oh, I'm just goofing. New boot goofing.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
New boot goofing is right. I just can't wait to the special moment that I got to put them things on, baby. I got them ostrich. I got me some good ostrich.
New boot goofing.
That's right, new boot goofing, baby. I got to get me some. I got to get me a belt though. Well done, T. Well done.
Genuine ostrich.
Yeah, genuine ostrich. You are right. That's what I got. That's what I'm gonna wrap on my feet, baby. I'm gonna wrap around my feet. There ain't no doubt about it. I got to make sure I got the rest of my fit right to pull it all together. You can't just throw ostrich on for nothing. You got to make sure you dress that thing up. Today's daily, Dirty's Daily, is powered by UPS, not UPS Brown, not Brown. This is an industrial service company that had a little tourney this morning. Had a little 4-man scramble tourney this morning. I went and played. Didn't make all 18, but I played some golf this morning with a couple friends. And
man, he's playing a lot, Tyler. He's getting new clubs, playing.
Yeah, that's right. New clubs are in too. I just didn't have time to go pick them up. Why? Because I was playing. Over $200,000 raised in this little charity event right here for the Pasadena Police Department. On the east side, baby. When the police department's over on the east side. I grew up Baytown, obviously, but I grew up going across that bridge or through the tunnel over to Deer Park, LaPorte, Pasadena. That area right there, playing, little league baseball all the time. Played some summer league ball over there, man. Great place. A lot of fond memories there. Big shout out to UPS for doing this tournament every year that raises big money to help the Pasadena Police Department. Proud to be a part of that this morning. By the way, Ryan, you ever played in a 4-man scramble?
I have not.
Tyler, you've played in some 4-man scrambles, hadn't you?
Oh, yeah, I won a few as well.
For all my golfers out there, I don't know if I've ever won one, but for all my golfers out there,
a few.
I meant to talk about this a while ago. Even my just casual, I play in a golf tournament every now and then, guys. Is there a nastier place? Is there a nastier place than the men's locker room or bathroom the 30 minutes before a shotgun tee tourney?
No.
I mean, that is the nastiest place on the planet. It was an 8:30 tee time, from 8 to 8:30. Folks clearing room to swing them golf clubs, maybe get in a Bloody Mary before we get started cleaning room. I mean, that is the nastiest place I may have, maybe ever since a men's locker room back in the day. And I'm talking about high school, junior high type locker rooms where they're real small. Nobody washes their ass, and the clothes don't get washed very good either. So go along with that other funk that comes out of folks. That may be worse, but boy, that locker room, that dang bathroom right before, about 30 minutes before tea time is that's a tough go now. That is a tough go. I don't think there's a whole lot of courtesy flushing going on. I don't appreciate it.
No, probably not.
But big shout out to UPS for making that happen. Big shout out to all the golfers for doing what you're supposed to do with that locker room beforehand. Jose Altuve, the Stro GOAT, the greatest Astro of all time. Obviously, we know that with the Astros sign stealing scandal, whether you like it or not, the Astros, their World Series runs, their wins, the players, their legacies, their reputations are all going to be tarnished to some degree because that came to fruition and that came to the forefront, and the Astros had to be the face of it, and the Astros were wearing it. Although I think the majority of the league was doing it to some degree, the Astros have to wear that. There's one person specifically that wears it more than others. We hear it now. Maybe not all parks, Tyler, but the majority of parks that Jose Altuve goes to, when they announce that he's coming to the plate, there are boos. Now, it may not be as loud and roaring as it once was, but there are still boos for Jose Altuve. So there's no doubt about it. The outlook of Jose Altuve outside of Houston, I think is still one where folks think he cheated, still one where folks want to boo him, and still
a lot
one.
of idiots out there.
Yeah, fair. But the reality is he's got to exist in this world, right, Tyler? He's got to exist in this world.
Indeed.
For a huge chunk of 162 games, he's got to exist in a world where that's his reality, right? And I'll be honest with you, I've thought about this when they were going through it. I thought about it when they were trying to navigate the fallout. I thought, man, how can these guys? You just can't win. There's no like you can't. There's no sense in you saying anything. There's no sense in like when they sent Altuve and Bregman out there. Whoever thought that was a good idea was awful. But when they sent them two guys out there,
trying to send out the faces, I guess. Yeah.
The guys that had no business talking. Now, I mean, it was awful. It was an epic fail. So
I come to think about it, if I'm Altuve and I ain't got nothing to do with it now, man.
No, man, I'm out.
You better find Marvin.
I think he was in Minnesota or somewhere at the time.
Drag his ass up out of here then.
But the reality of it is I've been at a point where I feel for Altuve and Bregman and all these guys is there really ain't nothing there's nothing you can do. But boy was I wrong, because I'm gonna tell you, former manager. There ain't many people, by the way, that carry enough stroke in Major League Baseball that have the experience necessary to make this happen. There's not many people out there that could do it. But the reality is that Dusty Baker is one. And Dusty Baker was here for the fallout. He was here for the aftermath. He had the intimate conversations with people inside and outside the building. And Dusty may be the only guy that could help Altuve. He may be the only guy that could help Altuve's reputation, that could help Altuve's ultimate legacy in Major League Baseball. Here's Dusty Baker. And who was he speaking with on this one?
He was on
Matt Barnes.
Yeah, Matt Barnes on that All the
Was it All the Smoke?
Yeah, All the Smoke.
Dusty sat down with them boys. I gotta go get that whole one. I can't just hear sound bites of that.
Yeah,
but here's Dusty Baker talking about his time with the Astros early on, the fallout, the scandal, the dealing with it, and then Altuve. This is a great cut from Dusty Baker.
I got the call from the Astros, and my son Darren B had told me, he said, maybe God didn't want you to take that Phillies job. And the Astros, usually you don't inherit a championship team like that. And it was, I was like, well, this is sent from above, you know what I mean? And I knew I had a chance to win. I didn't care about the scandal because I wasn't there. And I just told him, hey, man, I asked the world to forgive him. And because the hardest thing in the world is for people to forgive each other, but everybody's quick to throw stones, And so I got there. One of the best things that happened to me when I got there was the fact that we had COVID, and we didn't have to deal with the fans and the booing and the jeers. And
just get back to baseball.
Yeah, and then the guy that took the brunt of it was really Jose Altuve, and he was the most innocent dude there. And that really affected me how he was
treated.
Yeah, I mean all over everywhere, and he didn't deserve it.
Absolute game changer for Jose Altuve in his legacy in Major League Baseball. Absolute game changer for how he's remembered. And be honest with you, I think it changes the game from the inside out. I think it starts with current and former players. They're going to have to watch their mouth next time they talk about Jose Altuve, right? And because when you've got a guy that is as well respected as Dusty Baker is, saying, hey, man, I've got firsthand knowledge. I was in the building when the only thing I don't know was in the moment when it was going on, I was in the damn dugout. I've got firsthand knowledge of everything that's gone. I've had intimate conversations with everybody involved, and I'm telling you, the last guy that y'all ought to be booing, the last guy that y'all ought to be holding accountable for this is Jose Altuve. That is unbelievably powerful in the baseball community, in the baseball world. And when you look at who's going to ultimately, really, if you're Jose Altuve, you don't really, you'd like for the fans to love you, but you really don't give a rip what fans end up saying. But you do want your peers to believe that you played the game the right way. You want the media members that are well respected to believe and report that you played the game the right way. Ron, I don't know about you, but I didn't think there was anybody that could say anything that could help the Astros in any way. Damn sure not any individual player But, boy, was I wrong, because I think this is a powerful moment for Jose Altuve, being that Dusty Baker is the one mouthing these words.
Well, I do think Dusty his voice carries a lot of weight. I wonder how many players, like I think Joe Kelly's just he's entrenched on his feelings about it. Some of these guys. But I do think Dusty does carry a lot of weight around other players and other people involved in Major League Baseball. And I hope that this gets out more than from all the smoke, that this becomes something that is spoken even larger, because there is a wonder. Anybody that had a chance to get to the Hall from the Astros, I think obviously that are hitters, not Verlander, not the pitchers, but are hitters, like may have some problems when it comes to trying to get to Cooperstown. And he is the number one on the list. Yeah. And you can understand, he was the star, the best player, the most accomplished, and so it would go to him a lot. And there was, like we said earlier, that weird thing with his jersey after he hit the walk-off against the Yankees. So you could see how people would just, fans and stuff, would push it towards him. But I hope this is a narrative that is created of, like, it was these other dudes. That's why I feel bad when you put them out there. It's almost as if, like, all right, he was the one who did it. Because when the league came down and made punishments, obviously, for it, and you do wonder, because we see Barry, Roger, McGuire, Palmeiro, none of those guys are sniffing getting into the Hall of Fame for cheating, and you wonder if any of the Astros would have to deal with something like that. And he specifically called out Altuve.
Yeah, I just think it makes, for instance, to your point, right? For anybody that previously had a strong opinion about Jose Altuve and how he was so great and how he was so clutch in the big moments throughout his career, if any of them had a strong opinion, we'll never, most of them we'd never know about. But behind closed doors, right? I'm sure the opinions are plenty. I'm sure there's tons of them. Those opinions are less likely to be voiced and less likely to be heard with Dusty Baker saying things like this, right? I mean, I think if you are Aaron Judge and you do feel like you've let people talk you into feeling like that Jose Altuve potentially was cheating when he stole an MVP from you, right? If I'm Aaron Judge and I hear Dusty Baker say, "Nah, man, that cat right there is the least of of your worries." He's the last one. He's more innocent than anybody, right? Maybe an Aaron Judge caliber player is a little less likely to be super vocal about, "Hey, man, this jackleg over here stole my MVP." I think that changes the calculus of his legacy. You're talking about the Hall of Fame, the way people report it. I think it's just super powerful, man, to see. And the other part about this, like, Dusty's he wasn't asked about Altuve. Hell, Dusty, he was talking about his time coming to Houston, talking about COVID, talking about the booing, he wasn't even asked about Jose Altuve. I mean, he unprovoked made it a point to talk about how innocent Jose Altuve actually is, but he's taking the brunt of it. I just think it's super powerful. Maybe not to the Astros organization, maybe not to us as a fan base, and may not mean much to many, but I guarantee you that in the baseball community, that guy and what he says, it carries weight, and I guarantee you Jose Altuve will feel it.
Yeah, no, I hope so. I hope so, because it does seem like he was one that wasn't involved, and it's going to suck because he may have to pay for. Hopefully he doesn't. He may have to pay for things, but
well, with guys like Dusty Baker making comments,
if that becomes the narrative, then changing the narrative, then that's a big thing for him. All right, coming up, I think Clint's going to be disappointed in the lineup. The lineup is out as
we load managing. Yeah, we're going to load manage a few folks. I guarantee I ain't seen it, but I guarantee we are.
At least one. The lineup is out. We'll get you updated on what's going on as the Astros start this 3-game set against the Texas Rangers. And I just want to know just a check. Where are people? Where are people on the Astros right now? Like, where are you with your fandom? Are you still excited for a series like this against the Rangers on the weekend? You still watching every game? You still going to take the kids out, take yourself out and go check out a game? Where are you with the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I don't know where you're at with the Astros. My question is, where are you with your current home? Are you looking to sell your home? Are you even flirting with selling your home? You thinking about it, huh? If so, Orchard is the
You go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Come on, Tyler. Planet Silver Boot time, baby.
Is it go time?
Silver Boot is on the line tonight.
I can't think of a better time to turn the tide here. Stem the tide here.
Get the boot.
Win the boot.
Get it.
Keep it.
Still a lot of baseball left.
Keep it. It's yours. The boot.
The Astros do normally do that exact thing.
The silver boot. I will give out the lineups, and so I'll wait till
we might need Show's Astros lineup to get them out of this funk.
I thought about that.
We really might need that.
I thought about doing it today, and then I remembered they threw in the towel when they started Imai.
Damn it, that's a good point.
So why would I waste my time and energy and my breath and my explosiveness?
You keep it real as a real radio host yourself.
I really do. My explosiveness. They don't deserve that entertainment.
They really don't. You make great points.
I'm just saying they quit throwing the towel. Wait till I get to this lineup. Gotta have it. Serious. Wait till I get to this lineup.
Not going to be Show's lineup style though.
No, it's not.
Hell no.
But I wonder, where are you right now? Are you even excited about the Rangers coming into town on the weekend? Are you still moved to go to the game? No. Are you still moved to watch the game every night? Are you watching them? Where are you right now as an Astro fan? I see some people texting in. The Astros are a hard team to watch. They're super frustrating. I have found myself watching less and less of them. Someone else texted in, not spending my money for them until they let your buddy Joe go. Is someone texted in. Ron, where I am with the Astros, Netflix watching Nemesis, and also the first 2 episodes of Dutton Ranch on Paramount is where Ocho is right now instead of watching.
Has Dutton Ranch already come out?
I guess so. He said the first 2 episodes. It woke your ass up, didn't it?
Yeah, me and my wife might watch it tonight.
But where are you at with the? Are you still?
I tell you where I'm at. I'm still going to watch, and not even just because it's our job. I'm going to watch because I'm a damn Astros fan, and I still have a not a strong, but just a little flickering light down there that hopes they can turn this thing around. I'm not completely out of it yet, but I tell you what, I damn sure ain't doing is buying a ticket to go to a game.
So you're not going, like, you're not moved to go to the game?
Zero chance. You couldn't pay me to go to a game right now.
Really?
Yes. 100%.
Because sometimes, like,
if I bought a ticket,
because sometimes you want to go, even if they're bad. Sometimes just like, all right, hey Tyler, man, let's go out to the game, have some drinks, sit down and watch a little baseball, get us some peanuts, eat them the way I eat them, you eat them the way you eat them.
You eat them like a psycho.
And let's have a good time. Trust me, I've gone to some 100 lost baseball games, more than I can.
I as well.
So you're past that. You're past the buying a ticket to go see them.
Yeah, I can't be in the ballpark. There's no way I can be in the ballpark. I'm liable to say something I'll regret.
There's no way.
If Joe Espada stuck his head up out that dugout, I'm liable to say something I'd regret. I'd have to sit behind the opponent's dugout just to keep saying. Yeah,
yeah. Okay. Well, I mean that shows the step that you're in. Where are you at, Tyler? Are you still watching them almost nightly? Are you still?
I'm keeping
inclined to go.
Hell, he's betting on him. He damn sure watching them.
Yeah, I'm keeping up with them. I usually do have the game on and kind of there in the background, glancing up at it here and there. Not nearly as in tuned as I would be if they were actually winning baseball games. But yeah. Oddly enough, I have not gotten out to an Astros game yet this season.
I know
Usually been to a handful by now, but I would still go just because there's that social element to it that I think you were kind of hinting at there, Ron. Just, hanging out with some folks, drinking some beer, Oh, God, the baseball team sucks, but we're here getting drunk and having some good conversation.
Like, I could be like, I think Clint could be moved to, Hunter Brown's back. Hunter's pitching tonight.
You get Hunter back, you get Pena back, and you stop this load management crap.
My buff boy Hunter Brown.
Yeah, I could be talked back into the ship, no doubt.
Yeah,
right now, nah.
It's a tough one.
They ain't nothing they're doing. Look, the injuries are obviously a deal. I would still buy tickets and support them if it was just about the injuries. But that piss poor base running they're doing, that silly stuff that Espada's doing, this load management mess. I mean, I'm buying a ticket to go see the best Astros got, and I'm already missing a couple of them. I know Los because of injury, no Jeremy Pena because of injury, no Josh Hader, no Hunter Brown, right? I mean, what are we going to do? Oh, there's no Jose Altuve in the lineup tonight? Oh, okay. Yeah, go to hell.
Text line coming in. I'd rather go see the Space Cowboys. It's cheaper, and I can do the same thing.
You may see more Astros starters, too. You got Jake in center. You got Pena at short. You got Hader.
Have they made it from AA? Because that's where they were in Corpus.
They're going whoever's home, I guess.
Yeah, you're right.
Shortest travel.
Yeah. Text line coming through, Ron. I was planning to go to a couple of games, but changed my mind. I am not willing to waste my money. I'd rather watch a Hallmark movie than watch a Houston Astros baseball game.
Damn.
You know,
that is a big deal.
I think I agree.
That is a big deal to me for a team that has played the way they've played, and it is just a routine every night. Like, it's a routine that I turn on and I listen to Todd Callis and Blum. It's a routine every night. It's been a routine in the summer every night for years.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like, you've been pushed to a point of, hell, I'm not going to buy a ticket. I'm not even going to turn it on. I'm not even going to watch. Somebody said they didn't just let go of their whole Space City home network app.
I don't blame them.
Unsubscribe.
I do not blame them.
Damn. That a beast. All right. Well,
yeah, you couldn't give me a ticket right now. I'll be honest with you.
If
you know
I
them
bought
tickets
you a
you turn the
ticket,
TV on and John McClane's big ass is sitting back there behind home plate sometimes? You know what I'm talking about, Tyler? You turn that TV on?
Yeah, I've seen the general back there.
Oh, big head McClane sitting back there?
Yeah. And pasty Sean Pendergast.
I'll be honest with you. That's right.
Easy to spot.
Put it in your. Oh, never mind. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been jealous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's several times I've been like, damn, it'd be nice, man. I go sit back there and sit that close in the action.
You wouldn't even go there. We were just looking. There's some great seats though.
You got them kind of seats too. You know, when you go back in one of them little tunnels, they got VIP. They got VIP treatment back there.
Me and Tyler happened to be looking it up the other day.
Yeah. That'd be nice. I've been jealous. If they invited me right now, I wouldn't go.
Old Diamond Club.
I don't believe you.
I mean,
I think you mustered to go.
No, I wouldn't. And I like both of them fellas. Nope, I don't. I ain't going.
John, I'm telling you, I'd go.
I'm gonna go watch Bryce lead off, and I like Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
By the way, here is the lineup: Spencer Arrighetti, who has become the ace so far. This team, he gets the ball. Bryce Matthews, as you said, leads off, and he's playing second base, so that's a hint. Paredes is behind him at third. The DH is Yordan Alvarez. Christian Walker is at first behind him, and the new star, Shoemake, is batting after Walker. Then Zach DeZenzo, Cole, Cam Smith, and Christian Vasquez. That's the lineup. Vasquez. It's Altuve's.
So serious question.
Altuve's off tonight.
I mean, you were in a rough spot.
Altuve's off.
You're in a rough spot right now, man. I mean, this team needs wins. And not even to right the ship and dig yourself out of the. You just need wins. Your season is teetering right now.
It sucks to suck.
Altuve needs a day off. No Pena. No Carlos Correa.
I would point every time Yordan came up. Just go ahead and go to first. Every time Yordan came up, go ahead and go to first, man. Intentional. We're going to intentional walk you. There are multiple runners on. I'll deal with Walker, Shoemaker, and DeZenzo behind you.
Man, we're in a tough spot, man. Jog your ass out to second base 9 times, man.
Let him DH.
Come on, man.
Let him DH.
How?
Let him DH.
How?
You could put how
mad would you be if now you decided, you know what, I'm going to stick with my crew, man. I'm going to buy some tickets. I'm going to buy a ticket. I'm going to go watch them beat the Rangers. And you show up and Altuve ain't even playing.
You know it. Jordan could have gone out in left field.
Come on, man.
He could have gone out in left field tonight if he needed half a day off. All right. Winning the boot, baby. There it is. Winning the boot. All right. The schedule has been released, and we have what we think this season will look like. We have our win totals. Somebody is going to be lower than many of you are comfortable with. We will discuss those and give you our win totals. You could text yours in right now as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros in.
% off. Shop chairs, paper, break room supplies, and more. 2 weeks only in 523.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Happy Friday on Sports Radio 610 here on The Drive. Clint's in the building. Tyler's in the building. Text line coming in. Astros just aren't relevant. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to hear. Tough one.
Painful, but you ain't wrong.
It's accurate.
Right now, they are not.
Yeah, and they're able to get you early to just make you go ahead and go on about the rest of your evening.
That's the one good thing. I walk in, it's 3-0. Walk in, it's 3-0 already. I'm like, what the hell happened?
You're not even hanging in for 3-0, are you?
No, I'm going straight to investigative discovery. I'm going straight. I'm going straight to yeah. If the sun's still up and the girls are awake, we'll go get in that pool. Yeah, we 3-0 early. I'm good.
Yeah. All right.
And if I wasn't that way a week ago, old Burrows, he damn sure made me that way. 3-0. I thought he had lined. I stuck in there for a minute with him. I thought he lined it out. Next thing you know, he gives up 2 bombs, and we're staring at 7-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Right, definitely. Mike would have had me. You're right. First inning, Mike would have had me move on with those lineups. All right. Schedule is out. We know the schedule, and I'm sure many of you listening have looked at the schedule a lot. As we see, they've got. I'd say it is 4 standalone games, the primetime games. Technically, they've got Thursday night football against the Colts. They've got Sunday night football against the Steelers, Thursday night football against the Eagles, and then Monday night football against the Packers. But I would also include nobody else is going to be playing at 8:30 in the morning when they face the Jags in London. So really 5 games where they're the only game in town. And so that's a big part of the schedule there where, they're going to be some times where they're not playing at 12 or 3 on a Sunday where they've got all eyes on them. So they did get 4 to 5 of those in this. And, Clint, we looked at it. We've taken a look at it. I want to save you for last, Clint. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Let us know you've looked at the schedule. Where do you think they're going to be? How is their record going to look? Who are they going to lose to? My man C. Mallory here on YouTube says he's got them going 13-4. Somebody here on the text line, 12-5 losses to the Eagles, Packers, Ravens, Colts, and Jags on the text line. Tyler, kick us off. Where do you see the Texans going this season? What's your record for them early on? What we're seeing? What's your record and who you got them losing to? If you have them losing any games, I don't want to put that on you.
17-0, man. No, not delusional. But you might think I am because I think I have the most wins counted between the 3 of us here on the drive. I have the Texans going 12-5 whenever the dust settles at the end of this football season. I think they come out of the gate, they win the first 4 weeks, the Houston Texans do. Get this fan base in this city up on their feet, hyped up. We got good football. But then in week 5, was that the Titans? Yeah. Copy and paste didn't quite work.
I am
Titans week 5.
Floored by that.
I think that's the first loss for the Texans, bring them back down to earth a little bit. Then they go back on a long winning streak, and they don't lose again until week 11 whenever the Colts come to Reliance Stadium. They also lose week 12. So back-to-back weeks right there. They lose week 12 to the Ravens, also at home. They win a few, and then 2 more losses directly in a row. Week 16 at the Eagles and week 17 at the Packers, the Thursday night football game and Monday night football game, prime time. I think they lose both of those before winning week 18 heading into the playoffs. So 5 losses in total, 12 wins for your 2026 Texans.
Yeah, Melvin Middleton's got them at 12-5 too. Boy, you've got them losing. Real quick, do you think the Titans are going to surprise this year?
No.
Okay.
No, fake-ass Oilers will play football like the clowns they are, but they'll get that one against the Texans, bringing them back down to earth after going 4-0.
And a home loss to the Colts. Wow, interesting. Okay, 12-5, Tyler has them losses to the Titans in Nashville, the Colts at home, the Ravens at home, and then those 2 road games late on the road in cold weather. We would think the Eagles and then the Packers late. All right, I've got them 11-6, and I do think that will allow them to win the AFC South. I think a lot of teams got better in the South. The Titans got better in the South. I do think they may pick some teams off. I don't like it to be the Texans, but I got them 11-6, and I think they lose the opener to the Bills, and then I have them losing to the Jags in London, but I have them starting 8-2. And then I think that back half is going to give them some problems. The Ravens, I'm sorry for me. I need not the Silver Springs Ravens that played last year, but I need to see them beat the real ones. I need to see them beat the Ravens with Lamar, and they had Ronnie Stanley out. They had half their team out in that game. I need to see them beat that team. So I got the Ravens coming in and winning, and then I have them losing to the Commanders, Eagles, and Packers. So I got them at 11-6. To me, I think their superpower, Clint, is I don't foresee them losing games to teams that they're not supposed to lose, that they're supposed to beat. I think that is their floor is so high, the way they play and the way they go about their business. I don't think this is a team, especially offensively, that's just going to overlook teams. And defensively, they just ain't wired that way. They're trying to allow shutouts every time. So I think they win all of those games that they're supposed to win. I got them 11-6 winning the South. All right, where are you at? I'm 11-6. Tyler's 12-5. I see a lot of 12-5s. I see some 13-4s over here on the text line. Where are you at?
Well, I think to your point, I think the Texans' defense is so good. I think the floor for this team is the playoffs and 10 wins. I think that's the absolute floor for this team, and that's even understanding there's going to be some injuries here or there. I think your 10 wins and I think you're in the playoffs is the absolute floor, and that is where I am willing to predict right now. I got them at 10-7, and look, I think until I see more about what's going on offensively. I don't have a whole lot of confidence on that side of the football. The 10 wins in the playoffs is simply because your defense is that good. I don't have a whole lot of confidence on the offensive side of the football about what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. I don't know what the play caller is capable of doing. I don't know what the quarterback is going to do. I don't like the weapons on this team. I think there is a severe lack of explosion on this team, twitch on this team, speed on this team. I believe they put all their eggs in one basket of being able to run the football, and when you do that, you better be able to run it, not just complimentary run game with a pass game. You better be able to run it when everybody knows you're going to try to run it and run it well.
Army Swiss knife.
Whether that be when you got a lead and you're in a 4-minute offense, or that you're inside the 5-yard line, it's 1st and goal from the 4, and you're going to run that sucker 3 straight times and punch it in. I like their signs. I like what they've done. I don't believe that what they've done screams to me that they're all of a sudden going to be a top running team in this league. And if they're not going to be a top running team in this league, I think they're going to have a problem just from a weapon standpoint. So I'm going 10-7.
Last year, and obviously a season was different and it played out differently, but with that defense, they were able to carry them to 12 wins.
Mm-hmm.
You just see this differently this year. You see, and obviously there were some games that were some injuries. I think they probably got a break with the Baltimore team, probably got a break with the Kansas City team they ran into.
They got a break with the Colts team when they ran into them not once, but I think twice, with Daniel Jones was hurt the first game and then he was out the second game. Yeah, so I don't – and I'm not minimizing what they did last year. Right now I don't know who's going to get injured and who's not.
Because that's what I'm seeing on the text line. They won 12 games last year, and now they've got a better offense, and you've got them at 10 wins.
I don't know that they got a better offense. I know their offensive line is better. Last time we saw their quarterback go out there, he played the worst he's ever played. Yeah. The last time we saw this team, Nico and Schultz were both
better offense, right?
Yeah, look, I think they are. I think they are. Yeah. But I need, before I start predicting more wins than hell, I gave you the 10. I gave you double-digit wins in the playoffs. I need to see more from this offense. I just
and I'm looking at the teams you have them losing to, and it looks like teams that can score.
That's what it is. I mean, that's ultimately where I'm at. I think there's a couple of them on there that I think, I think the Eagles are just a significantly better team than the NFL thinks they are. I know it's a sexy story to talk about Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and yada, 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 but I think they are the real deal. The Packers on the road are going to be a hell of a challenge. I got them splitting with the Jags, so one of those has to be a loss. The Bengals and the Cowboys, I think that those high-octane offenses are going to be a problem. I think they're going to score enough points against our defense to where our offense is going to have to do something to keep up, and I'm not real sure they're going to be able to do that. We'll see. And then the Chargers. The tough one for me, really, to be honest with you, was the Ravens. Chargers and the Ravens, those two are that I got them losing to the Chargers and the Ravens. Those were tough ones for me because I don't really know what Lamar Jackson's offense is going to look like, but it is Lamar Jackson, so I gave him the nod. The history with the Ravens has not been good outside of the skeleton crew that they played with last year. And the Chargers, I'm not a Harbaugh fan, but I think they were a significantly better team last year until they just got decimated with injuries on that offensive line. And they still somehow found a way to go win games and be competitive. So I think they're going to be a problem. So I got Bengals, Cowboys, Jags, Chargers, Ravens, Eagles, Packers as the losses for the Texans.
All right. Clint's got them at 10-7, making the playoffs. I got them at 11-6, winning the division. Tyler has them at 12-5, losing to the Titans. That one just blows me away.
We've seen it in recent years, man. Games they shouldn't lose like that in division.
This team now, the way it's put together, like the Titans, the Browns, the Giants, like those teams.
I'd love to be wrong.
I think they get those teams. Like those are the type of teams where it's like those teams make mistakes. They won't. They're gonna stifle them and those quarterbacks and with their defense, and they're going to dominate in their way. You look up and it's 17-3, and they're muscle them, and boy, they don't have a chance.
Yeah. Well, they can look. Here's the deal: they can play defense, run the ball, and limit mistakes their way to 10 wins,
especially against those teams.
Yeah, absolutely, including those things. Like I think it's you're going to have special moments from the offense to get to 12. You're going to have real special moments from the offense to get to 14. And ultimately, you're going to have real special moments from your quarterback and your offense to get beyond the second round of the playoffs. And I'm not ready to step out on that limb and say, yeah, I believe with Wyatt Teller and Ingram and Braden Smith and David Montgomery, we are fixing to take the league by storm. I can't do it. I just ain't there yet. Better? Yeah, they're bad. They can run the football. Yeah. Hell, it can't be no worse. I mean, let's be honest. We ain't talking about a 15th run attack going to 10 or 5. We talking about that ranking started with a 3.
Yeah, it's the offensive line where they ran block last year. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Silver Boot Series coming up tonight. We'll get you ready for that, and I'll tell you why tonight's game is important. Why you should be watching, and NBA playoffs tonight. Houston's one of Houston's favorite sons, James Harden, looking to close out and looking to continue. Because I said James
don't want to hear about that turd.
I said James Harden looking to close out, and the Spurs looking to close out as well. PGA Championship leaderboard, and maybe the Rockets should think twice about Giannis. Wait till you hear what's come out about him today. All of that as we continue right here live.
Ready. The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries.
like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Sky Rizzy, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy. Visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I have made fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and congratulations. Hopefully you're off work on a beautiful Friday. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T. Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is having fun on a Friday. Hopefully you are too. This, what is it? It feels, I feel bad. We ain't go outside. We be out so long in that heat punch in the face. 88 is still get out on the patio, right?
No, dude. I think it was Wednesday this week. I walked outside to drive up here, and I was like, oh, God, it's arrived. It feels disgusting outside already.
You're not getting a patio?
Hell no. I'll get in the pool.
AC, baby.
Get in the pool, then I'll chill on my patio. But
I think we get off at 6. I think at
Heater,
6, 88, 80s and dropping, I can do it. Yeah, man. So, yeah, under 80 at 9, I can do it.
Doesn't feel like it.
Not noon. Not 90 plus at noon, but yeah.
Well, yeah, nobody in their right mind is going to go patioing at 90 plus at noon.
I think there's some
Isn't the hottest part of the day like 4-ish?
I don't know what it is.
I always thought it was like around noon.
I know mid-80s ain't going to scare me off no patio if I want to go get a pop, I tell you that.
Yeah, 30 degrees will, though, you coward.
You better believe it. That's why patios are closed. That's why they put tarps around them and heaters in the deal.
I'm too cool.
That man
Out. Done.
A coward.
Can't stand it.
Heater, baby.
Yes. Strong heater. Got to have a strong one.
All right.
Deal with Coldwell, boys.
First off, you need to be reminded where the Astros manager. Here's the major. Joe Espada yesterday after the game, after them losing 3 of 4 to the Mariners, starting the 7-game homestand. This is where he is locked in.
You talked about how long the season is, but that length is kind of running out. I mean, you guys are getting into mid.
No, it's still a lot of baseball left. This is not the way we wanted to start it, but there's still a lot of baseball left. You know, we just got to create consistency and quality of play every single day, and then that's when you get rolling as a team.
There it is, right there.
Start that over. Play that one more time for me.
No, it's still a lot of baseball left. This is not the way we wanted to start it, but there's still a lot of baseball left. You know, we just got to create consistency and quality of play every single day, and then that's when you get rolling as a team.
We got to create consistency and quality of play every single day. That's how we get rolling.
Sounds good to me.
No wish, Joe.
I'm going to put the greatest Astro of all time. I'm going to rest him game 1 against the Rangers. It don't add up, boys.
It's a long season, y'all.
It does not add up, man. There is zero. It's like nothing can change whatever their schedule is of rest for all these guys. It doesn't matter how many starters get hurt. It doesn't matter how bad you need a win. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. It doesn't matter who the guy is that's filling said player's shoes when you do load manage him. His ass is going to load manage folks. Altuve plays second base and bats 4 times in a game. I walked more on a treadmill this morning than Altuve does in a baseball game.
Still a lot of baseball left.
And he needs to be load managed when your third baseman, your shortstop, your catcher, and your center fielder are all injured and out of the game. When you literally just said, not ideal start. We just got to play. What do you say? Consistent quality baseball or something like.
That's right.
Like it don't add up. It doesn't add up. It's pissy poor.
To give it away here, folks, as Clint did. Here is the lineup.
I'm sorry.
Matthews at second base because there is no Altuve in the lineup for some reason. Paredes moves up into the 2 spot. So now we've just completely twerked around this entire lineup. That's right.
Twerked around.
Twerked.
It can be used in many different ways. Maybe it's shooking around, man. We twerked this thing around. Alvarez is the DH tonight. At least he left him in, batting third. Christian Walker at first behind him. Shoemake, the star in waiting, hitting 378 behind him. DeZenzo, Cole in center field. Smith and right. And one of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life, Vasquez, he is catching. It was 50 all day long. It was awful. We haven't been able to have time to address that awful throw. But the base stealing situations is at rock bottom after that throw. I want you to go and take a look at that throw.
I've seen it.
It's
Did it hit foul territory to the first base side, or did it get in fair play?
I believe it hit foul territory, and Randy was the one stealing and looking up and just laughing is what happened. But that is the lineup. But Clint, I understand your frustration to not have Altuve in. I don't know why. Maybe if there's an injury that we hear, if this was just a standard day off, that's weird on this 7-game stretch that we would think is so important. But I will say, I think this is why you should watch the game and you should be keeping contact with it. I think Spencer Arrighetti might be the number one thing to look at moving forward the rest of the way with this team. Because if this thing keeps rolling like the way it has been rolling, and it looks like it may be rolling, like you got to start to find answers for the future. And Spencer Arrighetti right now, 4.1 ERA, under 2 at 1.88. He has looked really good. He looked good when he was in Sugar Land, and then has looked really good in his starts since coming up with the big club. He's one to watch. That is somebody you look at and say, this guy could clearly be a part of the future and one of the answers. And now, how big of a part of the future? Are we talking about a back end of the rotation guy? Are we talking about a guy that maybe the Astros can find their two-piece like they've had over the years, where they've had, Garrett, Cole, and Verlander. They've had Verlander and Framber. They've had Hunter Brown and Framber. The 1-2 punch that they have been able to put together. Is this the next guy? So Spencer Arrighetti, to me, he could be the number one thing to keep your eye on the rest of the summer if this thing keeps rolling the way it is.
Absolutely. That's the only reason I can find, to be completely honest with you. I like being right on things, and Spencer Arrighetti was one of them that I couldn't wait to get back, hoping that he just had a little feeling there. Ron just had a little feeling, man. There's something there. There's something to this guy. Now I don't know that what we've watched 4.1 ERA, 1.88. I don't know that down the stretch here that's going to hold. But I feel pretty good about him being in your top three of a rotation.
No, he's showing that, man.
Now, you obviously feel great, but I think I guess my point is, I think the numbers hold well enough to where you feel really good. But Hunter Brown get back, he's one of your top three.
Yeah, and like I said, this could be a deal of next year, the way this season is going. But right now, there's still some questions that you may have in terms of the goal. The TVs aren't working. We've been trying.
It's been 3 hours now.
I tried to turn it on a couple of times. I said to Tyler, "What's going on in these TVs?" Nah, man, it ain't working. All right, well, at least the clock is. But no, that's where we are. Astros Rangers tonight. Corey Seager, he is off. I don't know why they're putting him off, because Kyle Raleigh was 0 for his first 38 and then came in and got 2 hits. And it looks like Corey Seager's 0 for his last 27, worst of his career, and they're giving him a day off. So that is the latest there, as the Astros, they look to do something here tonight behind Spencer Arrighetti.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the playoffs tonight. Pistons at Cavs. We'll see if this shows up in best bets. Not sure or not, but Pistons at Cavs. And the Cavs are 4.5-point favorite with a chance to close out. Spurs at T-Wolves tonight. San Antonio on the road's a 5.5-point favorite with a chance to close out. It feels like both of these series may end tonight. But game one is the Cavs and James Harden. And do you get a sense for you that the narrative may be changing for James Harden, and a win tonight, would that would that start to push even more with that narrative changing?
Well, no, I don't think the narrative has changed. I think tonight it can.
You think tonight it can?
I mean, I think tonight can be the spark, if you will, of the narrative changing. I mean, if he's the reason why you beat the Pistons, you win a series in 6, and he's really the bright spot that throughout the series that gave you the shot, and then you turn around and continue to play well in the playoffs. Yeah, I think this could be the spark that could turn the tide for James Harden. I don't think it's going to turn it completely just by playing well 3-4 games in a row. But which, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and predict. I think he has another monster night. He closes them out. Yep.
Yeah. No, his last 3 games, man, ever since he was called out big time after the first 2, his last 3 games, you could argue Donovan Mitchell had a big game 4 where he had 45, but James was huge with his 30, and just consistently he is being a playmaker and scoring. That he's been huge, and they could go and face the Knicks. No, I'll be honest with you. I don't know why. I am kind of rooting for James.
Yeah, I am as well.
Y'all disgust me.
I know it.
He couldn't hit that button quick enough.
I know it, but
real quick about that exit from Houston.
I mean, I feel for the fella. You know, I mean, he needs some success in his life on the basketball floor.
No, he doesn't. Never done it before.
And that's why I want to see it.
That's why he needs some success.
Yeah, he flipped off the city of Houston. Go ahead, bud. Get some success.
I don't think he did, man. I just think it ran his course.
Are you serious with that?
He gained a little weight.
He didn't force his way out.
Well, yeah, I mean, but they're forcing the way out. I mean, that's
how he went about that.
I think it's like the thing now in sports. They force themselves out. I understand why you're upset.
Not everybody does it the way James did.
He's better at it than others.
Becoming fat bastard and then forcing his way out of H-Town.
He lost that weight fast too, man. By the time he got to Brooklyn, that weight came off fast. I don't know. Listen, I agree. I think he deserves some of the stuff he gets, but I don't know, man. For some reason, like it was just like it was almost a pile on him. Like, man, he's a great player. I just want him to have some level of success.
Yeah.
That is not. Like, just his career is so great what he's able to do, and it just seems to be thrown to just the one thing. And I think I can't wait to see the second game. I think Anthony Edwards is going to try to go off. This is one of those situations where he's the anti-James. They're in a place where they may close out. He may go Kobe tonight, man. He'll take 35 shots tonight if he can get his hands on it. I think he seems to be to hell with it. I'm going down. If we're going down, I'm going down, with my best guns, and I'm shooting, because they've been trying to take the ball out of his hands. We'll see what happens. I think they're going to be extra physical with him. I hope the Wolves win. I don't like their chances. It feels like San Antonio is ready to close.
I would like to see a Game 7 in San Antonio.
That would be cool.
Just to see the get down. That would be great.
You have been really impressed with.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
All right, that is where we are right now. A big night in the NBA playoffs. Could be moving to the conference finals. Both series have a chance to be closed out.
Turd Ferguson.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the PGA Championship is out, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. We'll look at it. There's a chance, but you start to look at the top names. This leaderboard is it's a tough one, but some are lurking at the back of this, Clint. But McNeely is leading right now, and he's through 14. Clint, he's gotten hot. He is 5 under on the day, 6 under on the tournament, and he has a 2-shot lead. And then you have to go down before you get to notable players. Scotty Scheffler, who had a kind of a rough day, but at least kind of salvaged it towards the end there. He was +1 today, but he's 4 shots off the lead right now at 2 under. So is Justin Thomas. John Rahm's at 2 under as well. And it must have really gone south for Jordan Spieth, because he was right there with them. I don't know. I'm gonna assume that it hasn't. But by far, I'm down to 50, and I have not run into Rory. Rory just had a rough go of it. Yeah. Jordan Spieth +3 on the day. He's +2. And Rory shot a 74 and was awful. I don't think he's going to make the cut. So there it is. Hopefully Scotty Scheffler and company can make a run up here late to make this PGA Championship interesting, because that could get me. Because right now, I don't know if there's a lot pulling me over to watch this.
Yeah, they'll separate. They'll separate. Cam Young at -2, he'll climb. Justin Thomas at -2, he'll climb. Scotty Scheffler at -2. John Rahm at, I believe, 2. He's at -2 as well. I think he's still playing today. So, you've got some go-getters that are right there within reach, man. So there's a couple of guys in that group that's even as well, and odds are that them boys at the top, maybe with the exception of a couple of them, they either gonna hang steady or come back. I'd be shocked if McNeely continues to roll, but
he's rolling right now. He's just through 14 right now.
Yeah, he's got a shot, but I would just, he's 500 today, boy. He's got having a hell of a round, but yeah, that's the thing about the PGA Tour, man. Just that it gets real tough on Wednesday. Make that cut, and then Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday are where the moving takes place. So there's still some cats up there at the top that'll end up in that final. Maybe not in the final group, but they'll end up in the top 10 on Sunday for us to be nice and entertained by.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding Rory. I don't know where he is, but there he is, tied for 30. He's playing better. -3 on the day, +1 after that awful first round. But that is the latest there. As the PGA Championship, we'll see if it amounts to something. Scotty Scheffler is lurking around there. And that could make things interesting. He jump on it here. This it's kind of gone a bit of a drought on these majors, since like last year is the last time he's pulled that off. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, T. Mill's best bet. I don't know how to say it. Last night was not a good one. There's nothing to salvage.
Oh my God!
Nothing at all. So. Of course, he's going to 5 bets. After going to 3, he is going
there
to.
You go.
Scared money, don't make money.
Yeah, all
5
right.
or 8's over. 5 for 8 will be over 50%.
There you go. He's 5 for 12 thus far. We'll get T. Mill's best bets, and I got to be honest. This was something that jumped out to me as soon as I saw the schedule, and I'll be honest with you, I cannot wait for it because I think we will learn a ton. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, here's the deal. Mokaram injury lawyers, I hope you never need them, but if you do, you need to know this.
It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Shut the hell up. You don't know everybody's opinion, clown.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Might not know everybody's opinion, but you will know T-Mill's best bets coming up here in a matter of moments. As rough one last night. I can't make it sound better. Over 3 last night in the red, but he's going big.
You could make it sound better by not talking about it every segment.
I'm not talking about every segment. I gotta get the people ready to know that it's coming up later on in this.
I think
segment.
four times you've acknowledged he was over. He was over.
I've said it. This is the second time.
You over followed up by ain't no way to sugarcoat it, man. Ain't no way to sugarcoat it.
I had to do the tease. I can't, man. It's 0 for 3, man.
He didn't give you anything to play with. Huh?
I don't even think they were close, but 0 for 3. I know that Moneyline Royals wasn't. Man, it's a rough one, but that's all right. You wake up, turn the page, and you go to the next one. And, of course, if you're Tyler, you make even more bets, and you go bigger. So he will do that coming up here in just a minute, so stay tuned for T-Mill's best bets. All right, Clint, one of the things that jumped out to me really early was the first month of games, and they came right out of the gate with the Texans, and they've got some of their toughest games, but in particular, they've got games against teams that last year, and when you look at their personnel, if they are healthy, these are 4, not just 3 that you think of before the others, but these are 4 really productive offenses that they've got to run into, which means Buffalo to kick it off. Buffalo was 4th in total offense last year, led the league in rushing touchdowns, has Josh Allen, obviously, and they had the league's leading rusher in James Cook last year. They got Dalton Kincaid. They've added DJ Moore. They've got Shakir. Like they've got a pretty good offense. And we saw that ranking of the Texans being the 31st ranked offensive line. They've got a top 10 offensive line according to those rankings. Now, I will be frank and say the Texans took their asses out around back and beat the brakes off that offensive line. I remember that Brown fella. I think he ended up having to tap out from Danielle Hunter. But this is a really good offense. The Bengals, and they didn't have Joe a lot last year, still 12th in total offense. But when Burrow played, they were in those 8 games, they were 5-3. He had over 1,800 yards passing, 17 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. And you just know those guys. Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Chase Brown have really come on as a running back, both in the run game and pass game, really came through. The Colts last year when they were healthy with Daniel Jones, that was the big part of their team that Shane Steichen got Jonathan Taylor rolling, and that team offensively became a real threat. We'll see how healthy he is by week 3, but that was a good offense last year when they were right. And then the Cowboys, they were 2nd in total offense, 2nd in passing, over 27, almost 28 points a game with Dak, Lamb, George Pickens, and Williams, the running back who they brought back. Those are 4 really good offenses. And see, I'm not looking at the defense for the Texans. Look, the Texans defense, they are a great defense, and they very well may be the best defense in football and may end up being the best defense in football next year like they were last year. But to go into it, Clint, assuming that they are going to be able to hold these teams to under 20 points is just not realistic. Now, I don't think all of them are going to score 30 on them. I don't think all of them are going to score 24 on them. But I think there is a good amount in which you look at this and you think they've got some teams that may give them some problems and may score more points. And what that automatically brings to me is to know if this team is going to be able to take the next step is their offense is going to have to help them in games potentially like this. Their offense, and I said this before, can they go get 28 points if they need to? I think the bulk of the time their defense will hold teams down and they can play the way they want to play. But can they go get 28 points? Can they go get 30 if they need to in games? And we're going to learn early because I do think some of these offenses are going to push the Texans defense, and they're going to be forced to have to get some production from their offense.
Well, look, I think here's what I like about that first month of the season is our headliner, our defense, who we're going to win and lose with, ultimately live and die with, and who's going to be the reason that we have an extremely high floor is our defense, and they are going to get tested not just by quarterbacks, not just by teams that can score a lot of points, but by what I think is interesting, especially when you talk about the Cowboys specifically and the Bengals. They got a great quarterback, but they've also got a wide receiver tandem that's few and far between in the league. And so, which I think is going to put some stress on the Texans defense in a way that most offenses just simply can't do. And so, yeah, I think that first month coming out of the gate with the Buffalo Bills and then obviously having Dak and Joe Burrow and their offenses and their play callers in that first month is definitely going to be a tough task. And as Texans fans, again, we're going to find out about how good our defense really is. Is this a defense that's on that same level, which I think they definitely got a chance of, like Super Bowl winning teams that did it with the defense being the headliner and the offense kind of just being an afterthought, just protect the football, just chew the clock, just run the football, don't turn it over, right? I mean, that hasn't happened a ton in the NFL. Can this defense be that good? Number one. Number two is the way that they've built this team. They've wholeheartedly committed to the defensive side of the football and being a defensive organization that's going to headline their defense. And then they've put a lot of money over there and kind of supplemented on the offensive side of the football. And we all know, or it looks like we know kind of what their plan is going to be. Can that offense be good enough, knowing that we've got a defense that's one of the best in the league? Can they be good enough to be the reason why you win some games versus super explosive offenses? So whether we're talking about our defense, we're going to learn more about how good they are, really where they land, or our offense being that complementary piece. Do we have enough to be that complementary piece? I think we're going to find out that first month of the season. I think we're going to find out one way or another about both of those.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Because the Seahawks are the team that they get compared with, and their defenses. The Texans and Seahawks fought all year long about number one defense, points. The Seahawks actually gave up less points a game. But Clint, that's the thing I was looking at. NFC Championship game, Clint. Rams put up 27. Seahawks put up 31. They had to they put up 41. They beat the hell out of the Niners in the divisional round. But the other time they played the Rams, they put up 38 because the Rams put up 37. Right, and they were a great defense, But there are just some offenses that, man, you got to bring it. Like, you have to bring it because, like you said, man, there's those teams have so many weapons that they may get you. Hell, we watched it. Like, I don't even think that the Patriots' weapons were that great, but you could see, like, man, they scored 21 points. They scored 3 touchdown drives in that divisional round game. But there's just be some games, some teams, you're going to have to be called upon to score 28 points, 30 points.
Well, you just, to me, it's not even about the point total. To me, it's about playing this brand of football, which is you're really comfortable with the other team having the ball and 5 minutes left in the game, and you got a 3-point lead. Like, when you're a defensive football team, you're really comfortable in that situation, or at least a lot more comfortable than most folks are. And is that a recipe to win versus Dak and George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb? Who you putting your money on in that situation, right?
Yeah.
Bengals got the ball down 3, 4 minutes left, and they're on their own 20 coming out. Who you betting on? Right? Same thing with Dak and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I mean, same thing with with Josh. Now with the recent success against Josh, I mean, common sense tells you to take the Texans. I mean, I'm not going to bet it, but common sense tells you that the Texans will win that battle.
History does, at least.
Yeah, history does, right? And I'm just here to tell you that I think that defense is going to need to be given a little bit of grace in that first month of the season. And the question is, can the offense give it to them?
Yeah, you're going to have to score some points. All right, T-Mill's best bets. At T-Mill Real Deal is where you can find his best bets. He's got a 5-pack tonight, baby. There you go. Might as well go 6, man. I don't know why you did this. Might as well go 6. All right, what you got tonight?
5 felt like the right move. I got 5 bets for the people around Major League Baseball, 2 of which include your Houston Astros. First, Reds at the Guardians. I'm on the over in this game, over 8 runs between the Guardians and Reds. Second bet, New York Mets plus a 1.5 as they face off with the Yankees. Little New York series there for you. Third bet, Tampa Bay Rays money line as they host the Marlins. And now your 2 Astros bets to round things out. Arrighetti, we've talked a lot about him today. Over 4.5 Ks. I've been seeing a lot of
that.
I love that. And I'm seeing the line on some sites is at 5.5. People, I still like that too, to be honest. I think he can get 7, 8 plus Spencer Arrighetti tonight. So over 4.5 Ks, like 5.5 as well. And then your last best bet on a Friday is the Astros winning that silver boot that Ron mentioned. The Astros win the series against the Rangers as they host them at Daikin this weekend. Yes, they can't get the boot yet because they got to play the whole season and all the series. But Astros win the series. That's your 5th and final best bet.
All right, there it is, at T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have them set up for you where you can look at those and bet him. And he's trying to recover from that evening last night.
See, you're doing it again.
I didn't even say
Why does he got to keep bringing it up, Tyler?
I didn't even say it was over. I didn't.
He's got to recover from that evening last night. What do you think that means? He's not nasally today, so you're not talking about his nightlife.
Trying to be truthful. Don't know what he did last night. All right, coming up, it is hard not to look at this schedule and not think about C.J. Stroud. And, whoo, boy, does he have a lot on his plate and a lot depending on his approach. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our guy's show isn't...
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Yeah, the Patriots scored 21. They also had 5 turnovers. Then I would ask you, how many points did their offense score off those turnovers? I would then tell you none. Pick 6 was the only thing that they scored off those turnovers. The defense was amazing, turning them away on all the other turnovers. But they had 3 long fields that allowed them to score 3 touchdowns. And the Texans' offense never reached the 21 barrier. Text line coming in. The lack of faith disturbs me in my Darth Vader voice on the Texans' offense. I just what
have you seen that gives you great faith? I mean, you even look back. This is what interests me, man. This is crazy.
He's stuck the pad and he's throwing on the glasses, Tyler.
Hang on, man.
Here we go. By the way, while he gets this straightened out, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris look at the key factors game by game for opponents each week of this season, and also Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and old Mid-C. You know him as Colin. Some of you know him as Seabass. They will take things over live and local all the way to 11, and on Area 45, they will have a little post game for the baseball, the Astros, as they look to beat the Rangers coming up. All right, where you at?
I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at the schedule, and I just don't. I mean, where do you, the last year's schedule, where do you find just a ton of confidence? These people that you're referring to in the text line, like what part of the schedule from last year, what you saw last year, and I know it's going to be different. There's going to be some upgrades. I get it. Offensive line will be better, hopefully. But what part of this schedule is it that in this offensive performance that really just turns you on? I mean, what outing really goes, yeah, man, this offense really got us good and excited right there? Is it the 38-30 against the Colts to end the season?
Well, nobody played in that game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Is it the 23 points you scored against Las Vegas, who had the first overall pick this year? I mean, is it the 40 that you scored against Arizona late in the season? Is it?
It's a good game.
Or is it, the one of the 4 games that Davis Mills played in when he beat beat Jacksonville, Tennessee, and Buffalo? Or is it the Mac Jones game where it was 26-15 and we did have a good outing right there offensively, but half the San Francisco team was injured? Or was it the 44-10 when you beat up on Baltimore, who had a skeleton crew?
Yep.
Out there on both sides of the football,
like in all of the above.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then your bar is very low. Your bar is very, very low. Like rattling off the 10 wins or however many wins in a row it was is awfully impressive. 99.9% of those was defensive led. And I just or it was some situation where either nobody played or the opponent had everybody injured or something like that. And I'm not knocking it. It was a hell of a run mid-season last year. But to all of a sudden come into this 2026 season like you've got the Rams offense out there or something. I mean, that's wild to me.
But for me is like when you say the lack of faith disturbs me in the Texans offense. No, I have faith that the Texans offense is going to perform pretty well compared to what they want to do. Right? Like, I think they're going to do pretty well at running the football. I think that's what they want to do. Like, I think CJ's probably going to do a pretty good job of not turning the ball over and taking advantage of certain shots. I think they're going to do a good job of being who they want to be. But to me, they're almost going to remind me, Clinton Tyler, of, you remember, I don't mean to bring him up like this because he's dealing with a lot of other stuff, but Mike Vrabel and some of his teams in Tennessee.
Well, yeah.
And hell, they went to the AFC Championship game. They were up 10-0 in Arrowhead on the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl. They beat Tom Brady on the road. They beat Lamar on the road. They remind me of the Tennessee Titans that's going to run it, play defense, probably play defense better than that Titans team did. But the problem with the Titans was, hey, if you stop or slow down their run game and you start to get to a place where you make Ryan Tannehill have to throw the football when everybody knows he's got to throw the football and they got to play catch up, that's not as much their strength. And that is to me what this team is set up to be. Right? Like, hey, the Patriots got out to a lead and they go try to play catch up and throw the football, and that was not their strength.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not this offensive strength. So
at least not how they're built.
At least not how they're built, and not how it is right now. I will gladly come off of that if we see new evidence that shows that. But I think it is going to be a challenge when they play a team, let's say, like Buffalo, even though they've had their number. But we're looking at Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Dallas. We were talking about that off the top. If those teams find a way to get a 10-point lead, like I think that's not the way that the Texans want to play the games, right? Like, I don't like the Texans. Like, D'Amico, it happened. They came back against Jacksonville, and Davis Mills showed his heroics. But that is not how he wants to play. Yeah. that is not the norm for this team. 2 years ago, if the Texans got down by 10, okay. Like they were equipped. They were a type of offense that could come back and do that. That's just not what they're. That's just not what. No, someone Texans said that's every NFL team. What are you talking about? That is not every NFL team. The Los Angeles Rams get down by 10. I don't say no. I don't feel that they are in the tank or there's major concern that they can't get back. No, every team is not built that way. Baltimore, Kansas City, Buffalo. Every team is not built that way. No, their teams are built differently.
Yeah. Look, I do think that this team is like the teams are definitely built differently. But put that out there. But I think this team is they've gone in extreme one direction of we're going to play great defense and we're going to ball control and minimize mistakes on offense. Look, that same person will say, well, every offense is going to minimize mistakes. Okay, the point is that's you are literally going to be ultra conservative and let the game dictate when you get aggressive and how you get aggressive, instead of by nature, by identity, you have that within your identity. This team, it seems like, in the way that they're building their roster, all we know right now is how they're building their roster and what they did last year. The way they've built their roster this year is they've got one goal in mind. Damn it, we are going to run the football. You look at who they signed. You look at the shift they've made in the offensive line. Like, here's the deal. You look at the shift that they made in offensive line, even though I think it's deeper than this, obviously, because I was not a Laramie Tunsil guy, even though he's the highest paid and a really good pass protector, yada, yada, yada. I wanted out of the Laramie Tunsil business for all the reasons that I believe D'Amico Ryans wanted out of the Laramie Tunsil business. But this team was built more to be explosive and really be led by C.J. Stroud when you had Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil, who on paper were as good a tackle tandem as you were going to find on paper, right? When you had Tank Dell, Nico Collins, a healthy Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Steph Diggs coming off of several 1,000-yard seasons in a row, right? You were equipped, and by design, by the way they built the offense, you were ready to stretch the field. You were ready to be explosive. You were ready to play to C.J. Stroud's strengths, and you were ready to put the offensive production and output on C.J. Stroud's shoulders in a major way. That for whatever reason, I think it was injuries. Injuries were part of it, and CJ, I think, got a little out over his skis. But for whatever reason, they changed course. And to your point, Ron, they changed course and said, we don't need to spend a bunch of money with these wide receivers. What we need to do is get better on the offensive line. And although our quarterback is one of the most hit quarterbacks and most pressured quarterbacks in the league 2 years ago, we're not going to go out and get better pass protectors. We're going to run the football better, which as a byproduct, our quarterback will get hit less. But by a byproduct of running the football better, our pockets will be cleaner, our play action will be better, the picture for our quarterback will be clear. Not because he gets experience, not because he's got a play caller that's long in the tooth, not because he's got great weapons around him, but because they are going to run the football. Now, that is all very true. The key is, better be able to run the football at an elite level if that's what you're going to do. And that is where they put all their eggs in one basket is these offensive line signs. Ingram's last year better be more real than the previous 3 years he had in Minnesota. Yeah. Braden Smith's previous years in Indianapolis better be what he's about instead of Father Time jumping on his back. Wyatt Teller, same thing. It better be about a couple years ago in Cleveland versus Father Time jumping on his back, right? The kid out of Georgia Tech that we just drafted with our first round better be sharper than most. Better be ready to communicate and play center at in the NFL. That's a big ask, by the way, right? Why? Because you put all your eggs in one basket of being able to run the football better. If they can't run the football, and I ain't talking about just better because the bar was really low last year. If they can't run the football at a really high level in the NFL, they're going to have to change course offensively of what they're doing.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting, fun to watch.
Text line coming in. Never note or someone said you don't think running the football or you don't think a strong run game will open up play action and big playability. Yeah, it can be.
Absolutely. You better run it really well.
Well, not just that, but that also is a bit negated if you're trailing or you got to go you're in a position where you're down 10 or you're down more than that and the team is not buying it as much.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the way they're built is not a team that is generally built to go score 30. That's just not how they're built, and that's not how they want to play offense. All right, Clint, great job as you have done all week. Tyler, great job as well. Have a great weekend, folks out there. I am Ron, the show Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby. Look at me! You ain't even gonna look at me.
Damn, Karen!
Get down, Karen! Get down, Karen! Get down! Get down, Karen!
No, this wasn't a Karen. Oh, this was a Nicoya.
How about that?
Shoot, you ain't lying, man. She played some third base or something, man. She fired that.
Oh my God! I love Chipotle. Chipotle is my life.
Brought to you by
Tyler Miller. You are the greatest producer in the world.
Have a good weekend, good golf, good tennis, or whatever makes you happy.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. 69 Southwest Freeway, northbound at Fannin. It's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. I'm Laura.